Welcome back to Password. I haven't opened it yet, so before Toaster's confused, but in the preparation for this session, I downloaded the most recent updated Dean version of the game because Dean was getting rewritten over the course of us playing this game. And then I went through and fast forwarded through the entire game as a ending B Sal and ending A Roswell to clear out all of the overlapping text between the routes so that it's to make sure that doesn't stop us for every single updated text that there is. So it should be still a smooth thing to do, but we will be getting the new text instead of whatever was written before this, since it was being actively worked on. So it seems to have worked. But one of the first things I noticed is that when you start the game up, you get this content warning that says this isn't a conventional story. It's intended to be played multiple times for the best experience. Characters can and will die as part of the narrative. Who, how, and why all depend on how you play. And I'm like, it definitely implies a level of variability that doesn't exist in the game, right? That's like,
I mean, yeah. But also, I mean,
the only time that who dies is determined by your choices is just which route you chose, I guess.
Yeah, but I guess giving it a charitable read, that is correct. That is how you play, you know?
Yeah. To some extent. It's slightly weird. Like, who is only determined by what route you do. How is never determined by what you do. They just die the one way they die, and you can prevent it.
Yeah.
You definitely don't cause the why.
Yeah.
You don't know the why. You often don't know the why even after you've solved the murders. And the next thing that stood out to me is that, let's see. So, as expected, because of how Ren'Py works, the game was stopping on almost every single line when I tried using fast forward, to use fast forward where you skip old text. And that's because so much text has been updated that any change counts as new, and it was going to stop constantly. So we're not going to be doing a thorough review of every updated Dean line or any text that has been updated since, because that would involve basically rereading the game to some extent, and that's just like beyond what anyone's willing to put up with. That does mean that we might miss some context for what was revised about Dean, because it might not be entirely in his route, but might be in some of the shared text, and that might not work out. But that's what happens when a game is being updated. But what stood out to me is that when I was playing the intro, Dean said a line that I can't remember if he said it in the original game or not, or if it was always there, or if it was added, but it is unhinged, because it's just further casting doubt on this friend group and this trip and how just weird everything is. Dean says, "If I'm being honest, when Sal said that everyone was heading somewhere for vacation and threw me an invitation, I was just happy to be included." Dean was invited by Sal?
Huh. Who invited Sal?
Wait,
who invited Sal?
We still don't know the basic logistics of who is on this trip and why and how that was sorted out. And that's absolutely driving me insane. Because, like,
because I thought Sal, the only people... I guess Sal knows Orlando, so Orlando probably invited Sal, which means that someone's +1 invited a +1.
It's extremely confusing, because, like, you're introduced to this game with this idea that basically everybody's in a friend group together, except Tyson, who is this, like, oh no, the friction person you invited, what have you done? But increasingly, I'm like, was anyone friends on this trip? The best I can assume is just that Roswell and Haas and Orlando and Dave were in anime club. And so like, they like each other. But Dean and Sal and Tyson all seem like they shouldn't be here, and that's like half of the group at this point.
It's very weird. It's a very weird vibe. And I don't really know what to think about it.
Yeah, and I've played this game for hundreds of hours now, so the fact that I'm still like, wait, I'm sorry, what's the logistics here? I'm still trying to figure out what the basics of the group is. And given that line exists, maybe there is more explanation now in the early game. Either that wasn't cemented well enough and so it didn't like stick the first time, or it was added now. that wasn't there before, and I just can't. I can't do the whole thing from scratch to find everything that might have been changed, but I am fascinated by that. I am fascinated by that line because it's another moment we played this game for so long, and that line just is incomprehensible.
Yeah,
it just absolutely cannot be the case.
My immediate question is: have you said you fast forwarded through the game, right?
Yeah.
Did you at the end get the scene with Thanatos where he tells you how many things that you have?
Yeah, and said that we had one more.
Okay, thank God. I was gonna say, imagine if we get through this route and it's like,
and I broke all of our progress.
You broke all of our all of our
right
progress.
Here, all of our thingies, and then one's missing.
Okay,
I don't know if this screen was here before either.
I don't know if it was, but if you scroll up, the shocking amount of question marks still is fucking baffling.
That could all be the true ending. Because the examples given here, like Dave's... Oops, it started.
What did you do?
Let me out. Wait, why isn't it paused? Wait, is... End replay. Is the fucking controller still broken for VNs for some reason? I don't, or just this VN?
This is a thing I've always experienced trying to use controllers with RenPy. The fact that this is for the audience to understand, whenever Keith talks about playing RenPy with controllers, my brain explodes because I've never had a good experience with this. It's always doubled inputs.
Press A, it's nice. But yeah, now it's freaking out like something broke.
Yeah, this is what playing Adastra and Echo on Steam Deck was like.
When I press start, it like what?
It's unpausing because it doubles the input, so you're pressing start twice.
Yeah, it's doubling every input.
Yeah,
what the fuck?
This is what my experience using RenPy.
I have to use a mouse all day. God damn it!
Yeah,
all right, let's use a mouse for all of Dean's route. Fucking great. Oh, it's a good start.
I think it might be
change chairs.
It might be a Steam input thing. It might be a Windows input thing. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I've gone this far without this problem, so I'm really not happy to have it just suddenly break now and be persistent like days later.
This is the craziest thing about it, because every person I know who has ever tried using a controller with a RenPy game has been like, why can I only ever save in every other save slot in Echo? And it's like, well, because you're using a controller, so it's doubling your input every single time you press down. It skips a line.
Because that's just like, yes, I have experienced that in Echo where it like skips down the menu.
Yeah,
but you don't normally navigate menus in RenPy.
Yeah,
or at least
so
in the genre of furry visual novel, you almost never have navigation to do besides picking between two options every now and then.
So that's the context behind why every single time you've been like, yeah, I'm using a controller, and I've been like, how? Because what you're experiencing right now is what I experience anytime I've tried to use a controller with a RenPy game.
Yeah, no, it just randomly broke in the middle of last session, and now just is still broken somehow. Great. With the power of all of the people in the comments section, someone might know the solution, so fingers crossed.
Part of me wonders if you just need
audience.
To get a nice new fancy controller.
Sure.
You're using like a 10-year-old controller right now, aren't you? Maybe it's just dead. Maybe it's just died finally.
No, it's not.
Okay.
No, it's because I don't know. I mean, I can't identify which type of Xbox controller it is at a glance.
It's Xbox
anymore.
One, isn't it?
I think it's a newer one. I think it's newer than my Xbox.
Okay.
I think it might be for the newer Xbox, technically.
Gotcha.
But might be compatible with the old Xbox. I think I've used this for my Xbox One.
They are backwards compatible, I think.
Yeah. I think this is an Xbox Series X controller or something. But I don't use Xbox. I haven't played enough Xbox to actually be aware of their hardware anymore. I went to the office/apartment of like a paw print press person like last week, and I saw it took me so long to register the fact that I was looking at an Xbox Series X thingy, because it looks like a little vertical tower thing that's just like square based and everything. It's just
Yeah,
very
it's like
it's a very
big
strange looking
rectangle.
console, and I've never seen one in real life before.
Yeah,
Because no
I
one
have
cares
one.
about Xbox.
I bought one. Yeah, this is funny. I bought an Xbox Series X when they came out, just because I go out of my way to get the consoles from each generation, just in case there's like an exclusive that I want to play. And I have used it once. I recorded my Dead Space remake Let's Play on an Xbox Series X, and I only did it with that because I was like, I want to use this console. I don't think I've turned on my Series X. I did. I used it to try and play Panzer Dragoon Order for my channel, backwards compatible, but it's broken, and I had to use my Xbox One X to do it instead. So I have my entire last 2 generations of Xbox, I've literally only used to play singular games.
There's just so much of like, what do you do with this console? What is it for?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what. Sorry, I'm trying to remember whether or not I want this thing to be like lit or not.
What?
Which, because this is the skip. This is the thing you use to skip text you haven't seen before, so you can fast forward through a game without having played it. It's for the purposes of me bulldozing through the paths. Now I'm trying to figure out which setting is which.
Gotcha.
Okay, this is turned off, so I had it set to the thing where it skips text that I haven't seen yet. Still. Yeah, I'm just gonna charitably do this scene because it's the first Dean conversation, and we'll just see. What's wrong? Just, no. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Don't be silly, Dave. Sit down for a bit. I nodded slowly, sitting next to Dean and finding him place a comforting hand on my knee. What's bothering you? Nervous about this vacation? Think something's gonna happen? I napped. I laughed nervously, giving myself away. The idea of Dean and I at a house, basically living together for a month, gave me a whole slew of feelings I didn't know how to process. Any specific feelings you'd like to detail?
It's so weird. I'm already weirded out about this whole relationship. It's so strange.
Alone for an extended period of time. Not alone.
Yeah,
like
not
5
alone.
more people. Alone for an extended period of time with a guy I was still figuring exactly where we stood, be it dating or otherwise, made me squirm giddy with the possibilities. Uh-huh. So have you ever done anything of any kind with each other? Well, who knows, right? Yep, who knows. Unless you already had plans, you're keeping a secret. I laughed again, nervous, the hyena laugh coming out more as a snicker as I quickly looked around to see if the others were wondering what I was laughing at. Speaking of plans, I was just planning on getting a nap in before we arrived. You look like you could use one too. I had coffee. I'll be fine. The smile I gave him after came out crooked as I tried to stifle the yawn that came moments later. Doesn't make sense. It can't be crooked.
This is fine, huh? Oh, I thought you meant this line of dialogue. I was like, this makes total sense, Keith. What the fuck are you talking about?
How can the smile come out crooked because you're stifling a yawn that came later? This is fine, huh? Okay, so maybe I could benefit from a nap. Welcome to use me as a pillow if you want. I have the book for it, and I've been told I'm pretty comfy. Again, we both laughed, though it was closer to tired. You keep saying that you laughed and then specifying that actually it wasn't really a laugh, it was a different thing. That's happened twice in this scene already. Though it was closer to tired chuckles as we both yawned again. While cuddling sounded nice, I felt I'd been given some choice words by the others the moment we got off the bus. Right. Well, I remember. He looked quickly over his shoulder to the back of the bus where Tyson was, sprawled out and looking out the window. You sure it's alright you invited him? Yeah, why? I watched his gaze go from me over to Roswell, then Orlando, settling back on me. No reason. You say it's fine, I guess. It'll be fine.
how does if this guy is no one's friend, how does he know anything about Tyson?
I don't know. I thought we've had lines from Tyson, from Sal and Dean specifying even that, like, I don't really know what's up with this guy, or what, but I'll give him a shot, like stuff like that, like, because they don't have history.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm so far, and this is just me being charitable. I do think when we're opting into Dean's route, right? Like, let's think about this from like a structural perspective. I do think it is refreshing when we are opting into paying attention to Dean. He is making his intentions very clear, where he's like, you can use me as a pit. Like, he's clearly flirting, and it's like, yeah, that is actually nice compared to what we have normally gotten, where it's like, you know, like, let's make up a scenario here. I feel like in Orlando's route, it's like, can you be my goat? Let's make out on our bed so that but it's only so that you can practice for Dean, which is just like an insane thing that no one would ever do. You know what I mean? Like, it's like a really crazy, like, warped fictional scenario, whereas like with Dean, it's like you're sitting next to someone, you're choosing to hang out with them versus all your friends, including the guy you literally invited, so he immediately is like flirting with you. That is refreshing from a like perspective of like real life engagement with people. Like, I do, to be charitable to the Dean route, and as much as we've talked shit about Dean so far,
30 seconds of the Dean route,
at least it's written in a way where his characterization straight up is logical so far, right? So that's all.
Orlando was just kind of incoherent because they made the very strange choice of having, so they have the character who is pining after the protagonist, essentially. Like, the protagonist is supposed to be paired with this other character, but I have eyes on the protagonist, so you have this whole aspect of like this coaching that has a sort of an ulterior motive, and he kind of wants something there, and like there's that all that awkwardness and like sort of jealousy. But then they also wrote Orlando to be after a different man entirely.
Yeah.
So he's like after Sal until he gets dumped, and then he remembers that he's also after Dave, who's also with Dean, and it's like such a mess. And it's like there's so many characters that don't have anything going on romantically that I don't know why Orlando had to be saddled with the route of being the person who's like helping prep Dave for Dean's route, while also secretly being into Dave, while also having a second dating prospect in the same narrative within this tiny cast.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Haas has nothing.
He's a non-character.
He just politely waits for you to be in his route to want to date him. And then like, well, I guess we're doing this. That's the level of engagement Haas has with being a dating prospect. He didn't seem keen on elaborating further, ruffling my head gently as he rested his head against the window and closed his eyes. He was done talking for now, apparently. Let's get some sleep. We got sleepies. Sit next to Dean. Wandering over to Dean with my plate, he got up and pulled the chair out for me, a broad smile on his face. Sit with me? As I intended to anyway, I sat down, placing my plate down before Dean pushed my chair in slightly and sat back down. So, what do I owe the pleasure? You mean to what do I, or, okay, of what? Sitting with me. I think I'd be so lucky to have such great company. Not exactly the dinner date I had in mind, but this is still good. It's been tense. I don't like this immediately. This is way too much. It's too much. It's like too much hype over an interaction that's we're 5 seconds into. I just like. It's like the same energy as like a grandpa that's like trying too hard to sound happy about the interaction you're having, and nothing's happened yet, and you haven't talked yet. You're like, okay. I think having a date while our friends are present wouldn't really make it a date, would it? To Dean's credit, he'd have He'd been trying to get his idea of a perfect date for a while, be it dinner or a movie. Wow, so he has such a specific idea for a perfect date. You know, any of the various date objects. It's just how to take any. But one of our friends would always just happen to be there. That's impossible. What are you talking about? First of all, how many of you are even friends? But you live in a city. You're right. Which means the next month, for the next month, dinner alone is probably off the table, unless what? That's a secret. I might have an idea, but leave it with me. It might take some thinking through first. My secret idea is to have dinner together, but 3 weeks from now, for some reason, it took
and have Orlando cook for us.
Yeah, it took that long to plan the idea of Orlando just cooking us dinner.
Jesus Christ.
What a thing to foreshadow on day one. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this was written now because of the fact that that's where the game's leading, but
yeah,
well, it's technically like setting something up, which is technically good storytelling. The thing it's setting up is so unhinged to set up 3 weeks early because it's not a reveal.
It's just wild to think that like this was written this way, like as if this route is foreshadowing this, but it's foreshadowing it because it's a shared scene across every single route. So it's like, oh no, you have to do this, but it also happens so far in the future that it's just like utterly unhinged.
So long as that's all right with you, what is sounds fine to me. Just remember not to try too hard. I haven't been coming across too strong, have I? Only sometimes. The attention is nice, but I don't know. This is all new to me. I'm just a little baby. I'm just a little baby. Well, shucks. I'll try to keep that in mind. Never meant to make you feel uncomfortable. How are you finding the mansion? You didn't just spend the day outside, right? Had a little bit of a look around. The place is huge, way bigger than any place I had stayed in before. Decided to head back outside and look around the woods a bit. You left the mansion? Like you actually went in there? What's wrong with going inside? It's not that scary, but I didn't go too far. Maybe a couple trees deep at that. I guess so. Tell you what, one day that we're here, I'll take you in, alright? An experienced woodsman like me should have no trouble easing your worries. It's less that I'm worried and more just what? It's nothing. So long as we don't get lost, it'd be great to go in. When you feel the itch, just let me know. Whatever that itch might be. In one motion, he skewered a piece of meat on his plate and threw it onto his mouth. It made him pause for all of a second before shoveling more enthusiastically down. I left him to it and started to eat my own dinner, though with a lot less gusto. His whole plate resembled more like a stew with the amount of meat and gravy compared to mine that it was balanced with meat and vegetables. Hungry? As if I'm preparing for hibernation. Still room for dessert, though. How do you even know we're getting dessert? I'm surprised you're already thinking ahead to it. I can hope, right? But I wouldn't go for a good slice of pie right now. Whoops. What I wouldn't do. Nothing beats a good apple and rhubarb pie. Custard, ice cream, regular cream, whatever on top suits me fine. Pie, huh? Mom used to make them all the time. Nothing beats the taste of home, right? When I looked over to Dean, he looked as happy as could be. A generous slice of pie with an almost perfect scoop of ice cream on top. What type of pie? Oh hey, pie. Guess someone was listening in, huh? Orlando must know me pretty well, huh? I'll have to thank him later. Can't say I've spoken with the guy that much, so maybe he just has a knack for these kind of things. Mine smells like coffee and chocolate, so it's tiramisu, I think, probably. Sounds fancy. Want to trade a bite?
Dave likes tiramisu but doesn't know what tiramisu is. One of the most visually distinct desserts.
Well, he also doesn't know it's tiramisu in half the routes.
Yeah, it's something that's only just now occurred to me, is that he knows what tiramisu is as a concept, but doesn't know what it looks like, which seems absurd to me, someone who eats and likes tiramisu. It is very visually distinct. It's like looking at a chocolate bar and being like, what's this? It's brown. Brown flavored things are chocolate, right? It's like, no, what? The fact that you don't know this is weird.
Sounds fancy. Want to trade a bite of it for a bite of my pie? He slid his plate closer without waiting for a reply, looking at me expectantly. Not that I didn't mind sharing, I just would have liked a chance to tell him so. The mouthful I had was a mix of hot from the pie and cold from the ice cream. Tart, sweet, buttery, and rich. Dean, being respectful for the amount I took of his pie, took the same amount for my dessert, nodding in approval. We still don't know what type of pie it is. Not bad. Dean took a bite of his own dessert and his eyes immediately bulged, double-checking what he just put in his mouth. There was a mix of pleasant surprise and suspicion, making his second bite a lot less reserved. Less? Suspicion made his next bite less reserved? I don't know what's being implied there. Is everything alright? Oh, yeah. Everything's fine. Just thought of something is all. Did you want more tiramisu? No, you enjoy your dessert. If you offer me any more, I might just accidentally eat the rest. Thank you, though. He put an arm over the back of my chair and continued to eat his pie, breaking off pieces with a spoon until he was... Oh, hey, look. I accidentally right-clicked, but this is the new save screen. It's got all these little icons.
They have icons. Interesting.
He, breaking off pieces of his spoon until he was down to using both hands to steady the plate and scrape up what was left. For me, my tiramisu was creamy and chocolatey, but with those familiar coffee tones that hit my nose whenever I moved my spoon through the cream. He never said what type of pie he got. He talked about hypothetically what type of pie he might like, but then he just didn't get that pie. He just said he just got a pie, and from that point on, every description of the pie was just that it was pie.
Something that I just thought about, sorry, this is totally unrelated, is that, well, I mean, it's not totally unrelated. It is about dinner. It's just, I just realized, like most stories in fiction and stuff, the logistics of cooking was not gotten into, and thank God for that, because it's not wasting our time. But tiramisu and pie, take a while to make. So it's very interesting to me, now that I'm thinking about it, that Orlando will be in scenes, and then it will transition from the kitchen to the dinner table, and it's and then Orlando came out with tiramisu, when it's
yeah,
that's a dish that takes multiple hours to make.
The fact that he made a separate dessert for every single person on this trip, despite using
From
somebody
scratch,
else's kitchen
yeah.
ingredients.
Yeah, exactly. It's there's just no consideration for how much work actually goes into cooking, which is kind of interesting.
You just cast a
I'm not
spell.
picking that apart like a plot hole. I would never expect a story like this to actually really care about that, and I think it's irrelevant. But it is funny to me that I just now realized this, because it is weird now that I think about it, of wow, they are just magically producing a very large amount of extravagant, complex food.
It's not just that he was able to cook a complex dessert in a single evening the day he arrives in somebody else's kitchen. He made 6 different desserts, at least. I don't know if he made himself one.
In non-bulk sizes, which in a way is even harder to do.
Just wild. Come on in. Me calling out was for the most part unnecessary. Even with the amount of plants inside the greenhouse, Dean stood out like a sore thumb. What can I do for you, Dave? Looking for me or something? Just looking around, exploring the mansion. You said you were going to check it out, and I figured I'd do the same. Well, I appreciate the company. Must be my lucky day if you decide to spend some time with me. Plants are nice, but they don't exactly hold a conversation well. You talk to the plants? Not all that much, just the normal amount. There's a normal amount? You don't talk to yourself, or to your, penis. My what? Drawings, art stuff. Oh, I suppose I do? See, not all that different. He gestured wide to the plants we were standing between. The most notable thing about them was the pleasant, fresh smell that was assaulting my nose. Not a word I would use for a pleasant smell. Maybe don't use the word assault. Those aren't even your plants, though. Whoever's they aren't taking good care of them. There's no automatic watering or anything set up. Shy of one specific thing, they're kept watered. They're keeping watered, the rest seems fated to wilt. Are they just keeping the pumpkin watered or something? Is that the foreshadowing? Is Benson just really bad at his job? He doesn't water the plants? What's that? Wilting is when plants start to die. Dave, you're 19. No, the thing they're watering. Oh. Not too sure. Looks like a gourd, but it could just be a display piece. Not sure why they'd set up for it to be watered if it was fake, though. Could always ask someone if it's alright to go check it out more closely? I might. There's enough here for a small growing project for the month, and if they're not planning on using the space, maybe I can grow something. In a month? Plenty can grow in a month. Besides, gotta have something to do in the downtime. You think there's going to be a lot of that? We're on vacation, Dave. We're here to relax, aren't we? I know Sal and I can be pretty lazy when we want to be. I suppose that's fair. Tyson and I can be pretty lazy too, or... well, Orlando and Roswell too. Noticing Haas isn't on that list? He's the most active out of all of us, but not someone that I'd call lazy. What? Yeah, why but? He's the most active out of all of us, but not someone I'd call lazy.
So not someone I'd call lazy is more, yeah.
I want to call myself lazy. Not really, just easygoing. You called yourself lazy. You introduced the word into this conversation while talking about yourself. That sounds like you're just describing lazy. I'm not. If I had the time, I'd grow trees, then cut down and make into a cabin, or grow some flowers to surprise someone special to me. That takes work. There's just missing words here and there. True. The best we could probably make do with is to start with the seedlings that seem to have been neglected rather than died off completely. I shot him a wry smile as he thought it over, scratching his chin. Who knows what they'll turn out to be? Probably nothing dangerous. At least keeping them alive is something I can do, if all they need is to be watered. Yeah. Everything okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Your tone doesn't say you are. I am, just tired. If you say so. I probably should continue on anyway. Lots more to see, probably. I tried my best to give him a smile, but he didn't seem overly convinced. Alright, well, I'll probably be here or somewhere in the backyard for the rest of the day. The weather is nice, that I might take another wander in the forest. Nice enough, I guess? Just don't get lost. Given the size of the mansion, I should say the same to you. I poked my tongue out at him and he continued to laugh, wandering over to some plants and started mumbling to himself. The tense keeps changing mid-sentence. So far the Dean route is like a nightmare of grammar. Just missing words, incorrect words with bad mouth feel for the tone of the sentence, and wandering over to some plants and started mumbling to himself. I took that as my cue to go check out somewhere else. Let's check out the vault, and then oopsie. Greenhouse was nice enough, if a little too much like a private jungle for my own taste. Dean seemed to like it though. Let's message Dean on day 3. I went for Dean. After the hug last night, he felt like the most appropriate choice. It took only a few minutes before I got a response, inviting me over to his room to chat. A short walk down the hallway led me to his door, and as I went to open it, I found it being opened for me instead. Oh, morning. Excuse the mess, I wasn't expecting company this early. What? Oh, that was my got it. I'd gotten fully dressed before coming over, but Dean was still in his underwear, still looking dazed. Sorry for waking you. It's alright, I wasn't sleeping all that well anyway. I can let you get back to sleep if you want. I'm awake now. How can I help? Did you get woken up by a text message? Oh my god, don't let your phone do that. I hate that. Did you need another hug? Well, it's just like you. It's just like you, though. I'm starting to get proper sleep here. Sure, it's only been a couple of days, but you can't shake that feeling you were having. Kinda, yeah. Normally I'd put it down to just being an unfamiliar bed, but that's probably not it if you're getting that feeling while awake. Is that what's happening for you? Just another bed? Nah, I can sleep pretty much anywhere if I'm tired enough, and I make sure that I'm good and tired before rolling over for some sleep. Like doing hard work outside? Well, something's hard anyway. The best I could offer him was a half-hearted chuckle as he snickered to himself, standing awkwardly in the doorway to his room. You're in your underwear, you can't trick me. You can't trick me, I can tell. Maybe that's all you need. Just something to properly tire you out physically before you rest your head. I feel exhausted enough mentally as it is. But you're alright emotionally, right? Sure, I guess. That's not a good sound. Well, that tone was convincing. I don't really think about it. Everything's probably fine. Okay, if you say so. It's not like there are ghosts to worry about. So we can probably deal with it, with whatever it is that's bothering you. Ghosts? Yeah, unlike ghosts, a good talk or a hug or just good activity can do wonders. Unlike ghosts. What a sentence to write. All ghosts are good for.
Once again, it is very much like the writing in this game just feels like someone who doesn't know how people talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just like unlike
two
ghosts,
Google Homes approximating what a conversation sounds like.
Yeah. It's just there's such completely separate thoughts that can't be joined or compared. Yeah. So using like transitional dialogue to jump between them as if they're related in any way and have values that are comparable is just like,
yeah,
it throws me so hard when I'm reading it. Cause I'm like, that's not, it's,
yeah.
Like you could be like, well, it's not like it's a ghost, it's not like there's ghosts or anything, so it's probably something we can deal with. But then continuing to mention the ghosts in every sentence after that, as if they're related to the thought, it just gets, it strains it so hard. You can hear the leather creaking. Unlike ghosts, a good talk or a hug or just good activity can do wonders. Ghosts don't do any wonders. Except for that they are a wonder, I guess, because they're ghosts. All ghosts are good for are just making creepy sounds and maybe startling you. Can't hurt you beyond that.
This is all very presumptuous about how ghosts work.
Yeah, we're just assuming that we know that ghosts are real, and also these are the rules if they are real, but also that's all they're good for.
We know Dean's character knowing a lot about ghosts.
This has happened 100 times in this visual novel already, but yeah, it's like it's one of these weird sentences where they just kind of like, well, I'm suddenly thinking about this noun. I'm gonna start listing characteristics of this noun in a tone that sounds like I'm just kind of thinking of stuff to list right now. And like, it happens constantly, but it's happening here with the ghosts, where she's like, yeah, ghosts, they make creepy sounds, they might startle you or something, I guess. Okay. Why? Why are we listing things? And then can't hurt you, but this whole page is a disaster. Can't hurt you beyond that. Okay, so given all those other assumptions, can't hurt you beyond that. What? All they're good for is that, and can't hurt you beyond that. Okay, but the comparative dialogue was that the stuff that things are good for is the hugs and talking, unlike ghosts. So all that ghosts are good for. But then you say that all that ghosts are good for is the stuff that they're not good for. It's the stuff they're bad for. Can't hurt you beyond that being the final thought, as if this was a paragraph leading to that line. And it just, it's every single individual sentence, and sometimes every half of a sentence is a hard right turn with no sense of continuity of what the thought is or where we're going. It's just a nightmare. It's so much to unpack right here. That's actually hard to explain how much is wrong. But like, that does, each language is attached to other language when it's put in order. And sentences exist in that order for a reason, and people like unconsciously talk like that on purpose, because like if you don't say sentences in an order that makes sense and doesn't like build, then you sound insane, and he's doing that. So what am I meant to do? Just put up with it? Are we still talking about the ghosts? Kinda. It's not like it'll be forever. I don't even know what Dave was talking about. If it's anything serious, we'd notice it anyway and deal with it as a group. The ghosts? You said ghosts so much that I can't tell if you'd stop talking about ghosts or not. I wasn't expecting to have Dean scoop me into a hug tight enough to lift me off the ground, but he set me back down gently a moment later with another pat on the head. Try not to worry about it, Dave. We're on vacation after all, with the ghosts. It's Dave's mansion. Yeah, you're right. I'm just being silly. That's not what I meant.
You are? Is that what you're being?
I think they mean silly as in stupid and not goofy.
I don't know.
That's the best I can come up with.
But I'm
just silly. It doesn't make any sense, but it's like, I'm just being silly. Like that kind of tone is like,
sure,
maybe.
I just mean more along the lines of like, I don't understand what makes him say that, because again, is ghosts the topic of this conversation?
Yes.
Like, I don't,
like,
you know what I mean?
So
like,
much that it's like,
yeah.
It's unclear if we
what are you being? What are you
ghosts.
being? What are you being silly about, Dave? Is it because is it ghosts the thing that Dean mostly discussed? What are you talking about?
That's not what I meant. I just don't know what we can do without knowing what's giving you the heebie-jeebies. Bless you. That doesn't make sense. That's not a Gazoon tight. You can't put a Gazoon tight joke there. I'd say you could come lay in bed with me, but you seem ready to start the day. That, and it's not the most clean place right now. It's day 3. What did you do? You've used this bed twice. What exactly did you say? What did you
think
do
I know
to
what it is. I think I remember the conversation. Dave is talking about feeling weird about sleeping in someone else's bed. That's what he's being silly about, not ghosts. That's what this is about.
Yeah, the conversation is about not sleeping well, but they talked about ghosts so much that it didn't really re-cement that they're talking about sleeping again.
Yeah, correct. I'm just saying I remember what the thought is about. I have refound the thread here, which is that's what Dave is being silly about. Okay, I understand now.
Yes.
Yeah.
What did he do to the bed in 2 nights? Probably no worse than my room. Trust me on this, Dave. I was kind of in the middle of something. What the fuck, Dave?
I was cranking it.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
It sounds like Dean fucking glued the pages together of his bed.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Jesus Christ, Dean. I don't... Why are you saying this to me?
I
can't wait to date Dean.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really got anything to say. It just is a thing that's happening to us.
Leaking like a faucet, day 2 of this trip. Jesus fucking Christ.
Something's hard, Dave, I say, sitting in my doorway, fully on display. I don't know. Whatever, let's talk about ghosts. I was in the middle of something, Dave.
Oh no, it's ectoplasm. It's ghost.
Is Dave
ghost? He's
is Dave literally blind?
Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on.
I don't understand.
I mean, regardless of whether or not he's using the shower, I don't really...
It's just that he said he was in the middle of something, so I was like, did you come on the sheets on purpose?
Was he just jerking off in bed next to Dave while Dave was asleep?
Just straight jerking? No, Dave wasn't there. Dave walked over here because he got he's been sleeping badly. He texted him first. He's like, because it's the day 3.
I thought...
Day 3, you say who you're texting.
You're right. That's right.
Bed
Okay.
is the vacation, not Dean's bed.
In my head, I was like, why? I got lost where we were in the story. This is why I'm all confused. Okay, right. I get it.
Yeah, no, I'm literally like, did Dean jack off in the bed on purpose and get it on the sheets, or did he have like an emission? But he's just standing in front of us in his underwear, and that's not coming up. Because, like, if it happened in his sleep, then there's evidence that he can't hide right now, really. That isn't just in his sheets. So I'm just like, it's just a lot. It's a lot to hit me with on day 3 of Dean's route. Mm-hmm. It's literally more graphic than anything that happened in any other route ever. Something in bed? You know. Tire myself out to get more sleep. Yeah, so, how much, this isn't really the time for this kind of conversation. You brought it up. You're telling
what the
us.
fuck?
You're volunteering the information. Also, they keep saying everyone has a super sense of smell in this setting, so Dave would have known. I hate to break it to you. He just walked into the room. It's gonna be noticeable. Right. Yeah, probably not. You did wash your hands though, right? Of course. You think I just pat you on the head after touching my junk? It takes something pretty serious to make me forget to do that. The sheets though, total. Gonna need to burn them. Maybe I shouldn't have hurried over so quickly then. A couple more minutes would have been nice, but it's fine. You needed someone to hear you out, and really, I'm the problem for bringing this up. I'm fucking weird. Which I appreciate, but should I let you back to it? The mood's kind of been killed, hasn't it? Unless you're offering something I wasn't expecting. Let me help you with that. Let me do it for you. What mood has been killed? Were you in what mood did this room give you? Oh, I mean, I'm kidding, Dave. I'll probably just lay in bed for a bit more and have a shower. It's time for the part where a password character explains their itinerary to us. You should probably do the same and get a nap in before breakfast. I'm detailing your itinerary now. Yeah, I might just do that. I could use what sleep I can get. That's the spirit. I'll see you at breakfast. This person's never been to a furry convention because they would know that furries never plan anything, and it's impossible to communicate about what everyone's going to be doing in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I wandered away back to my room, looking over at my shoulder, watching Dean wave to me before closing the door to his room. I'm going to really struggle with the fact that they both have 4-letter D names this route. When I got back to mine, I promptly collapsed on my bed and fell right back asleep. Dean regarded me a little sheepishly as I sat down next to him, eyes darting to his coffee after he'd said hello. How did your shower go? Cold. Fine. Cold, but fine. Why would you take a cold shower? I needed a reality check. Mine was getting away from me when I got back to bed. Did I do something? Nope, just had some things in my mind, that's all. Still talking about straight jorking it to you right after talking to you, implying that it was about the fact that we talked for 3 seconds about you having trouble sleeping. And then I talked about my cum. Anything important? Not as important as getting some coffee into you. It's a metaphor. Have you ever played San Andreas, Dave? Brewed a pot just for us earlier. What about the others? They had some already, so it's not like we're hoarding it to ourselves. Not this time, anyway. Dean started pouring the coffee into a fresh mug that sat out on the table, pausing to look at me expectantly. Milk and sugar, please. You got it. With practiced hands, Dean slid my order over to me. From the first sip, I feel invigorated, making me wonder if I actually enjoyed the taste or if I just needed it to be functional in the morning. They say with practiced hands, and Dean opens a cafe, but everything else about Dean says he's a woodsman.
Yeah.
Just muddled. The people
The thing that's weird to me about Dean being like a woodsman is that the implication isn't that he's a woodsman, it's that he's like a gardener. So like, I don't know, I keep thinking about that and it's like, that's different. That's a different thing.
Yeah, is he a gardener, or is he a woodsman, or does he have an interest in like pastries and cafes? Because of all things, he doesn't. Like, you can have a job as a gardener, and I don't even just mean like gardening other people's houses. Like, you can have like that. I can drive right now to a shop that's just entirely like greenery that you can buy and stuff, and someone's like maintaining that whole place. Like, that's a job.
Yeah.
If you don't want to be a logger or something. And give up. I didn't hear. Interesting that there's no. The negative password sound isn't playing. Now we'll partner up with Dean on day 4. Dean's comment earlier made it seem like his ideas on what this scavenger hunt could be was a means to finally get some alone time together to hang out, whatever that translated to. Penis, Dave. It's penis. It wasn't the same as having a date, but perhaps it could be it's literally what a date is. You can literally have a date where you're like, we're gonna go on a scavenger hunt in this hedge maze together and stuff. But perhaps it could be the perfect opportunity to try and have one, or make the most of what privacy we can find as teammates. Choose Dean, yes. I picked Dean. Me, huh? Perfect. Who else is going with who?
Oh, I'll take Orlando.
Me? Are you sure? Orlando started to fidget and giggle to himself, leaving Sal looking a little confused. That said, it seemed as though their team was set.
My first line of dialogue in the entire run, I'll take Orlando.
I'm gonna take him out. That left three people left. God damn it. Come on, man. And for a moment I was worried as to how this was going to play out. This is fucking stupid. Count me out.
That makes things easier. Looks like you're with me, Roswell. Nice even teams after all.
Looks to be that way, yeah.
It is noteworthy that when you pick Dean's route, it's the only time that you pick somebody for this scavenger hunt, and Dave actually has like some kind of romantic implication in his goals. Which is funny because like mechanically that is what the choice is. You're choosing who you're going to date, but that's the only time that it actually does that. But it makes sense because Dave's, given that we know about how Dean is so heavy in his presence exclusively as a romantic prospect and not as a character, that makes sense, at least.
Yeah.
It's a maze we're about to beat the hell out of, Dave. Let's go. Before I realized what had happened, Dean had already disappeared into the hedge maze out of sight. Uh-oh. Dean, where are you? Dave, I'm very lost. His voice rang out over the walls of the maze, but there was no telling if he was anywhere specifically nearby or how to get to him. Standing there, rubbing my face, at a loss for what to do, I didn't hear someone approaching behind me.
Boo.
I almost jumped out of my fur, squeaking loud. Haas, don't do that. Dave, everything all right? Yeah, I'm fine. You don't sound fine. Don't worry, I'll come find you. I looked to Haas, who still seemed satisfied with this little scare as we waited for Dean to show up. Am I close?
He's not doing so well on his own, is he?
He's trying, so that counts for something, right?
More than what I can say for Roswell. Poor guy apparently needed a break, so I'm on my own.
Are you just mindlessly wandering the place like the rest of us, or do you have a system?
Let's partner up. Never mind, let's abandon our partners immediately. Would it make you... Yeah. Would it make you feel better if I said I'm in the same boat as you?
Any sense of organization immediately breaking down 5 minutes after it started is the most realistic thing about this game. So long as it's nothing like how Dean's faring, I guess you're not doing so bad. Dean called out again over the hedges, no closer than when he called out the last time.
Doesn't seem like either of us are winning this one.
I just realized the medals work exactly like the passwords. The first one is set up like a tutorial, and then none of the rest work that way.
Yeah. Oh, doesn't chances are someone's already found the medal even if they aren't cheering about it.
So we do what? Give up?
Throwing in the towel when the giving gets tough? Fuck off, dude.
That's not it. But what's the point of playing if the game's already over?
Sometimes the game isn't always over when you think it is.
God,
Tell me
Haas
about it.
is
We've been
annoying.
playing this game for 150 hours.
We've had 75 endings. I don't get it.
No, my mistake. I thought you might have. Guess my read on the situation was off. Stop negging us. We're not even in your route.
You read on the... What do you mean?
I'll tell you later.
The fuck are you
This guy is such a dick. Ugh, I hate him.
Then Haas left, slipping around the corner and out of sight. As I was about to start huffing and puzzling out what he meant, I start huffing. I'm gonna huff. That would have worked.
Dave's doing poppers in the maze.
They help me think. They help me think, Haas. I felt a pair of arms wrap around me and lift me slightly off the ground. Hey, found you. He set me down gently and dusted off his hands, beaming proudly. Dusting off your hands after you touched me? Now we can really get started on finding this medal. You just missed Haas, who thinks we might be a bit late in doing that. You already found it? No, he was having about as much luck as we were, but he did think that somebody would have already found it by now. I wonder if there's a way to check. Yelling? Yelling will do it. Oh, I know. What if I threw you up so you could see over the top of the hedges? And look where. More importantly, why throw? I don't think standing on my shoulders is going to be quite tall enough to see very far. I bet you weigh a lot less than a log, so strength isn't going to be a problem. If it's anything like you trying to help your brother at the pizza place. That was only one time, and it wasn't that much soda I spilled across the table. Was Dave there or something? Has Dave been to Fazbear's? Roswell was drenched, I guess so. Hey, I apologized and cleaned it up. Maybe this is what Haas was saying about the going getting tough. Well, he said the giving getting tough, which was confusing. I'm like, that's not what normally people say. Huh? Don't worry. We should just focus on getting to the medal, or out of the maze right now anyway. Which way do we go? Beats me. Aren't you good at navigating outdoors? Yeah, when it's something like the woods. I didn't get lost for no reason. Oh, so we're stuck? I guess we could try going back the way I came. I think I remember the way. Sorry. 4? I didn't mean to go off Russian, I just got excited. Oh, what? That's fine. I can understand getting excited about things. Yeah? Yeah, like going to the paint store, or finding a new crocheting pattern. I'm an art person. I don't think I can relate. I've never really been much into the arts and crafts myself, only dabbled with some woodwork. Woodwork? Like as a carpenter? I wouldn't go that far. I'd love to build a house one day, but for now, I'll stick with whittling. A craft. A literal art and craft. Bless you. Huh? You don't know what whittling is? Wood carving, Dave, like small things. Oh, neat. How about I show you at some point? Huh? You brought stuff with you that you've made? No, but I think I could find some tools. All I need is a decent knife, but can't remember if I brought mine with me or not. If I did, though, I'd have find some inspiration. Sounds great. But for now, how about we find a way out of here? Where do we start? If this was anywhere else, we would work with tracks left on the ground or disturbances of the plant life, but trimmed hedges and well-worn paths through here isn't given as much. So we could try wandering around and calling for help, unless... Dean reached into the hedge next to him, rummaging around until his arm came to a sudden halt. Nope, there are brick walls inside the hedges, so no cheating here. That's an overcommitment. Have you guys tried just walking instead of just standing here and just talking about how you don't know how to immediately solve a hedge maze? That's what a maze is, you know. Like, that's the premise.
Yeah.
And there's nothing else for it. Let's try to get it ourselves. You sure? We might end up just getting lost again. Who cares? You're not gonna die in the hedge maze. Yeah, well, not like we have any other options. Lead on then. Normally I'd be saying you should stay put and wait for someone to come rescue you, but I don't think that applies to backyard mazes. Yes, I know that you want to tell us that you're a woodsman, but this is not an elegant incorporation of that information. Normally I'd say this stupid thing that's not applicable. Cool. Much like how Haas had left, Dean had only taken a few confident strides before he disappeared around the corner without me. Dave, walk. Just go with people. Why are you like this? Wait, I thought I was leading. It didn't take long for me to catch up, or for us to get just as lost as Dean was before. Lost enough where we made no progress towards finding anyone or anything, and heard Orlando calling out to us from the entrance. So, if this is a story that has like themes and character and scenes exist for a reason and stuff, then this is telling me that this is a story where Dean is too eager and he doesn't understand boundaries very well, and he's going to in some way hurt Dave by being too sexually aggressive in a way where he doesn't mean to cause harm, but it's going to go bad for them, because the resonance of the scenes that we're dealing with here is like, one, it's like Dean pushed Dave on sharing the desserts, and Dave made the note that he would have preferred to have shared, that he would have preferred to have had the chance to offer, or like it'd been his up to him whether or not this was happening. Like Dean had the idea, but then was already pushing the desserts around to share them before he got an answer. And then here he runs off because he gets too excited and he fucks up and makes things worse for everybody. And then, oh, they're both lost in the maze together. It's like, it's the maze of love. Like they're both fools and don't know what they're doing, and they're gonna make mistakes and stuff. That would be how you set up a romance if that's where you're going with it. If that's not where it's going, then these are strange setups, because like the scenes so far all seem to telegraph the exact path of the storyline. The question is whether or not that kind of thing is being thought about when a scene like this is written or not. Eventually Orlando found us and guided us back out, shaking his head at how we'd managed to get lost. Dean spent most of the time laughing about it, maybe just enjoying the fact that he wasn't alone in where he ended up. After Orlando had brought us out, we waited for the others. Soon enough, we were all together once again. We input another password, the day 4 password. Give up. There's no beep beep. Day 5. There you are. Oh, hey Dean, what are you up to? Nothing right now. All the excitement seems to be over for now, so mostly just milling about. What about you? Was just helping Roswell. Orlando and Haas were also helping. And how's he holding up? Doing alright after being in the woods all night? Mostly just some rest. But after a shower and maybe something hot to drink, he'll be okay. Good. Things could have been much worse. Yeah, I know. But if you're going to be alright, then great. Means I can show you something in the greenhouse, guilt-free. Already? Did you find something? Only one way to find out. You have to see when we get there. That's not the only way to find out. You can just tell me. Half dragging me by the hand, he led the way outside. All the way until we were inside the greenhouse. You didn't have to drag me the whole way. Maybe not, but it was sort of fun. Now that we're here, what did you want to show me? Oh, right. I know I left it around here somewhere. Just a moment. Started haphazardly moving things around, grumbling. Then after a minute or two, he jumped, dragging me closer and gestured to the soil he was in front of. Jumped, dragged, gestured. Okay, that was me. See? See what? The plant. Well, it's just a sprout, but it's growing. You took that long to figure out where this was? Well, it's not that big yet. It's still growing. Besides, you have no idea what this is, do you? A plant. That's it? A growing plant. A vegetable? What if I said it was a flower? What, like a rose, or trying to tell me something? Does that hyena want to be given roses someday? I don't know, it's just flowers, romance. What else do you see flowers? Think back, Dave, to when we first met. At the cafe? Exactly. Do you remember what flowers were there? Truthfully, I only half remembered. It gave me a chance to think back to that day, though. About 1.5 years ago, or something like that, anyway. So, Dean came into Dave's life literally after Roswell was already back. That's how short of a timetable. 1.5 years ago is how long they've known each other. 1.5 years ago means that Dave was definitely 17.
Yeah.
So whoops on the math there. I'd gone to the cafe for my morning coffee, expecting nothing interesting to happen. That's a lot of beer at the cafe. And okay, this is just not a cafe. This is a bar. Yeah, that's all a bar. I was like, why are there halls? Why is there so many like cough drops in this place? And then I look at the top shelf, and the top shelf in the back is also all drinks. In addition to the cooler up front. This place really sells a lot of halls and like chewing gum. So it's a liquor store. It's not even a bar. Okay. And a lot of nuts. Okay. It was about as busy as normal. A lot of tables taken by those having breakfast or a hot drink. Yep, a hot drink of Skull. Though there were just as many people waiting to either order coffee to go or to collect what they'd already placed to order. Found myself in the first group of people lining up, barely awake enough to order, but a regular enough to just be given my usual with a chuckle and a wave. What? Barely awake enough to order, but a regular enough to just be given me my usual with a chuckle and a wave. Okay, he's saying that he's too tired to order properly, but he's been around enough that they know what he wants anyway. But those are just weird sentences. That the grammatical parallel between awake enough and regular enough is confusing because those aren't similar descriptors. I'm not insane, right? They said... Oh, that first group. Okay. He said that he found himself in that first group of people lining up, which is one of the most confusing things you could say at this point in setting this scene. I thought he meant the first group of people lining up, like when the store opened, which doesn't make sense because people are already eating breakfast here. And then I realized, oh, yeah. He said that first group because this sentence says that there are people waiting for their coffee to go or to collect what they've already placed in their order. And he's specifying he's one of the people waiting in the most confusing and arcane language possible. while the last page actually had a different first group, which is people who are already sitting down and eating and drinking their drinks. So it's the first group of this sentence, but not the first group of this page, because there's 3 groups of people on this page, and the distinction between the 2 groups of people in this sentence is just people who are waiting for their order or currently collecting their order, which is just not even worth like describing in such an arcane, complex way. Unnecessary. I feel like there's just no reason to use complex language when describing things unless you're specifically like evoking emotion, basically. Like you use more creative writing to create an emotional response, not just to give exposition but out of order. like you dropped it and had to put it back together. Whoa, sorry there, buddy. This is my uniform at the cafe. Our hands collided as we both reached. Oh, he doesn't work here. Never mind. As we both reached for the same coffee that was placed on the counter, his much larger hand dwarfing mine, but reeling back just as fast. Is it going to be a plot point that their names are similar? that's how they met, because they went for the same coffee cup. It is. Okay. That's at least it's part of the story, I guess. Otherwise, I would be like, don't give 2 characters these names. Must have misheard the name. You look like you need this more than I do, anyway. Just let people take your order. Inching forward, I took the cup and took a sip, staring at the bear in front of me, still content, waiting for his coffee. He was giving me a warm feeling, either from his cheery smile or relaxed demeanor, I couldn't tell. He was giving me a warm feeling, or maybe it's the coffee I'm holding and drinking right now. Moments later, another coffee was put down. This time his name was called. Without taking his eyes off me, he took his coffee and swirled it lightly in his hand. You know, taking it without looking might be part of why you had the wrong coffee the first time. Want to drink our coffee together? Huh? Unless you'd rather go our separate ways. No, I mean, sure, we can share a table. I'm 17, by the way. Really? Well, I'd guess to get today is lucky after all. Dean led me over to a table, pulling my chair out for me before hastily sitting down opposite. I thought his coffee might spill from how he'd slammed the cup down on the table. Sure, it's nice having some company this morning. Figured I'd just be sitting here by myself again. Again? I've never seen you here before. Really? I think I'm usually here a bit later. Been trying out a whole bunch of places for my first coffee of the day, though, so maybe we've just missed each other. Maybe? Do you do that sort of thing often? Every now and again, Dave. You know my name? Your cup does, anyway. In case you missed the barista calling out my name, it's Dean. Well, nice to meet you, Dean. Pleasure was all mine. What brings you to this cafe so early, anyway? I like the fact that he did miss the name, because we know his own narration, and it didn't include Dean's name. The coffee, mostly. Can't start the day without it, and, well, it's a popular place to go.
I understand he's just making conversation, but, like, it is insane to go to someone waiting in line at a cafe and be like, what are you here for in the early morning? Coffee, you fucking idiot.
Coffee at the coffee place? That's crazy. You're crazy. You're funny. I love people like that. We both looked at the mass of people around us, Dean nodding along to my claim. Notably a lot of police waiting for their coffee, their uniforms sticking out from the rest of the crowd. I'm normally up at this time already, though lately it's been needed to help my younger brother work. What, at a lumber mill? I know I look the type, but no, I'm not a lumberjack, at least not yet. Little brother runs his own pizza chain. I just help out where I can. His own chain? Are you implying... Does he mean chain as in like a location on the chain, or he runs literally a chain of restaurants? Being your younger brother when you are like 24, 23 now? Is there a 21-year-old pizza
I thought his brother was older than him. So this is news to me that he's younger.
I don't know what to do with this information. They're just trying really hard to incorporate a FNAF joke into this because that's honestly, what I've seen from Password fans is the target demographic of this game is the people of an age that like FNAF. I don't... With what? Making pizzas? No, I'm better left to just eating pizza. He's more like a janitor to keep the place clean. Not that I mind if that's the job that needs doing. Oh, well that's not so bad, right? Money's money after all. I just wish I was a florist instead of it was a florist instead of a pizzeria. You like flowers? They're great. Don't mean to brag, but I reckon I have quite the green thumb. But you have brown fur. Reminds me of a friend of mine. Said the same thing when we first met, but I reckon he's got even greener thumbs than I do. So it's Sal. So he knew Sal before he knew Dave. And they were comparing Dave
I think we knew that.
Sal's baffling brains of not being able to know basic terms.
What's weird to me here with this specifically is that he's like, he knew Sal before he knew Dave, and Dave knew Sal before he knew Dean, I think. So they just coincidentally knew the same person who are both coming on this trip. That's odd.
Yeah.
Again, more indication that none of these people ever hang out and have never seen each other's friends.
It is strange that in Sal's route, you're shown how Sal and Dave met, and they just randomly also coincidentally met at a gym in the rain. And it had nothing to do with Dean. Like, do you think you just set it up like, oh, here's the chain of friends, and like in order to reinforce that, you would have Dean introducing Sal and Dave in the flashback, but instead it's Sal walking into the rain at the gym. And Dean is not mentioned or does not come up in any way, so it makes it really hard to piece together all these relationships when they're not actually, they almost don't seem to exist from scene to scene. So here, like, they're kind of doing the work here, like, and then maybe it could be a rewrite thing, but like there's like more attempt to make it all like fit together. I don't think I know of anyone with green fur, at least not naturally green anyway. Can't say I do either. Surprised that I don't from how often I come away from yard work with grass stains. That doesn't mean you naturally have green fur, whatever. How often, from how often you're growing flowers? Do more than that. But you do learn a bunch from flowers. Like how certain ones you can forage for snacking on. Or how some really don't like sharing. Flowers can share? Oh, so daffodils don't like being planted with other flowers, or really others don't like being planted with daffodils. Their sap is toxic, so it kills anything they're around. Sounds lonely. You find a plant, then you find a plant with them with other daffodils, though. It's why the ones next to us are perfectly safe. Okay, I guess there's daffodils here in the room. Is this... In any other story, you'd hear lines like this and be like, this is building to something, right? Like, oh, it's, you know, daffodils, they poison anything that they touch, so you can't plant them with other plants. That's quite a thing for your romantic interest to say in a romance route, but I don't know if that's going anywhere. Sounds like weeds, but the color is nice? I suppose I could see that. I suppose I could see that daffodils are nice as a florist. Looking from Dean to the flowers next to us, I swirled the coffee remaining in my cup. Only when I turned back to him, I noticed his eyes trained on me. What? You wouldn't be interested in getting coffee again sometime, would you? I wouldn't mind getting to know you a bit better. Huh? Like what, a date? Would that be so bad? If you say no, I completely understand. Oh, I can't say I've ever really been asked something like that before. Guess I'm your first time then. If I'm not hearing a no, then I guess I at least asked someone also in the guise. Well, I suppose if I'm put on the spot. Whoa, hold on, phone's buzzing. This could be important. Shoot, it's my brother. I'm needed at work. Guess you gotta get going, huh? Yeah. Guess you're just gonna have to give me an answer next time. He snatched his coffee off the table and hurried towards the door, turning back before leaving to say that he'd see me tomorrow. Sure enough, I did. Well, not at the cafe. By pure coincidence, we ran into each other. But we're not gonna follow up on that. I did say yes to that date eventually, though, when I had the chance. I haven't forgotten. Just want to make the most of it. So it's been 18 months. Careful, otherwise I might change my mind. Wait, really? That's something that could happen? It's been 1.5 years, Dean. Maybe. Depends on if you're going to tell me what the sprout is or not. Is it a daffodil? No idea. But you said it was a flower. Well, I planted this, sure, and based on how fast it sprouted, it was likely to be one. Maybe I should just move it to its own pot. I don't think anyone is going to be fighting you for access to the greenhouse, so you're probably fine. True. Wouldn't it be nice to have your own little potted flower? It could be neat, maybe. Come on, let's tend to the plants before taking a walk. It didn't take all that long to water the plants, even if I was told I was being a little too heavy on the water. Then we went for another walk around the grounds, just chatting idly. Most of it was just quiet time spent outside, though. That is interesting. They did do an interesting little setup there. If any of this is meant to be parallels to the romance route, they set up a type of plant that is poisonous to those that they touch. And that's in the context of, oh, here's a plant. I don't know what it is yet. We won't know what type of flower it is until it sprouts. Yep. So it's like, oh, it's the fucking indeterminate fate of their relationship.
Yep.
That's actually like, I'm not prepared for that kind of stuff to come up in this game so far. That makes me curious if it's rewritten or not. Or maybe this is was just always the main route and like distractingly so. There's probably enough time before dinner. Or a swim. Or at the very least, a soak in the hot tub. After the walking we did, that would feel kind of nice. Want to join me? Well, I feel like if I'm going to join the hot tub, it should be afterwards, right? So after dinner, I could do the hot tub? Sweet. Then I'll grab a shower and pick out some trunks for later. Just don't miss dinner. With the hop in his step, Dean went inside and disappeared. I took the time to enjoy the fresh air for another hour before heading back inside myself. After wandering outside for a while, I wanted to explore a little more of the mansion. Not that I found anything interesting. The boring mansion, it turns out, sorry. Now we're having a movie night. We're gonna go hang out with Dean. Dean, having gotten over Tyson giving him the stink eye, brightened up as I approached, which made pushing him lightly to the closest beanbag near us all the easier. Though as he fell over, he dragged me down with him so I was half straddling his lap and half of the beanbag next to him. Whoops. Get closer. As I opted to sit more on him than go to the open seat nearby, he raised his hand slightly, so I was free to move as I needed. Though as I found sitting in his lap and resting back against his broad front to be the most comfortable, he wrapped an arm around me. Well, this is a nice surprise. It's where I landed. I'm not complaining. Just some warning next time would be nice. You comfy at least? Some warning next time would be nice. What? This is what you actively want. I think so. It shouldn't be too hard to eat pizza like this. If push comes to shove, I could just feed you while you're in my lap. Though I'm more used to doing other things with someone in my lap. Jesus Christ, Dean. Like? Nothing appropriate for now, not with people watching. But very fun in private for sure. Oh, probably shouldn't stay here in case people get the wrong idea. You made it weird, Dean. Congratulations. Let's put it this way. If you stay there, you're going to give me a hard time while we watch this movie, that's for sure. Dean! Jesus Christ! If you keep sitting in my lap, I'm gonna have a big boner in your butthole. Everyone's gonna be watching. Everyone's sitting in this room with us, and I'm gonna have a boner on your butt. You know, normally when someone's in my lap, I'm fucking them. Okay, Dean. Jesus Christ. Uh-huh. Jesus Christ. Why? I don't understand. I thought that the idea was that the rewrite was to make him less, like, pointlessly raunchy because it was grating and, like, bothering people. That's what I heard about the rewrite, as far as I know. Because this is the finished rewrite from the Patreon, so this is after that, apparently. I don't... Huh. Okay. Well, he's definitely much more intense in his route than he is outside of his route, where all of his jokes felt like nothing. So it's like, why are people reacting so much? Why are they acting like it's his whole personality when he does like the same level of innuendo that basically everyone does? But now when you're in his route, you're like, what if I was fucking you in public right now? I'm like, okay, jeez.
Yeah.
It's hard to pair with the part of him that's like conscious of the fact that that Dave hasn't been with anybody, and also the fact that he's like, I gotta get the perfect date, it's gotta go perfect 18 months in, but also I say all this shit all the time. Like, I feel like those are just two different characters, and that's why it's jarring for people, is that Dean just is two different people moment to moment, and it's just oil and water. You can't really make the date has to be perfect romance character work with this being this horny all the time.
Yeah.
Gently he eased me into the beanbag beside him. I wasn't sure if he was trying to be subtle, but I accidentally caught him trying to adjust himself on the sly. So does this count as a date? Huh? Dinner and a movie, right? You're kidding, everyone else is here. This absolutely doesn't count. It's the closest we've gotten so far to a traditional one, at least. You just spent all day together alone. Is this a date? Dave's just such a fucking child that he thinks that dates are only very specific rituals. So only in that context can something be a date, is when you're eating or when you're watching a movie. Those are what dates are, nothing else. Fucking hanging out in the fucking greenhouse together, reminiscing of the past, and going on long walks in the forest and talking. None of that's a date. And tonight, when they're in the hot tub, not a date, but sitting on a beanbag eating pizza next to the rest of their friends. This is a date, right? This is what the keywords have come up, and my chat GBT brain has said that this is what a date is. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm trying, promise, you're not. At least chances are we aren't going to be watching a sappy romance movie, so that probably helps. Probably. I wouldn't say no to a good comedy, but romantic movies aren't so bad depending on who I'm with. Though I'm pretty easy to please as is. Really? Who can say no to a good laugh? That's not what I was talking about. Romance. I call you out. I didn't register it happening at the time, but at some point became aware of Dean's hand touching mine. Hold his hand in the romance movie. He jumped lightly in his beanbag but kept his eyes forward. But upon sneaking a look at his face, he was smiling broadly, and it persisted through the rest of the movie. Okay. Oh, that was weird. That was a weird delay. Not me, though. Not me, though. What? Oh, people are turning in for the night, but we're not. Got it.
Yeah.
The people are back! Why not just blur that if you're gonna weirdly blur other CGs? Dean's excitement to get to the hot tub was something that took over the moment we left dinner. He took off, calling out that he'd wait for me at the pool. Sure enough, he was there ready to go. Finally. I'm not that late, am I? Not late at all. But if you'd left me waiting for much longer, I might have just jumped in. Well, I'm here now. You're not even dressed for this, Dean. Exactly. Now, how hot do you like it? With clothes on or off? Skinny dipping, huh? Now there's a thought. Might have to make it a late night plan to avoid the others. Who knows if we'll end up with any company tonight as it is. With how excited you looked leaving to go to the pool, the others might be tempted, maybe? Better play it safe and stick with the original plan. Why would Dave suggest skinny dipping of all things? I'm trying to gauge where their expectations are, and that felt like something that Dean would suggest. Dean marched right over the control panel for the hot tub and disrobed, lazily dropping his pants and casually discarding his shirt off to the side. His swim trunks were underneath, and must have been through dinner. As he adjusted the temperature to his own likes, I took my own clothes off too, quickly changing into my swimming trunks that I'd stashed in my hoodie pocket. So Dean got here early and waited for us but didn't turn the hot tub on? Once they were on, I jumped around and saw Dean watching me from the corner of my eye with a sly grin. Peeking? A little. Once the bubbles started, we both slipped in, Dean almost melting into the water from how he sank almost immediately down his neck. I had a long time adjusting to the heat in it, though. So, in here, Dave changes in the open. He just strips completely naked and puts trunks on, but he's like dubious about nudity and like hiding in the bathroom and blah blah blah. Like all these like bedroom transitions happen throughout the rest of the game. Yep. This is throwing me. I don't remember exactly what it's like. We used to have a hot tub when I was a kid. I feel like it takes like 10 to 30 minutes for a hot tub to warm up, or at least it did back then. Like, so Dean showing up early and not turning the hot tub on is insane to me.
That has never been my experience with a hot tub, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, maybe. It was the 90s.
In my experience, even growing up with like friends with hot tubs and stuff, their hot tubs were just always on. So you just get in the hot tub. On? Yeah, I mean, like even when the jets aren't going, the hot tub is warm.
Oh.
So you get in the hot tub, and it's just warm.
I guess it's a manager, so maybe it was just always on, and Dean's just changing the settings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like even when we went on vacation with Zach in Florida, it's like the middle of the summer in Florida. We didn't have to like turn on the hot tub and wait for it to heat up. It just was on when we got there.
It's wild to me. Then again, it's like my parents would always be trying to like save on stuff, I guess. There's always like, you're wasting the power. So you would always specifically turn on the hot tub before using it. Oh yeah, this is the stuff. It's almost like a bath. Dave. What the fuck? This is so much more than a bath, Dave. Well, maybe less than a bath given there's no soap. Think you'll get one for your place someday? When I'm a owner rather than just renting, absolutely. You still live with your folks, right? Yeah. So you could get your own hot tub now if you wanted. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot for a second. These things are kind of expensive. I know I don't have that kind of money, even if I'm getting help with my rent already. You have a housemate? Nope, I have the place all to myself, but it's owned as an investment property by my dad, so I basically pay him the rent at a discount. Ever thought of having someone to share the place with? Why, are you offering? Well, no, but also not no? I don't know. That ain't confusing in the slightest. Sorry, I just hadn't really given much thought to moving out of home, but it could be fun to have my own place and just live somewhere with someone. I assumed at some point I might have my own special person to call the apartment home with, or maybe just wait until I own a house. Oh, so like a boyfriend? Dave.
You were...
Dave. Swear to God.
Yeah.
Exactly. I don't think I can handle a household with more than just one.
Doesn't he move in with multiple people in one of the endings?
I don't. In one of them, maybe? In the Get Shot by the Dragon Mafia ending, I think, maybe? You're a lot of bear, though. What are you saying, that I'm fat? No, you're just very large. Huh. Well, that's true. But as big as my heart is, I've only got room in it for one. Yeah, well, it'd be cheating otherwise, right? No, Dave. You get married, have kids, well, maybe have kids, maybe get married even. It's gonna be a little bit hard to get you pregnant, Dave. Nah. For some people, loving more than one person at once is easy. Sometimes it sounds great, in fact. Just not for me. Oh, I just assumed that... Huh. This is an accurate depiction of what it's like when a 25-year-old talks to a 19-year-old.
It's also just like... It's so weird because it's like an absurd moment of like explaining something that doesn't actually feel like characterization for him. It's genuinely just like, and now is the time for me to get on a soapbox.
The only characterization is just that Dean is in his mid-20s.
I understand what polyamory is, Dave.
He just knows basic things, and Dave is a 19-year-old that's written to be a 14-year-old, where he just doesn't know what any words are.
Yeah, he doesn't understand what anything is.
And it's just like, I don't understand. Assumed what? Nothing important, just that it had to be that way. Is this you telling me you'd want to have more than one boyfriend? Me? Not at all.
What?
One is enough. It does make me wonder about the others, though.
I'm so confused.
Not really something that casually comes up in conversation, I imagine. None of us are seeing anyone at the moment, I imagine. I imagine. Otherwise, we'd have a bunch of plus ones. So like how Tyson was mine? Little different, but sure. Dave doesn't understand anything people say to him.
Yeah, Dave has never had a relationship with anyone ever. And I mean that in a very literal interpersonal way. Dave just exists on an island of consciousness.
Dave talks like the alien character in a story that has to be explained what every word means in human culture.
What a bizarre character.
He's so
truly
weird. He left it there and we sat in silence for the next few minutes. My mind left to mull over what he just said and the evening we'd had so far. Dave? Yes? What'd you think of the movie? It was neat. Only neat. Yeah. What about you? What do you think about it? Well, picking something that sappy in a room full of single guys sure was a choice. Almost felt like you were trying to send me a message there. A message? Like what? I promise you I'm too stupid for that. A bear like me? A hyena like you? Maybe you wanted me to be a bit more physically forward. Like a kiss, maybe?
What?
That is a
completely different art style.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good drawing of Dean. Why not finish it at that point, though?
Yeah.
Why get this close to finishing it?
This is something that I just truly don't get with this game in general. Is like, it doesn't make sense why you would release it like this.
Yes.
And be like, it's done, everyone. This shit is not finished. And like, talking to people like it's finished is weird. And moving on to work on a sequel is weird. And like,
it's just like, this is This is just a nicely composed CG. And all you had, and like, people do colored sketches. You just need to get, like, if you just got rid of the fucking structure lines, you could just color in the remaining sketch, assuming you drew the sketch and the structure on the different layers. Because, like, it looks weird with the circles and poles combining, like, showing the structure of the bodies. But, like, those lines are already good enough to color in for a decent CG, especially with a game that has this many of them. And, like, that's a good Dean. Why not just have it colored in? Like, the sprites of the game are already basically just flats anyway, so I don't know what standard you're, like, withholding here. And it just doesn't take... It would take you, like, 20-30 minutes to just, you know, color in the lines, basically. Like, that's how close it is to basically being just way better. And I just don't understand the refusal to keep going at that point. It's like, that's a good Dean. You drew a good Dean face. Look at this goofy, like it's probably the best drawing of Dean I've seen in this game. So it's kind of, so that's why I'm like scandalized a bit by it being just white. Dean waited closer until he was almost nose to nose with me, his hands braced either side of me at the edge of the tub. I mean, we went beyond that. It looks like he ran from him. Like, knowing they were sitting in the tub.
Yep.
It looks like Dave tried to get away at this point. If he's like laying on his entire back outside of the tub now. How about it, Dave? You want to kiss a bear? Yeah. All it took was a nod as he leaned in. One of his hands left the edge of the tub to tilt my head to the side, his thumb brushing against my teeth. His muzzle gently against mine felt electric as I closed my eyes. His muzzle gently against mine felt electric. That feels strange. Reveling in what was happening. I could feel his warm breath, smell the lingering scent of honey and pizza. Before I knew it, it was over.
Okay.
Could smell the pizza on his breath from... I assume they had pizza on day 5 for dinner, I guess. And he has honey, because he wears like honey cologne. And I guess the chlorine hasn't overpowered that. Because they're in a hot tub. We settled back to where we were, though my heart was racing. A goofy smile was spread over my face, and Dean seemed as content as ever. That was wonderful. Yeah? Want another? I think my chest would explode if I got another one right now. So this is really damning for the Roswell route.
Yeah.
This is not the physical response that Dave has to Roswell's kiss. In a good way. Sounds like you might need to settle down a little before we do anything else. I know I need a minute to calm down myself with my giant boner. been 30 seconds since I talked about my cock. Time passed with us just sitting around, enjoying the warmth. Above, the stars shimmered in a blanket of black until Dean's yawn drew my attention from them. God, right, this is the same character. The art needs to be joined. It looks like the updated sprites will look closer to the CG we just saw, because these characters don't resemble almost any of the other drawings in this game at this point.
Yeah.
This water's putting me to sleep. Sounds like it's almost time to get out. Last thing I want is to fall asleep here. Not only dangerous, but I get an earful from Sal again. It's happened before? Forget I said anything. As if to distract me, he sped forward and planted another kiss on my cheek before hauling himself out of the water. Shaking the water off himself and stretching, he offered a hand out to me to assist me out of the tub. Time to go back inside, Dave. After we headed back, we were still mostly damp but no longer dripping. Compared to walking outside, wet, the warmth of the house was a welcome change. Suppose that brings an end to this little adventure. Of the hot tub? Until next time, anyway. But for now, it's good night. Ah, that's probably a good call. If you have trouble sleeping, just let me know, or come say hello in the morning. Consider it an open invite. That's a dangerous thing to say after last time. Just wander in anytime, no need to knock. Who knows what you'll see? We'll see, maybe. If it happens, it happens. For now, I'm gonna turn in and dry off. Maybe in the other order, though. Yeah, okay. With a notable spring in his step, he disappeared upstairs. It took me a few moments to shake off the daze from the change in temperature before I followed suit. As soon as I got in, I went immediately into the shower to wash off the chlorine, then got properly dry. Then the moment I collapsed face first onto the bed. Almost immediately, I fell asleep, the lingering thoughts of Dean at the forefront of my mind. So it's extremely a romantic route. Like, it's almost jarring. Like, because we've done...
Yeah.
It's our 6th playthrough of the game, so it's like, oh, damn.
This game does
do romance, technically.
It does make the fact that the rest of the routes are centered around dating and romance and, like, somehow falling in love with these people feel like such a shoehorned, like... This could just be the date route. Like, it doesn't need to be...
Yeah, you don't
like,
have to try to date every
other
character. You can just spend time with them. Because, yeah,
Oh, go on.
Well, it's just that. Yeah, it's just like
it's there's no point.
It's very strange. It doesn't have to be a dating sim by default. And if Dean's route is literally a dating sim the entire time, it's really confusing how nobody else particularly is.
Yeah.
I could probably go for taking a dip in there too. Although really, I just want to wade around in the water given that the weather seems nice.
Well, all right. Guess I'll join you guys today then. I'll obviously go check out Dean. Leaving Roswell to get reacquainted with the pool, I wandered over to Dean, who was fiddling with the controls off to the side. I got the impression you were already going to be in the tub by the time I came over here. Hey, cut me some slack. It takes a while for the bubbles to get going. Okay, so no, it's not on. It's not normally on.
Interesting. Weird. Well, turning the jets on is like a normal. That's a thing, and it does take a few seconds for it to like cycle through and get set up, but
maybe, yeah. I know the settings are still good from last night. More involved than that. Normally I'd want it hot, but with the weather being nice out, is it right to have it be as hot as I'd normally have it? Sounds like you're overthinking it. Fine, we'll just go with how it is now. He huffed and turned the tub on, the bubbles starting nearly immediately. This is potentially setting up that Dean is fussy about getting things right, and it's his way of avoiding actually engaging with things, and that's why they haven't dated still. So you hadn't turned it on. I was waiting to see if you were joining me or not. I put a hand on Dean's shoulder, reaching up and resting some of my weight on him and looking at the bubbles. Well, after last night I do kind of think hot tubs are cooler. Don't you mean hotter? I know what I said. Dean leaned down and kissed me quickly on the cheek before flashing me a knowing grin. Kiss Dean? Yes. Looking quickly over to where Roswell is to make sure he wasn't looking, I grabbed Dean by the thick fur of his neck and kissed him square on the mouth. Hey. Come on, hot tub time. I led the way to the tub a short while away and slipped in, with Dean right behind. From what it looked like, Roswell was doing, we were all being equal parts lazy about moving in the water. So how are we feeling since last night? What, the movie? Yeah, the movie. No, what happened after the movie? Oh, it was great actually. It was like taking a bath, but just outdoors. That's not what he means. You take baths with company often? Not all the time. Wait, you do sometimes? When? With who? Oh my kidding, it's none of my business. Sometimes it's just easier to save water.
Is this a thing? What?
Dave is so young sounding and so clueless. He might literally be talking about the concept of taking a bath with your dad growing up or something like that. Like, I genuinely, it's not off the table. And you're not seeing anyone, so it wouldn't be because, well, any sort of romantic reason, right? Oh no, I haven't done anything like that with anyone. Anything like what? You know, the sexy stuff. Just kind of been waiting, I guess.
So what are you talking about then?
Fine. I know. Great fun from my experience, but I think that's a conversation to be had later. Why is that? I guess it's because, like, apparently he bathes with Tyson all the time because Tyson knows he always misses a spot on his back, which is wild in its own way. But maybe Australians just bathe with their siblings and so on a lot because that's, I don't know.
Maybe he's talking about
or maybe
at
just,
the gym.
Maybe just,
I don't know.
Maybe just Grizz did a lot. I don't know.
I have no idea what's going on right now. I think this was
a shared thing with both Tyson and Haas was the idea that people bathe with their siblings.
I knew that Haas bathed with his siblings, and I get that because his siblings are supposed to be young, and he's like bathing with them, and they're also Japanese, so there's like they're Asian or something like that. So maybe there was some sort of connotation. Yeah, his sister and brother are like adopted tigers, and their name are like Asa and Kai or something.
Right, it's part of why he's such a weeb. Right.
Yeah, it's part of why he's such a weeb. So like maybe there's some sort of like cultural context of like we go to the onsen together, but like I don't know. That's weird. I'm a little bit weirded out.
Dean nodded over to Roswell, who was already wading through the water to us. It's probably for the best we didn't get going to discuss that with him present. It'd be a shame if everyone on this entire trip was laser focused on the idea of Dave and Dean dating.
Yeah.
How will we ever avoid this? Dave. Before I'd even taken a step out of the kitchen, I was grabbed from behind and squeezed in a tight hug, lifted off the ground lightly. Hey, put me down. Spend the afternoon with me. Or what? Or I'll just carry you around until you say you will. Okay, fine, I will. He set me down, placing a big hand atop my head and looking pleased with himself. So what's the plan? Remember how I said I wanted to take a walk in the woods? Not really? Perfect, then I have a proposal for you. Hit me with it. We should go on a date instead. Right now. In the woods? Okay, so maybe it won't be the kind of date I was wanting, but I figure there's not a lot of opportunities for someone to show up and ruin our alone time. What's there to do in the woods? Glad you asked. I was talking to Orlando over lunch and pitched the idea we could have stew. All that leaves is for us to forage some mushrooms and bulk it up a little. Even with the amount of pizza we had left? But foraging for mushrooms could be fun. That's the spirit. There's stuff I wanted to talk to you about too, and I don't have to mind my manners out in the woods. You kind of do a little still. Just being honest. But what do you think? Want to come out in the woods with me? Well, I thought about it for a few seconds. I could just as easily find something else to do, or hang out with someone else, but Dean had decided to hang back specifically to ask for my company. Sure. Should we head off soon? The sooner the better. We could go now if you're ready. I won't need a map or anything? I promise I won't get us lost. Also, you can't read. So come on, we're burning daylight. I find it interesting that there's choices about each romantic moment, basically, and I'm wondering if there's like a cumulative effect to it, or if it's just functionally ignored when you don't do things with him throughout the route or something, because we've had the chance to say no to basically everything. Dean led the way, taking us by the greenhouse, and he went inside to grab some things. I stayed outside and looked into the clouds on the horizon, dark clouds. Looks like we might be getting rain tonight. Just make sure we're back inside before it starts raining and it'll be fine. What's wrong with getting caught out in the rain? Sal does it all the time. He doesn't have to deal with wet fur. And I promise we won't be out late. You'll be completely dry by the time we get back. Hopefully. I kept close, eyes darting upward as the canopy above covered everything in shade. We crossed the threshold into the woods, and I froze a few steps behind Dean. He looked back, raising an eyebrow before offering out his hand to me. Hold his hand. I edged forward and carefully took his hand, giving it a light squeeze. He flashed me a reassuring smile and led me onwards into the woods proper. This is also a metaphor. This is an extremely full of metaphors route in a way that I did not detect in any other route so far. Like literally like he's literally like at the threshold and he take his hand and he guides you into the woods. Far off in the distance behind us, barely visible behind the trees, was the mansion. Dean was venturing further in though, occasionally looking at the ground. So what are we looking for? You said mushrooms, but what kind? Oh, right. Probably should cover that. Unzips. Especially when touching the wrong thing could be, well, deadly. The fact that they are specifically foraging for mushrooms makes the metaphor a lot funnier. It's a gay metaphor. I'd rather not touch anything if that's the case. It's not so bad. Just remember to wash your hands when we get back and avoid touching your face if you pick up anything you're not sure about. Seems safer. Still not convinced? Are mushrooms really that dangerous? Very much so. Some can make you hallucinate, some very sick, and the really mean ones kill you quick.
Dave, is so remarkably dumb. It's just truly like he's just never heard of anything.
Yeah. But people are sad when you're mean to them. Like he talks
people
like
die when they're killed.
Yeah, like he talks like a Dora the Explorer side character, like just like, wow, I'm gaining new sensory information for the first time. What is this green stuff on these trees? Suddenly I don't want to be touching anything. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing, mostly. That sounds like you shouldn't be touching things either. Like I said, wash your hands if you're not sure, or don't pick up anything. At the very least, I know some are safe. Right. When Roswell goes in the woods, it's fine, but the moment you learn what's out there, you have second thoughts. He was going on a walk. You are talking about bringing back potentially dangerous things for everyone to eat. Well, that's not fair. I won't bring back anything dangerous. Here, I'll prove it. Dean spun around, hands on his hips, and looked around the forest, but he's currently holding my hand. Did I spin? Like the swing ride at Disneyland? With a grunt of affirmation, he wandered over to one tree, snatched something off the ground, then did it again at a different tree before coming back. Look at these two mushrooms. They're both orange. Exactly. One of these is chanterelle, the other one's a jack-o'-lantern. No, jack-o'-lantern's made of pumpkins, I would know. He discarded one over his shoulder, shaking his head. Now this one, Dave. This one will make you very sick. The jack-o'-lantern glows in the dark, has parallel running gills, and... Hold on, it glows in the dark? Yeah, it's like a soft blue-green color, but it does. Wait, so the other one was safe and you're currently holding a poisonous one? With the realization hitting him immediately, Dean threw the mushroom somewhere deep into the woods, wiping his hands on his shirt.
What?
Well, maybe that was a bad call on my part. But that's alright, I'll just thoroughly wash my hands when we get back. So, should I just point at mushrooms that I spot and you can check them? If you want. I did have some questions I wanted to ask you anyway. Alright, well, shoot. Also, I see some mushrooms over there. You mean the ones I already knew about? But that counts, so let's see. What would your ideal relationship look like? What do you mean? Romantically. What sorts of things do you picture when you think of someone you'd be happy in? Wow, I don't think I've really ever thought about it. Things just sort of happen. I'm happy as is for the most part. But you're single, right? You're asking that a lot. Yeah? But how would you want your boyfriend to behave? What sorts of things do you feel you'd want to be happening? Are you just talking about sex, or... Well, sex is pretty great. I read a book once. I read a book once talking about love languages, and it had me thinking about what yours might be. Oh, not love languages. That always sounded so fucking stupid. Whatever language we're talking now is fine. It's more how you express your love, and how you feel loved. For some people, it's a hug. Maybe it's doing the dishes, or maybe even just sitting on the sofa watching a movie. Oh, those all sound good. Doing the dishes sounds good. I think for me, I'm a big advocate for physical stuff. I like expressing that I love someone through a hug, or a kiss, or just having a fun time in the sack. 4. Wait, so you love me because of the kiss? Dave.
He's dumb, Keith. It's terminal.
I don't... What? No, well that was very enjoyable. It's not exactly the same sort of thing. I don't think I get it then. Don't you just say I love you and that's it? Or buy flowers or something? So Dave's ace, right? Like, what the fuck?
I don't know what his deal is. I have no idea.
At this point, I think the trick of this entire game is that it's 6 different people trying to date an aromantic hyena. That just 100% does not clock any of the stuff and does not get anything out of it either.
I have to take a break for probably about 20-ish minutes.
All right. Welcome back, Toaster. Dean has a gun.
Hi,
which might be the
Dean.
most directly effective thing so far. Out of all the things people have had, it's just a fucking gun. The drawing mostly works, but I'm caught by how the handle of the gun is longer than the barrel. And I don't think I can call that perspective. I'm just really thrown by how it's kind of funny because like the gun almost looks normal, but then the handle is massive, almost as if it has to be like furry logic into being the size of his giant furry hand. It's like it reminds me of Gleipnir and the giant mascot costume that has a gun that only it can hold. Like it just has a giant like furry like fursuit gun, which is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Single-handedly sold me on the entire manga except for the part where I didn't read it. I just bought it just to look at the cover more. It's very stupid. I don't think I get it then. Don't you just say I love you and that's it? Or buy flowers or something? Well, that counts too. Some people like hearing that they're loved. Some people feel like they're loved when they get gifts. Not to say hearing that you're loved doesn't do anything, it just hits harder. Huh. I see. Have you watched a movie before, Dave? So with that in mind, Dean stood up, picked up the bucket, and looked around the forest a little bit before heading over to another tree, me trailing on his heels. Is that something you like? Being told that you're loved? I think I just like having someone around. It doesn't matter what it is that we're doing, just so long as they're there. We call that quality time. You've never heard of that before, Dave, but I'll explain that too. Which has a lot of overlaps with physical affection, obviously. Well, I do like getting cuddled too. Can you have more than one? Don't see why not. Can also feel loved one way, but show you love another. Any combination. So why this of all questions? Was asking me this super important for something, or... You don't think it's important to know? Especially if we're maybe going to get to go on one proper, uninterrupted date someday? That sentence just kept going more than I thought it was going to go. I guess? As Dean laughed, I caught sight of something flash between the trees. Something white. But it was gone after a moment. Ready for another question? Huh? Oh, sure,
No.
I guess.
No, I'm not ready. I'm not ready for another question. Please help.
I don't remember there being hints of Jack's existence outside of, like, before Dean and Roswell's are out. They're catching flashes of white in the woods. Like,
yeah, I don't know.
A full, like, week before he shows up.
No, yeah, there was one in Roswell's, and that's the only other one, I think.
Yeah. What's wrong? I just thought I saw something, that's all. What's your next question? Oh. You haven't messed around with anyone before, right? At all? What gives you that idea? I thought you said that, basically.
Yeah, you literally just said that, Dave,
Yeah,
like 3 scenes ago. What?
The sexy stuff. I've never done that. It was like the exact, like, phrasing or something. The not exact phrasing.
I've been waiting I've been taking my time, or whatever was like what he
just waiting
said.
for the right person, I guess. Like, what makes you say that? I don't know, maybe the part where you said it out loud.
God, this guy makes me so mad. I hate Dave. I hate him so much.
And we have to be him the whole time.
Yeah, well, you
except
know
for
what,
those 5
Keith?
minutes where we got the next best thing and we were Roswell.
I don't have to be him. I don't have to.
I know.
You do.
Uh-huh.
That's on you.
I feel like you're gonna like you're gonna mentally associate with me with Dave at some point, and like you're gonna like be able to not be able to separate them anymore. It's gonna like negatively affect your opinion of me. After like
I'll just take some time off from having any friendships for a while to recover. Yeah, you know, we'll figure it out.
We'll just have to meet again, in a different timeline.
Well, first things first, you can hit me on the head really hard with a hammer, and then maybe I'll forget.
With a book. I'll eviscerate you with a book. I'll eviscerate you with Berserk Deluxe Edition Volume 7. It's very padded looking, honestly. I don't think it's gonna help. Just the impression I get. Nothing wrong with that, mind you. Yeah, I can't say I've really done anything like that with anyone. Not really. Not really. Do I want to know? I often get the impression that these are like done as separate updates months apart, so it's like they're forgetting where they left off and stuff. When the whole goal of this was to rewrite Dean, and it was a revision from front to back in order, that makes it more egregious when they just forget stuff they just said. Because it's like, wait, no. Wait, this is the second run at this. You're reviewing it in real time without the constraint of having to do it so slowly. Do you? Absolutely. Aside from just being naked around other people, that's about it. Not really all that much touching. Well, some touching, but it's mostly my back. Huh? Like a massage. I saw whatever it was again, flitting somewhere off in the distance. That streak of white that disappeared the moment I registered it moving far into the forest. He's the least stealthy possible color.
Yeah.
Dave? What's wrong? I saw something again. What was it? Oh no, something white? It could be the shadows playing tricks on me, or the sun coming in from the trees. If it was any other color, I'd have some idea what it could be, but white? It's probably nothing. Me just imagining things, probably. Well, if you're sure. You have any questions for me? I did, actually. Go for it. What's got you curious? You've had sex before, right? Sure have. With someone you loved? Well, that's complicated. So it's just a stranger? Feelings are complicated, but to answer your question properly, I've had sex with just one person. Though, thought about it with a bunch of others, never felt the drive to act on it.
The way that they talk about sex and romance just is it so rapidly oscillates between like, this is a normal thing, and these people have never had thoughts in their heads. It boggles the mind how they litigate this kind of stuff. I truly am struggling. It's very difficult to accept.
Watsunuki-senpai was his one and only. His first and his last, because he's going to die in this route.
God, I hope.
Fantasy is better than the real thing. Oh, he dies today. I think, or tomorrow? Something like that. Sex is fun, though. Don't doubt that. Would it be possible to have sex without loving someone? Yeah. Or, you know what I mean, right? I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? I thought that was a clear question, and then you asked like it wasn't clear. That's what you're after, sure. Or was that a question specifically about us? Oh, no, well, no, not exactly. Calm down, Dave. I'm teasing. I don't think you're in a position to be offering that sort of thing anyway. Why is that? I could totally offer that if I wanted. And do you want to? Not right now? Ah, shame. Nothing quite like getting down and dirty outdoors. I'd have even let you cop a feel if you wanted. Wait, really? Maybe we didn't have mushrooms to gather and I didn't need to wash my hands first. Oh, that's true.
He's gonna gather some mushrooms, that's for sure.
Just like...
talking about his penis, Keith.
Yeah, I know. Which
it's a joke.
Yeah, but some mushrooms are poisonous because HIV.
Gotcha. That's not where we were going.
Because he's toxic. Is that where we're going?
Yeah, being toxic and poisonous are two different things, Keith.
Yes, I know.
It's important. It's an important distinction.
Yes. One is when the penis bites you, and one is when you swallow the penis.
Correct. 100% correct.
That's
yes.
what those words mean.
That's how it works. Yeah.
Yes. It's venomous. Goddammit. Not toxic.
Not toxic. No.
Yeah. Toxic and poisonous are almost the same thing, actually. Technically, in those terms. Anyway. Ready for some more questions while we head back?
No.
We're done already? Well, the bucket is full. No need to be out there any longer than needed. I guess not. How did they fill it so quickly? They looked at 2 mushrooms. I guess it's just implied to have happened somehow. Unless you want to be out here a bit longer. It just wasn't much of a walk is all. Alright, here's another question. We traded questions back and forth a bit longer. Thought a lot more... They were a lot more innocent and less driven about how compatible we were. It even devolved into a few games of 20 questions before ultimately we figured it was best to start heading back. They just got bored of talking about the relationship or each other at all, so it's like, is it a tree? Is it another tree? 20 questions in the forest? What are they fucking... What are you narrowing it down from? There's nothing to look... It's not exactly an I Spy book, is what I'm saying. Like... What a horrible setting for that question. Jesus. Alright. Stopping by the greenhouse to wash up and get a second bucket, Dean sent me again ahead to go fetch Roswell for a second run. Something about wanting to talk to him about something too. And I wasn't about to complain with how much I needed a break. We're back with mushrooms. Welcome back, Dave. What's this about mushrooms, though? For the stew.
What did you end up finding? Chanterelles?
Yeah, I think. Dean did most of the work. I just supervised.
Yeah, I think Dave says, having never heard of what a chanterelle even is before.
No, he said it was a chanterelle.
Okay.
Dean was like, "This is a chanterelle, and this is a jack-o'-lantern." Does Dean know what he's doing? You might not have picked up on it because I probably said it wrong.
Gotcha.
If he doesn't, I can always check.
Also, Dave, out of all the moments that have happened so far, chanterelle might be the biggest candidate for you to actually do the sneeze joke compared to all the times he's actually has done it.
I know enough about mycology to know what's dangerous.
Where is Dean anyway? Outside. He wanted to borrow Roswell for a bit to talk about something and go out to get more.
Me? Why?
I don't know. Didn't go into details about it. Are you feeling up for it, Roswell? I'm sure you'd understand if you were still recovering.
I'll be fine. Trust me, I'm not taking any chances in getting lost out there a second time.
Dean let us back no worries, so that shouldn't be a factor.
Then I better go see what he wants to talk about.
Wait, mushrooms first. Roswell lightly took the bucket from me and hurriedly picked through it, checking the undersides of each as he set each on the counter. It took him all of a minute to be done, tucking the bucket under his arm.
All safe. Have fun, you two!
He was gone before Orlando could question his assessment, and we were left looking at the small amount of, I guess that might make sense, I don't know if that makes sense, of orange mushroom left in his wake. So, what? How did it go? What, the walk? With Dean? No, the other thing. Of course I mean the walk. Oh, it was nice. Just nice? You didn't cop a feel? We just talked, it was nice. Well, don't leave me in suspense. What'd you talk about? Sex came up a little bit, and how we feel about stuff. Promising, what else? And mushrooms? And if I had done anything with anyone before? So the first topic again? Mostly that topic, honestly. You two do anything? Oh yeah, we did.
In the
fun.
woods? I mean, I guess that's not I mean, I've definitely heard of people doing crazy shit out there, but like, come on, Orlando. What are you trying to do? What's going on here?
It'd be a shocking thing for Dave to start at.
Exactly. It's just like, come on, dude, what?
But also Dean says cop a feel, and I'm like, Dave, you coward. Dave, you coward. You're just gonna ignore that. You're just gonna blow right past that.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's completely true. But
guess
also,
I'm just built different. I wouldn't recommend doing anything that requires effort in the woods. That seems like a lot.
Yeah.
But there's like 10 other options still. Orlando's right, except for the part where he's talking to Dave, where like, of course, Dave didn't do anything in the woods.
Yeah.
But also Dave's so fucking stupid that even after saying sex several times in this conversation, he's like, yeah, we did have fun in the woods. That's not what he means. That's not what he fucking means, Dave. Tell me everything. I'm surprised you're walking fine. Oh, I'd love to sit down. I'm kind of worn out. You're fine to sit down? I would have thought... What, is he packing a fire hydrant down there? But as far as details, there isn't much to say. I guess Dean thought of something hard and had me struggling for a bit, but we worked through it. Dave has to act... This is... They're trying to do the Arrested Development thing.
Yeah.
But, like... It's too strained. It's
the premise here is just that Dave is an idiot. Like, he's just so dumb, and no one is surprised.
Every line indicates that Dave has just had sex and just got fucking obliterated out in the woods, but is incapable of like processing the fact that that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
But then right after I got him back, and he had to tap out. What? What? Dave, start at the beginning. What are we talking about right now? We played a game, 20 questions. Of course, that's what you were talking about. Yeah? Don't worry about it. All that matters is you had a fun time. Orlando is currently registering that Dave's 14 in his mind. It's like, Jesus Christ. Oh, it was very fun. If he didn't have to wash his hands, who knows what might have happened. Guess no amendments to my chart need to be made. What chart? The shipping chart. God, no, don't bring up that you'd ship your friends again. It's so fucking weird. Who I think would make a good match for you? That's a thing you're still updating? For more than just you, I'm a creep. In fact, I have reason to believe Sal might even like me back. Really? Yeah, this morning went over great. Lots of casual touching, talked a bit about feelings, even came up behind me once and got real close, if you know what I'm saying. Sal doesn't know what you're saying. I hate to break it to you. Got bad news. Neat. Thanks, Dave. More importantly, if you ever need lube or anything else before you and Dean get up to anything, let me know. Better safe than sorry. Oh, thanks, I think. Just looking out for my best friend. Don't tell the Dave that clicks on Orlando first. Or Roswell first. Just let me know if he starts making any moves too fast or makes you feel uncomfortable. Is that likely? The slightest tilt of his head, the raising of his brows, and the corners of his mouth being drawn back just that little bit more told me all I need to know. Orlando at least thought it was possible. I'll be sure to let you know? Good! So, just more importantly, just let Dean know. The rest of my afternoon was just spent with Orlando in the kitchen, watching him work while I rested my feet. He was busy cooking something as it was, and I appreciate the company. It did seem though that Orlando had decided to go against stew, but still cooked the mushrooms as a side dish. I took the initiative to set the table early, just so I could say I helped. Table's all set, Orlando. Oh, good. Thanks. I put the round things in the round hole and the square things in the square hole.
We're back with the mushrooms!
Oh my fucking god. When there's less Roswell, he's so intense. I didn't hear you come in. Didn't think I could be that sneaky with how large I am. Did you know I'm a bear? Especially with how much we brought back. We're much more efficient without you tracking us down. I don't think Orlando's going to be too impressed. Why not? He decided to go against Stu for starters. Well, shucks.
It's fine. We've stocked up on mushrooms so we want them over the next few days. Maybe we can have a stew tomorrow or something.
They look different at least? What are they? Roswell says they're patty straws.
No, they are. Thank you very much. An important distinction to death caps. If you aren't careful. Eating one would put you on a very painful 6-hour clock.
6 hours and then you die?
Yeah, the time between diagnosing what you've been poisoned by and treatment is rough too.
And you're sure these are fine? That doesn't sound worth the risk if you're not.
Yes, I'm sure. You don't go messing with things you aren't sure of, Dave.
All right, sorry. I thought, why am I being chastised for being being cautious about the thing that you're chastising me about being cautious about? The fuck is this energy? Both of you have a terrible strategy about selling me on mushrooms. It's like, hey, yeah, we're gonna have mushrooms. We're gonna forage them ourselves and cook them up. One wrong move and you'll die. Like both of them had the same comment, like how fucking much danger we're gonna be in. And I'm like, okay, that makes me not want to do it. Let's not eat mushrooms then. We had pizza yesterday. I wasn't told one wrong move and that's it for you with the fucking mozzarella. I look over to Dean, who seemed distracted by something, or otherwise deep in thought suddenly. Dean, what's up? Huh? What? You just look like you were thinking hard about something? It's nothing. Just been a long day, that's all. At least you're back now. I'm probably gonna turn in and eat early too. Sounds like a plan. There's another bucket of mushrooms? Orlando leaned in quickly and gave them a whiff, taking the bucket off Roswell. His eyes narrowed and he sniffed again, shaking his head. Good. For a moment I could have sworn. Sworn what?
That they were poisonous. The smell is distinct, almost like cleaning chemicals.
Not to mention that even if you cook them, the poison still spreads to the whole meal. How do the two of you know so much about mushrooms anyway? We didn't learn this in school. I mean, at this point, it's all three of them. So at this point, Dave, I'd be wondering why am I the only person that doesn't understand mushrooms? Am I just incredibly lame and uncurious? Because apparently everyone knows about mushrooms. Video games. Oh no. Oh no. No. I played Miasmata for 20 minutes and I think I'm an expert now.
If you read a book once in a while, Dave, you'd learn more than just how to mix paint.
Jesus Christ.
Why are we being weirdly mean though? But I like paint. Also, if you make one wrong move with paint, you get lead poisoning and you die. Well, why would I paint then? That sounds horrible. We sat down for dinner shortly after, the chanterelles that Dean and I picked being placed in the middle on a sharing platter. The patty straws, however, remained in the kitchen unused. Dean was on my left, Tyson on my right, though one just seemed keen to ravage his steak rather than engage in conversation. Try one of the mushrooms, Dave. I will, but steak. But they're good. Even better because these are the ones we picked. Also, steak and mushrooms is good. Without waiting for another word from me, he snatched a mushroom from the platter and started making airplane sounds as he guided it towards my mouth. Okay. The infantilization of Dave is getting pretty bad. Though it didn't make it, being quickly swatted out of the way by a familiar hand. Whose hand? How did you reach it? How did you swat it out of the way? We know that Dean and Tyson are on his left and right, and this table's huge. Where did Orlando's come from? Please use cutlery. Dave went through the effort of setting the table, so you could at the very least use a fork. I was just having some fun. Looking from Dean to Orlando, back to Dean, then to the mushrooms on the platter, I took Orlando's words to heart. skewering one with my fork. I wasn't expecting a mushroom to taste as buttery and fruity as this one did. Fruity? What does a chanterelle taste like?
Should taste like butter.
Fruity. I don't know mushrooms very much. I will not pretend otherwise. I mean, every time I buy mushrooms, it's just, there's the one mushroom. That's the one mushroom they sell. Basically. Huh, that's not bad. See? He likes it. Mikey likes it. With the flourish, Dean popped the mushroom that he was going to feed me into his mouth, licking his fingers clean. That wasn't the issue I was raising, Dean. Fuck off. I don't... This is not a real problem, Orlando. That's another day down. Could go with a trip to the hot tub, but I feel I'd fall asleep on the way. You're that tired? I went to the woods twice today. Might be exaggerating a little, but I'm still very tired. I walked around, and then I walked around. So it's been a long day. Still, thanks for taking me out there. It was different, but good different. No worries. Maybe next time we can see if we can find a river or something and do some fishing. Speaking of, how do you feel about sharing a bed together tonight? How does sharing a bed at all relate to fishing? I'm fishing for some ass.
Jesus Christ.
If I was more awake, I'd say that was a bad attempt at joking about hooking up. You did. You did do that. You said it. But really, I like you enough that I'd really just enjoy a good cuddle tonight. Oh, well, cuddles are great, but still too early? Maybe? The talk we had earlier just gave me a lot to think about, that's all. I'm gonna Google love languages tonight, and it's going to ruin me. I'm gonna be TikTok pilled. I don't want either of us getting the wrong impression. When I said cuddle, I meant cuddle. I don't think I'm up for a good romp anyway. Still, I wonder if the love languages were there originally, or if it was added in a rewrite, because I'm almost thinking, like, was that a more recent thing? I feel like that
I don't remember
trend
it
of love
at
languages might be, like, almost anachronistic with the origin of this game, because it was like,
no. Love languages have been a thing for forever.
Is it?
Yeah.
In my brain, people talking about love languages came like after everyone talking about, like, does this spark joy?
No. Yeah, this is like a weird the whole love language thing is like a thing that has existed for a very long time.
It sounds extremely nonsensical. At least when when people try to treat it as anything more in depth or meaningful or horoscopy than just being like, I don't know, people express things differently. It's like the one sentence premise. Once you go beyond
it's like
that, it sounds like
it has an origin in
weirdness.
like self-help and marriage therapy and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like that's where it comes from. But like it's been a thing in like the corporate world for fucking ever. It's like this is not a thing that originated in TikTok. Like it's been adapted into like a million different contexts. So that's where it comes from, basically.
Let's see. Tell you what. You have a shower and get ready for bed? I have to run to the greenhouse and get something and put the buckets away. I'll meet you in your room when I'm done to say goodnight. That works, sure. See you in a bit then. Just gonna get extra musky. He's saying I feel like I'd fall asleep on the way to the hot tub. Now he's doing like 7 more tasks. And off he went towards the back door as I headed upstairs to my room. I wondered what he'd left behind in the greenhouse, but when I turned the shower on, all the thoughts left me. What is it like to have that effect from being in a shower? Yeah, my brain just stops. The shower turned my brain off. It doesn't do the exact opposite. As I was getting clean, though, the idea of cuddling with Dean felt nice. It hadn't been that long since I had a good cuddle, but it was something that I felt even after a week I was missing. But those thoughts in the context of Dean and how he felt about physical affection started to have its effect on me too. Was I ready for something more like that? Was his confidence in it just making more curious? Alright, well, what does he mean by it's been a week since he has last had a cuddle? The implication being like he's isolated from his source of cuddles, but all of the friends he would potentially be cuddling are just here on this trip. And it's definitely not anyone romantic, and it's not his family because his dad's dead. So it's like, I don't understand. If he's prone to constantly getting cuddled, I don't know why he'd be like having cuddle withdrawals when he's literally on a trip with the people that cuddle him. I became aware of my hands washing the same spot on my chest for longer than needed, lost in my own thoughts. Knowing he was coming back, though, I decided I should rinse off and get ready before he arrived. I changed into some sleeping shorts and settled in on my phone to wait. After an hour, though, I became curious as to what might be keeping him. There was every chance he'd just gone to bed instead of stopping by. But upon checking his room, the only thing that implied that he'd been in the room at all were the discarded plaid shirts on the ground. It didn't look like he'd even been back yet. Dean? Are you down here? It's like he's like, I'm gonna fall asleep any second now. I can't even go to the hot tub. And then he does all these tasks. It's almost like they just remembered in that moment. Oh, right, I have to kill Dean in the scene. It's time for Dean to die. So now he has tasks to do of ambiguous nature. Movement from nearby drew my attention, and it looked to be only to be a rat scurrying away into the darkness. Thanatos is foreshadowed. Okay. Standing in a doorway nearby, watching me though, was Roswell.
Dave, what are you doing down here?
Bitch, I live here. I was looking for Dean. He wasn't in his room. But you haven't seen him, have you?
Not since dinner, I don't think. He left with you from what I recall.
So they snuck in a scene where Roswell was with Thanatos. That's probably a rewrite. That's right. He said he was going to go out to the greenhouse to return the buckets and then come upstairs. Also, holy shit, was that a rat in the house?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna not react to that, apparently. Like, that's what especially makes it sound like it was a snuck-in rewrite. Like, oh, I should foreshadow Thanatos. It's like, right before you encounter Roswell, it's like, oh, he was with Thanatos. That's like, well, it's crazy. But in reality, it's like, you're showing Dave a rat just wandering around the mansion, which is unusual and potentially alarming and, like, dangerous. Like, an unknown rat. That, like, people could actually be in danger from a rat infestation, and we're not even acknowledging it. It's extremely funny. Yeah, it probably couldn't hurt.
Just don't spend too long out there without a shirt. Last thing you want is to get sick like me.
I guess Roswell's just talking about being sick now.
Yeah, well, no, because that's what they're already talking about, like taking care of Roswell, like and so on, because I think he already went out in the woods.
Yeah. Oh, I guess he got a sick. Yeah, he got a cold. I forgot about this.
Yeah, people think he got a cold or something when he was out in the woods when he was actually injecting himself with stuff, because there's the choice of to give him tea or medicine, and they were referring to that while we were talking about going to the woods here, and that's also why, like, are you sure you're up for it? About him going into the woods again with Dean. The night was quiet, the coolness of the evening already setting in. As I took a step onto the grass, I regretted my decision to go without shoes, and then again as my next step was in something slick and wet. The door was open on my arrival, a dark smear on the glass door. It wasn't there when we were in the greenhouse earlier, but in the dark I couldn't make out the color. The smell, though, was oddly metallic with hints of gravy. Gravy? What? As I stepped inside, though, my nose was assaulted with a smell that was acrid and sour, seemingly coming from everywhere. The only thing that stopped me from turning back was the sound of a wheeze somewhere inside, like a sharp gasp of air. Oh, he's awake. That's never happened before.
I don't know if he's awake or if he's just dead. Oh, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, he's like looking at him and he wheezed and stuff. It's like,
yeah, his wheezing is what I realized.
This is rare.
Like, I thought it was Dave wheezing for a second, and that's why I got confused. Yeah, but I get it now.
It's like, Dean could just say what happened at this point, basically. Huh. Dave? Our eyes met, and it took a second for me to start to panic, the entirety of the situation hitting me at once. What happened? Dean, what's going on? He took another intake of breath before coughing up more blood that added to the large stain on his front. I reached for his head to keep him upright, but He was struggling to keep eye contact. I must have eaten something. Where did you go? Groaning, he shook me off, only to turn to the side and dry heave again, though this time nothing came up. I'll go get help. I'll be right back, just hold on. Wait, don't go. Please. Didn't they... On the one hand, I'm like, okay, they reinforced the idea of deadly mushrooms like several times, but on the other hand, I'm like, didn't you say it takes 6 hours for the death cap to kill you?
Something like that.
They like just had dinner. I don't think there's a 6-hour timetable that could work here, because they're like heading to bed after dinner. A weak grip held my wrist, though it wasn't enough to stop me if I wanted to go. It was, however, enough to make my blood run cold and my feet feel like lead. Stay. He managed to look up in my direction, but with how wildly his eyes were darting around, I couldn't tell if he was actually seeing me. I'm sorry, I'm sorry I didn't. My heart was racing, waiting for him to finish his sentence to explain what he was apologizing for. What is it? What is it, boy? But then his breath left him. His hand fell away from my wrist, and he was still. Dean? Dean, hey, wake up! I sped out of there in a panic, covered in Dean's blood and the smell of the greenhouse still stuck in my nose. But I didn't make it inside. Instead, collapsed just shy of it, with my head in my hands, and wailing with abandon. Dave? Dave, what's wrong? Roswell was behind me in a flash, arm over my back, but I shoved him aside. The last thing I wanted right now was to be touched, even with Roswell collapsing in a heap beside me. He and I made eye contact, and he seemed to piece together exactly what had happened.
Take care of Dave. I'm going to check the greenhouse.
I could hear him rush off, Orlando staying by me, but just hovering out of reach.
Do you ever regret playing this game with me because of the voices that I do? Just asking. Just curious.
That doesn't really rank. Also, you should hear the voices that Andrew chooses when we play visual novels. Like, do you know how he voiced Lotus?
I feel like... No, I don't. I don't remember. Because I feel like I watched at least your
hacker girl. Like, just full on, like, Valley Girl to the point where he does, like, a little yeah at the end of every single fucking line for some reason. And he voiced Sigma as Batman.
That's deeply funny.
He voiced the entire game doing this for, like, the fucking 200 hours.
In my head, I've seen your VLR playthrough, but I guess not. I don't know.
It's legend just weighs heavy in the air.
Yeah, huh.
What's fucked up is that he can just do a Batman voice indefinitely.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I try to do a Batman voice for 30 seconds, I, like, immediately have done damage that I'm going to regret for the rest of the day as I continue to try and talk, and I have to cough more now because I'm, like, doing like anything gravelly or whatever. I don't know how the fuck he does it, but he literally could just do it for like 8 hours straight and has.
Interesting.
But Andrew also has the superpower where he lost his voice from yelling about something at one point, and it was like, oh, we were gonna do a recording session. Fuck. I guess today's canceled. He's like, no, hang on a minute. He went out back and he smoked cigarettes, and then his voice was back. He fixed his voice by smoking. And I'm like, what the fuck?
I don't understand how that works.
What is this demon creature? Andrew's terrifying.
Smoking would make me lose my voice.
Yeah, like I have no concept. I have no idea. I could hear him rush off. Orlando staying by me, but just hovering out of reach. My wailing had summoned the others too. Soon enough we were all assembled, right for Roswell to return with dire news.
We can still revive him if we hurry. He's already gone, Sal. If he wasn't, we can't sure resuscitation would be even safe.
What?
More missing words.
Yeah.
Are you implying that trying to resuscitate somebody that had evil mushrooms is like kissing poison ivy?
Correct.
Like it just kills you?
I think that is indeed what he is implying.
I don't think any mushroom's that poisonous.
No, there are definitely mushrooms that are that poisonous. I believe. Here, hold on.
Like a dart frog?
There's, for example, there's a mushroom called the Destroying Angel that just looks like a white mushroom, and if you eat it, it liquefies your liver inside of your body within a couple of hours. Like, mushrooms are extremely dangerous. You should not eat them unless you know exactly what they are.
I don't want to try eating mushrooms.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could try to eat good mushrooms. Just don't go foraging on your own. It's a very bad idea if you don't know what you're doing. We have to try.
And what if he was poisoned? All you'd be doing is signing your own death warrant. But
how did this even happen? When did this happen?
dinner. It was the last time any of us saw him, likely.
Wait, you mean he was... The pit in my stomach threatened to make me hurl, and I edged away from Orlando, fearing the worst. I didn't do anything. If I did, then someone else would have gotten sick, right? Well, someone had to do it. Pretty sure I saw you giving him some fucked up looks over dinner, too. What?
Oh my god.
You were watching Dean? I guess a little, is that bad? The two of them kept arguing, Tyson singling Orlando out and putting the pressure on. Sal was keeping them apart while Haas went to call the police, or at least he was calling someone. I found myself standing and wandering back to the greenhouse. The smell in the greenhouse was peculiar. I couldn't place exactly what it was, but at the very least I knew Roswell had followed me on my walk. It's 2 death CGs. Is this supposed to be a hint? His hand? Something on his hand.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was surreal. Even shaking him confirmed that he was in fact dead. What a sentence. He's even dead when I shake him. As much as I wanted to believe he was just sleeping, but his limp body told another story. That sentence doesn't... It's not how you do a sentence. Alright. You said poison, right, Roswell?
That's what I think. Seemed obvious to me from his hand.
His hand?
Jack-o'-lantern spores, but it's also the smell.
The blood.
The ammonia smell. Like cleaning chemicals.
Like you're gonna smell the ammonia from the fact that he picked up one mushroom 8 hours ago?
Well, certain mushrooms, if you cook them, will smell like that. Like really acrid.
Yeah, but I feel like they're implying that it never
That's
made
just
it
from
in...
the fact that he picked one up.
Yeah, I feel like they're... Because the jack-o'-lantern's not supposed to be mixed in with the other stuff, and also they said that if you cook this stuff, it'll poison the rest of what you're cooking. So it feels like they're implying that he got killed by the one he picked up because he didn't wash his hands correctly afterwards or something.
Mm-hmm.
So him just dumbly picking up mushrooms just tell us that they're dangerous. He literally killed himself in that moment. That's how dumb his like woodsman-ness was. So I guess our saving him will just be like immediately like going, no, we gotta wash your hands now, and then just going right back into the mansion and undoing the entire sex talk. Does that mean he ate one just like that? But then either he had one during dinner or...
It wouldn't have been during dinner. We didn't have anything that would line up to what poisoned him.
So then...
The only thing that lines up would be a death cap, but we only brought back patty straws, which means...
Hey, you just said he has jack-o'-lantern spores in his hand. Why would it be a death cap? Suicide? The word rang hollow as it echoed out through the greenhouse. It didn't make sense to me. None of this did. I muttered the word to myself, off and on, up until the police arrived. Lost and confused as to how this happened or why Dean would have done something like this. He muttered. He just spent the next few hours just muttering, suicide. 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 Like what? Like chanting? I don't, what? It took Tyson along with the police officer to get me away from Dean's body, though. None of us were placed under arrest until we'd been questioned. What? None of us were placed under arrest until we'd been questioned? Though with how things lined up, it seemed like they were keen to blame Orlando. So they were questioned and then they were placed under arrest? Or, I don't... Weird sentence. I wasn't sure what was worse, murder or suicide. Dean's family was large. There were also many of them, which made the funeral all the harder. Apparently he'd spoken highly of me at home too. I just didn't think I'd be meeting his mother the same day she was bawling in front of her son's coffin. Dave? Almost jumping out of my fur, I spun around from Dean's grave to see Orlando, a pair of suited dragons standing a ways back, seemingly watching his every move. Hey, what's up? I've just come to say goodbye, that's all. What? Goodbye? Getting proven innocent in trial for what happened is one thing, but what? That's great, isn't it? Does this conversation have to happen right now, right here? Just startles you with a goodbye that is unrelated to the funeral you're walking in on? I tried to smile at the good news, but it just made the reality of the situation worse. If it wasn't Orlando, then it was someone else. Or it really was suicide after all. Why weren't you at the trial, Dave? I just... Can you say without a doubt in your mind that I'm innocent? Because if you can't, then it's better that I just go somewhere else for a while. But I don't... And there it is. There's a part of you that still thinks I could have done it. That I would have killed one of our friends. I don't know what to believe, that's all. Well, that's how it goes, I guess. I better go. Take care of yourself, Dave. Stunned, I watch him walk away. Flanked by the two dragons that had come with him. All the way back to a shiny car waiting near the entrance to the graveyard. And then he was gone. Is this gonna be Dark Orlando route where like Dave he loses his best friend and so he just fully commits to a life of crime?
That's a deeply funny idea.
I mean, most of these like day 6 or 7 endings seem to like wildly extrapolate from relatively little story and just go like, fuck it, this is what they happened. Fuck it, they're in a throuple now. Who cares? Months, maybe a year would pass before I'd see Orlando again. The only reason I'd had any idea where he'd ended up was because I'd incidentally seen a picture of him in a magazine in front of his bakery. This is what you really want to do? Drive to the other side of the country instead of taking a fucking plane? Sorry. It's fine, you need the company. Also, this is the CG we drew for the other route, so... This is more fun than a plane anyway. Is it? I guess. I mean, I don't mind driving, but the other side of the country sounds cursed. I'm sorry, Tyson. Don't be. I wouldn't have offered if it wasn't fine. Stripes. That's a... That is not a thing you say. You never call Dave Stripes. That has never happened. You can't just hit me with something like this. You've been moping outside your house enough that even when I'm not the fucking brightest, can tell someone needs to do something. Okay, this whole thing needs a revision. I still miss Orlando. Both of them, really. You couldn't just call the homo and say an early sign of his homophobia before day 22. There was some evidence. You couldn't just call the homo and say sorry over the phone? It's not the same. A photo isn't enough. There's no guarantee he'd pick up the phone. Yeah, so ambushing him at work is totally fair game. When you say it like that, I'm not so sure this is the right call. Uh-huh. Despite repeated requests to turn back around, Tyson kept driving. The further we got, the more butterflies in my stomach became restless over seeing someone who I hoped was still my friend. Tyson waited in the car, saying that he'd wait for as long as I needed to hash things out with Orlando. The street was dead, and it was late in the afternoon. Orlando's bakery closing for the day. Just a moment. I'm just closing up, and I'll be... Orlando's bakery. The same background from the cafe earlier today.
I love how fucking gigantic the soda bottles are.
Yeah, no.
Or the beer bottles or whatever they are. I guess that's Skull.
Yeah, it's Skull. It's like not only they're using the same background as where he met Dean, but once again, it's still not either of the things they're calling it.
This isn't a bakery. This is like a convenience store.
Yes, they called it a cafe last time, and now they're calling it a bakery, and they're still using the same background, which is neither, and it's so frustrating. I don't.
It's genuinely
I
amusing.
want to know why the backgrounds were chosen, like which ones they are, why they were chosen, what the process was. Was there any kind of like stock photo sourcing and payment, or was it literally just images off of the internet? Either way, both examples should have better images for what we're going for. The fact that it just doesn't resemble what you're describing at all is so strange. Just a moment, I'm just closing up, but I'll be with you in a second. I stood awkwardly in the doorway while the sound of the bell signaling my entry died off. As he finished sweeping and set the broom aside, he turned to me, beaming. But the smile faded fast. Oh. What is that line supposed to mean? I'm just now closing up, but I'll be with you in a minute? It's like, but I'm closing, so we're closed, go away. But if he is a customer, and you're planning on being with him, why would you just finish sweeping first? Like, just make him wait? Like, are you closed and kicking him out, or are you planning on serving this, like working for this customer? Then you're like, oh, it's Dave. Like, it's working, like, we know it's Dave, so the scene makes sense that he would just, like, be doing shit and then come to him, but he doesn't expect it to be Dave. He sounds like he thinks it's a customer, so it's weird. Hey, Orlando. Yeah, hey, you didn't think to come while the store was open? We only just arrived. We drove all this way so I could apologize. Apologize? Now? I know. Tyson said I should have just picked up the phone, but that's not what I'm getting at. You had a year to say something. Stop me from leaving that day, but you didn't. I'm sorry, Orlando. I want to say it's fine. I really do. But you don't know the feelings, you don't know the things that I felt in that holding cell. Not having my best friend come to the trial. To think I killed a mutual friend. Orlando walked past me, flipping the sign over from open to closed and opening the door. I don't want to do this right now, Dave. I can't. You made me feel abandoned, left behind, and for the past year, I've had to rebuild myself and deal with it. Also, I'm on the run from my dad. So it's really a problem you could find me. You could tell me how you found my address. I'm gonna have to deal with that. I never meant for that. I was confused and sad and... Well, that makes two of us. Get out. With my tail between my legs, I shuffled along. Taking a step out of the shop, I assumed I'd hear or even feel the door slam behind me, but it never came. If you're still in town tomorrow, then maybe I'll be ready to talk more. Because right now, I don't know if I should hug you tight or hit you hard enough that you know you hurt me. He was already closing the door as I turned to speak, but his eyes were already on to the floor, and he locked the door behind me. He was already closing the door as I turned to speak, but his eyes were already on the floor. It's just not like what you use "but" for. Whatever. We stuck around for another day, but Orlando was no different. He gave me an apology for coming all this way for nothing and asked me to not come back. He felt it was way better this way, as much as it hurt me to accept his decision. So, you don't have to go back if you don't want. To Orlando? Home. We can go anywhere you want. Really. You've got me, always will. Anywhere you want to go, I'll take you. Whatever it takes to see you happy again, alright? He'd said it without breaking focus from the road, as if it were the most simple of things, but the words lifted a weight off my chest that allowed me to smile, if only a little. Thanks. At some point we had to return in order to get our things, but the plan to find a home for ourselves somewhere else in the country was set. What I wasn't expecting was a letter waiting for me, wedged into the welcome mat. On the envelope was nothing more than my name, written by hand in red ink. Hey, hurry up. Tyson, I have a letter. He made his way over from the car as I tore open the letter, scanning its contents. Much like the other letters left for me consoling me about Dean's death, even after so long, this one was different. What?
Yeah, I have no idea.
He just forgets mid-sentence what sentence he's writing. It's weird. Much like the other letters left for me consoling me about Dean's death, this one was different. What? It's from Roswell. And? Listen to this. Go for it. To give us remorseful Roswell.
There's... Oh, I see what you're saying.
It shouldn't have taken me so long to write this, but I'm sorry for your loss, Dave. It was a loss for all of us, but I know he was important to you, probably more than most.
Not Sal?
Regrettably, by the time you're reading this, there's every chance that I'm not going to be around much longer either. For that, I'm also sorry.
So he normally lives for like a year longer if he doesn't... Wait, no, he did inject himself in the woods. Why do you live for another year?
I don't. He probably died in 10 minutes. I have no idea.
Why does he just go...
That's the thing that confuses me, is that Roswell, in any route where, like, good things happen, he dies 5 minutes after the ending. He's like, we killed Memphis, yay! Dave, sit down, I have a letter for you. But then in every other ending, it's like, Roswell died mysteriously long after the events of the mansion. And it's like, well... Maybe it was a few weeks later, but like, because like they spend so long in the mansion, but like I don't know.
It's been explicitly a year later.
Sure. Well, that's what I'm saying, is that like, if they didn't say that, maybe you could write it off. But here it's like, I don't know. This is weird.
Very odd. It's also not how quotes work. Open quote, close quote. The next page has no open quote, so it sounds like it's Dave's internal monologue. But then it has the close quote at the end, where it's like this one shouldn't have a close, if anything, to continue to indicate that's still going past the page. Regrettably, but this is yours. Did you read this already? I don't remember.
Yes, I did already read this.
Okay.
I should have been more careful. Should have known better. Should have known there were dangers in that forest that we couldn't have foreseen. Just promise me that when I'm gone, you'll take nothing to chance. Anything could be a death cap if you aren't too careful, Dave. Remember that.
No, death caps are very specific.
This crayon might kill you, Dave. Blah, blast.
Heavy. No, it's paper. I'm going to try calling him. Almost immediately, the number was flagged as being disconnected, and I looked to Tyson at a loss. It's just immediately the phone number is discontinued. Was Roswell living alone? I feel like Roswell wouldn't have his own phone number. Unless it's cell phone, I guess. They immediately cancel his phone. I don't know. What do we do now? What did you want to do? Without knowing how long this has been here, I don't think there's anything we can do. Let's make tracks. Nothing to do but keep moving forward and keep here receiving letters about another dead friend every month. He was right. And once we got back in the car and said goodbye to home, we didn't look back. Though thoughts of what happened and what could have happened plagued me for a long time afterwards. Was there a way I could have stopped things? Was Roswell's last line a warning that anything had the chance to be dangerous? Was it likely that there might be an occasional death cap among the good things to come? It hurts me that I pointed out that there are potentially like 6 good metaphors so far in Dean's route, but then they're like, but what if like life sends you death caps? You make death cap aid. You're like, what the fuck is this game talking about? Either way, Tyson and I were going to find out one day at a time. Apparently this is the Tyson outcome. Like, is death cap, are they saying it so much because death cap is the password?
I have
if
no
death
idea.
cap's the password, that's extremely literal by the password standards.
Yeah.
I feel like if the password in a different route was gun. It is death cap. This technically makes it the only one. Weirdly, this is a first password that is not caps locked. Only in Dean's route and no one else's. So technically, Dean's route functions as a tutorial, but not really, because this does mean that if you played Dean's route first, the game never told you what to look for in a password in any way, and you're just meant to...
It's just very funny that Roswell is like, a death cap can be anything, Dave, but the implication to us is, it could be a password. It could even be a password. like, okay, dude.
Like, we know that you're supposed to be like, oh, they did say death cap a weird number of times. I guess that's the password. But if you've never seen a password before in this game, you're like, how do you know what a password is? Like, I feel like you just immediately end up like just going on the Discord or the internet to look up like, well, I don't understand. Dean died and then it's asking for a password. Do I not have the Patreon version? Do I have to get a Patreon password to keep playing? Because like it relies on like several assumptions to even get to the headspace you need to guess what the password is at that point with zero context. Like we beat the whole game already, so it's obvious for us. But I'm like, I genuinely think that this is probably worse than the caps lock ones because you genuinely haven't been primed to even look for something yet, which is like a rough thing. It's interesting because like I'm playing Raging Loop, and like Raging Loop is very much written as a tutorial. Like the early hours are just are mechanically onboarding you to like the very concept of like unlocking alternate endings and so on. Like you get a forced bad ending like 2 hours in, and then immediately have to then that gives you the key which unlocks the lock on the flowchart. Now you can go back to this part and pick the other option, and like the options were all telegraphed with like locks that have different numbers on them throughout the whole thing, indicating something's up here. So by the time you learn how to do that, you've also seen several examples of it. Password, I don't think does anything to on-ramp you at all, besides just giving you caps lock passwords the first time to indicate that the password comes from the text. But then that is a failed tutorial for the rest of the game, given the context of how it's presented. But this time I think they just didn't do it at all, and that definitely also doesn't work.
Yeah.
They really just needed someone to actually explain passwords, which is rough because there's no one supposed to know about them in the story. Let's see. There was a moment's pause.
It's so weird.
Yes.
Sorry. The circumstances around the passwords is very odd. Like the entire quantum mechanical side of this game just doesn't really make sense, because like the gimmick of it is like we're trying to use morphic resonance or whatever. Like I get the sci-fi nature of it, but for a character that is supposed to know as much as he knows, Oswin is so unhelpful. Like, the premise of this game could be just that Oswin and Roswell are working together to make this cure work. Or you could just have Roswell speak through Thanatos and tell Dave,
your goal is to get the passwords. You're going to learn the words from every death that you experience.
And then that might actually be interesting, because then Dave would be like, fuck, I have an impending death at the end of this. I need to be on the lookout. And you could play with that, like, paranoia and fear and anxiety, and make that spiral him into his depression and stuff like that. Like, there's like a narrative hook there that you could use if they just committed to having characters know or experience literally anything.
Yeah.
But they're just like, it's a story with no characters, and the protagonist is a moron. And it's like, okay, well, I guess we just can't know anything, and nothing can actually happen in this story. It just doesn't square. That's all.
Yeah, it's rough because you're proposing a thing where Dave's written to do or think anything and have any plans and be active in any way. Because yeah, like him being desperate, and like it would be so much more interesting if he's like, oh my god, the weight of this problem, and then he actually is dealing with it on some more direct way, and that actually does make him spiral. Because yeah, the paranoia of looking for passwords, but because it's constructed in such a way where he can't understand anything about what's going on, and he's written to never figure out how passwords work on any level, really, he just never thinks about them ever. Mm-hmm. And then he's not like, there's not like, could that be a password? Do I think about that? That's weird. And like, there's none of that. So there's no paranoia really built in. And when it does finally come up, it's just for a couple of days of him like, man, I'm depressed now. These are my 3 days of being depressed. And it's so foggy if it even has anything to do with the weight of this problem, or if it's just the fact that his dad's dead and it's coming back to him now. Because he weirdly like overcomes his depression all at once. Like he's in the fog every day for a few days about his dad and passwords, kind of, but then Jack attacks him, and then he's like over it, and he's just like, oh no, but when people die, that's bad. But he's not like in the constant depression, even though the situation has not improved. It's actually gotten worse. Like, it actively gets worse, but Dave never is in that funk ever again, really. As a moment's flash, and it flashes, and we did the thing. I could hear my heart beating hard and fast in my chest as something like a memory flashed across the forefront of my mind. I gasped, and no sooner had I been given enough of a reprieve for air, the tightening came back full force. I fell to my knees, clutching my chest. The pain spiked once more before fading away to nothing, as if it was never there to begin with. What? What the hell? I looked towards the input panel and gulped, wondering if it had somehow drugged me just by touching it. Oh no, it's got jack-o'-lantern on it! But there was no sensation on my fingers that may have hinted as such. I put it down to being half asleep still, but I was rattled enough and awake enough to find that claim empty. Was Dean in trouble, though? Sick, maybe? Something to keep in mind for sure. I took one last look around the room before heading back to get changed for breakfast. Wee. If you hold his hand, you die of the mushroom. Oh no. Huh. What a useless vision.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's gonna save him or whatever, but we literally just did the entire scene where he holds the jack-o'-lantern and we didn't stop him or react to him picking it up. Like, what's the point of having Dave learn about the spores on his hand from Roswell if Dean then isn't like, oh fuck, that you're gonna die. Like Dave should be like, Dean, you're gonna die from the jack-o'-lantern. Oh my god, I saw this in the thing. We gotta watch your hand right now. But nothing changed in that scene. We're all the way at dinner now, and before something finally changes. Without waiting for another word from me, he snatched a mushroom from my platter and started making airplane noises as he guided towards my mouth. A sharp pain in the back of my head reminded me of what I saw, and I panicked. No! The dining room went quiet. Eyes were upon me, but I didn't know what to say. Did I do something wrong? No, I mean, yes. Maybe? Well, which is it? I guess the idea is that if he feeds Dave the mushroom, he'll die, because the mushroom's not poisonous. It's the fact that Dean apparently hasn't washed his hands successfully since then, so he handled it with his bare hand and not the cutlery, and that's why they include Orlando being like, use the fork, you jackass. Because apparently the spores are still in his hand when he's dead, even though it said he was washing his hands at some point, I thought. So I guess if that was enough to kill Dean, then it would have killed Dave too if he didn't get stopped by Orlando. Although then Orlando swatted his hand away with his hand, so Orlando could die. Because it's on his hand now. Dean put a hand on my neck, gently, moving it from there to my forehead and shaking his head. Your neck's gonna die, Dave. It's his hand. Then he stood, offering a hand out to me. In my confusion, I took it. We'll be right back, everyone. As we made our way out, I could see Tyson giving me a worried, if filthy look. Whoa! What? Orlando, meanwhile, was picking up the mushroom I knocked out of Dean's hand, looking hurt or possibly offended. Don't touch that either! Everyone's gonna die! Wait, Dave, you need to speak up. Like, this is quickly becoming a thing that going from a thing that kills Dean to a thing that kills everyone in the room. Everyone's just actively touching the thing that killed him. Closing the door carefully behind us, Dean shook his head and wandered over to the steps leading down to the lawn and gestured for me to follow. When I did, he clapped a hand on my leg lightly and flashed me a smile. Clapped a leg on my leg? A hand on my leg? I'm not sitting down, right? That's a weird... Just grabbing someone's leg while standing is a weird pose.
Yeah. So just imagining him reaching down and just, like, cupping his thigh.
Yeah. Well, also being much taller than him. So it's actually, like, out of reach. Like, he can't really reach Dave's leg. So I'm like, what is he doing? It's like a weird, like football coach gesture. Like, what is this? So what's got you all flustered? Huh? Your pulse was racing inside. I thought you might be able to have a heart attack. No one says it like that. That's a weird way to say that.
Yeah.
I thought you might be capable of a heart attack. You know, if you level up a little bit more, you might get better at heart attacks. If you were running a fever, I would have thought you'd just be a little caught up in the moment, but... Oh, shoot, it wasn't because I tried hand-feeding you, was it? You don't have some sort of fear of that I don't know about, do you? No, not that. Well, maybe it's complicated. Then help me understand, like by using your words and things? I know this is going to sound like it's coming out of nowhere, but you weren't thinking of killing yourself, are you? The color in his face drained immediately. He started to tremble, and his hands balled up into fists. I would never... Huh? It's occurring to me that Dave is so terminally stupid that he let it ruin his entire relationship with Orlando because he couldn't put two and two together. That when he picked up the jack-o'-lantern, he accidentally poisoned himself when he hand-fed Dave. Even when Roswell pointed out the evidence to him, he spent a year thinking about it and still didn't come to that conclusion, and still doesn't know for sure if Orlando killed Dean. It's like, Jesus, man. Huh? I don't know what would prompt you to ask a question like that, Dave, but I would never. Okay, well, I've got too much to live for, people to live for. Okay, maybe that's going a little far, but I don't want to die. Then, I don't understand. That makes two of us, because you still haven't said fucking anything to me. No, when I was messing around downstairs, I think I hallucinated that you were dead, poisoned. But after hearing about the death caps before... Wait, so you think I just willingly eat one of those? I don't know, it's stupid. Now wait a minute, I don't think seeing any of my friends dead, dying, or anything like that is stupid. It's pretty serious. But know that I'm not going anywhere if I have a say in it. All right, I'm sorry. Don't be. I appreciate you being concerned about me. But boy, doesn't this just pile onto things, huh? What do you mean? Oh, shoot, nothing. Don't worry about it. Dean? I got so distracted when we got back from foraging that I forgot to wash up properly. Wait, so when you were going to hand feed me... It's not like that, promise. I don't think I touched anything. Uh-oh. What? There was something out in the woods I touched, a mushroom. Smelled kind of funky after I'd done it, too. Kind of sticky, too. I was going to wash my hands when we got in, but Roswell asked me something that threw me for a loop. What could that have been to make you forget something so important? I can't get into it. I'm sure it'll come up anyway, but it's not really something I can share. Sorry. So Roswell went out of his way to say something at that exact moment that Thanatos gave him feedback on that would make Dean forget to wash his hands so he would die? Like, that's the implication of showing Roswell interacting with Thanatos right before that all happened, was that, like, if he distracts him right at this moment, Dean will forget to wash his hands and he'll die from the death cap or whatever.
Well, the thing that's really weird to me, though, is that he didn't pick up a death cap. He picked up a jack-o'-lantern, and jack-o'-lanterns and death caps look super different.
No, it was later.
Okay.
Because he's talking about something that he hasn't identified this mushroom, and I think it's during the second trip with Roswell.
Gotcha. But Roswell would notice it.
Yes, but Roswell wants him to die.
That's true. So it's just Roswell's just outing himself.
Yeah, but Roswell said that it was jack-o'-lantern jack-o'-lantern spores, so it's still confusing.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, is that if it's jack-o'-lantern spores, then it's not a death cap, it's a jack-o'-lantern.
The evidence is really confusing, because we saw him pick up a jack-o'-lantern, and Roswell look, jack-o'-lantern spores in his hand, but now Dean is saying that he got back, then went back out with Roswell, then picked up a different mushroom, and he didn't know what it was, and it was like sticky and it smelled like cleaning chemicals, which is what they keep calling death cap. And then he forgot to wash his hands when Roswell asked him a question. So I think they just fucked up. I think they just genuinely fucked up this mystery.
Genuinely fucked up
really badly.
The reason why why I think he picks up a jack-o'-lantern is because they look visually similar to chanterelles.
Yes, but we know when he picked up the jack-o'-lantern because he did it with a chanterelle to show us the difference between a chanterelle and a jack-o'-lantern. Exactly.
So my point is, like, the point is that, like, I could see how a amateur mycologist or a forager would mistake a chanterelle for a jack-o'-lantern or a jack-o'-lantern for a chanterelle. They're not exactly the same, but they're close enough. The thing with the death cap is that the death cap is like a big flat white mushroom for the most part. It just looks like a white it looks like a lawn mushroom. Like, that's why death caps are dangerous. They look absolutely nothing like a chanterelle.
Yes.
So the idea that they're like that you would make that mistake is just nonsense. Like, that is truly just making up words. It's just like looking at a list of poisonous mushrooms and then just writing down two that don't look similar at all.
They don't even seem to try to imply that they thought there was anything. He just randomly picks up a death cap for some reason, and then it's sticky and it smells like cleaning chemicals, which we've been told 75 times this chapter is death cap. Yeah. But then it's just so messy. This is such a mess of a mystery because, like, they specifically point out that his hand has fucking jack-o'-lantern spores on it, and that's how he died, is what Roswell says in the death scene. But then all the evidence about the death all points towards it being a death cap, and it's just like, how did they mess up? How is it so messy? Which mushroom killed him? Like, how is that so messily established that it's so back and forth? It almost sounds like he picked up two different deadly mushrooms without washing his hands. So he's just a huge shit show. And he's the guy who specifically was explaining to us how dangerous this was. And this is the exact thing that you need to do. So it's just really embarrassing at some point. Really embarrassing. They fumbled this. They fumbled this entire plot line. It's just the they could not be reinforcing information more consistently at us to explain it as clearly as possible, which is why we can clearly identify that they've fucked up the basic events of the story and they don't match up and don't make sense. But it was important enough to distract you that much? Yeah. But it's not my secret to share. I can say you'll find out eventually, though. Right, well, if anything, I'm now just more confused as to what I saw and how that could have happened. Not hungry at all? Less now, but I probably should eat something. Let's head back inside. We both should wash our hands just to be safe. Also, Orlando, please warn Orlando, who's picked up the death mushroom. We stopped by the kitchen, and once I was satisfied Dean's hands were clean, we headed back to our seats. No one seemed to really question our return, except Tyson, who was picking his teeth with a knife. With a knife?! He's so Australian. As if nothing was wrong, Dean started to eat his dinner. He still pulled from the mushrooms from the center, though every time he did, I felt my stomach flip. From the mushrooms from the... I guess it might technically make sense. I stuck with just what was on my plate instead. Oh, well, did Dean change his utensils? Aren't those poisoned still? Tyson was the first to leave. The others leaving after Orlando was after Orlando had brought up some dessert we'd thrown together for afterwards. Then after that was done, people filed out, leaving me alone in the dining room with Dean and Sal.
Do I want to know what that was about?
What, with Dave earlier? He's just a stickler for people using cutlery, that's all. Let's keep it a secret that people could be in danger right now. What a stupid thing to be coy about.
That's not very believable, yeah. The characters in this game are inscrutable.
No, yeah, no. Don't know what to think about anything. It's fine, just freaked out about nothing.
But you're fine now.
Yeah, I'm good, mostly. Don't worry, Sal. I've got it covered.
If you say so. But if you need a hand...
I know where to find you. With a nod, Sal left us to our devices. Dean drummed his fingers on the table lightly before turning to me. Ready for bed?
I think so. Oh, no, that's Dave. Oops.
Oh, yeah. Oops. I think so. I feel drained after before. I'm just gonna make a quick trip to the greenhouse, then meet you upstairs then. Wait, what? What's happening? You think I'm gonna let you be alone after that worry you had before? No way. I'm gonna maximize your contact with the person that's a source of danger. Is that a good idea? Why wouldn't it be? It's just for sleeping. Maybe a cuddle if you want. I could go for a cuddle. I don't think you have to worry about anything more than that happening with how tired you are either. At least for me, the thought of dying kills my libido. But yeah, I can't... You don't have the death instinct? The little death? Yeah, I can't say I'm feeling all that appealing right now after all that, too. Why not? You're very appealing. 10 out of 10 handsome for sure. I was giddy the whole way back to my room, riding high on the compliment. As I stepped out of the bathroom from my shower, Dean was there sitting on the bed. He was fast. Well, I don't mind this view. Scrambling, I made sure that I still had the towel wrapped around me, and that Dean wasn't seeing more than I intended. I figured it'd make more sense for me to shower here rather than walk from my room in my underwear. Is that alright? What? I don't understand the logistics they come up with here. They're all in one hallway. Oh, sure, would you mind throwing me some underwear? Why would you need to... What are you talking about with underwear? I don't understand. Aren't you gonna have to walk back into your own room in underwear then? If you think you somehow can't wear underwear after put your clothes on after a shower? You're not going to wait until I'm in the shower to change? Not that I'm complaining. That's probably a better idea. Then I should let you get to it. As he strode past me, he smacked me on the rear with a chuckle, making me yelp in surprise. Wait, before I forget, what did you go to the greenhouse to get? Oh, thanks for reminding me. I left it on your bedside if you haven't noticed already. He disappeared into the bathroom as I noticed the lone rose that he left on my bedside table. Once again, he left me giddy in such a short span I got changed and laid down on my bed. That's just 2 sentences. Those are 2 separate sentences. Once again, he left me giddy in such a short span. Period. I got changed and laid down on my bed. You made me think that you're so giddy you got in bed and laid down normally. With the sound of the shower running and the heady daze I found myself from the warmth and fresh cut flower Dean had surprised me with, I fell asleep fast. He's so excited about the flower that he passed out instantly. The sound of thunder woke me from my nap. The room dark and notably an absence of Dean. With a notable absence of Dean? Though I could tell that he had been there, his lingering honey scent wafting in the room. That's too strong of fucking perfume then. Setting the rose back onto the side table, I rubbed my eyes to get my bearings. Setting the rose back on the side table? Are you telling me he was sleeping it in his hands the whole time, like a corpse? He never picked it up, but it sounds like he was literally like laying there like a slab of man, just holding a rose in both hands on his chest, like a cartoon that died. Let's see. It mustn't have been too late from when I first came to my room, but late enough that rolling back over for sleep was likely the right call. Laying there, I could blah blah blah. Guess he just... Oh, they needed to have Dean get up and leave, apparently, once he fell asleep, because they need to have the Thanatos conversation, and he can't have Dean there. So apparently Dean, of all people, would just decide to get up and leave when he's getting away with sleeping in the same bed as Dave, which is strange. Looking instead to the rose I'd left on the bedside table, I wondered where Dean had ended up. For a brief moment, my blood ran cold, fearing the worst, but I settled upon remembering how I'd ended up with the rose to begin with. It didn't stop me nearly jumping out of my fur a second time when there was a sudden knock at my door. Come in? Good morning. Oh, there you are. Just came to see if you were awake.
Have I ever mentioned that I fucking hate Dave? Jesus Christ. What an awful character.
Just in a constant state of panic and
it's just like the way his brain works is just like he just rapidly oscillates between being the stupidest motherfucker ever and then having like the most I am 14 and this is deep thoughts. Like it's just like so wild. Like I just don't understand him.
His characterization just doesn't really work. I
just hate him, you know what I mean? Yeah. I just want him to die. Where's the route where Dave gets killed on day 6?
Yeah, not quite that early. Although he does definitely just straight up die at one point. And if we just stop there, we just leave him there. His characterization constantly suffers from like the kind of writing style where you need to constantly have the protagonist ask questions to prompt the next line of dialogue.
Yeah.
So it makes it sound like he literally has never known anything.
Yeah.
And you're just like, is he okay? Does he know what a word
is? Did he know?
Does he know anything?
He's a dumbass. That's the problem.
Just came to see if you were awake. Just recently got some coffee going and figured I'd see if you wanted any. It's the tiniest detail ever, but I'm just like, I would never use the word recently to describe a thing I did a few minutes ago. Always, but what happened last night? I remember you taking a shower, but... Oh, that? You look so calm, passed out like that, I didn't want to bother you. So I just went back to my room for the night. I wouldn't mind being woken up. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Well, get your butt ready for breakfast. Coffee is going cold. Anyway, I had to be out of the room for Thanatos. With a spring in his step, Dean wandered away so I could get dressed. The promise of coffee got me moving, though, especially now knowing that he was perfectly fine. The concept of coffee got me going, though.
Cringe.
Just the phrasing every time. He caught me looking his way as he was chatting with Sal, flashing me a wink before going back to his conversation. As much as I would have liked to wave, seemed like he was already distracted. There was something warm about him that made me feel nice, even if the pace we were going insofar as dating was glacially slow. You think it's slow? You're not allowed to think that, Dave.
I hate Dave so much.
He gives you so many chances and so many ins to escalate things. Like, what do you mean you think it's glacially slow? Fucking, he was literally like, you want to grab it? Just do it right here in the woods.
He's just never had.
But maybe slow is good? It wasn't like I had anything to compare against. Just, what do you want as a person? What
Literally.
are you? Are you a person? Do you want anything ever? Do you have any
I think it would be
drives?
really cool if this guy stopped whatever it was he was doing.
Makes me want to scream.
You know what I mean?
Take these and go cut the vine holding this thing down. Stripes. Is this a thing from the rewrite? Did the rewrite decide that Tyson now calls Dave Stripes? Because that's not what he was using. I implore you to Control F your script for the word pup compared to the word stripes. And I feel like all the instances of the word stripes are like innocuous descriptions and not him calling him stripes. Just the existence thereof. Sal, give me a hand, yeah?
All right.
Sal wandered over to the other side of the pumpkin and lifted it up, giving me enough space to crawl under it and snip the vine. Fuck. Holding the pumpkin in place. I knew that thing was big, but damn.
It'll be heavy. Remember to lift with your legs.
Yeah. While they held it up, I snipped it free of the vine, scrambling to safety in order to give them the go-ahead to move. Sal and Tyson nodded at one another. Alright, on 3.
1, 2, 3.
The pair of them heaved the pumpkin carefully away, actively guiding one another through the process. Maybe it was just something about how doing physical labor made them not have the time to be at odds with one another? Too easy. Neither of us really did anything. I guess I snipped the vine, but... And the job was done anyway. Many hands make light work and all that. If Tyson and Sal have the pumpkin handled, where does that leave us? What, like romantically? Not too sure. I did have something I wanted to ask you, though, now that we have the time alone. Oh, yeah? What happened yesterday is troubling me. Did anyone say something, or did I do something that'd make you jump to assuming that I'd, you know... Just what the vault showed me. Dean grimaced, pacing back and forth and offering nothing else on the matter. Are you okay? Huh? Oh, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Just the topic is kind of sensitive, that's all. Someone I used to know, well. Oh, did he? No, he just moved away to deal with it. Last time I saw him, he was pretty shaken up about it, scars and everything, but I guess it's not that important. It seems like it is. To be honest, it's pretty bad. If it's weighing on me bad enough, I have to resort to sleeping medication just to get some rest. Okay. This is a turn for the Dean route I wasn't expecting. So Dean knows somebody that self-harms to the point where the visuals have scarred him to the point where he's struggling to sleep at night. Dean.
I'm just
the huggable bear boy.
Yeah. While he's saying this, I'm just chilling here, looking at the little guy in his mouth.
The little guy in his mouth. The funny little
guy in
pink
his mouth
guy with white eyes.
The pink guy, the Kingdom Hearts Heartless.
Yeah.
That's just living in his mouth.
Yeah. Dean just has a full-size Yoshi tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Pudding, pop.
Oh god. Yeah, I'm imagining him just like unhinging his jaw and a gigantic tongue lashing out chameleon twist style.
Yeah. Swallow it.
We're normal.
Yeah.
We're completely normal.
No, I definitely don't like the really weird furry art. So
if for
what
the
the
viewers,
fuck is this twist?
for the viewers, that's a Keith thing. That's not a me thing. I'm completely normal. Keith is half normal.
I've seen your toon shit. You can't lie to me. What the fuck is this reveal? At first I was like, is it Watanuki again? Is this because it's always Watanuki with Dean? But I guess that'd be a weird reveal for the Tanuki character.
Yeah, maybe.
Being emotionally
I don't know, maybe it is
scarred by somebody
Watanuki.
else's
I feel like it
self-harm
is.
Scars is just not what I expect to hear in Password.
It just profoundly. For me. It's just deeply, profoundly unempathetic. Is the thing.
It feels like the kind of thing where I'm just like, oh, okay, well now you're playing with something deeply sensitive, and I don't know how you're gonna walk this back. Just like with everything about Tyson, where I'm like, are you sure? Are you sure you want to mix that into your Zero Escape story? Because.
Yeah.
I just don't know what to do with that.
I think this game is pretty rough in terms of like emotional maturity and intelligence and I don't know, empathy. I think that there's a lot of stuff that is pretty nasty here to like, I don't know, debate or think about at all in any meaningful way. It's just you just can't pick it apart because it's kind of profoundly upsetting when you try to.
Just wild. Okay. To be honest, it's pretty bad. If it's weighing on me bad enough, I have to resort to sleeping medication just to get some rest. Probably closer to tranquilizers. They knock me around a little.
Jesus
also, like,
Christ.
What is this? Also, it's like a retcon. I mean, you could say he was being dishonest before, but like, he was saying before that it's just like, yeah, maybe it's just an unfamiliar bed or whatever. But now it's like, now this is the new reason he can't sleep. That's just a lot. But then, why did I see what I did? Thing you saw in the vault or something? Well, yeah, if you didn't commit suicide, then that would have meant someone tried to poison you, like on purpose.
I'm so exhausted with Dave getting these visions. It's been so many playthroughs. Dave getting the visions and then not only misinterpreting them, but them also being unhelpful. It's so insane to me.
Yes, and it's like, and like we're just actively ignoring the third option, which is that it could just be an accident.
Yeah.
That Dean just could have been poisoned by accident, which is the literal thing they spent all day talking about being a thing that can happen.
I want this game to not be this way.
No one was talking about suicide or murder with mushrooms the entire time. They're only talking about how you can accidentally poison yourself, and it's very dangerous. You gotta be very, very, very careful. And several characters all hammered this in. 3 separate characters hammered in how careful you have to be with mushrooms or you could accidentally poison yourself. And then someone poisons himself, and they're like, was it suicide?
Yeah.
Was it murder? You're like, what?
Clearly one of our friends murdered him.
Like, what the fuck? That's a bit presumptuous, isn't it?
Utterly
just
insane.
A mistake? No, it drives me insane. I guess it could have been. Dean wandered closer and put his hands on my shoulders, rubbing them lightly. Did you want to go over what you saw? Would that help? It's probably me just being crazy, really. It just feels so real. Seeing you dying there from a death cap was just... Hold on. A death cap? Yeah, it was the word I put into the keypad by the vault, so... Well, that solves that. It solves what exactly? It couldn't have been a death cap. I didn't eat anything between lunch and dinner. So it'd have to be... So if I'd had one of those, I would have died sometime in the middle of the night. But how is that helpful? Doesn't that mean it's more likely that someone tried to kill you? Who'd want to kill me? Think about it. You think anyone here would want to kill someone? Least of all me. I guess you're right. I probably should take a step back and just think about it more. Well, I'm right here with you. Whatever support you might need, all you need to do is ask. For now, we should probably catch up with the others. As he clapped me on the back, my footing in the soil gave, and I was soon falling on my butt, right where the pumpkin once was. You alright? I didn't knock you around that much, did I? I'm fine, I just tripped on something. Oh, Dean, look at this! Barely exposed between my legs was the glint of metal. Plucking it from where I lay, I dusted it off and passed it up to Dean so I could stand. Well, look at that, it's one of those metals. No clue why this is here, but I guess that means we're not in last place anymore. Do we know which one this one is? Taurus. Really? Can you think of any other signs that might have horns? At least, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like to me. No, you're right. That's the only one that comes to mind for me too. If all it takes is to be horny, if all it takes is to be horny to be a star sign, maybe I should sign up. That doesn't even make sense. You you heard the word horn and you're like, I have to find a way to make this just say, remind everyone that I'm horn. And it's like, you didn't land it. It doesn't work at all. Huh, you mean right now? No time for that, Dave. We have people inside waiting for us.
This is like so deeply difficult to sit through.
It's like, it's cases of like, people talk about Flanderization, but these are characters like just looking at the camera and just shouting at us. Look at me, I'm Flander. It's me. It's me, I'm the guy. It's a nonsensical way of saying that, but I just like, they're just the way that there's like this, like instead of like being reduced to a character trait by memes or whatever, they're just like looking at the camera and being like, this is my one character trait. Did you know that? Did you know that I'm horny? Like it's not even like it's like not even showing, it's just telling at this point. Like just being like, I must tell you, and once again, this is my trait. In a daze, Dean grabbed me by the hand and led me out of the greenhouse to head back inside. Goodbye, pumpkins. You don't exist at all. No more pumpkins. Are you all right? That's just.
I need to know. Have you
scene.
seen Silence of the Lambs?
Yeah.
Okay.
But have a panic
I
attack?
needed to know. No, I just needed to know if you had the cultural context to know that song is deeply associated with Silence of the Lambs.
I do mostly think of the fucking horses aren't real meme. I do not think of it. My first thought is not Silence of the Lambs about that anymore, because I have been exposed to one thing way more than the other thing.
I hear Goodbye Horses and immediately think of Buffalo Bill dancing and tucking his dick between his legs.
Don't.
Like I think that's the cultural context. So 95% of people who heard you sing that are gonna immediately go to that and associate that thought with Password. That's why I was very shocked just now. That's all.
Yes, I have seen Silence of the Lambs. I don't remember when. I feel like I don't remember that movie very well anymore. But I know what it is.
It's a great film. It's a really special, great movie that everyone should watch. It's very good.
What about them? You met Freddy before, right? Yeah, but you said little. He's your younger brother? Wouldn't be in the older brothers club if he wasn't. What? I need to go back. What the fuck are they saying? So Dean, about your family. What about them? You met Freddy before, right? Yeah, but you said little. He's your younger brother? Wouldn't be in the older brothers club if he wasn't. Probably about around Sal's height now, so taller than me. In the older brothers club?
He's saying he's an older brother. That's all.
But he's younger brother.
No, but Dean is an older brother. He wouldn't be an older brother if he didn't have.
Wow, that could do with an I. I thought he was talking about. I thought he was talking about Freddy. So I was like, I cannot parse this sentence. Oh, that big bear that owns the pizza place? Yeah.
That's your brother? You look nothing alike.
We've already had this conversation.
Yeah, it looks like it's just updated because the script was changed slightly somewhere. But I don't think we need the updated version of the FNAF meme. Day 7. Let's see. Betrayal. All right, so that'll skip Orlando and Benson's death. Something was bothering me in the back of my head. Something telling me that what I was seeing wasn't suicide. Yeah. Am I gonna die again? What do you mean again? Hold on, you actually opened the door? Does he know what's inside? No, it's closer to... How do I explain this? Last time this happened, Dave thought I'd killed myself. Something about being poisoned during dinner maybe as an alternative? What? Is that why you freaked out the other night? Kinda. But I picked up the food that you were freaked out about, and I ate it.
So opening the vault is closer to seeing how someone's going to die?
Maybe. All I know is this time I saw Benson. I looked at Dean and he gave me a sheepish look for a second before turning away. For someone that was potentially going to be my boyfriend one day really soon, I was hoping that he'd have my back here. People like not believing him.
What's really weird to me is that obviously in every single route, like you get to know certain characters more, and in those routes, even when the characters don't fully believe Dave, they're like more on board with the idea that he's having a vision than in any other route where they have, like in any of the other routes when Dave talks about having a vision, everyone is like, you're crazy. What are you talking about? You're insane. But they'll just switch on a dime immediately during their it's just odd. It's just a little bit odd to me, that's all.
It's weird because like in something like Edge of Tomorrow, Tom Cruise can prove that he's in a time loop because he can show something, he can reveal information that he can't have. But in Dave's situation,
he just gets nothing.
He gets nothing. All he learns is about a death that never happened. So he gains no information that he can use to prove anything about anything. So if anything, you should lean heavier into the idea of no one believing Dave like indefinitely, which would raise the drama because no one would be working with him and would think he's just crazy. But then the game also kind of like shits itself because it just makes the outside threats extremely explicit and obvious because they just get openly attacked by the mafia. So the idea of Dave even having to run around and solve problems that no one believes exist is also like that potential squandered anyway. But they don't even mind it in the opening days that much by making him feel isolated, alone, and panicky, which could really do a lot to reinforce his depression spiral that happens. But instead, people mostly just like someone always does end up believing him, and or warming up towards believing him more and more by the time that's happening anyway. So it's just weird.
Yeah.
All right, get comfy and let's snuggle up for the night. I'll just hit the lights first. And we go. I crept over to Dean, mostly on his back, with his hands clasped on his chest. Dean? He must have only been dozing as he shifted as I got closer, acknowledging that I was nearby and making a spot for me under his arm. No sooner had I gotten into position, he pulled me against him so I could use his chest as a pillow. The smell of honey in his fur was comforting, that right level of pleasantly sweet without being overbearing. Just resting my head on his chest, I could hear the steady thumping of his heart, slow and rhythmic. I yawned, and as I did so, Dean shifted enough that he could kiss me on the forehead before turning his head away from me. Maybe it was to stop me from waking up more wet than needed, but by taking drool out of the equation, but I was still comfortable.
these characters have remarkably terrible chemistry.
No, they have no chemistry, which is canon, given the how the date
Yeah.
goes. What a weird internal monologue. He kissed me before turning away. Maybe to keep himself from drooling on me. Like, you don't need to keep writing. You can stop. You can just stop thinking. Unnecessary additions. As I woke, the sound of Dean lightly drumming his fingers on his chest rumbled through my ears. Reaching for his hand, he flinched as my fingers grazed his, and he pulled away slightly. I think I've explained this before, but the vibe it gives me when a basic like thought or action happens, then the weird rationalization sentence pops up. It always reminds me of Memento. Memento is the movie where he keeps forgetting what's happening in his life every 30 seconds or something. So like,
yeah,
he keeps having to rationalize what's happening to himself. Like, am I chasing this guy? Is he chasing me? Like, that kind of stuff keeps happening. Dave regularly thinks like that about basic actions, like as if he just forgot what's happening and has to like guess what it means.
Yeah.
Sorry, did I wake you up? No, just woke up. What about you? Nah, I've been awake for a bit. Fair bit, actually. How long is a fair bit? I sat up and he did as well, groggily rubbing his eyes, and I could see the lines in his face making him look sullen and exhausted. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. Just had a lot on my mind, and I didn't want to do anything about it with you cuddling in. Should have woken me if it was that bad. I wasn't gonna do that. Also, the others are still sleeping. Keep your voice down. I had sleeping medication, but priorities shifted last night, and I just forgot.
Sorry, I'm allergic to this game.
Huh? With the search for the gun? Of course. You were so rattled that you needed us more than I needed to remember my medication. That sounds serious. I'll be alright on this much sleep. I might just have to try and take a nap later, but for now, I'm okay. You say so. I looked over to the other two, who so far still seemed to be asleep. Sal was having a pleasant dream from how he was idly chewing on his pillow with a happy smile. Ty, on the other hand, looked about as rough as Dean looked, though he still seemed asleep. Didn't help that he seemed to be growling, though. Same, but hopefully all this means maybe one day we can also be close buds. Actually, remind me later to ask you something. Have an idea I need your help with. What is it? I looked between the two of them before noticing Dean gesturing my way. Ty then gave me a look before nodding to Dean, seemingly catching on to something. Alright, sure. I looked at Sal, who seemed to be looking elsewhere, distracted by something. Just anything in this empty room where nothing's happening. But I knew Dean and Ty well enough that even if I asked, they weren't going to tell me. Though we didn't get far, I was quickly dragged into Dean's room, the door hurriedly closing behind me, and his muzzle against mine in almost a desperate kiss. When he pulled away, though, as goofy as the smile on my face was, Dean just looked as exhausted as he did when I woke up. Sorry. I just needed that. I don't think I mind, but I'm very surprised. Yeah, I don't blame you for that. Is everything really okay? I'm getting that this isn't just a lack of sleep thing. No, it's a lot going through my head right now. You want to talk about it? Not really, but I think I need to. Oh, alright. Go for it. That response tells me Dave did not expect yes as an answer and did not want it. Oh, we're actually gonna talk about it. Shit, I was just doing a big flight. Dean stumbled back and dropped onto his bed, almost wilting. He knows that word now, as he sat there with his shoulders sagged. I think your worries about me killing myself hit me harder than I let on. Just the idea of it reminded me of something that happened once. You mean you tried to? No, not at all. But I've seen the result of it before. I've seen what it does to people. Oh. Maybe it's why I picked up gardening a lot harder after high school. Keeping plants alive feels so much easier than people. Well, yeah, they just need water and sun, right? And the right soil, the right plants surrounding them, sometimes fertilizer, sometimes insecticide. Really, not all that much different if you think about it. Well, your point is that they are different. So that's a weird circle to talk in. It just feels easier. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I know you didn't, I don't blame you. But can I ask something about it? What? Why the kiss? It was nice, just I don't think I understand how this relates. You can't hug or kiss a plant, not in the same way. Sometimes hugging a tree is the closest you kiss. Come on, man. Don't need to just... Not every thought needs to make it onto the page. Sometimes hugging a tree is the closest you can get, just because of how sturdy they are, but that's... You don't need to keep explaining trees to me. You hug trees? I'm not proud of it, Dave. God damn it. Help.
Yeah.
Like he's confessing to like a problem he has or a kink. I'm not proud of it that I'm hugging trees left and right. But sometimes I just need to hug something, and trees are everywhere. I don't own pillows, Dave. Sorry. No, I shouldn't be getting snippy. It's the tiredness talking. So you just needed affection? I need to show my affection, even if it's not the romantic kind of love. See, you went straight to a kiss? Sometimes I just think that I might not get another chance. Oh, well, it was still nice. I liked it. For that, I'm glad, but I'm sorry it was so sudden. I should have asked permission. Don't worry about it, Dean. Besides, at least it was me you kissed and not like Tyson or Sal. Oh, no, I'd never. Can you imagine how well that'd go? Probably not very well. Your medication just helps you sleep, right? It doesn't suppress your want to, like, be affectionate? That's right. Though when you're tired, you tend to be a little more impulsive with your needs. Speaking of, sleep time? Yeah. It's what I'd want to say if the others weren't expecting us all downstairs. I'll probably just have a shower, jerk off, and then survive on coffee until I take a nap later. You don't have to say that. Why would you say that? Cool. Completely normal, accurate response to how fucking weird that line was. What, too blunt? Maybe a little? I didn't realize that'd help. It helps with stress. I'm a little pent up as is. You keep going. Okay. Oh, well, I guess so long as you clean up afterwards. That's the benefit of having a shower now. Ah, right. Well, I guess I'll get the coffee going and see you downstairs. Ha ha ha. Awkward fucking conversation now. Sounds like a plan. I promise not to fall asleep. Dean stood up and clapped me lightly on the shoulder before making his way towards his bathroom. As I heard the water start, I made my way back to my room. Processing what he told me and getting a fresh change of clothes on, I headed back down to breakfast. Why is he like this? I don't understand why he is like this. Support Benson. Goodbye. I'm not here to clean dishes. Fuck you. His tiredness seemed to break for all of a second to shoot me a smile, then ruffled me atop the head as they made their way past. He mouthed the words hot tub, offering a silent cheer. Giving him a toothy grin in reply, along with a hair of thumbs up. A hair of thumbs up. What? I wondered if it was worth saving up for one, given how he seemed to constantly be excited about them. And it was starting to rub off. Do you have a job, Dave? Do you make money to save up with? I don't know. I don't think you do. I think I know that you don't, but I'm not sure because things just don't get established sometimes. I must have been spacing out, catching Dean giving me a small wave as he disappeared behind the others heading outside. The three of them seemed seemed sorted for the morning. I'd catch up with them later. For now, I had somewhere I wanted to be. My attention stopped on a page about death caps, a chill running down my spine. Of course it'd be in a book about mushrooms. Yeah? Good one, Dave. I scanned the page briefly, noticing a couple things. Namely, wait, 6 days? I thought they said 6 hours, but that... I frowned, thinking back on it before turning back into the book. A lethal dose was only half a mushroom as well, so maybe if Dean had ate a full one, that'd make him die in 3 days, maybe? Slightly relieved that Dean dying was less and less likely to be a suicide. Maybe it was just an accident, maybe. Maybe. Something else. But something Fuck you. I'd have to talk about it later. That sentence had 2 somethings and 2 maybes. Not only that, but it'd give me another chance to ask him what he was talking to Roswell about, too. He's been summoned.
Yeah.
Mycology didn't think you'd be in the mushrooms, Dave.
Whoa.
It's only me.
Everyone else is talking about them. I feel left out. Sal, Tyson, and Dean were all hanging around the pool, so I figured I'd see what they were up to. Plus, I wanted to make sure that Dean hadn't fallen asleep in the hot tub. That seemed like a recipe for disaster. How tired he looked, I was hoping that he didn't plan on having his nap in there. That seemed dangerous. You just said that a second ago. Mind coming with, Dave? Want to have a chat about something. Okay. I took Dean's towel from him as he went inside, and soon enough I heard the water running as he called out over the divider. So? I'd be jealous of you and Tyson? Wait, what? Why? I don't know then? It sounds like you and him are pretty close. Closer than just friends, anyway. Ty's, just Ty, huh? Pretty much. Don't need to worry about dating you both as a complete package. I laughed as Dean reappeared and I handed him the towel so he could dry off. No, it's not like that. Win him over, maybe. But I don't think you'd need to date him to date me. Well, good. Dean held his towel, an end in each hand, and threw it over my head so it hooked behind my neck. With a gentle hug, he pulled me to him so he could give me a quick kiss on the forehead. Come on, let's get some food. Asked Dean. Tyson looked back at the same time Dean did, but with my attention on the bear, he wandered inside and Sal to give me some time alone. You okay? Oh yeah, everything's fine. But I wanted to ask you a question. A question, huh? Go for it. This is gonna sound strange, but have you been here before? To the mansion? Can't say I have. Why? Just something Benson said. One of us has, so okay, this is just old stuff. You ask around until you find out Haas has been here. My thoughts turned to Dean, wondering if he'd managed to retreat to his room for that nap of his. After what happened this morning, I was a little worried. It sure did look like he could use the rest. It was making me think I could use the rest as well. My head was starting to spin with trying to figure out things going on, not only with my friends, but with this meeting and trying to wrangle Roswell's behavior. I figured it wouldn't hurt just checking in, and made my way to his room. He was sprawled out on his bed in nothing but his underwear, fast asleep. That would have been it if I hadn't heard him mumbling in his sleep. No, don't go. Dean? Closing the door behind me, I wandered closer, wondering if he really was awake. But it was only as I was standing As I was standing the bed, that I saw his eyes slowly open. As I was standing the bed. Dave! He sat bolt upright, almost knocking me to the floor from how close I was. The sudden movement almost made me jump out of my fur. Did something happen? What time is it? No, nothing's wrong, just checking on you. Oh. Alright. He groaned, easing himself back down and stretching out, his joints cracking as he got comfortable. Did you want me to leave you be? I didn't mean to wake you up, and there's still ages until dinner. No, it's alright. I'm awake now. Well, now I just feel bad. Don't. I probably shouldn't have been stuck in that dream any longer anyway. Was it a dream or was it a nightmare? You put it that way, nightmare's probably closer. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't be. It's alright. What happened to taking your medication, or is it too strong for just a nap? Yeah, taking one of those would have knocked me out until well past dinner time. Just means tonight I'll take one and hopefully that'll knock me out. If you're sure. If I'm being honest, I don't know if I am. Sometimes being asleep is nice. You can escape from your troubles for a time, but in other times those troubles catch up to you. Yeah, I know that feeling. You do? It's hard sometimes thinking about the things that trouble you. So when you're comfy in bed, those troubles go away. I can't say that I get nightmares as much though. I just get sad. Sad? Why sad? The things I dream about sometimes are just upsetting. Not in a scary way, but just a sad way? I don't think I understand. At least not on a personal level. Or maybe I do. I don't know. Did you want to talk about it? Dave, have you ever done something so bad that you've regretted enough years later? The enough is just out of place there. I've cried, lost sleep, and it just tears me up inside sometimes. But you seem so happy all the time. It's not like I'm sad all the time, but when I am, it hits hard. Sometimes the best thing I can do is just laugh about it. Sometimes it's all we can do, huh? I could feel how hard I've been clenching my jaw when he felt quiet, feeling the tightness in my chest and the vague nauseating feeling welling up somewhere in my gut. Yeah, it's all we can do. I got the broad strokes from Roswell, Dave. I know what's going on. You have every right to cry if you want to. No one would blame you. It's not that I don't want to, I just can't. No, it's more complicated than that. So you can? It's more complicated than that. The other binary answer? I know crying helps me sometimes. Even last night I guess I didn't as much as I wanted to either. Huh. You would? In front of other people? I don't know Tyson all that well, but I trust Sal, and I trust you to be vulnerable around. Sal already knows everything that's going on with me, and it'll eventually be something that comes up between us, too. Like now? On this much sleep? I'd probably just start rambling and break down crying halfway through. Which probably wouldn't be any good for anyone. Cause I... Hey, Dean, I'm sorry if I didn't mean to... No, I'm okay. I'll be okay. I sucked the tears back in. He wiped his face, burying his face in his hands for a minute as his breathing got back under control. If anything, he just looked even more tired the longer time went on, which is how that works. I'm sorry, Dave. I guess things are worse than I thought. I don't really know what I'm meant to do right now, or what I can do to help. This might just be one of those times where doing nothing is best. Maybe I need sleep more than I realized. Dean reached for a small pill set on his bedside table and looked at the label with a sigh. Then shaking his head, he set it back down and rolled onto his side with a huff. I'm gonna try and sleep. Just try, anyway. I'm sorry, but could you... Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I'll check back later. Quietly, I left the room, closing the door behind me. On one hand, I felt like I understood Dean a little better, but on the other, I wish I hadn't. Jeez. Not in any bad way, but seeing him go from tired to happy to crying so quickly made me panic. I didn't even get an answer as to why. In a loss, I wandered back outside and sat on the front steps, left with my thoughts on what had just happened. The time to think was nice, but didn't get very far after the hours leading up to dinner. Dean wandered over and placed a bowl of pasta in front of me, but kept his gaze averted. His eyes were puffy and red. No words were exchanged, and then he dropped down in a chair nearby. He's probably just tired, like me. Yeah, that's probably it. We're now with Oswin. I shifted uncomfortably in my chair. He had poisons just casually in his house? Did the poison that killed Dean come from that very lab? His footfalls were falling apart. My excuse is that I'm like 4 or 5 hours in at this point. His footfalls were heavy, a little sluggish, and he yawned as he placed something down on my bedside table, the scent of fresh coffee wafting from the mug into my nose. Rise and shine, buddy. Oh, good morning, Dean. Figured I'd bring a peace offering from how I'd been the past day or so. Feels longer, but at least after a decent night's sleep, I could feel my energy coming back. You, on the other hand. Yeah, my night wasn't so great. You had your medication, though? Yep, I was out like a light soon after taking it. Woke up groggy, but I was fine enough after I was up and about. And your first thought was to make coffee? Second thought. First thought was to tend to myself when I awoke and just enjoy it before getting up. That's right, I jacked off before even getting out of bed, and I thought you should know that about me. Congratulations. From the sound of things, you were already up. You got me there. I suppose I was. Probably for the best we didn't share a bed last night then. Your medication plus that might have been a bit too intense. Intense? I suppose that'd be true. I wouldn't be thinking too clearly if I felt you up against me, and I already come on too strong sometimes as it is. You're not that bad. You just won't stop talking about jacking off for some reason.
Very freakish behavior.
Yeah.
Very strange.
I don't know if this is clear to everyone involved and other viewers and the author and so on, but I'm just like, being relentless about innuendo and just having fun with innuendo is just a very different thing than also explaining every time you masturbate. Like,
yeah.
that's not really an overlap there. Like even when you're doing like, haha, just like jacking off, like even those kind of jokes are not the same thing as saying you're going to masturbate now. Like, it's just wildly different. There's not an inherent crossover. That's not a thing that Dean would inherently be doing just because he likes innuendo. That's weird. That's just a strange thing to constantly explain to people unbidden.
Yeah.
It's just what Sal says sometimes. He's not a prude. So I know that when he says something, I must be pretty bad. That's just how you show your affection, right? By talking about jacking off right after you kiss somebody. Dean sat down on the bed, cradling his chin in his hand and looking somewhere far off. It's true. I'd love to have sex again in general, but I'm not about to go forcing you into having your first time just because I'm horny first thing in the morning. It might be fun. I just wouldn't know what I'm doing. Sometimes it's less about that and just more about being with someone, Dave. Sure, doing it is great, but if that's all there is, then what's the point? I don't think don't understand. Because, like, the constant talking about jacking off is not innuendo. That's not, you can't tie that to any innuendo. If anything, you would tie it to a character that's extremely sexually liberated to the point of being, like, obtuse about other people's boundaries, about it being kind of weird to bring it up constantly. But then he's like, but if we just had sex and it wasn't enough, what's the point? It's gotta be more than that. We can't just casually hook up, Dave. That's crazy. I'm like, what? It's like Dean is simultaneously the guy that's bizarrely liberated and the guy who's like, but we can't have sex till marriage, Dave. In the same character. And he says it in this, you know, he flits back and forth in the same conversation. And I'm like, I don't understand. I just don't understand. Because he talks about it like it's like almost a casual thing that people can just do for fun, and like the logical end point of that conversation was going to be like, it doesn't matter if you don't know what you're doing, Dave. It's about who you're doing it with. But he really didn't land there. He went back to building up sex like it's incredibly important. And you have to do it right, or else, basically.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? No, that's not where you were supposed to go. There, you were supposed to be like, Dave. It doesn't really. You don't worry about that, Dave. That's not what it's about. But no, he didn't go there. He's insane.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine they'd be cuddling afterwards. I suppose that's a given, but that's not what I meant. It's complicated. Being with someone in that way just to get your rocks off is fine sometimes, but not really my preference. What, like a stranger? Yeah. Not as if I could ask Sal anyway. He's not even my type. That's not the logical follow-up of that either. What are you talking about? That's not a stranger or Dave. And Dave is right here, and you're trying to date Dave, so it's not a random hookup. It's a person you're emotionally invested in, and you, like, kiss desperately from time to time. That's a normal person to have sex with, Dean, even in your own definition. What are you talking about? But I'm your type? I would have thought that was obvious by now. Oh, well, neat. Very. But maybe that's the problem. How do you mean? Just that you remind me of someone is all. You're not the same, and I know that, but maybe my type is just really specific. You're just like a tanuki, Dave. How? Well, good to know that I'm not going to have to worry about you hitting on Haas anyway. Why Haas? He's pretty? Handsome, I mean. Meanwhile, I'm just here kind of needing a trim and wearing a hoodie that doesn't really fit properly. It's cute. The lack of a trim or the hoodie? All of you. You should worry less about if I find you attractive and focus more on having your coffee while it's still hot. I took the mug in my hands and let the warmth flow through me. With the scent directly under my nose, it made my fur tingle before I even took the first sip. Get that into you and I'll see you downstairs when you're ready. Longer I stick around, the less likely you're gonna get out of bed. I'll get up eventually. As much as I'd like to see if I could sneak a peek at you getting changed, now's not the time. What? Why you gotta be a creep? Why are you being a creep about it? Just fucking ask or leave, but don't specifically make it weird. Man, I'm passing up a chance to be a pervert for some reason. Even though I'm talking about how much I want to date you and love you tenderly and it has to be just right. He's so incoherent. He doesn't work at all. Dean laughed, and I did too, soon after, finding it contagious as he made it for the door. That needed so many commas. That one needed so many commas. Then he disappeared behind the bedroom door, and leaving me to my coffee, he blew me a kiss.
That doesn't need commas, it just needs to be rewritten.
Yeah, but the first one can be fixed, it can be helped by commas.
Sure, yeah.
Like soon after, comma, finding it contagious, comma, as he made it for the door. But it's also just like, yeah, these thoughts could be expressed in different orders that would work much better.
Yeah.
Like, then
the second sentence changes tense multiple times.
Yeah.
And isn't ordered correctly because it should be, then he blew me a kiss as he disappeared behind the bedroom door, leaving me to my coffee.
Yes.
That's what that second sentence should be.
Yeah.
Because it needs to be sequential. And then the first one should be, Dean laughed, and finding it contagious, I did too, as he made for the door.
Yeah. It's also you don't have to group all these separate actions in the same sentence this much. The kiss one would work in that order. The first sentence still doesn't even really work in that order because it's just like, why are you grouping all these actions? It doesn't need to be this way. You could also just mix the fucking laugh with the kiss anyway. So it's like, it's actually, like, it gets increasingly hard to even parse the sequence of actions because of how many actions are happening.
Yeah.
Anyway. Whee! So fun fact, when I picked up on while I was fast forwarding through this game, for the purposes of prepping the save to work on the new Dean route version of the game, because I was fast forwarding through both routes so that every single individual rewritten line that isn't Dean specific wouldn't be stopping us, because that would be hell. But the fun fact I picked up on is that starting before Massacre, but particularly at the Massacre password, which is on day 10, all the way to the werewolf password on day 17, there are no choices in the entire game. They just completely stop. There's literally not a single time where you click on there might be one in Dean's route specifically, but otherwise there's not a single pop-up thing where you click on this thing or that thing. The entire concept of choice vanishes from the game for the entire middle third. It's fascinating after it just the design drifts so rapidly to the point where the word drift is not accurate. That's me doing a passwordism. If you hadn't already had a walk, I'd suggest another one, maybe a picnic. Picnic, as if all he wants is food, I'll just go make him a sandwich. What's wrong with picnics? They're nice.
Maybe Tyson's just jealous no one's taking him outside.
Hell's that supposed to mean?
Just a hunch, nothing more.
Well, if Dave's already had a walk and Tyson's making him a sandwich, we could just do something inside.
Like some anime, perhaps?
Can't say it's normally what I normally go for, but it's worth giving a try.
I don't know what the best option is.
I don't remember what the context anymore. It's just a cartoon, right? How bad could it be? I watched the JoJo's that was about Nazis. It was pretty funny. Rub-a-dub-dub, time for the hot tub. That's my personality now. Ugh. Stripes, help me out here. This is not a thing he says. Maybe he
Stripes?
does.
Who is Stripes?
We're Stripes. I've been making fun of this.
Dave. Okay.
So, yeah.
Sorry, I know Dave is just not a character in my head, so I forget constantly. I was in my head. Yeah. I thought he was talking about
no one here
fucking Hoss for a second. Exactly. Yeah. That's why I was confused. Yeah, no, it made total sense when you said Dave. I totally blanked him out as not being a factor in the scene.
Today he keeps calling Dave Stripes, and it's really weird.
Yeah.
To be fair, I'm talking about it as being, this is not how he talks. This is wrong. This is clearly wrong. It's a weird mistake. It's only in this route he's rather than calling him Stripes. They might have genuinely Control F'd every instance of Pup and replaced it with Stripes in this build, and I just don't know that. Maybe they were like, maybe they decided they didn't want him to call him Pup anymore and thought that was weird and decided to call him Stripes, and that's just a thing we're dealing with now. That might be true. That might have been rewritten, but I'm not going to check. Stripes, help me out here. Subs and dubs. Do I have to read if I pick the dub title one?
It's not dub titles. We've had this conversation.
Yeah, it's like a version of it that seems to be not always exclusive. How hard is it? Haha, penis. Yeah, that talking during a movie was taboo. Right now.
Yeah, we've already seen this.
Sit next to Dean. I hovered by Dean until he and Tyson brought over her beanbags, dropping into the one closest to Dean and waiting for him to sit down too. Eager? You wanted to carry your own beanbag, you could have just said so. You and Tyson had it handled. Is that right? Tyson rolled his eyes and dropped into a beanbag, with Haas following suit soon after. You know, watching movies like this reminds me of home. Sure, it was more a glorified cushion or just on the bed, but this is nice. You didn't have a beanbag or a chair? Unless I was watching something in the living room. Most times it was like I was watching something in my room. It's weird that the list of things to watch TV on did not feature a couch by either person. Neither person thought of couches, which is what everyone watches movies on. In which case, there wasn't really room for something like that. Maybe do with just my bed. Huh. I suppose I should just be thankful I had enough room for my art desk then. Think of it this way. If we were doing this in my bedroom, we'd all be cuddling up just to fit. I don't think I would mind that so much. Surprising no one. Just listening to this whole conversation, Tyson. Well, if you really want to cuddle in, you're welcome to sit in my lap for the movie. Even though I specifically removed you last time because of my giant boner.
It's not a movie, it's anime.
Does it really matter? If you wanted to pretend we're at mine, all you'd have to do is come sit in my lap and it'd be no different. Though I guess if we were really pretending, Tyson and Haas would need to hop on too. We'll run a train. How far off watching anime are we, Haas? Just curious.
I've been ready for maybe a good 5 minutes at least. At least, just been waiting for you to get comfy so we can start.
Well, I know I'm plenty comfy. Did anyone bring any popcorn? Oh, regular or caramel? Sometimes the caramel stuff gets stuck in my teeth, but sometimes it's just so good.
We don't need popcorn, we just had lunch.
Technically, Dave didn't. Yeah, we could have even had an indoor picnic, but instead... What are you talking about? What the fuck is an indoor... Is that just a lunch you eat on the floor? What is an indoor picnic? But instead we're watching cartoons.
I'm just gonna hit the lights so we can get started before we get more distracted.
What was stopping you? Dee, on the other hand, seems less than interested, although I couldn't tell how much of that was because I was sitting in his lap. Haas, on the other hand, as expected, had a smile plastered on his face and jumped up to start the next episode the moment the end credits had finished. I don't think it ever actually established that he sat in his lap. But by the second episode, though... Everyone enjoying it so far? Well... Don't mind me, this is just very different from what I'm used to.
Sounds like you're not enjoying it.
Not exactly. Nah, these two seem to be enjoying it. I can make myself busy elsewhere. It's no trouble. Dean reached over and lightly clapped my back, getting out of his beanbag. How is he just getting out of his beanbag? I'm sitting in his lap. So thanks for trying. This was nice, though. Something a bit different and all that. What I do need to do is check on the crops downstairs. Crops, like the greenhouse? That's right. Want to come with? Sure. I mimicked Dean's stretch before flashing him a toothy smile. Lead the way. We went right outside, not breaking stride once. Though as we went down the steps toward the lawn, Dean paused and turned to me. You really wanted to come tend to the crops? Sure, why not? To be honest, there isn't all that much to do. I watered most of them before lunch, but there is something we can do if you want. Such as? Fishing. I managed to find some stuff around the house this morning and threw it in the greenhouse for safekeeping. You know, should we ever feel like it. Are we gonna finally see that one weird backdrop that never comes up outside of visions? Where'd we fish? Outside of the pool, like, I don't know. Sal thinks there's probably a river or something in the woods we can use, and that lines up with what I noticed when I was out there with Roswell. Fishing. I can't say I've ever been. Dad used to fish sometimes, but I can't say I tried it myself. No time like the present. I'd say we should invite Sal, but he's probably off doing his own thing. Hang tight. I'll go grab the stuff and meet you by the trees. Sure, don't be long. Too late. It took only a couple of minutes before he had a tackle box and a couple of rods in his hands, marching across the lawn to meet me as I waited in the shade. Shifting everything to one hand, he took mine in his other and led the way. It was quiet and peaceful. The faint rustling of the leaves and the quiet sounds of insects made it feel like we were stepping into another world entirely. If they go to the exact same river where Roswell and stuff happens and Jack happens, it's going to be a little more less understandable when he gets lost tomorrow to make the plot happen. Or I guess it's 4 more days. Any idea how long it could take for us to get there? He just threw me a smile from over his shoulder and continued onwards. Beyond the sounds of the woods, neither of us spoke further than that until I realized I really need a break. Dean, wait. I just need a small break. Everything's fine, just... In a flash, Dean had moved the fishing rods to his mouth and sat the tackle box down. In that moment, where he wasn't carrying anything, he picked me up and threw me over his shoulder. Just picked him up? The rods are in his mouth? He's holding 2 fishing rods in his mouth. I guess he's a bear, but damn. Hey,
the little guy in his mouth is holding them for him. He has 2 hands.
Oh, no! I need art of upsetting Dean body horror. Just commissioned fucking Jimmy the Floof to do an upsetting Dean hand-mouth creature.
I don't want it to be upsetting. I want it to be a friendly little guy.
Oh wait, Jimmy did draw upsetting art of hands coming out of a hyena's throat. That was wild. By which I mean an opening in his throat, not out of his esophagus, like up his mouth. Hey, I can walk, I just need to catch my breath. We're not far off now, just hang tight. With the tackle box in one hand, the rods in his mouth, and his other arm keeping me secure on his shoulder, we marched on. How did he talk with rods in his mouth? Like, you're forgetting he's Roronorazoroing right now and you can't fucking speak? We're here. It is this mysterious background that only shows up during flashbacks usually. This showed up randomly when we had visions during from Thanatos knocking us out too much. We started having visions of stuff that had never happened. And it was this background. I'm like, where the fuck is this? It's like a different forest with different greenery. You really didn't need to carry me, though it was nice. You said you wanted a break. This way we didn't have to stop when we were so close. There was a river here this whole time? The water's so clear. Figured there had to be something like this out here. After all, when rain falls, it has to start somewhere up high. That's the only reason? Other things. Nature things. Don't worry too much about it. Just know I noticed the signs of it on the way. More importantly, where there's water, there's fish. Is that really how that works? Sure, and where there's fish, we can fish. Wow. Dean threw me a rod and rummaged in the tackle box, setting up my line and patting me on the back when I was good to go. He did the same to his own, before setting a jar of crawling things between us as we sat on the riverbank. So we just put the line in, or you got it. Hopefully we get a bite. I don't really know how much else to fishing aside from you stick the worm on the hook and stick it in the water. You've never fished before? Only a couple times. Even then, when I went with Sal, he does it different. So why are we doing it Sal style? Is it because he's a crocodile? More because I couldn't find a harpoon and we're not at the beach. What? How do you fish with a harpoon? Dave? This
guy's a moron. What does he think harpoons are used for?
Yeah, it's what a harpoon is. It's literally what it is.
Like literally what it's made for. Does Dave not realize that like harpooning a shark is fishing for a shark in an older way, a more violent way? Because that's what it is, Dave. What the fuck do you think a harpoon is for?
It's like the idea of it being so abstracted by video games or something.
He's like, I thought it was a medieval weapon for mermaids.
It's like, I only know harpoons from like Castlevania or something. And it's like, what?
You're a fucking idiot.
It's like, how do we fish with a fishing rod? Like, how do we fish with a harpoon? That's what it is.
It's that's literally what it's for.
I don't really know. You throw it at the fish and you hit it, and then you got it.
I hate him so much.
But the way he was thrown into the water made it seem easy. He was pulling all sorts of things out of the ocean. So until that happens, what do we do? Till what happens? I feel like all those lines were just added, like, afterwards, superfluously, because the word "that" doesn't refer to anything right now. After that, because that's not going to happen, Dave. No one's going to harpoon anything. Wait, I suppose. At least that's what my uncle and dad seemed to do. Quietly sit there with the beer in hand until the line started to get tight, and then they just haul in their catch. I guess that's fine. Outside is nice. It's quiet and peaceful here. It's weird to have both of them talking about fishing like it's an abstract concept and people don't know what to do. Like, even and Dave plays video games, so like he's been given facsimiles of fishing 100 times. It's unavoidable at some point. Sorry, I couldn't find us any beers or something to drink while we waited. Though I didn't really look, like in the one place where all the drinks would be, you know. A lemonade would have been fine. I don't think we really keep alcohol in the house much these days. These days? It's not your house. Why is that? I don't really know. I know it makes Tyson uncomfortable, so that's probably why any drinking happened outside the house. What drinking? You don't drink, Dave. I think. Are you old enough to drink in Australia? I don't actually know what the age is in Australia, but are we talking, are we digging into your dad's drinking? Does he specifically drink, but not in the house? He drinks outside the house to not make Tyson uncomfortable? Is this lore? I understand why it would make Tyson uncomfortable and why it's being mentioned, because his dad's probably an alcoholic that abuses him, and that's like the background of his stuff. But it's confusing that like how that would surface and why that'd be coming up now. Have you? Me? Oh, I've tried some cider, I think it was. Cider's great. Same uncle of mine that does the fishing. What? That's not a sentence.
I think he's saying his uncle brews cider.
But they just forgot to write that.
I think this is just the way that he talks.
Just
in a normal in a film,
yeah.
In a film context, there would be motion here. So Dean would be holding the bottle of cider and like motion with his eyes to the label and be like, same uncle of mine that does the fishing, but it's just not here.
But they don't have drinks.
I thought he said that he was just going to sit around and drink beer.
No, they're talking about normally you drink beer and hang out. Like they're talking about what his dad does and stuff. Yeah,
I knew that. I thought the implication was that he brought some.
No, he said, sorry, I couldn't find anything to drink, though I didn't really look for it. You're tuning out. You're tuning it out.
I am tuning it out. Well,
then he's like, have you ever drank anything? And Dave said, like, cider once. Like, cider's great.
Okay.
They don't have drinks.
To be clear, I'm not tuning it out. I'm actually paying attention. I have nothing else open on my screen. I'm just staring at the game.
It's just impossible.
It makes no sense at all. So when I'm trying to parse what's happening, my brain is trying to make connections.
Yeah,
I get it now.
This is like, cider's great.
In my head,
and that's what he's saying. I'm like, what? What the fuck are you talking about?
What confused me because he brought up like when Dave said, until that happens, what do we do? And Dean was talking about like, well, my dad and my uncle just sit around drinking beer, so that's what I figured we'd be up to. The logical next step of that was, oh, that's what they're doing.
No,
I just completely forgot that he didn't have any info, because it just seems like it's rewriting itself
other
constantly.
People having hypothetical better fishing trips than this one, I guess.
Okay. I don't understand. The pacing of this conversation is so actively confusing.
No, it's insane. It's incomprehensible.
Cider's great. Same uncle of mine that does the fishing. Mead, though. Cider and mead are not the same thing. Cider's...
Well, now he's transitioning to mead. He's like, mead, though. One of my aunts keeps bees and uses the excess honey to make her own mead. And we can say no to alcoholic honey. And who can say no to alcoholic honey? He just like forgot to express the uncle thought. He just didn't write it. My uncle. Yeah. The end. I don't think I can really imagine honey like that, let alone want to drink it like, well, a drink. But it's honey. Who doesn't like honey? It's another metaphor for bear. I'm the November, Dave. Dean shook his head and cast his line, lightly rocking his bare feet in the water and sending ripples across the surface. You're not allergic, are you? No, but when I think of honey, I think of it on pancakes, like as a topping. Pancakes with honey. I've never tried that. When I think of pancakes, I think of maple syrup. Does make me wonder if you can get alcoholic maple syrup now. What'd that taste like? Maple flavored cider or something, maybe, or mead, but I don't want alcoholic maple syrup. I don't want to add that tinge to that kind of thing.
Well, maple syrup has sugar alcohols in it. And yes, you can get maple liqueur. That's like not weird at all.
Yeah. That was what I was saying, like I don't mind a drink that's maple syrupy is fine, but I don't want alcoholic maple syrup on my pancakes. I don't want to mix in that bite.
No, but real maple syrup has like a tinge of alcohol to it because it has sugar alcohols in it.
Well, like maple syrup, I guess. What? Yeah, it would taste like maple syrup. I know what to ask my aunt when I get back home then. If it's any good, I'll let you know. Sure, that'd be nice. What's wrong? Nothing, just thinking about things. You, mostly. Well, stuff in general, but at the moment it's you. Good things or bad things? Just about how you got upset and like... Wow, we're ruining the mood here. Just thinking about how upset you were. And like, I didn't really know what to do about that. You didn't have to do anything. I don't even know what you could have done. I'm sorry. For what? I don't know. I feel like there should have been something I could have done. Told someone like Sal you were having a rough time, or give you a hug, or, you know, literally anything than just standing there. Really, it's alright. I imagine you have enough baggage without trying to worry about mine as well. But you're my friend. I want to know if I can help. You sure about that? I'm flattered, but... I reeled back in my line to check if anything had changed, but found that the only thing different was that the worm at the end of the hook was gone. Dean took my rod off me, put more bait on it, and passed it back. Alright, well... How did coming out to your parents go? Like, when they found out you were gay? What? Okay, new topic. Oh, apparently it's not all that uncommon with the hyenas. What is this?
New detail.
What is
new
this lore?
Random setting detail, yeah.
I don't... But I worried about what Mom and Dad might think, so I ended up telling someone else first just in case. What if they said it to someone else? Isn't that even riskier? I was scared. I wasn't thinking straight. Because I was gay. I was thinking gay. Which I guess makes sense. It's not that abnormal, really. When I came out to my parents, there wasn't much said about it. Just a knowing wink from Dad and Mom stressing that she loves me no less than she already had. But I was worried that things might go wrong. So it sounded like it went down alright? For the most part. For my boyfriend at the time, I guess we can call him that anyway, it was a bit more rough. Rough how? You confided in someone before you told your parents. I was the friend that was confided to, but that's, well, because he liked me. I was both asked out and confided to all at the same time. But if you as your boyfriend, it sounded like it worked out. After all, then you wouldn't be boyfriends, right? That's true. He left the comment hang there for almost a full minute, his feet going still in the water, the vague twitch of his hand on the reel of his fishing rod, the only movement he seemed to make as he stared into the water. You'd think things wouldn't be so dangerous for something like this, that you could just freely love who you want, how you want, and it'd be for the most part okay. Is that why you grow plants and stuff? Because you're allowed to, like, come on them? What are you talking about? What the fuck is your transition, Dave? Well, I shouldn't have brought this up. I'm sorry. It just makes me sad sometimes that for every person that goes through this and nothing comes from it, someone else gets kicked out of home. Wait, so your boyfriend was kicked out of his place? No, not at all. Fucking just express thoughts then. What are you talking about? But bullies at school, well, when it became known that he was out and proud to be who he was, they decided that he should be punished for it. And they didn't bother messing with you? I didn't advertise it. Not that he did either. Was he out and proud or not? Can you just say what the story is, Dean? Like, for everyone that it goes well for, that someone gets kicked out. Was your boyfriend kicked out? No, nothing like that. Well, he was out and proud. Well, he didn't advertise it, but... Okay, just say the things, I beg you. Not in the way that you see on TV. What does that mean? But he wasn't going to hide his secret either if asked. Oh, okay, It's why when I heard about Tyson, and then saw him at the bus stop, I really had to hold back. What if this was just someone else that would see someone's weakness and just hurt him for it? The thing is, Tyson was that friend I came out to. What?
Incredible.
Tyson's the first person Dave came out to, despite being a newer addition? He didn't come out to Orlando, his gay friend?
His goat.
He didn't come out to Orlando first, he came out to Tyson? What? Okay. Even though I cried through it, worried what people would think, his only response was to go get us pizza, and then we watched a movie. Must have been nice. It was, but was that not how it went for you? We'd both been drinking right before he confessed, ended up having sex right after. Oh. Maybe not the right call at the time, but we both enjoyed it. Maybe a little too much, though. It's what you get for having physical touch being how you express affection, I suppose.
Such a bizarre fixation and character trait for Dean.
He says it so weirdly.
It's different just to be a hornball. I have, like, even people who buy into the love language thing, I have never met anyone who makes it the core of their personality. Like, well, it's just because I have physical touch as my way of showing affection. Like, what a bizarre clinical psychological way to refer to this shit.
Yeah.
It is so weird. It has the same vibe of being, like, again, the horoscope thing of being like, ugh, I'm so disorganized because I'm a Libra. And it's like, what? What the fuck does that even mean?
Libra's love language is...
It's so stupid.
It's got such a... It's like... It feels weirdly in the way of, like, modern social media and how people, like, are overusing, like, clinical terms for a lot of things in a weird way, and, like, speaking about almost everything about personalities and sex and relationships in, like, diagnostic terms in a weird way, which itself just does not match with anything about Dean, who I don't even believe has online accounts for things. Like, nothing about him feels like he'd be terminally online. So I'm like, where is he getting all this shit? Why is this in his vocabulary so much, and why does he think about it in these terms? Meanwhile, the additional thing of, like what I said before, just like how weird his, like, hang-ups are about sex, while also being so fixated on sex and so horny all the time that it just feels like he just switches between characters rapidly. It's so strange. He's like, wow, maybe me and my boyfriend enjoyed sex too much that first time. Like, what does that mean? What does that even mean? Why would you think the sex was too good? I don't understand. So what happened after? You just became boyfriends? We were on a vacation at the time, so it was a wild week of enjoying one another when we could find the time. But when school started back up, things changed a little. Because you decided to be honest about liking guys and you didn't want people to know just yet? That's the long and short of it, yeah. And the bullies are why you're not together still? No, I'm the reason. I didn't step in to stop what was happening. By the time I'd overcome my own fear of them doing the same to me, it was too late. So he's not...
How old were you?
Apparently they were in school?
But, yeah... Well, they were already drinking, so I guess maybe the drinking age is lower in Australia. Never mind, not gonna debate it. Don't care about the logistics.
Or they were in college, because he's just that much older. He could have been in college. But yeah.
Just
I don't know
being
the
bullied
term.
in college? That's so weird.
That is weird to conceptualize.
That's
'cause
really
'cause
odd to conceptualize.
You're not like trapped with people in the same way. So bullies just don't really make sense as
Yeah.
a concept. Yeah. It's one of those things where just once again, just more details given would really clear up a lot of things because it's really hard to parse what they mean sometimes.
Again, the story is written like these characters are 15.
And also have never spoken before to each other. No, he's alive. But after he was found unconscious, having decided to trudge home by himself, he tried to, oh. Then things just sort of broke down after that. He changed schools, we fell out of contact, that's pretty much it. But I kept wondering what would have happened if I'd stepped in and done something. That sounds horrible. Yeah, Dave. being hate crimed and bullied and knocked unconscious and also attempting suicide is bad. Actually. It is. Bad enough that Mom had to take me to the doctor and eventually we had to stick to sleeping medication when it gets bad enough. There wasn't really much I could say to that, just a tense silence that followed after he'd finished talking. I could see it in his eyes, how he was looking somewhere far away, maybe his own reflection in the water. Thanks for listening, Dave. I didn't plan to dump all this on you when I thought to come out here. Anyway, back to fishing. No, it's okay. I just don't know what to say to something like that. Did you want a hug? Yeah, that'd actually be nice. Please? As I went to set aside my fishing rod, I found myself wrapped in Dean's arms instead. He set his rod aside, leaving me caught in his arms, with only one hand keeping my fishing rod from falling in the water. I'm sorry in advance if things got a bit weird tonight. I don't know if I'm going to need medication again or not. If things go a bit weird tonight. That's okay. I felt the rod get yanked forward, taking me with it. Though Dean anchoring me to the shore kept me from falling into the water. It's a metaphor! Whoa, he caught a fish right now. What was that? You have a bite. What do I do? Quick, reel it in.
What an idiot.
What do I do?
It's a fishing. It's a
I don't know what a fishing rod is. I'm
fucking
scared.
pole. It has one mechanic. It does one thing, Dave.
Yep. Dean steadied me as I fumbled to try and bring the line back in, half yanking back the rod out of reflex when I felt it tug back. But when the line went slack, I wondered that the fish had gotten away. What happened? I don't know, maybe the fish got away or I did something wrong? That's a shame. Well, keep drawing the line in anyway. We need to put more bait on the end. I would, but it seems like it's stuck on something. I thought you said it went slack. It's not going slack, it's stuck on something. Stuck? Well, don't force it. I wouldn't want to go breaking anything when we just borrowed it. Dean got up and stepped into the river, the water coming up just over his knees. I think I can see something where it could be stuck. Just keep it still and don't go pulling on it. Don't want that hook to come flying at me. He reached down into the water, seemingly none too concerned as to how wet he was getting while wearing his clothes. Just gonna hike back in that. But after some fiddling, he held my freed line in one hand and a round disc of metal in the other. He caught a metal. Somehow. How do you catch a metal with a fishing hook? Is that what I think it is? Must be. No idea how it came all the way through out here, though.
The metals shit. I still don't understand how this makes any difference.
No, it's completely...
Or does anything. It's so arbitrary.
It's not incorporated into the story in any way that makes sense.
And the thing about this that's confusing to me is just the idea that the universe, or whatever, the variation of the universe that saves the day is the one where they have all the metals is really confusing. Because how would they know before they get there that the universe that works is the one where they have all the metals?
I don't even know if there is a universe where they get all the metals. I think he just needs to cosmically have a timeline where he gets each metal separately, and then somehow that unlocks a new timeline, despite that not being how the time works in this game.
But that's what I'm saying, exactly. Like, it just doesn't... It's a conclusion... It's a conclusion that doesn't make sense to write backwards from, I guess, is my point.
Yeah. It's a failure to follow up on the premise of Zero Escape, where the whole point is like, oh, by the end you know the entire rat maze and you can just solve it. It's like, no, I don't think there's gonna be a time where they run around and grab all the metals, because he, like, it all zoops into his brain and he just runs around grabbing it all, so I don't...
Yeah, I don't know.
It makes sense to borrow this mechanic. I can't think of anything that begin with the letter H, so it beats me which one it could be. We'll have to ask one of the others when we get back. We want to head back now? I just assumed you'd want to, given... Well, you're drenched now. Oh. I guess I am. Should you get out of the water? Chances are you've scared off all the fish anyway. You're probably right. May as well hope to dry off on the way back, even if our little fishing trip wasn't all that long. It was still nice to get away from things for a while, even if, right, yeah. Sorry. No sense worrying about it, Dave. Now let me get out of the water and we can head back to the house. Unless you're planning on having a swim too, of course. I helped him out of the water, and much like our walk there, he led the way back. Water was dripping off of him as he walked, but he didn't seem to mind. Good thing I have multiple shirts like this, huh? He laughed again, but it sounded a bit strained. Maybe he was just tired, or maybe still needing a hug after what he told me by the river. Either way, the walk seemed easier on the way back somehow. Before we knew it, we'd made it back to the house. We parted ways by the back door so he could return the fishing gear to where he found it and have a change of clothes. By the time dinner rolled around, we'll check that out later.
This game makes me hungry and thirsty.
Well, good news. This is a good time to eat and drink. Because we're gonna stop now. Because it's time for me to play Satisfactory with the guys. We're gonna drink beers and ciders and meads while we stand around waiting for something to happen.
Maybe I'll stream. Okay, I'm gonna eat and then do that. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hey everyone, so I said that we were playing the rewritten version of the Dean route in this particular playthrough, and like that was the intention, and it was true so far. We had even been subscribed to the Patreon of Password for the entire duration of this playthrough for the purposes of getting the rewritten version of the game from when we get around to playing the Dean route playthrough. And well, we took a break, came back a different day right about now, and when we came back, I launched the old version of the game and didn't notice for the rest of the playthrough. So, for the rest of the playthrough, we were playing the old version of the game that was not rewritten, and we're going to still think that we're playing the rewritten version because no one noticed, and that's unfortunate. That obviously sucks. It makes the first and second half parts of the playthrough kind of like discontinuous with each other because we're literally playing a different version of the writing. That sucks, but we finished the game, and there's like a 0% chance that I get us to actually go back and replay the game yet again to try to fix this. So that's just, it's just what the situation is. This is just the most cursed playthrough in the history of anything at this point. And, well, at least we finished it, I guess. A version of it. But yeah, going forward, just be aware that this is not actually the rewritten version of the game. This is the version that was available, I don't know, a year or two ago or something like that. And that's just the situation. As I was rubbing my eyes, Dean stopped before me, looking me over.
You need to stream to me.
Tired? I didn't... Fuck. Fuck. There we go. Tired? I guess so. Maybe the walk took more out of me than I thought. Want me to carry you up to bed? Oh, no, that's alright. I don't know. Might take a shower and get comfortable? Well, alright. See you in the morning then? Well, I was assuming that I'd see you when I got out of the shower. Oh, really now? I mean, if you're interested, I don't know how much I'll be up for, but the offer's there? Well, alright. I'll see you upstairs. Not heading up just yet? If we're doing a do-over from last time, I should probably go get you another flower, right? Oh, no, that's alright. I don't need another flower. But did you want one? It's no bother, really. You seemed to like the last one. I did, but, I don't want another flower. No, not right now, anyway. And anything else I can bring you instead? Bit late for coffee. I laughed, wondering if I should make some sort of lewd comment and risk him taking it too far. You don't need to bring me anything, Dean. But if I want to, then surprise me? Alright, I can do that. You sleeping in my bed or am I sleeping in yours? I thought back, thinking about what might happen in the implication of using my room. The fact that my room was bugged made me hesitant.
Just a little hesitant.
That's very... I'm amused by the fact that I think we've never thought about this in any other route.
Yeah, it hasn't come up once.
Yeah, I almost wonder if it was added, but I'm like, his room's bugged. I mean, they might all be bugged. Why would you assume just yours is bugged, honestly? If you're being monitored, why would it just be you? You think you're special? I mean, he is, but you still think, you think he just had to be monitoring the whole house at that point. So I hate to break it to you, but Oswald's just watching anyone who gets down on this trip, and that's just password lore that has been since unexplored. But now it's been introduced. Now we have to think about that.
Do you think Thanatos is a two-way speaker?
A two-way speaker?
He's just walking down the hall, and all of a sudden you hear the sound of plapping.
The fact that my room was bugged made me hesitant to really want to do anything there if I could avoid it. Yours, I think. And I guess I'll see you when you get out of the shower. We already know at least 2 rooms are bugged, probably more. Because we know that the library is also bugged, the museum. And we know that Dave can't notice those on his own. Only Haas does. Which further implies that the bugs could just be everywhere, because why would they be in only those 2 specific rooms? I detoured to my room first to get myself some fresh clothes, plus a couple of things before heading to Dean's. He still wasn't here, and it seemed as though there were still a few clothes strewn about the floor rather than having been picked up. I straightened up the bed and sat a pile of clothes near the door, heading towards the bathroom nervously. The water was nice, and it was enough to settle my nerves. Occasionally I'd look over my shoulder, half expecting Dean to invite himself into the shower too. It seemed like something he'd do anyway. Then my mind started to wander. Dean stepped into the shower behind me, putting his hands on my hips to hold me steady. Then he'd probably say something flirty, and given he'd be naked, well... I snuck a peek down and grumbled, realizing I'd quickly riled myself up. Snuck a peek is a weird way to describe looking at your own penis in a shower. I was really perving myself up. Running my hands through my fur, I tried to distract myself by cleaning more thoroughly, keeping my hands above my waist. After all, if I tended to myself now, Dean would probably be annoyed after hinting I might be interested in messing around. Then again, he'd probably respect my change of heart enough to not hold it against me. Are you like that dedicated to having sex right now when you have no interest in it seemingly otherwise?
I desperately need him to, so that it just ends this whole I need this romance to be over.
It'll just reset. he'll literally go right back to like, but are we even in dating?
It's true.
Which
You're
Dean
right.
and Dave both do. It's so strange. I stepped out of the bathroom with a towel around my waist. I'd given myself a quick blow dry too. Just a quick blow, so my fur was fluffy and soft. Dean liked that, right? Well, well. He was sitting on the bed, clad only in his underwear. He'd had a shower when we got in, if only because of his muddy feet needing a dressing. Why specify? Just unnecessary. I also just don't... Maybe it's... I don't know if it's Australian or just a Grizzism or something, but just the constant if-onlys don't read right to me, ever.
Yeah.
Nice and clean? I nodded quickly, shuffling closer. Up and down, inside and out. He laughed and I nodded again. No, don't nod at that. You didn't clean inside. You're implying something that you don't.
You also
realize you're
didn't jerk off, which is what the up and down is.
I'm just like, damn it, buddy. He laughed and as I nodded again. I wasn't sure if he caught that I'd paid attention to that, but he kept his smile the same. I wasn't sure if he'd caught that I'd paid attention to that. Him laughing? And then he kept a smile.
I don't know what this is meant.
Even though you noticed him laughing? What the fuck are you saying?
I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
I have no idea what the
no
sentence
idea.
means. His hands found my sides, just above the towel, and he pulled me forward, pressing his nose against my belly and snuffling around. It tickled, causing me to squirm as he kneaded my sides, hooking a thumb under my towel. You're only wearing a towel. Yeah, I thought, you'd show me those stripes after all? Well, maybe a look at least? Oops. It's so easy to right-click when I'm holding the mouse the whole time. I could feel myself getting hard. A small amount of panic formed in the pit of my stomach given how close Dean's chin was. Dean rumbled, half a growl, half a chuckle. You're eager for this, huh? I can tell from how it's taken 9 days to get here. Just can't contain yourself. No, I'm just, One of Dean's hands wandered higher, cupping the side of my neck. He held his eyes on mine as he pulled away my towel with his other hand, leaving me exposed. If he looked down, he'd get an eyeful for sure. I wasn't nearly as big as him downstairs, but he was bigger all over in general. Maybe that's why I felt so nervous. Do you know how big he is downstairs? You doing alright? Still, his eyes were locked on mine, but I felt that the hand that removed my towel start to wander lower, if slightly to the base of my tail. What? Why would you say it that way? Lower, if slightly to the base of my tail. I don't get this pattern in the speaking. It makes it every line less clear every time it's spoken. I think so. With his eyes still on mine, Dean stood before, turning us around and easing me backwards onto the bed. He was upon me again, kissing me firmly but gentle, coaxing my mouth open and using his tongue to deepen the kiss. I squeaked, gasping out as he pulled away. That predatory grin made me feel small, but as I watched his eyes drop to look me over, I felt tucking my tail wasn't going to do much anymore. He'd seen it all. His voice had that satisfied rumble to it, quiet without being a whisper. Like a rumble. Well, well. Next came a whistle of appreciation, and I watched him look me over more thoroughly, and when he reached my face, he wriggled his eyebrows at me upon catching my eye. Out of instinct or something else, I don't know, my eyes dipped further down and saw just how riled up he was getting. It was flattering, if making me a little nervous. He was hard as I was, and it was only going to be a matter of time before something was going to happen. Still all good, Dave? Yeah, I think so. Good. My turn then? Your turn for what? Well. With another toothy grin, he snapped the waistband of his underwear. I gulped, watching as, once again, his confidence soared over mine, and he bent over slightly, sliding his underwear down. His confidence soared over mine makes me think that it was already out, so then the fact that he takes his underwear off afterwards really throws me.
I think he's just saying Dean isn't anxious
confident
about this. Yeah, he's literally confident. It's not a metaphor for his dick, it's just...
Yeah. For how big he was, in every sense of the word, he was gentle. Wherever I wanted to touch, he let me. The pace dictated entirely by how fast I moved. When I moved, so did he, as if testing what set me off the most, what buttons would draw out the loudest and strangest sounds out of me. The feeling of being so exposed and open with someone like this was far more than I'd prepared myself for. But it wasn't bad. In fact, it was great. The whole thing lasted far longer than I thought it would for my first time. I remember clinging tight to Dean as he brought me closer and closer to the edge, and then eventually over it. Soon after he too joined me, collapsing next to me on the bed to catch his breath for a few times. Oh, soon after he too joined me, not soon after he joined me. I was dazed but relaxed, struggling to process all the good feelings coursing through my body. A dumb smile was plastered on my face as I watched Dean retrieve the towel he'd shed from me and start the clean up on himself before putting his underwear back on. He offered it out to me, and I vaguely mimicked what he did in my stupor, smearing his juices all over me.
Yikes.
Feel better? It didn't say that. I did, because I'm a problem.
I know.
Just like, I'll just mimic this action as if like not understanding what you're doing, and I'm like, I feel like that's gonna be a mistake if you're not planning this out. Yeah. I was out of breath, and if I wasn't conscious of how covered I was in the evidence of a good time, I'd have rolled over and fallen asleep right then. Dean helped me up, and together we toweled me off. Didn't you just do that? I thought you just toweled off. I'm gonna need a shower in the morning, aren't I? You're gonna need a shower right now. What are you talking about? You're covered in evidence of a good time. Go back in the fucking shower, you weirdo. Sorry about that, but probably. Unless you wanted to rinse off now just to make sure you don't go around smelling like me tomorrow. Unless you want to. I should probably rinse off, but depending on how much you drool tonight, I might just need a shower again in the morning. Dean placed his hands on my shoulders, looking at me seriously, if happy. Stop saying if. It's so weird. It's such a weird quirk of writing that keeps happening. How are you feeling otherwise, though? Good, I think. Maybe a little sore, but a good sore? I gingerly rubbed my butt, the idea that Dean had been able to do that to me still making my head spin. Well, good. You seem to enjoy it. I know I did. I did, yeah, what's wrong? Nothing really, just wondering what happens next. Sleep, depending on if you take that shower first or not. Not that, I mean like doing more of that stuff. Well, that's mostly up to you. I still reckon we're a ways off from me getting under your tail proper, though. Did you not? I don't know what they did. I think
it's just I think he probably jerked off Dave or something. Like they didn't go full blown. It was very handsy.
But his butt is sore?
Maybe he ate him out. I don't know.
It's just fingering? I'm just like, they said,
maybe, yeah.
It's so confusingly phrased. I gingerly rubbed my butt. The idea that Dean had been able to do that to me still making my head spin. I'm like, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know.
They could not be communicating less clearly what happened. Dean smacked me firmly on the rear, holding his hand there. If that's what you want, we'll get there quickly. Don't you worry about that. I chuckled, feeling my face go red. Well, so long as we take it slow and we have enough lube, that should be fine, right? He leaned down and kissed me atop the head before stepping aside. Go rinse off and I'll meet you in bed. If you want to go for round two, then we can take it from there. Otherwise, let's just cuddle until we fall asleep. Just imagining this loop of shower, fuck, shower, fuck, shower. It's just like having to keep going back because you're so indecisive. Alright. After a quick shower, I rejoined Dean in bed, opting instead to just stay naked. He'd seen it all now, so it seemed like the perfect night to try something different. Having learned from last time we shared a bed together, Dean seemed to only have a single light sheet covering us, but his body was warm enough to not need anything else. We cuddled for a bit before I realized he fell asleep, and with his arms around me, cradling me close. It took me a little longer, mind wandering about what we'd just done, and if it was right. Or what it meant moving forward. Not that I didn't enjoy it. Perhaps it was just the guilt that I was looking forward to the next time. But eventually sleep found me, and I blacked out, nestled in against his broad chest. Immediately, like, they're already setting up that Dave's still just like, but what does this make us? What does this mean?
Yeah.
I don't understand what sex and relationships are. Oh, what could it be? It's like, did you want to do it or not? Do you like it or not? And you can just do it again. It's literally that simple. You're sharing a bed with this guy for the next 20 days if you want to on this trip, according to the current plans. A mass of brown greeted me as I looked around, Dean's broad chest acting as a secondary pillow. In fact, I wasn't even all that wet compared to my last experience with him, so even the drooling was a non-issue. I don't know what they meant by that, or when they thought about, like, learning from last time. Like, what did you learn from last time? I don't remember there being any description of anything going wrong with their sleeping. He just slept on his chest last time, too. I could tell he was sleeping well as and he even specifically said that he'd learned to turn his head away from him to not draw on him last time. So there's no repeat to have, because it didn't happen either then. I could tell he was sleeping well. As I pulled back, he was smiling softly. My mind immediately snapped back to last night as I lifted the covers, realizing I was naked beside Dean. Part of me wondered if I was meant to have asked him to stay naked too, but that was hardly the priority right now. I eased away from him and got up. How much did you hear?
Oh, I heard nothing unless you want me to pretend to have heard something. What?
What the fuck? Get out of this house, Haas. No thanks, that's fine. Go away. Dave, you doing alright? That is not the shirt he wears. I almost jumped, looking back and watching as Dean came to stand next to me. Just had stuff on my mind. Nothing you did, just personal stuff. I shot him a glance, seemingly cutting him off from asking in the first place. Was it that obvious? A little. But I promise it's nothing you did. You don't want to talk about it? I didn't say that, but I didn't want to wake you. You seemed comfortable. Well, I was. After what we did, I was pretty drained. I smirked, shooting him a look. What? Only after going once? He chuckled, shaking his head. Don't test me on that unless you're ready for a long night, Dave. We stood around a bit before he broke the silence again. It's nice out this morning, huh? I guess so. Oh, come on. Even without coffee, you have to admit it's pretty nice. See? Look, the sun is about to rise over the trees. Dean pointed to a spot off to the side as we watched as the sun began to rise over the trees. Being so high up, something about it seemed cleaner, but maybe less special than if we were seeing it from the horizon. Guess next time I'll have to take you somewhere you can see it rise over the water. Next time. Assuming you're ever up this early again. Could always spend every morning sleeping in if we can too. Doesn't bother me. Not as an excuse to tend to your morning wood, huh? He laughed, clapping me on the back. Hey, if the offer's there, but still. What's gotten you so feisty this morning? Feisty? Really? Well, you're more functional than normal. I think he's referring to him, like, as in, like, man, don't talk to me until I've had my coffee. But it sounds like he's just, like, saying he's, like, just a massively dysfunctional person in general. Like, wow, you seem like an adult today for some reason. It's weird.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. The timeline of Dave functioning and not being like the secret side of Dave where he's depressed the whole game is like still not well communicated to me. And I know it's supposed to like end on day 11. So he's supposed to be super depressed right now. But if Dean says he's coming off as really functional, then I don't know, maybe Dean's dick fixed him.
It's like currently starting, I think, on like day 10 and stuff. Cause it's
yeah, but
as part of the massacre, and then it ends the weird, because the suicidal arc ends on day 13 with Jack.
Yeah, but
it's going to be hard
everyone,
to reconcile that with the tone that he currently has with Dean, as if everything's up and he's like having a smiling CG. Like this is the CG that seems to normally introduce that he's like really down. He's like struggling and he's thinking about stuff. But
the thing that's difficult for me to process with this though is that even though this is when the like Dave is suicidal arc begins, every character acts like he's been that way the whole time. Like he's been that way the whole vacation. It's not like, oh, you just suddenly got really sad. They're like, you've been sad and dysfunctional for months, Dave. Dean saying this right now is like, well, does that actually match up with the off-screen narrative of Dave being a depressed wreck? I'm not really sure.
I mean, honestly, even that's not even true. It's that no one acts like anything's up and then suddenly acts like things have always been up starting today.
Yeah.
Particularly Roswell being like, I just want my friend back. You haven't been the same since
but that's what I'm saying, though.
Time.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though, is they say that he's been sad for years, just suddenly starting today or whenever it is in the game. So it just doesn't line up with what Dean is saying right now of him saying he seems more functional than normal, which, according to every other character, isn't actually correct from today forward.
This game really needs like a calendar.
Yeah.
That just tells you what the timeline is of all the stuff that's been established. Because it feels like his dad died super recently and he hasn't dealt with it, but it also like intuitively feels like his dad might have died before Roswell came back. But Roswell's been back for 1.5 years.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or 2 years, I think, and 1.5 years with Dean or something. It's like so Dean, the entire relationship with Dean is newer than Roswell being back. So it's not even like, oh, Roswell came back in this new environment. It's like, no, he hadn't met most of the characters yet still when Roswell came back. It's strange trying to piece it all together. If this is what losing your virginity does to you, and I wonder what's going to be like if you ever get the real thing. I
can't even process what he's saying.
I think he means getting fucked. But
yeah, no, I understand that, but the losing your virginity, the real thing, is like, yeah, did you or did you not, you weirdo? What are you talking about?
You normally don't call those two separate things, yeah. If people specifically refer to things as being the real thing or not the real thing in terms of whether or not it counts for losing your virginity, basically.
Yeah.
So saying that he lost his virginity is confusing, but we also can't tell what he did. Now it's my turn to laugh. Part embarrassed, part curious. Maybe. I think a lot of it just comes down to me just having decided something. Something good? I don't know. Hopefully. Well, if I can help, let me know. Thanks, Dean. I'm gonna head inside and take a shower. Maybe doze a bit longer before we need to get up. You want to join me? Dean leaned in and pressed his nose against my neck, grinning. You might want to, or at the very least have one yourself. What, do I smell that bad? It's noticeable, let's put it that way. How? He took 2 showers last night. What's noticeable? He leaned back in to kiss me on the cheek, heading to the back door. Literally instantly, he said, on the next slide. When he went back inside, I looked out to the world in front of me. I liked Dean. I really liked Dean. Maybe it was some of the qualities in him that reminded me of how carefree Dad was, or maybe it was just that he was a dork while being confident that put me at ease. That, and I did find him quite attractive. Maybe it was just his fur, or how big he was. What?
Nothing.
No, I'm just like the lion. I'm just like...
Yeah, there's just nothing.
Yeah.
There's just nothing to say.
He's attractive. Maybe it's just his fur. That shade of brown and how it's all the same. One shade of brown across his entire body.
Literally nothing between his ears. He is a brainless man.
It's like, you can just say you're attracted to people. You don't have to like break it down. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's like the centimeters of bone in his chin. Like, or break down the concept of attraction. Or now that I was better acquainted, how big he was in other areas too. Even though you seemed, your narration indicated you already knew that. You can't just say that you now know that. Earlier you said you already knew that before you actually had sex. He was right though, and having a shower seemed to be the right call. I headed back in to freshen up. Not with Dean, though. I felt that if I did that, I'd end up with a repeat performance of last night, leading to yet another shower. So good things? Sounds like you need the distraction. I smirked at the idea of making a cup for Dean and taking it up to him. It seemed like something he'd do for me, but if he was showering or even just sleeping, coffee wasn't the way to go this time. Coffee famously expires within minutes. Parabecus? No. Selfish route. I looked at Dean and placed a hand on his arm. I wasn't sure if he knew what I was thinking, but his expression shifted ever so slowly to one of understanding. Alright. Sal, we'll be back. We'd gotten up, and we led each other out of the dining room towards the back door. Dean ushered me out, following me close behind, and closing the door behind us so that we had some level of privacy. If anything, Dean bringing me outside was much like the night I'd saved his life. Or at least I'd assumed that's what I did. What? What a weird thought. Dave, what's wrong? I'll be okay. I just need... I doubled over, queasy. No sooner had I propped myself up on my knees, Dean was by my side, rubbing my back. Hey. Dean, what if I can't do it? What if I fail? Slow down. Can't do what? Fail what? Keeping everyone alive. He breathed out heavily through his nose, patting me a little firmer on the back. Don't be silly, no one's gonna die. I went to retort, picking myself up just enough to look him in the eye. But the moment I went to open my mouth, he grabbed me roughly and kissed me. Stunned, he pulled me back and looked me dead in the eye. What did I tell you this morning? If I can help, let me know. But what if you can't? And what if I want to try? And what is it you want to do? How are we tackling this? I don't... Come on, Dave, we're in this together. Scavenger hunt partners and, well, let's start there. But I insist on helping regardless. So what do we do first? I wrapped my arms around his middle and returned the gesture in kind. I was thinking of trying to piece together what I saw in the vault. Maybe try and see if there's something I can learn from that and what I can do to stop it happening.
We're gonna investigate a thing that hasn't happened again.
Day 10, the notebook day. The day with Dave's notebook, where he learns nothing, and then he never brings out his notebook again. Very short detective career, Detective Day. It didn't happen the first time, so let's count that as our first win. Our second win, though. Let's say that one can be you taking a shower. We're going to need help on this mission of ours, and I don't think 2 people smelling of bear is going to be pleasant. Have you still not taken that shower?
It also just, hasn't come up. Why are you worried about it? What does this have anything to do with your investigation?
What do you mean you don't smell that bad, though? He literally already had... Didn't Dean already have his morning shower again? Isn't that why he left? And I guess maybe Dave didn't have his shower again or something, even though he showered twice last night. They bring it up so much. Just do it already. Why are we talking about the shower so much? It's so strange. Also, second victory. The second victory was saving Benson's life. Just forgot about that. Dave's already done it twice. You can't say 3 times because technically saving Benson means that they would never remember any time with Orlando dying. I'm meant to smell like a bear, but maybe throwing on some cologne could help. You, though, can smell like a bear later when it's behind closed doors and you're that keen on it. If you're that keen on it. I laughed, embarrassed, but it was doing wonders for my morale. Okay, fine, I'll go shower. And while you go do that, I'll go see if I can find someone who might be able to help us out. I'll meet you out here. Why the conversation happened twice? I wandered upstairs and took a shower. I didn't realize until I'd stripped down just how strong the smell was. It was entirely gone after I'd stepped out of the shower and dried off, but my mind lingered on Dean the whole time. Then why did the other shower not work? Unless it's just the fact that you slept on him that made you smell like bear? How fucking gross is he? He also showered. we were going to be figuring out what happened, I needed to make sure I was well equipped for this, so I got a notebook. So I started blasting. First up, my notebook. I had been intending on using it as a holiday scrapbook, but this seemed to be better use for all things considered. Who knows how much I'd need to try and remember having it all in one place seemed smart. Next up, phone, just in case I need to call someone or use something on it. I guess it could be used as a backup notebook, but that's only an option so long as it stays charged. The line that shattered Toaster's psyche. But only the 5th time he heard it.
No, the idea itself just like is odd to me, that the phone battery is only ever a problem when it needs to be a problem in the narrative. We take phones for granted. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we do take phones for granted. That's why we specifically break them in every horror story or jam the signal and so on.
Yeah.
What breaks me is that, like, there's nothing satisfying about the structure narratively, because, like, normally in a mystery story, when you're gathering your equipment and whatnot, like, you're usually, like, listing off pieces of equipment that are going to pay off later in some way.
Yeah.
And Dave, as far as we know, both doesn't write anything in the notebook and never uses his phone. And also, given that it's a phone, I don't know, maybe we're trying to imply that everyone's leaving their phones on their nightstands, but given that this is a modern video game, I feel like everyone just has their phone on them at all times, so specifying this one time that he's taking it with them,
that's what weird. I mean, where it's like a weird call out for a thing, and it's setting up this idea that, like, no, phones aren't just things that you can just use. When their batteries are gone, you can't use a note. You have to use an actual paper notebook, and it's like, that's the only time this has ever been a consideration here.
Yeah, I think there's literally one day where his phone dies, and it's like really early in the story, and then he's like, I gotta charge it. I gotta remember to charge it like last time. But I also don't remember his phone dying really mattering. So I don't know what to do with any of that. It just feels strange.
Yeah.
I'd already let it run out once. Yeah, there it is. So having something like my notebook makes sense to have as a primary method of recording information. This is a lot of details to specify about a thing that he will not go on to do. As I stepped back outside, how much more ready for what I was aiming to do. What are you two talking about? Orlando was a giggling mess, and Dean had a sly smile on his face when he turned to me. You should have put that descriptor before the line of dialogue to introduce that Dean and Orlando were here, and then you're like, then you'd be like, what are you guys talking about?
This is something that I think we discussed in the Orlando route, but it is really confusing to me that Orlando and Dean are like such close friends, and they're like going back and forth with each other about like hooking him up with Dave, and Orlando is cheerleading for this. But also Dean dated Watanuki, who is Orlando's like bestest, most important gay mentor, and had no idea who Dean was. Like, it's just like, it's such a weird web of intimate relationships that just somehow are completely unknown to people. I just don't follow. I just don't follow it at all.
Yeah. No, it's confusingly set up. It's just there's no cohesion to the groups. Whenever you add new stuff, it never feels like it's building. It just feels like it's like, wait, what? Like it feels like a contradiction almost, and you're always thrown again, and you're not. It feels like there just wasn't a clear image of how these people interact or what they do, or how they know each other, or how old all of them are, or how they met. Oh, nothing important. Ready to start figuring this thing out? I figured Orlando might be a good help here. Wait, really? Why Orlando? Well, gee, thanks for the vote of confidence. Orlando's good at those puzzle games, right? This is like that. That's not entirely wrong, I suppose. I don't know, I just assumed that you'd have grabbed Roswell, or I don't know. But I like Orlando. Orlando's good. Nice save. Anyway, Dean's filled me in on the gist of what we're going to be doing already. Where to first? I led the way to the greenhouse and we filed inside. The air was fresh and clean in here, but seeing the interior of it gave me a sudden flash to what I'd seen in the vault. Okay, So we're going to piece together what you saw in the vault, right? Yeah. Okay, alright. I can't say thinking about this sort of stuff is pleasant, but if it'll help. Dean shuffled uncomfortably on the spot, potentially having second thoughts about bringing Orlando in. It will. Promise. Well, the first thing we should probably be asking is, what word did you use in the vault? Wait, that's important? It all started there, didn't it? I suppose that's fair. I wouldn't have thought to ask that is all. Death cap. Death cap? That was the word? You mean the mushroom, right? Yeah. Well, that's... I guess that's one way you could die, but if that's all it is, then I could just steer clear of mushrooms and we'll be fine, right? That's just the thing, though. What if you're already poisoned? Can't be. Haven't touched a mushroom in a few days, and that thing takes 6 hours to kill. I think I'm clear of that, right? No, that's wrong. Wrong? Yeah, I found a book in the museum saying that they don't take 6 hours, but up to 6 days. But that means... I looked to Orlando, who seemed thoughtful, and was playing with the necklace around his neck.
Which we know is an antidote.
An ant...
We know that.
Yeah,
remember?
It's an antidote that's like a fucking...
That his grandpa puked up or whatever.
Yeah, it's like it's fucking...
It's a bezoar.
It's his grandpa's gizzard. So fucking weird. What a strange plot point. Oh, God. This was inside my grandpa. So as long as there's no cross-contamination, we might be alright. One person will be a lot easier to save than multiple, right? He seemed to be talking to no one in particular. The grip on his necklace tightening. I guess? How likely is that? As long as no one tries cooking with them, we should be alright. I scratched my chin, worried. But you're the one that does most of the cooking. You and Benson anyway, one of you could have done it. Now hold on there, Dave. Why would Orlando want to do that? If he wanted to do me in, he'd had plenty of chances. Been a few times where we've been alone, too. Really? That's a surprise given the talk about, about your junk? What? I don't understand. He just said
I've given up on understanding.
He just said they've been alone before. They were alone right before you came here. It happens all the time. Don't understand.
Yeah, I have given up trying to parse this game. I'm on my last legs. It is shocking how
they're talking about him getting knocked out for making a joke about Orlando's junk, which has still never been explained or...
Did that happen in this route again?
I think it always happens.
I guess it did, yeah.
Yeah, it's a forgotten detail because it's been skipped every route since the first playthrough, but I think he always gets knocked out, like, early on. And then they just go about their vacation as if Sal didn't just violently knock out the person that he invited on this trip. Which you now know, because they're best friends. As curious as he is about my junk, that's officially your job now, Dave. What, to look at? No, he gets to look at yours. Right, we're getting off track. You guys are alien people.
Yeah.
Also, fucking Orlando does not leave anything to the imagination. Like, he has the most gratuitous bulge in the entire game. It's so fucking huge, and he's wearing sweatpants. That thing moves when he walks. Anyway. Okay, but I never did get an answer if it was the same, so... You never will. Bears do absolutely nothing for me. That's weirdly racist to say. Also, just like... why is this a fixation? And 2, it's something you could just Google search. And 3, why is Orlando so weird about it? Like, why is everyone being weird about it? I don't understand. I just don't understand the weirdness. These relationships don't make any sense to me. It's totally okay and on the table for Orlando to pester Dean about fucking Dave. Orlando knows the details about their fucking, clearly, as evidenced by this conversation.
So why is it rude to be like, what are your balls like, dude? I'm curious. Like, what's wrong? What's wrong with that? What is, it's not like he's being insensitive. I don't get it. Like, I don't understand. I'm losing my mind.
It's also just like, if you see it as harassment, then just like say stop. Just don't
but also just like, don't, just like, I don't understand. You just typically aren't.
But it's also,
like,
as far as I can remember, it has been a year and a half, but when the fucking knockout scene happens, I think he just made a joke about a sausage that he was given.
No, it was meatballs.
Or meatballs. He made a meatballs joke. He didn't actually ask Orlando anything about his junk. He just
he didn't.
Made a joke about food that is like phallic, well, not literally phallic, but phallic adjacent. And we're like, oh, it's innuendo, huh? And it was like one of the more like nothing ones he's ever made.
Yeah,
and then
Sal was like, yeah, so like, watch yourself, buddy.
Yeah, like we were so confused by the reaction. I was like, we were like, why is this? This is like straight up like offensive, apparently. So it was like, that's why I thought that's why I thought Orlando was trans, because I was like, is this a sensitive subject for some reason?
It literally just doesn't make any sense.
It's like, instead the crocodile comes in to defend the dragon, like, mammals are never allowed to ask anatomical questions about reptiles, even though he didn't ask a question. He just made a joke about junk as a concept.
It's just
incomprehensible, and now it's being called back to, so the callback is also incomprehensible, where you're just like, I don't know what they're going for. I don't know what the dialogue is going for.
Yeah, I have no clue at all. Truly no fucking idea.
But also saying bears do absolutely nothing for me is a wild thing to say in a setting where that's like a race of people.
Yeah.
Don't say that. Jesus Christ.
I just don't understand the premise. Every day this story loses me more and more. I'm so checked out right now. I don't care what the mystery. I don't need to solve this because it didn't happen and it's not going to give us any details. If any of the previous fucking routes have given us any indication here, he's not going to learn anything.
I think you did make me think about a structural problem with this game that's worth pointing out, which is that the experience of approximately 100% of people who complete this game will be, you get the good ending and the bad ending or whatever, and then maybe some more bonus bad endings. So you get like massacre, werewolf, A and B, and then you do 4 more romance routes where you're just fast forwarding and just seeing the romance scenes with none of the plot happening. So you don't even, like, at some point you don't remember what the plot is. And then the payoff for this is probably going to be a follow-up to the main plot, which we have the main plot that, like, we actively are gonna remember less than ever, because all of these romance routes you have to experience first in order to unlock it don't remind you of what happens in the main plot, because you're just skipping around it. Like, Thanatos and Memphis don't exist in these playthroughs because we're just experiencing the romances. But on top of that, we're not learning anything about the main plot. These are not adding dimensions to it. They're just a waste of time in terms of learning the mystery. So, like, by the time I go back to it, I'm like I'm already, like, actively, like, forgetting, like, what we've even learned about who was behind any of the individual murders and whether or not things were actually confirmed, or if it's us, like, deducing.
I don't think anything was ever actually confirmed. I don't think anything was.
Yeah, like, it feels like it's a murder mystery
it's just
story
Roswell, I think,
where almost none of the murders have actually been explained at any point. It's just
the thing is that it's like,
some of them might be Roswell, but maybe not.
Yeah, well, and I mean, like, it's Roswell narratively because he's at fault, but at the same time, I don't even know if that, like, makes sense textually. Like, I don't know if Roswell actually is lacking an alibi or anything. Like, it's just yeah, I don't know.
Like,
I have no idea.
Such an important part of the genre is the part where you actually go through and do the flashback, like, and then that's when you did this, and then that, and you thought you got away with it, but the housekeeper walked in, so you had to kill him.
The cameras in the library, Haas pointed out, would have caught you on camera, except we never loop back on that. No one ever sees that fucking footage.
Yeah, no, we literally, we never. We even were in, it's really baffling, but we're talking to him in his lab about how he surveils things and how he was secretly in the room, and we just never even, like, try to get the footage. So, like, that just never pays off. we just keep introducing literal cameras in our murder mystery that could catch various scenes, and we never actually go back and see that footage. It's like, what was the point then? What the fuck's happening? It's like, I don't know why anyone would like this game as a murder mystery if you never get the catharsis at the end where all the puzzle pieces fit together and fucking Benoit Blanc explains what happens. Like,
it's so deep,
you know,
though.
or you know, that little
so
guy, that
deep.
little detective man with
Roswell
the phrase.
did it. Brain explosion. It's so
my God.
nuanced.
It drives me insane. It's just much like the lack of having a sealed room at the beginning. It's just like fundamental like failure to understand the genre it's playing in, and like they're not things you just can like free roam with and improvise with. It's like you can choose to selectively dodge these rules about the genre, but you have to know why you're doing that and what the risks are, and you have to be accounting for what you're changing by doing that. But instead, it just seems like it's just done blindly, without registering that, like, oh wait, these are all like in Haunting in Venice, the guy immediately locks the house at the moment a murder is discovered, and no one can leave the building because that's kind of important. Otherwise, everyone just fucking leaves, and then you can't solve anything.
I'm just ready for this very bad game to be over.
We're so close. But now we're talking about Dragon Junk again. Even though, once again, you can just see it. It's not that ambiguous. I don't think that's just like a very strange fupa or anything. Like, I think he just has like a very strange bulge for no reason.
I think he does. I think it's for no reason. I think there was no thought that went into his design.
You think he just has a lump?
No, I just think it's never been conceived of what he actually looks like.
Do you think there's an Orlando Nulge?
No, I just don't think there's anything there.
Rock icon drawn there.
I think like a Ken doll, if you try to take off his fundoshi, it's just fused to his body. It's like he's like it just will never come off. That's all I'm saying. Like, I just don't think. I think this whole game is thought terminating. There's nothing there.
Bears do absolutely nothing for me, so you can give up on that right now. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? Well, I mean, more for me, I guess.
That's not what the topic of this conversation is, Dave. Shut up.
You're really off. Exactly. You'll have no worries about me trying to steal your boyfriend away. Kind of defeats the purpose of me inviting Dean along if I was going to take him from you.
No, Dean has to worry, and Dean has to worry about you stealing Dave, because we know that from the Orlando route.
See. Where is it? Oh, damn, did I go past it? Motherfucker.
It's right. It was like 3 lines after this.
My alarm not gonna go off.
You like, I saw it pop up. It explained. You just scrolled past it at some point. There we go.
What is it? Where the fuck is it? Fuck it. Archive. So fucking hard to find a specific thing in this giant ass story. Oh, my hard drive's freaking out. Calm down. There, you can't see this, but I'm for the audience. I brought up the video from last time where I opened it up. If I'm being honest, when Sal said that everyone was headed somewhere for vacation and threw me an invitation, I was just happy to be included. It's like one of the first lines Dean says is that Sal invited him. Kind of defeats the purpose of me inviting Dean along. Just fucking... just write down everything that happened before the game started in concrete terms. Get your lore Bible done. What's everyone's ages? When did they meet? Who invited who to this trip? Just get it figured out, and then you can refer to it whenever you are talking about what happened before the game started. Because this is why we don't know anything. Nothing's true. There are no true facts in this entire game. There are only dimensions or something.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is happening? Orlando did not invite Dean. Sal invited Dean. That's the first thing we learn in the game, basically. And it's like a Franken rewrite or whatever, but it's just like, oh, what a mess. And it's like, when a game's this big and you're trying to rewrite it, it's like, you don't know what happened in the game either. So it's like, how do you rewrite it without just starting over and from scratch to make sure it's right? Just what a mess. I'm just trying to learn anything, and I can't, because everything I learn is wrong. Because
Correct.
something else will contradict it, and I don't know which one's canon. Well, I guess it doesn't matter now. I'm here, and I'm happy to be. And I'm sure Dave is too, after last night. Oh, don't tell me. Did it happen? Are you to an item now? Well, I wouldn't say we took that step, but... Wait, you didn't, did you? Dean threw an arm over my shoulder, and I could feel myself turn red under my fur. I was grinning like an idiot as Orlando danced from one foot to the next. Okay, investigation on hold. Give me the details. This is... What?
What were they talking about and being cute about and coy about earlier that was heavily implied to be literally the contents of the fact that Orlando knew Dave knew what was going on with Dean if he's now acting surprised?
Yeah,
what?
like when we walked in, they were giggling about something, but it wasn't
and then
about
Orlando
the fact that they
Orlando just said, you don't need to worry about me stealing your boyfriend. The whole premise of this conversation is that Orlando knows what happened. So why is he acting surprised all of a sudden? This is what he learned about this.
This could not be more confusingly introduced. But it's also, on top of this, it's like Orlando's like, don't you ever dare ask what my junk is like. That's intrusive. How dare you even bring up this kind of topic? So, give me all the details about your fucking that you just had. I should get this information. And it's like, what? What?
Yeah.
Do people have boundaries or not? Like, you can't act like Dean deserves to get knocked out for asking about like dragon anatomy, and then also ask about the sex we had last night.
I don't get it.
Should I tell him, or do you want to? Do you want to? Do you think you should have asked if I want this information out, Dean? Oh well, I don't know. Dave, I swear on all that glitters, if you hold out on me now, I will throttle you. Did you lose your virginity, yes or no? Jesus fucking Christ. Orlando. This sucks. Why are you acting like this?
I want Orlando to get punched out.
Yeah. What? That's so much worse than anything Dean did in the previous joke and stuff. Well, yes, but... Great. Now how did it feel?
Freak.
Tell me in
What a
pornographic detail. What is this conversation? Better question, who was on top? I guess Dean was, but I shot Dean and looked confused and more than just a little flustered. He had a growing grin on his face, but I didn't quite clue into why. As for Orlando, he just whistled, seemingly impressed. Guy this big for your first time? Guess I didn't have anything to worry about. Well, I mean, I didn't think a finger would feel that good, so it was a finger. Okay. Dean backed off as Orlando lurched forward, holding my mouth shut with a hand. A finger? Please tell me it's not what we've been talking about. That we've not just been talking about a finger this whole time. The whole time being the last 5 seconds of conversation. It was a big finger. Orlando huffed out, smoke wafting from his nose as he turned on heel with his arms crossed tight over his chest. Well, that hardly counts. Fairly certain it counts. If it doesn't, well, I'm happy to go again. Orlando turned back to me, frowning. Dave, listen, don't go getting overly excited about it by a finger. You haven't even gotten to the best part. Oh. What do you mean, oh?
I just want to throw...
I was about to call out Orlando for saying something so stupid, because, like, what's the point of even specifying... Like, what's the point of even explaining that? But then Dave's acting like he didn't realize that there was more than fingering.
It's genuinely... It's genuinely hard to just even sit
these
here
characters are torture.
And have this in my headphones.
Uh-huh.
Like, I'm like...
This is a passive experience for you.
Yeah, it just sucks. It's just like having to listen to... It's like being in math class and like listening to a teacher drone on about the most boring topic of all time.
You're the monkey that's currently being forced to choose between the nurturing mother and the soft mother over and over again until he goes insane.
There are audience members who enjoy this, and I think they need help.
They're getting it from you.
No.
They love pained toaster noises.
I'm not even in pain. I'm just bored. I'm just bored out of my mind.
Noises.
People ask me, they're like, Toaster, what's the next visual novel you're going to do? And I'm like, probably none. I'm so done with this passive experience. It would be different if we were playing a bad game, because then my brain would at least be active. I listened to this conversation with Orlando, and it literally, I could have more fun counting the dimples on my ceiling. Like, it's just, it's so, even when I'm reading, even when I have character dialogue, it's watching the clock tick my life away. The shit is so bad.
It's the longest thing I've ever covered besides, like, Final Fantasy 14.
I can't believe it. I mean, I
kind of want to figure out the word count of Final Fantasy 14, A Realm Reborn, and then the word count of Password, and find out which one's longer.
I don't know.
Because it might be longer than the entire MMO, known for just being a series of cutscenes you have to sit through that are all dialogue. We've gotten way off track, but it seems as though Dean was having a good time. If I was being honest, even I'd forgotten what we came out here for originally. Space before the period. It was a nice distraction at the very least.
2 sentences ago, he said, investigation on pause. Dave just doesn't have a brain.
No. Okay, fine, but we're off track and for why we came out here originally. Right. We'll put a pin in this for now, but when it happens, I want to know all the details. Fine, fine. Does this mean we can call a truce at least? You had me worried for a moment. Oh, sorry. Bad habit I picked up from my coach. What's a coach? A gay coach. Coach. It's more efficient that way. Or at least that's what he claimed. Well, alright. So if it wasn't Orlando, who? You're getting ahead of yourself. We don't even know what he saw.
What's crazy to me, and this is just still part of this investigation thing, is like, in every route, we investigate who could have killed the person in an event that didn't actually happen in this timeline, right? So the investigation is faulty from the start. But Dave consistently is like, well, who could have done it? I know Orlando, like, X person didn't do it because random conjecture that isn't evidence. All right, now that we've ruled out Orlando, and it's like the game so badly wants us to suspect our friends, but also no one ever investigates anything and no one rules anything out ever because none of their assessments are made based off of concrete evidence. So we have no reason to trust or not trust anyone. It just is nonsense.
Yeah, they've just completely failed to set up a mystery. Because if they set up a mystery, they could have actually, like, planned why people would be suspected and what would be incriminating and set up red herrings and actually set up a story, but instead there is no mystery set up. So you just investigate a scene with no evidence, and then none of the people you suspect did it anyway, so it's just pointless. There's just nothing to go on. There's no direction to go in. It has no meat. And I think about like how I suspect this game was written day by day, and it's kind of sounded like that was how it worked. It was like each day was its own update or something. And if that was done, like, did he just write 6 faulty investigations that go nowhere in like 1 month in parallel for the 6 routes? And then and then none of them had anywhere to go, and they were all just toothless nothing investigations. And he was like, yeah, all right, that sounds good. I've done good today. And then he kept it, and then just didn't like look at the, oh, I have nothing to go on in any of the story, and think maybe I need to rewrite something. Or just don't make the day about investigating the nothing that you can't investigate. It's very strange. It's very strange to do it this much and not turn back. Like, doing it 6 times is a lot. I stopped listening. My eyes trained to a spot off to the side. A bunch of bags of fertilizer. I knew the others stopped talking once I started to move. Probably just watching as I stood in front of the spot where I saw Dean die. It was here. I saw Dean sitting here, bloodied and dying. I couldn't see any wounds, so given the word I just assumed he was poisoned. He did say that. Wait, did he say that loud? He did say that loud. By a death cap. Yeah. That doesn't narrow things down, does it? Narrows it down to a death cap. You have a murder weapon. Isn't that a lot of narrowing it down? Not much of an investigation, just noticing what the password is, though. Fertilizer can sometimes give off the same smell, but even then, without any clues, we're not going to get anywhere. Well, what if we narrowed it down to a list of suspects? Well, okay, let's see. Who could have killed Dean? Roswell. Roswell, what about him? He's clever enough for it. Right, but not only that, when Dean and I went out to get mushrooms, Roswell spent some time alone with him too. Hey, that's not fair. If we're narrowing it down based on that, it could be anyone. No? No. Roswell's knowledgeable about mushrooms, and he went on a mushroom gathering trip. His second mushroom gathering trip in this case. That specifically can't just be anyone. This is literally specific to Roswell. That's true. I agree with the stupid thing that was just written for the other character, because we're supposed to not suspect Roswell because he's the mastermind. If you want Dean dead, he could have just done it while out in the forest. How? By punching him?
And then instantly getting under suspicion when he comes back and Dean isn't there.
Yeah, what the fuck?
If Roswell wanted to poison him, it wanted to kill him in a way that would be delayed so other people wouldn't know. Poisoning him mysteriously and like so that he dies a few days or hours later is actually a better plan. What are you talking about?
He doesn't know the fucking 5-point exploding heart technique. Like, what's he gonna do to Dean in the woods anyway? But also, killing him when they specifically were like,
okay, everybody, we're going out in the woods together. Just me and Dean. Nobody else. No witnesses. Oh my god, he died.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? Why would you do that? Don't understand. It's so annoying that Orlando agreed with him because it was so stupid. It was such a stupid thing he said. But wouldn't that have made it obvious
Everything
who
he's
did it?
ever said is stupid.
Depends. If you made it look like a wild animal, how? How?
Ferocious Roswell.
Okay, that's enough. Roswell wouldn't do that. I'm a character witness for Roswell, having never met him before, seemingly. Wait, why? He just wouldn't, okay? Guess that puts us back on square one. Why is Dean defending Roswell? I've never seen them speak. Besides that one trip. I scratched my chin thinking about it. Roswell was for sure the other person that spent a lot of time with Dean that day, but then I remembered. Dean? What? You said you forgot to wash your hands before dinner, right? Please tell me you're joking. You should always wash up before dinner. I do, most of the time. But why'd you forget? Wait, you were talking to Roswell, right? That's right. About what? Dean looked between us, a frown slowly forming. I can't tell you, not yet. Why? Because I said so, now drop it. What could be? I said stop. So Orlando also doesn't know what it is. So it can't.
He was finger blasting Roswell. That's why he's a character witness.
Got the actual angry Dean face. I just like, they weren't talking about fucking. So what was he telling Orlando about that had him giggly if it wasn't the plans that he's keeping a secret that now Roswell knows? That he also talked about Roswell. It's like, why is Orlando clueless about what Dean means unless it's not that? You think that Orlando would be like, oh, like but instead he's like baffled. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Because that means it must be that we're talking about a third thing this morning that wasn't either of those things.
Yeah.
His voice was loud enough to rattle the glass windows of the greenhouse, stinging my ears slightly. I shrunk back, shuffling away a few steps closer to Orlando. Dean had his jaw clenched, staring me down. Please, I can't tell you yet, but I know Roswell wasn't the one behind it. He couldn't be. If this is about the date, this is a really like off-putting way to like keep it a secret because you're like actively making yourself like an upsetting person to interact with in the lead up. Still shaking from how loud Dean had yelled, I nodded quickly, backing down. A good trait in a boyfriend. Orlando put a hand on my shoulder and rubbed it gently while we watched Dean calm himself down. Orlando has to comfort me because of my boyfriend yelling at me. Sorry, it was a serious enough conversation that I don't really want to talk about it. No, I should apologize too. We both should. Hero's hoping it was something, I don't know. Advice on wooing Dave? Dave pulled his gaze away quickly, scratching the back of his neck. Wait, was it? Dave, you were just told not to ask about it again. You're so bad at this.
I just hate the characters.
I don't understand. Dean grumbled, sighing out. Okay, you got me. I didn't think I was doing a good enough job, so he clued me in on a few things. But not, I guess, the thing I filled you in on? You both were talking about? Why is this? What? I assume Dean's lying. Otherwise, why would he blow up about this and then immediately capitulate and reveal it, and it was also nothing?
I think, yeah, and again, I don't know. I think it's just bad writing, bad characterization.
Yeah. My heart sank, knowing exactly what Orlando was talking about. It came up when we were looking for the gun that killed Benson, or something like that. Maybe he just wanted to focus on the good things. Right, exactly. Only good things, promise. It better be only good things. I swear, if I find out that you need lube and don't even ask me. Is lube important?
What a weirdo freak! God, shut up, Orlando. Ugh.
It's worse. It's worse than that.
Yeah, I see the screen, and I just want to. And Dave was the one who said they needed lube.
Exactly.
It's like so stupid.
It's Dave being written to be an idiot every time he speaks. So he's like, "What's lube? I don't understand what sex is." Like not understanding the basics of like just the basic mechanics of gay sex. But also, he literally knew about it last time we talked about sex. He brought up lube on his own, like, well, if we have enough lube, it should be fine, right?
Yeah.
You know lube's important. You just said that. Like, the characters don't have any continuity of brain from scene to scene and turn into different people that have completely different levels of experience and knowledge and perspective, and they don't have a voice, they don't have a perspective, they don't have an ideology, they don't have anything to represent in the game, and they don't remember what happened 5 minutes ago or even earlier in the same conversation. Like, it's just, no one knows who invited them to the party or who their best friend is. If you click on Roswell or Dave thinks he's his best friend in the internal monologue because it's not reconciled. Like, it's just so much.
I just hate this game so much. I just truly think
it's why before we were like, it feels like it's AI generated sometimes because AI forgets what its basic premises constantly while it's talking. And so that's why like AI Dungeon and stuff like that is like really a mess, is because like it literally doesn't know what the plot of its own story and will just forget anything that's not in the current screen basically. it's just wild. What do you mean is loop important? You just said it was today. You said it
I just
today.
like can't believe someone would write and release this. You know what I mean? And I don't mean like the story's bad and it shouldn't exist. It's like I sit here and will work on a Let's Play video and I'll realize that my sound is unsynced by a single frame and I will go through the effort of fixing it, even though realistically no one is going to notice because it's just not like you put in the effort to not put out something that is fundamentally broken, right? Like, and yeah, sometimes mistakes happen and things get through the cracks. Like using that example for my Let's Plays, like I have a Symphony of the Night Let's Play where like 2 of the episodes, the sound is just unsynced because my capture card was broken and there was nothing I could do to fix it. Like that happens, sure. But this whole novel is this. And it's not just here and there little mistakes. It feels like the characters don't have character. Like they aren't being written.
Yeah.
I just can't believe someone would feel like it's okay to waste people's time with this. You know what I mean?
I mean, you could just make bad stuff. It's like it's not the end of the world because I'm just like, I know you don't love bad stuff existing, but I'm just thinking in terms of like fucking Snow Queen Ice Dragon and stuff like that doing 50 Shades of Grey, and it's like there's literally a massive part of the internet that is just people stream of consciousness writing a chapter a night to post on their profile where they write fiction, and then they might get an audience somehow for it, and sometimes it's because they can write, and sometimes it's just because they're active and write and update a lot, and not necessarily because of the quality or whatever. And it's like
people are allowed to.
This does something for someone, and it seems to be exclusively like. It seems to largely be like 17 to 19 year olds, basically, like very young people. I seem to attach this, and so I guess like the cuddly shapes and the fact that it's like, and this is extremely dubious, but people seem to maybe even attach to it because it's quote unquote safe for work, and like supposedly like furry stuff is so hostile to minors and stuff like that. But like this game's not safe for work. It should have an 18+ warning on it, and it doesn't on its itch.io page. And like, I regularly see minors that play this game, and I'm like, there are just actual sex scenes in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we're literally talking about Dave, fucking Dean finger blasting Dave, which is like, come on. I don't know. It's the issue I have with this is the idea that, like, obviously, like, garbage gets an audience. People are allowed to do heroin if they want to. Like, you know, it's not the end of the world. What upsets me is not even the gall isn't the right word, but people charged for this, people paid for this, while other art that does what people want of this suffered. And that's a shame, because there are good SFW furry things out there. Like, if that's something that you're looking for, that's good. You know, and
one of them is one of the most popular ones in the entire medium.
And I get it. People want like Zero Escape, or they want something with this flavor, right? But like, this isn't it, because this isn't even doing that right? Like, I don't know. I just philosophically, I find this game troubling, and I just it's weird. I don't know exactly how to phrase it, but this route is already so fucking boring and nonsensical and poorly composed that it's just, I see it and I cringe. And I get like secondhand embarrassment from the idea of me, myself as a person putting it out in this state, right? Like, you just think that someone would have the I don't know, strength of, if you have the strength of character to write this much, you think you would have the strength of character to hold back a little bit and say, all right, maybe I should put this out in better condition than this. Just because it just doesn't work. It's just a mess.
Yeah, it's confusing. it's confusing that someone would have this much energy and drive to keep going, but not
take care.
Yeah, not taking care, not having like a critical sense of like not like either not being self-critical or not knowing how to be self-critical, like maybe just being so inexperienced with fiction that they don't even recognize what's going on. It's just like,
yeah, like writing this much and planning all these characters and creating this thing implies there is a love for this work. Like, creators do not dispassionately create. So it is just very weird to see problems like this come up in the writing where it feels like the creator, like, for example, it feels like what happened here was, let's say I wrote this story and I had Dave talk about lube in the literal previous scene, and now we go out and Dave is like, is lube important? And then someone else reads this scene and goes, hey man, you had this continuity error that's like an issue, you know? And then your response is, oh, that doesn't matter. I don't really care about that. It's like, but this is your baby. This is your baby, and you don't even care about that, something that fixable. Like, I don't know. I just find it so shocking and just like difficult to accept.
Yeah, it's weird to process because like I can see people just not getting it. They're just not. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
I mean, people make garbage all the time, so it's not, that part doesn't surprise me. It's just it's just for a product as high effort as this, it's surprising how low effort it is.
Because I previously suspected that like it's just like it was done in like a homework assignment context of just like gotta just turn in my assignment every month essentially. But like there's definitely a weird like just kind of like realizing that a creator doesn't seem to have any of like the instincts for what to write or why to write, and just not really like it's really hard to not sound extremely mean about it. It's like, yeah, it's like I don't, how does none of this stuff register? Like that the story's not going anywhere, that the scenes aren't impactful, that the characters don't really have a point, that you don't even like seem to know the facts of your story. So
yeah, that's the fucking Dean Orlando invitation thing. It's just like this, it just doesn't square away as a story that was written with care or concern. Like it, again, I've thrown this term around before, but it just feels grifty. Like it just feels like someone's being like, my audience are rubes, they won't notice. And it's like, well, they will. We're noticing right now. Like, it's just a shame. It just feels manipulative and frustrating, and I don't like it.
And there might be some of that because like there's the AMA came out and stuff like that, and there was the quotes about how like when it came to like the more complex mechanics and concepts being scrapped over time, it was like, well, visual novel audiences don't engage with these things, and it's like, maybe it's like on some level it might be interacting with a handful of like stupid and annoying people and getting their feedback, but also might be an element of like just being dismissive of the entire audience as a whole and not like sort of respecting them to care about stuff and just thinking, well, this will be good enough.
It's just crazy to me.
If you think that way, you get the audience that you asked for, basically. Like you make content for the audience that's undiscerning. And so that's who you get, because everybody else bounces off. Because yeah, like there's a bit of a struggle for feedback and stuff there, where the peers within the field that play this game will politely bounce off and never talk about it again, probably, because they make their own furry visual novels, and those are like all of your peer group. The people that like have the most experience and criticism are the people that would like try this out, bounce right off, and never talk about it ever.
Yeah.
In any kind of public thing. And I've talked to multiple people who have corroborated that's exactly what happened with them, as people that engage a lot of furry visual novels or make them, is that was their more or less their password experience, which is akin to why when we were starting this playthrough, and then I started it started getting out that we were doing it after we already started, there was kind of a chorus of like, oh no's behind the scenes. And I'm like, oh, come on. No, I don't want to hear that now. It's like, let me know what you think about it and stuff like that. But yeah, it leads to feedback not getting through, but also there's the question of like whether or not a creator that does something like this might just not be very receptive to feedback, even if they might say they are. Like they might be dismissive to it and not really open to it as a concept. 'Cause I don't know.
Yeah.
You have to really either for it to be this bad for this long, made for years, you have to have a very sustained level of like ignorance of anything being wrong with it, or be actively enforcing that by pushing off all the feedback if there was any. Like it's just, I don't know. It's such a bizarre. It feels like such a bizarre experiment outcome, essentially. Like the idea that basically someone that like kind of just like is, it's just like it kind of isn't a writer or doesn't have the instincts for being a writer and doesn't have a background in writing, seemingly just did a project this long without growing or learning in the process, or I don't know. It's really hard to parse.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
Is lube important? Asks Dave. I don't know, Dave. How did you feel about that finger up your ass last night? You think lube might be important? No sooner had I asked the question, Orlando huffed again, with Dean chuckling at my half joke. That's supposed to be a joke?
I was fairly sure that lube was important.
Despite Dean using only spit, but he laughed along with the joke all the same. What do you mean fairly sure? That still makes me feel like you don't know.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. The joke doesn't make any sense either.
I don't. As Orlando threw his hands up, though, he knocked over a bag that was sitting in on one of the counters nearby. As the contents spilled onto the floor, a pungent smell hit my nose. Hey, that'd be the ammonia in the fertilizer. Oops. If there's a broom, I could sweep it up. Don't worry about it. So this is what death caps smell like? Not quite, but close enough. Would you be able to smell it if you ate one? A death cap, I mean. Maybe if you threw up. Don't really know, but don't want to really find out. I looked at the fertilizer on the ground, wondering, where'd that leave us? We've gotten nowhere, haven't we? Sorry, Dave, I don't think so. We tried nothing and learned nothing. Shocking. Everyone has access to the greenhouse, but motive? What do you mean access to the greenhouse? We think it was a poisoning. That would take time. So the greenhouse just isn't even a murder site. It's just where he happened to be when he apparently fell deathly ill in seconds, suddenly. I don't understand. And I was like, what could it be? And it's like, I don't know, the password's death cap. Unless the password turns out to be a red herring, why would it do that? Dean went to say something, but just shook his head, staying quiet. Dean? What's wrong? Nothing. Just thinking about it. What sort of things you'd need to feel towards someone else to bring yourself to want to kill them? I don't know, Toaster. My family? Your family what? Has it in for me? Oh, no, sorry. But they have enemies. Some really bad ones, too. But I don't think that'd affect anyone here, at least I hope not. What kind of enemies do bankers even have, anyway? Bad ones. Well, at least you know who could be looking for trouble. No one should have a reason to kill me, I think. No one here, at least. I sighed out, rubbing my face. So what I'm hearing is that we've got no suspects. Sorry, but it looks like it. Best I can do is say that if a poisoning does happen, that we're prepared for that. Kind of processing the fact that this is a narrative where the final villain is the mafia.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're fully halfway through the story, you still don't know the mafia exists. They're literally not established outside of the fact that technically the fact that Orlando died in a drive-by in one ending. Like, Orlando's still lying about his family, so we literally don't know that the mafia is around. So they literally, like, we're just being unfair about even who the list of suspects or even characters might be in this, like, setting.
Yeah.
Thanks for giving us a hand with this, Orlando. It means a lot. Not a problem. Anything for my best friend. Or his future boyfriend if all goes well. Orlando. I can feel my face go red with embarrassment, made worse by the fact that Dean was laughing things off. How is it embarrassing? I don't know what's embarrassing. Just the idea of you being boyfriends? Well, I'll leave you two alone. I've got some things to do before it's time for lunch, and I feel like you two might want some, you know. With how much the game knows that you know is like an innuendo, it's weird how much they use it as not an innuendo. Orlando, just, it's not fair. I'll take good care of him, don't worry. I'll paw his plant. Much like our time spent at the river, Dean kept me close, and a lot of it was spent in silence. Wow, cool relationship you got there. He had his hand in mine, and we spent the time wandering the greenhouse, at least until it was time for lunch. Just holding hands and wandering back and forth in a small, closed room with no walking space because it's so full of potted plants. They go in a circle for 3 hours? Why don't they just go outside? Wee, goodbye, Sal, you're not real. Out of instinct, I decided to get some rest, setting my notebook down on the side table and flopping onto the bed.
Goodbye, notebook.
Goodbye,
it's time for you to
notebook.
Exit.
Apparently, we were still carrying you this whole time. We carried you to the conservatory for some reason. It was only when I was there for a minute that I realized that I wasn't in my own bed. A moment later, Dean stepped into his bedroom and grinned at me on his bed. How do you mess that up? Well, isn't this a nice surprise? Sorry, I guess I was sort of on autopilot. I'll head back to my room if you want. What, and leave me all by myself? I sat up on the bed and watched as Dean wandered into his bathroom. He didn't bother closing the door, and he called out while he washed his hands. Looking to take a nap? Maybe. I'm kinda tired. Want some company? Well... As I was thinking it over, Dean pulled off his shirt, only to throw it on the ground. Only? That's the normal thing to do. That's not a contradiction. What are you doing? What? Just getting comfortable. Oh, okay. And if you wanted... Maybe it was because we'd already crossed that threshold, or maybe it was one of Orlando's encouragement from before. Either way, Dean was a lot less subtle when he groped himself, grinning wider when he caught my eyes darting downwards. What, like right now? Offer's there if you want it. And lube? Lube, huh? Well, I might have some handy. Depends on if that's what you want to do. Dean, you didn't pack lube? What, wasn't it your entire goal coming on this trip? What else is there to do? Well,
If they just had this conversation with Orlando and then it turns out that they don't ask Orlando for lube, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
His hand reached out to touch my face, his thumb gently rubbing the teeth that came up from my bottom jaw. You really haven't done anything with anyone before, huh? Let's have this conversation 7 more times, because we forget that we've had it. Is that bad? I wouldn't say it's bad. This means we'll need to go slow. I mean, I've seen stuff on the internet, so it's not like I'm entirely, you know, but actually doing it? Hey, we've all been there, handsome. Also, we've done it before, so don't know why we're acting like we haven't. I whined softly, feeling somewhat ashamed that I was behind on that front. Hey now, it's alright. Dean got onto the bed and we shuffled up close so he was sitting between my legs. He leaned forward, resting his weight on an elbow as he used his free hand to scoot under my head. What sort of things do you want to do? Anything come to mind? I don't know, there's just a whole bunch of stuff. Where do we normally start? He leaned in and kissed me softly, bringing his voice down to an intimate whisper. Wherever you want to start. If that's just watching something together, we can do that. If you want more of what we did already, that's fine too. He rolled over onto his side, still smiling at me. Really? I just got to pick? Well, not always. First couple times I don't mind letting you pick so you get comfortable, but probably better if we find something we both want to do. What, like who gets to be on top or whatever? Something like that, maybe other things? Like what? Well, what position? Or where we're doing it counts. I'm not going to interrupt your shower time if you're focused on getting clean, but if you want to have a shower together and also have a little fun, why not? So it's less spontaneous? I thought it was more... I gestured loosely, not really sure of how to describe it. Can be. Depends on where we draw the lines and how well we know what each other likes. If you tell me never disturb you in the shower, then you'll never see me and they're ready to love on you. So no means no? I fucking hope so, Jesus Christ. His tone suddenly turned serious, but didn't lose any of its affectionate charm. Always. Even if that means I'm in the middle of us doing anything. You say no, or even if I say no, we stop. Oh.
I'm so glad that this is the place where people are learning this lesson.
I mean, it's an important lesson
It's
to teach
definitely
the target audience of teenagers, apparently, so...
Yeah, people without brains need to know, too.
Yeah.
It's just, again, it's just... preachy isn't the right word, but it's like... It's so written like it's checking off a goal that it just doesn't feel like an organic conversation literally any person has ever had, especially because the insanity around the context here, which is just that Dave was enthusiastic about this 2 days, like a day ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, in terms of like, yes, in real life, this is a thing that needs to be reiterated and you need to have conversations about consent with people. That's true. But in the context of a narrative, this doesn't come off as a sincere conversation that's happening. It comes off as putting this in because it's gonna be a thing that just like, I don't know, arbitrarily needed to come up in the narrative to cover bases or something. Like, it's just very weird.
It's like worse than that because it's not even specifically that, because like it is like a normal conversation to have at some point.
Sure, yeah.
It's just the fact that it always feels like it's written like in chronological order when it happened to come to mind.
Yes,
so it's
correct.
Like, oh, I happen to think that they should have this conversation. It just came to mind just now, so I'm just gonna say it. Like,
yeah,
multiple days into them like progressing romantically when it would have come up way sooner if Dave's this inexperienced and everything.
Yeah.
And like it would have been a reassuring thing, but now they've like already done penetration and now they're just now getting around to it, and Dave acts like he's doesn't know what consent
this is like the first time Dave has ever had a conversation like this, and like, yes, because he's a virgin, but also it's like this is the first time he's ever heard of this as a concept. And again, it just paints Dave as like a deeply untrusting person as well, because not because he needs to have this conversation with someone, but because he's like, I don't know what we are yet. Where are we? He does this in every route where he like waffles back and forth, doesn't know how he feels about anything, has conversations with people like it's the first time he's ever spoken to anyone in his life. It's just like, it's so inorganic. Again, it just makes you feel like none of these relationships are real, that they're happening organically, or that any of these characters even know each other.
It just doesn't work. It's very messy. Yeah. I just don't like that. I just don't like how young how young Dave sounds in every conversation. It's just
yeah.
Because I just don't. Why would anyone? Dave sounds so young that it's like an indictment upon anyone who finds him attractive. Because anyone that wants to date him, you're like, why are you into this character who acts like this and sounds like this? Like, it seems incredibly unappealing. Like, why would you want to be with a person that like literally doesn't even understand your entire dynamic, or the idea that you're even pursuing him, or even what sex is.
The idea that anyone wants to have any sort of relationship with Dave is troubling. And just because Dave doesn't seem like a person who even can consent because he doesn't have a brain.
Yeah, it's just a strange dynamic. Dean rubbed my cheek with a thumb, grinning at me. But believe me when I say I'm going to make you feel good one way or another. If you happen to really like one thing and that lines up, and call that a bonus. Like what though? Depends on how much detail you want me to go into. Well, if you could do anything right now. Anything, that's a bit dangerous. Sure, anything. If we were to do it right now, how'd you want it to go? Then we wouldn't have made it to the bed for starters. If I followed you more closely behind, I'd be holding you up against the door to the room, loving on you from behind. I shifted, hearing how Dean would treat me. Wouldn't even need to worry about getting naked, just push you up against the wall with a little bit of prep. I just push myself up under your tail and try to see how loud you moan.
So unattractive. This is written like someone who doesn't know what sex is writing this. It's very deeply difficult to have this in my ear canals right now.
Well, here we go. I writhed a little next to Dean, whining slightly. My mind was now racing, trying to imagine what that was like. Sure enough, it was having its effect on me too. That's what you do? Something like that, sure. But maybe not for your first time. He leaned over and kissed my cheek, shuffling back away and stretching out. Think about it. If there's something you want to do or try, we can roll with that. When? Dean shook his head, chuckling. Tonight, if you're lucky. But for now, I'll leave you so you can tend with this. He reached over and gently groped me, making me jump. What about you? Are you, maybe. Why? Want some company? Why did the conversation reset again? They forgot they were talking about doing something right now. Like they were Dean led with the idea of like, well, if you want to fool around,
he literally
right
groped
now,
himself.
And they're going, yeah, and then they're going back and forth like, yeah, what could it be? It could be this or that or blah blah blah. And they're talking about that, and they got so confused talking about that Dean was like, I'm gonna wander off so you can jack off. I'm like, what? Now that I got you riled up, I'm just gonna wander away. I created a problem for you. Now have fun jacking off in my bed while I leave. The fact that it's Dean's bed's even funnier at that point. It's just, I don't understand. Not only did he grope himself, he just groped Dave's dick. He just groped his boner, and he was like, not even. But then he's like, obviously I'm leaving now. And it's like, what? I mean, you've even just established consent, so like you've reiterated that Dave can just say no. So why wouldn't you just make a move at that point? I don't understand. Why are you leaving? Why? Want some company? I suddenly felt nervous, reliving the feeling I had when I stepped out of the shower towards Dean. Back then, I let him take charge and there was only a towel. Overthinking brought my excitement down, though. No, I think I'm good, but tonight, maybe? Sure. Dean and I cuddled for a bit before I fell asleep. I thought he said he was leaving. He seemed to just hang out next to me and wait until I woke up again. Hanging out next to me is a weird way to describe cuddling. I guess maybe stopped cuddling after you fell asleep. By the time that happened, it was almost time for dinner. Hand in hand, we went downstairs. I'd had a nap, so I wasn't tired. It wasn't the tired kind of zoning out, but more the kind when Haas was going on about a new anime, or when Haas was talking about something about a new magic trick. I hate my friends' interests and don't like talking to them or listening to them. Massacre. That is the last choice you do. Those investigative choices, the last ones you do until werewolf.
I'm so ready for it to skip.
Uh-huh. It's the stuff I take. I occasionally let Sal borrow some things that are a bit rough. It's not prescription stuff, so that's fine, right? I told you about that I take sleeping medication too, right? But why? Dave? Yeah? I'm sorry, but I think I'm gonna watch over Sal tonight. What do you mean? Sal and I go back. I think it's best we just spend the night talking things out, so... Oh. Sorry, but, you know. Gonna have to fuck Sal. No, it's okay. I think this is more important anyway. Right. I'm sorry. I just keep sorrying back and forth. I sighed out and collapsed onto the bed. Part of me was looking forward to spending another night with Dean, but all things considered, I understood why that wasn't happening now. Part of me felt guilty for wishing Dean was there. How much of that was just to do more stuff with him, I don't know. Why add that? We know the implication, but you specifying makes it us less sure that you know the implication. Drumming my fingers against my chest, I wondered what Dean was doing now, and whether or not I should do something to make it up to him. With a sigh, I figured there was nothing left to do except for turning in for the night. I stripped down and jumped into bed, thinking about what I could do in the morning. Maybe make him coffee? I'd have to apologize directly to Sal, too. Pulling on my phone, I wondered if I should send one last message before bed, but decided against it. Things would be fine in the morning, and I could explain everything to Dean properly later. But for now, it was time to sleep. They had to get all of that out of the way early so that Dave could have his depression spiral, and also they can have their relationship put on pause by the Sal mess for days. Hammond Manor, a bed that I was for the most part slowly becoming used to, in a room where I was by myself. I looked to the empty space next to me, half missing Dean's company. Why always half, and if? Why? With a sigh, I got up, pulling on some clothes and wondering about Dean. Was he mad about last night? What about Sal? Did I miss being close to him? Or was I just hoping for more, well, sex? You keep thinking that. How you doing, handsome? Sleep all right? No. I'm sorry to hear that. What about you? He looked me over carefully, saying nothing. The longer he stayed quiet, the more it sank in. You haven't slept? Dean took a seat next to me and placed a hand on my shoulder. Why? He sighed, rubbing his face and keeping his voice low. Takes one to know one, after all. What's that? I'll tell you later, maybe. Just say you'll join us? I don't know the context of that, but whatever. It's the Orlando event. I whined, shifting uncomfortably. He watched me with a slight smile, almost amused at me fidgeting in the water. Okay, with Dean. I'll still be here after. Don't mind me, handsome.
Literally all I can think about right now is how badly I want donuts. Like, that's the emotional state the game is putting me in right now.
Should get donuts in Chicago. He flashed me another smile and I returned one out of instinct. Why did Dean invite me out here just to hang out in the hot tub? Did I feel like a burden to him? Someone to take care of? This is some weird forced... Dave's depressed now. It's time for the depressed thoughts thought. It's like, what? You guys hang out in the hot tub all the time. What does that have to do with taking care of you, even? Watching the lesson, I had found myself gravitate more towards the hot tub, and in turn, Dean. Something about being near him made me feel nicer? But there was still a level of guilt there, given how I was the reason he'd not had any sleep the night before. The rest of the guilt was how we'd crossed a line in bed, and it was one that I wanted to cross again, over and over, almost to the point that I forgot anything specific to Dean about the experience, and just that I wanted to feel that again. Wanted that feeling again. Okay, so he's enthusiastically, incredibly excited about sex, apparently. He's immediately sex-pilled, like, so far in. Like, that's you can't walk that line back. But also doesn't understand loop. When I got back to my room, I was mostly dry but needing a shower and to change back into proper clothes. I'm kind of baffled that the hangout with Dean in a hot tub scene that is canon and happens in every route is not written differently when you're romancing Dean. We just flew past it. It didn't take long, but I felt better if only a little. But my mind lingered on Dean, or upsetting him. He was tired, so maybe he was going to spend the rest of the day in bed napping, but I wondered if I could make it up to him somehow. Before I knew it, I was heading downstairs, passing Roswell, Haas, and Tyson as they headed back upstairs. I had a plan, something I was sure Dean might like. He liked the outdoors, food, spending time together, so what better thing than a picnic? Throwing things haphazardly into a wicker basket that I found in the kitchen, I tried to put things that might be good to eat outdoors. Sandwiches, some cookies, I grabbed some chocolates from the refrigerator, something along with a couple pieces of fruit, and I was ready. Basket in hand, I scurried out of the kitchen and down the corridor that took me right to the foyer. No sooner than I'd arrived, I saw Dean descending the stairs, looking very tired and seemingly following the others into the dining room. Dean! Huh? What's wrong? He looked down at the basket in my hand, tilting his head. I figured we could have lunch together, like a picnic or... He frowned slightly, the realization hitting him eventually. Wait, what? A picnic? Yeah, sorry, is that not good, or... Dean wandered forward and carefully wrapped his arms around my shoulders, planting a kiss softly on my forehead. No, a picnic sounds great. Otherwise, I would have just grabbed a sandwich and had another nap in my room. Why do you look upset? I don't understand. Great, I furrowed my brow, unsure what exactly to do next. The picnic, Dave. You do the picnic. What's wrong? I didn't exactly plan beyond this, so where would you like to eat? He seemed thoughtful for a few moments, scratching his chin before nodding slowly. How about a nice spot in the woods? Maybe under a tree or somewhere nice and private. So any part of the woods. It is all under a tree and private. My cheeks flushed and I found myself grinning to myself, liking the idea. With a quick nod, he gestured for me to follow him out the back door. Much like last time, Dean led the way into the trees and I followed on close behind him with the basket. Before long, we stopped in a small clearing, the back of the mansion barely visible through the trees. Now then. He dropped himself at the base of a tree, sighing out and gesturing for me to sit down beside him. I did, and sat cross-legged with the basket in front of me. When did you get the idea for this? Didn't think I'd be having a picnic today. Oh, only when we came inside. You work fast. It just sorta came to me. Well, that works for me. Nice enough way to spend time with my favorite hyena. He leaned forward and checked what was in the basket, sitting back with the sandwich and flashing me a quick smile. Sure this is fine? You sure this is fine? Why wouldn't it be? I don't know, I guess part of it was me wondering just how this morning went. At the pool? Right, with you just in the hot tub and... I whined softly, fidgeting as I retrieved the sandwich for myself. I guess I still feel bad about last night and felt that maybe you thought I was a bother? Dean sighed, scratching his head before taking a bite out of his sandwich. While he chewed, he left the question unanswered, making me all the more nervous that what I thought was true. You're not a bother, but I am very tired. You sure? I'm not gonna lie that I was fine with you dumping that on Sal last night. You could have picked a better time or approached it differently. Rich coming from me, I know. What did you do? Nothing. But I know that sometimes I say things without thinking. I never mean bad by it, but that doesn't mean you can complain if someone takes offense. But that's why I'm certain that when you came out and with what you did, you meant well, so that's that. Nothing that can't be fixed, right? He placed a hand on my shoulder, looking me over. Is that all that's wrong? Thinking that I was unhappy with you? I sighed, shaking my head and looking back into the basket to keep my attention elsewhere. It's a lot of things, but I guess I'll just deal with it. Hey now, that's not very fair. If something's wrong, you can talk to me. Communication's important, you know. I guess it's just all the stuff is getting to me. Everything with the vault, everything with trying to make sure people get along. Last I heard, things were going well on that front, though. Tyson's a lot calmer than I'd heard. Roswell's apologizing. Even Sal and Orlando started to move past what happened. And Haas? Haas is never on the list of people think about. I'm noticing that they literally always do this. They always list a bunch of people when they go through the list of people. It could be like suspects, it could be like how things are going, or the friends, or the people you trust, and so on. And then it's like, Oh, right, Haas exists. This is like literally how the dialogue
Yeah.
goes all the time.
Yeah.
And Haas? Honestly, I don't know about him, but he seems to be fighting the same fight you are with the others, trying to keep everyone happy and getting along, so you aren't alone, I think. Then why does it feel so hard? Because people are being murdered, Dave. That's why. Maybe you're just forcing it. Shouldn't I be? They're my friends, so of course I want them to get along and have a good time. Doesn't sound like you're having a good time trying to force it. Wouldn't that make them have a bad time knowing their friend is also having a bad time on vacation? But what should I do? Maybe just let things happen. Relax a little. Dean scoffed the rest of his... Scarfed? I think we went over this before, but where it doesn't feel like scoff is a correct word, but I don't know. Dean scoffed the rest of his sandwich and pulled out another, looking around at the trees while his last statement sank in. Let whatever happens, happen. Let them die. Those are unrelated concepts, Dave. Them getting along and you averting the zero-escape deaths are two completely different topics. The thought churned in my stomach and I groaned, coming back as Dean kneaded my shoulder. Are you okay? No. Was it something you ate? I shook my head, sighing out and trying to level my breathing. What else has got you down? You can tell me anything. Ask me anything too. Sealing myself, I looked at Dean carefully. I didn't know how best to start this off, shy of just going for it. Are we dating? That's not what you were thinking about. What? I mean, we did the thing the other night, and I want to do more. I want to do that more, but it's been so long since we said we'd started dating, but I don't know. What? Also, I told you. I was like, he's gonna literally ask if they're dating or not.
Yeah.
Days after fucking, when they've literally been spending every day together. I watched as Dean stammered, trying to figure out what to say. Eventually, I just continued. We've been out on a few dates, but you keep insisting they aren't, and so, I don't know. What exactly are we? Like now, is this a date? This is a date, right? Is it? I thought it'd count. I wouldn't say this counts. This is just hanging out with a friend. But what if I wanted to count it as a date? The question lingered in the air for a bit before Dean sighed out, shaking his head. I'm sorry, Dave. I guess my thoughts on that is just different. A date to me is something flashy, going out somewhere fancy with flowers or to a movie. You can't have a fancy movie. There just is not a fancy version of going out to a movie, really. Is that why we've never gone? Not really. There's just some things that, well... Dean slumped back against the tree, staring up at the leaves above. Maybe I was only noticing now just how tired he was, but it looked like he was on the verge of crying. You've been noticing how tired he is all day. And I've talked about it several times. I guess I've been kind of bad at that, huh? You've mostly just made me confused? I've never really dated anyone, I think, or know what it's like to be in a relationship, so I've just been trying to figure it out as I go. I thought that Dave had a boyfriend in one of the backstories. I could have sworn they said that he's already had a boyfriend before. Honestly, I just expected that you knew what you were doing and was just following your example. Oh. He left the comment there, and the next thing I knew, he was rubbing his eyes on the back of his arms. What's wrong? Nothing, just thinking about if I'm just making the same mistakes again without realizing it. Mistakes? You mean you don't want to be dating, or... No, not that. Don't doubt for a second that I'm not interested, but... Well, now's a good time as any to tell you about my last relationship. You did already. Did it go badly? Dave! You already know! What do you mean? Do you remember how I told you about someone special to me that survived through, He was choking on his words, something replaying in his head that seemed to be distracting him. He was my first boyfriend. Oh, you knew that, Dave? He's had one boyfriend before. Things started to sink in, now realizing how difficult this must be for Dean to talk about. Curiosity got the better of me to find out what exactly had happened, so I let him continue. Not that I thought about it that way for a long time, and it took me right up until something happened that I realized that maybe there was more of an expectation from me. We were friends. Started out in a robotics class that I picked up because there weren't any better options when we had to choose electives in high school. So they were in high school, yeah. You learned about how to work with robots? Not really. Couldn't figure out the part that made it go, but I could put the blocks and gears together. Only reason I passed is because he was there, honestly. Oh, so you knew each other because you were in the same class? Yes, that's what he said 2 lines ago. When he said I met him in a robotics class. That's just it. If it wasn't for him sticking around during a free period one day and sitting in on the class, we might have never met. Okay, that technically contradicts that, but Dave couldn't have anticipated that. That's like the writer having Dave bridge the dialogue into revealing that's not the exact detail of how they met. But Dave, there's no reason for Dave to ask that. Because he very straightforwardly said they just basically said they were just in the same class. He handled the brains, I handled the mindless busy work, and it kind of just worked out. That's not really working out. The whole point of school is to do the brains. If you didn't learn anything, then you didn't really take the class. After that, we just started to hang out after school, wander up the street and grab food and head back to mine to watch movies. They live on streets that have places to eat. I fucking hate the rest of the world for being better than America. Maybe that's why I'm so reluctant to go to the movies. It feels personal. What about movie nights? All of us, well, except for Roswell, were there. That's just it. If it's a whole bunch of people watching a movie, I'm fine. Last time we went to a movie, I had to ask Sal to drag Orlando along, just so there would be the 3 of us. What? He can't watch a movie alone with Sal, who he has no romantic interest in, because it traumatically reminds him of being on a date? Like, what the fuck? He's got...
Just like...
I'm already struggling to contain the fact that, like, Dean is so, like, romantically aggressive and actively pursuing Dave and wants
constantly
to have
working
sex,
up the effort to make a gigantic date happen.
Yeah, and, like, he's all, like, sexually liberated or whatever, and, like, fuck it, let's go constantly, and, like, it just doesn't make any sense to saddle this character with this massive reluctance to be in a relationship, because it's literally all he's ever trying to do. So, like, the idea that, like, the moment, it's like they wrote this character that's, like, like a dog chasing the garbage truck, then doesn't know what to do when he catches it, but it just doesn't work on any level. Like, there's no reason why Dean would have this tragic backstory that stops him from dating somebody when he's not even the character being pursued. He's pursuing us. Like, it's not, like, this is the thing you reveal about a character that's reluctant to date, but he literally wants to do everything about dating except calling them dates, which is just not applicable. That doesn't matter. That's just nonsense. But the idea that he has, like, such bizarre date trauma, he's like,
but it's
that one person I kind of half dated, maybe we saw movies together. Now I can't watch movies with a single person ever. It always has to be a group, or I'll remember that it'll trigger my date phobia.
It's just especially fucking weird, though, when he spends his entire time in every other route, the routes where we're not even having a relationship, working up to have a date with us. Which is like, this is your character. You can't just say this is your one character trait and then remove it by giving it a sad backstory. Like, it doesn't... Yeah, I just can't do it.
It's an incomprehensible character. Just what the fuck? It's weird because, like, there are elements of Dean's storyline that work better than most of the other ones, but the premise is so bad. Like, from the ground up, as far as I can tell, he's just written from day one to be an incomprehensible nightmare character with his Watanuki-san stuff, which itself is the author insert being his ex, which is its own mess. I don't know. Did that most days of the week for half a year, occasionally sleeping over at each other's houses too. So far this seems fine. If things had stayed that way, I probably never would have known. I know I'm not the brightest. So what changed? So far this sounds like how Orlando and I hang out after school. But For vacation, we were going to head up to the mountains, spend some time visiting Grandpa. I figured I'd invite him along for the trip. Didn't say yes right away, but eventually he asked if he still could go, and we did. Thanks for specifying that extra detail for some reason. Logistics of planning the trip. It was great, honestly. Home-brewed cider, wood fire to keep us warm, hikes, and just take it in nature. I didn't expect him to break down and kiss me right after admitting that he liked me. He just kissed you? Like that? Just like that? What did you do? How'd you respond? I mean, I don't know how I would handle just being kissed out of nowhere. Well, I kissed him back. Had to think about it, but I kissed him back as best I could. And then, well, sitting around in our underwear with a little bit of alcohol, good company, I'll let you fill in the gaps. You had sex? Not that night, but that didn't stop us from trying. Also, you know this already. They were specifically on a vacation where they started having sex every night, but then when they got back, he got bullied, and then he attempted suicide. And that's the Gene's trauma. We talked about this like 5 days ago. Like, we're getting technically different details, but Dave sounds like he doesn't know the rest of it happened. And this is the rewritten route is what's fucking with me. So, like, this is the revised version of this story, and it doesn't have basic continuity. Like,
yeah.
What? Like, it's one thing to just, like, forget. Like, oh, 30 hours apart from each other, I said that this person invited Dean, and then I said this person invited Dean, and in one line of dialogue, but this is literally, like, the entire scene's purpose is to deliver this story, and so is that other scene's purpose, and Dave doesn't remember the story, apparently. Not that night, but that didn't stop us from trying. Young but eager, I guess. Did a lot of experimenting to find what I liked and what he did too. It was great. I don't get it. How does all this lead to him, you know? He rubbed his face, reaching into the basket for a piece of fruit and rolling in his hand. We had to have a talk about what would happen when we got back to school. We liked each other, but I didn't want to make a big deal. Of it because coming out as liking guys wasn't exactly the safest thing to do. Why didn't the Patreon supporters point out that the Dean rewrite is this nonsensical, where it just repeats the scene? These would have been separate updates, I think. They just don't notice? Is it now, though? Kinda? I mean, there wasn't a big deal when Orlando came out, or when I did. You think people will mess with a dragon who can breathe fire? I don't know, will they mess with a 7-foot bear? Well, I guess not, but what about me? But pick on something like you, you're kinda cute. Okay, this logic doesn't even slightly make sense, that you would literally be better off if you didn't bring this up. This is a case where, like, normally Dave's entire purpose in conversations is to prod the next line into happening because he doesn't have a personality.
Yeah.
So he just, like, prompts the next line to happen to make it sound like a conversation. But this is you contradicting Dean's story, and you're actually just pointing out the kind of the plot hole in that, like, Dean exclusively experiences homophobia in a setting that has no homophobia.
Yeah.
Because we already had the joke about Haas where, like, when he came out as bi, we're like, is he coming out as liking guys or girls? Because I thought everyone in this game was gay, and there's no pushback on that idea so far. And then we had no hint of that was our first, like, almost hint of homophobia. It was just the idea of coming out, but even there wasn't much idea of bigotry. It was just when fucking Tyson suddenly starts saying homo like 23 days into the story, and then suddenly we're like, oh, Memphis is homophobic, apparently. The ending of the game establishes a homophobic character. So, like, we're like, oh, Dave just wandered around being gay, Orlando just wandered around being gay, and it's like, Tyson has a complex internally about himself, but, like, homophobia is just not a plot. People don't experience external homophobia in this setting until you get to Dean, basically, and then at that point you just desperately need to not point that out if you want that story to work, because otherwise, what's funny is I'm like, there is logic there still, because we ourselves are of an age where we're on a particular part of the gradient where people constantly were worried about homophobia, and other people maybe didn't experience it. And people who are older than us are much more afraid of it, and people that are younger than us almost like will sometimes almost like mock our stories about coming out, or the idea that we even have the concept of a closet, because like, what are you talking about? No one cares, man. Like with people that grow up, that are lucky to grow up in situations now that where the idea of being closeted doesn't even like occur to them. So like you can touch on that, but that's not what they're doing, because instead of Dean actually pointing out the obvious fact that he's so much older than them and is literally from a different, not like he's not like a dad, but he's from a somewhat different era, and things do move fast in that way. Like speaking as somebody who is closer to Dean's, I mean, he's still much younger than we are, but like, you can touch on like elements of like, oh, I literally lived in an era where gay marriage was illegal still, and you didn't. That's what that's the difference between our ages. Like, that's how fast it moves. That's a real life experience you can draw on that like should be like obvious to draw on, because it's like the lived experience of the author probably, but it just doesn't come up. That's like, Dean's old, like, it's one of the ways of actually exploring the fact that Dean is older, is noting something like that, and it just doesn't. Instead, he's like, who would pick on a dragon? They could breathe fire, you know? And then the even dumber line that like, oh, no one would pick on Dave. He's small and cute. No one's ever picked on small, cute people. Like the bully that he literally is in his story. That's where Tyson came from, is literally a bully picking on Dave. God damn it. It's just much more obvious and also emotionally resonant and historically significant lines that would build the characters are just right there, to the point where I automatically fill them in while I'm reading the story. It's that intuitive. And so it's what it kills me is like, when you talk about like, how does the story exist in this form? It's like, the author just has to not have those instincts at all, I guess. It just doesn't occur. Because this is a revised story, and even the second time through, when it's time to tighten it up and add, and like, now that you know where it's all going, you can build on the themes and know where it's all going. It just doesn't work that way.
The weird thing to me
picking up on metaphors earlier on, I'm sure none of those build anything. They're like, none of those resonant moments probably do mean anything. They're just accidental. Yeah. It's like, damn, man.
It's really weird to me, the thing of like, this route was written to make the Dean stuff less weird and aggressive and aggro, but like Dean didn't really come off as that aggro in previous routes. Maybe it was super different, but so far this route hasn't made him seem less aggro. It's just made him seem like a moron. Yeah. Who has no idea what their relationship is or what anyone's relationship is. It's just like,
makes me really wonder what was changed and what was like, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put 10 hours into checking.
Yeah.
It's just too much. It's just like, each of these routes is like an entire arches in its entirety. And it's like, no, I can't do that again. It's just brutal. But it was likely because you're friends with Orlando. Oh, well, it'd be nice if you could just come out and not have to worry about that. I refuse to think that people find Orlando intimidating, so I can only interpret that as meaning that, like, everyone on the planet knows Orlando's in the Mafia, except Dave, even when he's actively benefiting from it. Like, to the point where Dave is like an honorary, like, protected by the Mafia person, but, like, he's not literally that because Memphis hates him, but he gets like the reputation secondhand while also not knowing that, seemingly. Dave, which is insane.
I think the only logical conclusion to this game is that Dave is a collective hallucination of this group of friends and doesn't really exist. Not real. Because I refuse to believe someone this dumb can live this long.
Yeah. Oh, well, it'd be nice if you could just come out and not have to worry about that. Uh-huh, Dave? Dean nodded, although stayed quiet. Like, whose business is it if I like guys or girls or both or neither? I was starting to get fired up, if only a little. You can't... Stop saying if only a little about literally everything. It just means that you destroy any descriptor you ever have, but you also just can't follow up fired up with that. That's a big word. It means big emotion have. But upon seeing Dean's wry smile, I stopped. It'd be nice if it was like that. But it wasn't. He shook his head, taking a bite of the apple he had chewed slowly, as if delaying explaining further. You could probably guess what happened next. 'Cause I told you before. He told you people were dating? No, which He was very headstrong if loyal. This is also the further thing of like every character has the same voice, so they also the same ifs and stuff.
Yeah.
I said I wasn't ready, and that was likely why I never got brought into things. And then something bad happened. Real bad. Took a couple days, but they destroyed his locker and everything in it, and he just sort of broke. Snapped, maybe. He didn't fight them, did he? No, though he could have. He was small, but was ready to throw down if needed. Not that it ever did. Well, that's good.
I don't know, it seems like he needed to. He should have thrown down with those people.
Yeah. With his Tanuki powers. Sorry, I'll stop talking. It's alright. I've mostly been putting off the bad bit by thinking about the good times. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I think I get it, because you told me already. It's important to me that you know, that I share what happened. Okay, if you're sure. With a deep breath, Dean closed his eyes as he spoke next. His voice was low, barely a whisper. When it all got too much, he came to find me. I was playing basketball with some of the guys at the time. Oops. His voice cracked, the apple in his hand slowly becoming crushed as his grip tightened. And then, when he got there, the guys turned on him, mocking him for liking guys, calling him a freak, among other things. Placed my hand in his, and he took it tightly, whining out the next few words as he continued. They asked me if I was friends with a faggot, and when I said no, it all just... He trailed off, fighting back more tears from running down his cheeks. I betrayed him when I said no, but I didn't think they'd beat him within an inch of his life. And what, you watched? I think Dean might just be garbage then. Like, how do you just watch my friends beat up my boyfriend? They didn't. By the time I could move my body, he was on the ground bleeding, and well, it's a miracle that he pulled through. And that's it. Did he and Sal like bond over their trauma from their freezing complexes, where just somebody else is dying in front of them and they just like stare? Like, what the what is this shared trait? That's it? When I went to help him up, he pushed me away, said that he loved me, and stumbled home.
Again, this is a game where characters are like allergic to taking any action ever.
Yeah, so things just happen to them.
And no one ever has any agency. Yeah, exactly.
He loved you even after that? No. He said, I loved you, before wandering off. Past tense. Which, starting from then, I guess I started having my sleep problems. I never saw him again outside of that one time he appeared at graduation. Well, saw him once before he disappeared real quick the moment I appeared. Maybe he was scared or sad. I doubt I'll ever know. You doubt you'll ever know what he was thinking? I don't know, context clues from literally the entire scenario you let him be in. Dean, I'm sorry. Don't be. It's just a reminder that I need to be better next time. You want to know why I ask you if you're going all right with anything I do? That's why. Doing all right, not going all right.
I don't know.
I don't think it's that bad. Like, you haven't done wrong by me yet. I don't plan to, Dave. Not if I can avoid it. But if the bullies show up, I'm gonna cower in the corner like a little baby and watch them murder you. People that you picked to save you from Memphis. Not this guy, apparently. Don't go with that. Is there anything I can do to say or make things better? Anything that I should be doing to make you happier? You do plenty for me so far, but I feel, at least now, kinda, I don't know, inadequate? I guess a little. I haven't done much with other guys, and you've already done a bunch of stuff for me, so... You're doing fine, Dave. Don't worry about it. Just know that at some point, I'll take you out somewhere nice for dinner, and I guess it'll be official. It's also like, Dean's not massively experienced.
No.
like now that we have more detail about his relationship, we know that he hooked up with a friend of his on a vacation a few times, and then they went home and didn't do that anymore because he was afraid of being out, and then it was over.
Yeah.
So like, it's
And
a
now
brief
Dean
window.
is out seemingly with no real litigation of that.
Like, I assume he's out because he's been pursuing people.
He seems to be. People know about him. He's been trying to bang a teenager, so
Yeah. I mean, that lines up with him being like emotionally fucked up.
yeah.
That's the Scott Pilgrim effect.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying people know that he's pursuing Dave is my point.
Yeah.
Which
that's
means he's
upsetting.
in some sense out.
Yeah. It's weird because like I want to intuitively I want to be like, well, it's because they're a friend group, and I'm like, are they?
Yeah, no.
Who is Dean friends with? Roswell didn't invite him here.
Sal is his best friend, remember?
Yeah. That we'd be boyfriends? I was gonna say dating, but I guess so. Going out for dinner seems nice, but this works for me too. Spending time together is just nice, right? Nice. Death kills people, says Dave. Nice things are nice, says Dave. Cool. I like books. True. Does this mean you're looking at this thing being a date then? You don't sound so happy about it. Sorry, I've just got everything going through my mind still. Your ex-boyfriend? Right. You sure this is fine for a date though? I mean, I don't know any better, but this is nice. Well, you deserve better than this. Trust me, when we get back home, I'll take you somewhere nice. I whined, not liking the idea that I'd need to wait until we left the mansion for us to be considered dating. I mean, this literally incomprehensible. This is not how anyone treats any... What the fuck is this? God, what am I saying? If you like this, then it counts. Especially after the effort you went through to put it together. What I mean is, would you like to be dating now? It doesn't just make us boyfriends? Is that different? Is that different than dating? Isn't that literally the same thing? Normally dating is just getting to know the other person before you commit to it, so not real. I guess it's, yeah, no, I guess you do date to like find people. But no, because like I'm dating and we're dating mean different things. Like that, I think that who cares? That the real that's the trap. I'm being trapped in the semantic trap that is password, caring way too much about titles like everyone's 14, along with best friend. The real answer is fucking doesn't matter. Oh. Sorry, this isn't the conversation I thought we'd be having today. No, it's my fault. I should have known better. For what it's worth, it was nice having a picnic, but I was hoping that the first proper date we'd have would be a little more worthy. Yeah, but you have a problem, so honestly, Dave's fucking taking the lead in something here? Like, you just took charge of a relationship? Puzzling?
Yeah.
I felt hurt and hugged my knees, sighing out as I closed my eyes. Worthy of you, I mean. God, I swear I wasn't this bad around Rami. Huh?
So weird. Weird.
Just slip Rami into the
Self-insert
story.
as well. The fact that of all of this, the tragic backstory character that everyone universally loves but also is the most depressing is the author's self-insert.
Yeah. I don't want to touch on it too bad because I don't know. Did the author get his ass beat for coming out? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not judging that. I'm just saying it's kind of a weird way to write your biography. You know what I mean?
I don't know if that part's autobiographical or not. I can't tell. Although if it was autobiographical, you'd think there'd be different instincts about how to present homophobia in the whole game.
Yeah, you think that these
doesn't-
characters would be different.
It both doesn't have bite, but also most characters don't experience homophobia, and it's just. But also, like the instincts I said about earlier, about like an older person has different experiences with homophobia than a younger person, but none of that's coming up quite the right way, and it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's a little bit like the was that Dan Olsen video that he made about the angry video game nerd. He points out the line about like angry video game nerd talking about like how he has a really he likes deep cuts like Metallica, and it's like is stuff like this these weird nonsensical kind of moments, are they insight into the author's world, like lived experience, and are they that misguided on that note or something, or is it just their inability to like put it on the page? Like, where is that? And like that's the question with a character like Rami, is like, I don't know what to think about it because I don't know which parts are even being communicated.
Yeah, completely.
Dave, thanks for the picnic, but I think maybe I've hit my limit for today. Oh.
Me too, Dean. Me fucking too.
Don't get me wrong. It was sweet and a nice surprise, but after spilling everything about my ex to you, I just feel very vulnerable. He got up, yawning and rubbing his eyes, flashed me a quick, if weak, smile. He moved to wave gently. What? What a terrible sentence. Anyway. I quickly stood to my feet and gave him a hug, hoping that it'd at least help, but there was a delay before he hugged me back. Sorry to ask this, Dave, but I think I'm gonna need some time alone. I know I said that before communication was important, but this is something I don't want to talk about for a bit. It's communication's important. You literally already communicated it, now you just need time. Those are just different. It's not a contradiction. We could just hang out instead. We could do something in the greenhouse or hang out in the hot tub or... The look he gave me was stern but distant, making me trail off and fall quiet. He said that he wanted to spend time alone and he was trying to be nice, but by not saying it again. Okay. Just give up, Dave. Let whatever happens, happen.
For real? This shit is coming in now?
Well, it's already happened earlier this conversation too, like it just happens for these 3 days, but it's like really, it's awkwardly forced in because in a situation like that, it's just like...
That's what I mean.
Yeah, like in a situation like this, they have a complete understanding and there's nothing to misconstrue, and it's literally just like, listen, Dean literally has been up for 2 days straight and he just recounted his trauma and he just like needs a moment. This isn't the thing to have a depression spiral around, and it's
exactly.
It's just like weirdly selfish to make it about you. Like, he's making it all about his emotions, almost like in a way that almost in similar to the way how Dean kind of makes it about himself. What happened to Rami? It's like fucking, it's hit the other guy's trauma. It's not your fucking trauma to have, you asshole. Like, oh, this is my defining
fucking
trauma.
Weird.
Is somebody else had trauma and I didn't when I wasn't doing anything.
Weird.
But given that premise, it's like it just doesn't make sense to spiral about the fact that Dean is just having a rough one after confiding in you. Like, if anything, him confiding in you is a good thing, so you shouldn't be like being like, oh, I'm just a burden, everyone hates me. Like, it's just, even in terms of depression, it feels nonsensical. It feels like, oh, well, this happens in every route no matter what, so time to have these happen, even when... But then you're forced to write every single route to support that exact arc and the exact sequence at the same time every time, or it'll contradict it like this, where it just doesn't fit.
Yeah.
But now it's time for Dave to get suicidal for 2 days. Which is
now
how
it's
that,
time for
which
me
is also how that works.
To eat food.
Is it time for a break?
I think so.
All right. Let's go save. We're back from Toaster's break, by which I mean it's another day. Surprise.
Yes. I had to eat and stream.
Yeah, but now we're starting early, so we can probably finish Dean today. Maybe even the whole game. Could this be it? Could
I'm
he
hopeful.
finally be dead? Am I going to finish Password and then go to MFF and be buried in men as a celebration? No. None of these things will happen. My dreams will be shattered, and Password will be eternal.
Password is eternal. Yeah.
It's gonna pull a Stanley Parable, and we're gonna get to the end of Password, and it's gonna say Password 2, and then it's gonna keep going. He patted me on the shoulder, nodding to himself before wandering off between the trees towards the manor. As I watched him go, I stood there in a daze, feeling as though the picnic idea didn't work out as well as I'd hoped. I know I can't have a rant about every line in the game, but they're all worthy of them.
Golly, I think this picnic didn't work out how I planned. You know, when my boyfriend, who also said he's not my boyfriend, and then said he's my boyfriend, trauma dumped and cried everywhere and said he doesn't want to talk to me anymore today. Golly. and I forgot what sex was again. Well, I'd learned more about Dean and got reassurance that he didn't think I was a bother. If anything, I felt lonelier despite spending time together. Okay, that's wrong, though. He literally did get closer, and he's confiding in you, and you're not a bother, so it just doesn't make... I know it's not, like, depression's not logical, but in storytelling, you usually reinforce it on some level and latch onto the part that reinforces it, instead of just not reinforcing it at all, and then having him be like, but I think it anyway, in like a way that's frustrating to read. Lost in my thoughts. The only thing that roused me was the sound of a twig snapping somewhere in the distance. Then, as I spun around to see what it could have been, the unmistakable shape of something white disappeared. Disappeared as quickly as I'd noticed it. You can't say the unmistakable shape of, I don't know, something. You don't know what the shape of it is. You know the color. That's a different thing. And it's extremely mistakable because you keep not being sure it's real. Calling out to the woods expecting a reply, my eyes scanned the trees, waiting for whatever it was to show again. After a few minutes, it seemed as though I was alone again. Picking up the basket, I hurried along towards the mansion, suddenly not feeling so comfortable out here by myself, even being so close to the house. As I made my way back inside, I wondered if I was doing the right thing or just making things worse. Either way, with my morale shot, I headed upstairs. By the time I made it to my bed, always visit the vault even if I don't have an answer, just in case. Oops. Oh, look at these useless plot scenes. Remember when you get injected and then he's like, trust me, Dave?
No. I've erased it from my brain.
I'm single too, but, well, there's Dean. How are you... How are you single? He was puppeteering you like a day ago. And you're like, oh, I'm single. Dang.
What a fucking weirdo.
One day I'll find a man, but I don't know where.
I don't get how you get here.
No. I don't understand. I wondered where things stood between us. Had I made things weird today? He seemed to take it well, but not now. I wasn't so sure. Do you feel safe? No! You just injected me in this scene without my consent, you insane man. Dean brought up his ex and I felt betrayed a little. He should have told me sooner. He did!
This is so stupid.
I'm so broken that he should have told you sooner. Like, there's literally already a scene about his ex. Like 2 days ago or 4 days, maybe actually like half the game ago at this point. It was pretty early because it was before they slept together and that was like on day like 9. It's just, But at the same time, it wasn't my place to act. I just assumed that he'd know better, but he was just as new to this as I was. This is unequivocally, like, it's just like, this is a failure of a rewrite.
Yeah.
Like, because now we can't use the excuses that the game was, was written in one draft and linearly over the course of a series of Patreon updates over the course of years, and it's just like, oh dang, made these mistakes, but we'll go back and we'll do, editing at some point. It's like, okay, well, this is the editing process, this is the rewritten version of the story, and it just doesn't remember itself, even though it's only writing that part right now.
It's just, it doesn't work. It's just, it's the whatever the workflow is for working on this game is deeply dysfunctional, and it just doesn't catch things like this. That's just really rough. And you think you catch it by just rereading it, like both before you rewrite it and after you rewrite it, but
I think it is
rewrite
impossible.
was also a series of separate updates.
I think it's impossible to reread password. Like when you're rewriting it, like I think it's too much. Like there's too much to go through to get a comprehensive reread. You know what I mean?
But like, you think you'd just be fast forwarding through the Dean shit and being like, well, let's look at the Dean route in a vacuum, and like,
sure.
Ideally, you'd also revise it in the context of the game, but just in a vacuum, just you reading the Dean scenes back to back should be really obvious that there's massive problems again, just like with the Tyson route and everything like that. Like, it feels like we're being retconned over and over again, but it's literally a linear rewrite that just happened. So it's just like, what? This just doesn't work. Wild. I assumed that he'd know better, but he was just as new to this as I was. No. I just assumed he would know better. 1, he already told you. 2, he's not as new to this as you are. He literally has been in a past relationship where he like loved and lost and had sex and blah blah blah. Like, he's gone through this before when you haven't. So every part of this entire screen is wrong in different ways. What a nightmare.
I think Dave doesn't have a brain.
No. Maybe he's just scared? That's something I could relate with, at least. I looked out the front yard. What a bring. I think I'm a bad boyfriend. Yes. Correct.
Extremely true.
You're bad for everyone you meet.
What?
I mean, potential boyfriend. God damn it! How can you be a bad boyfriend if you don't even think you're a boyfriend? which is why you're a bad boyfriend. I talked with Dean and like he told me about his ex, but that just made him sad. Dave needs to watch the movie Inside Out.
I'm just praying
That's the
for
level of understanding of emotions that Dave has, and he needs to watch Inside Out to understand that being sad sometimes is good, because he's not there yet as a developed person.
Yeah,
and
no,
he talks
he's
about it with the exact level of grammar and word choice of a 6-year-old.
That's just because he's not a developed person.
Yes, no. He's literally written to talk like a small child all the time, which is really weird for a game where he's romantically involved with everybody and has sex with like half of them. But it's also just like weird because like he's like, no real conversations happen about relationships in this game because they're always like, I don't know, I talked to him and then he got sad about the thing he's sad about because his life has had sad things happen. And someone has to sit down Dave like, well Dave, sometimes people have to go through things and talking about them helps them process that. Wow, I never thought about it that way. Here's your pinky. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Why is it it's like I'm losing my mind. It's like an episode of Bluey. Like, what the fuck?
It is like an episode of Bluey, it's true.
I'm losing my fucking mind.
Yeah.
Why is it written like this?
That's how I feel, yeah, it's rough. I feel like this game makes me nauseous. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a bad experience. It's just a bad experience all around.
I don't understand.
This is the first I'm hearing about it.
It's probably not, honestly. I doubt anyone ever claims about learning something for the first time in this game. Yeah, I thought that maybe he'd know what you were meant to do, but I think he's just trying his best when I'm just sitting here pitying myself. Meant to do about what? Being boyfriends? You keep relating to like the idea that he's sad about his sort of boyfriend he had getting hate crimed in front of him and him being and unable to act because he's sucks as being like a sign that you're a bad boyfriend or something. And I'm just like, why are you centering yourself in this? Why is it about you? It's so weird to do that.
Maybe, but how bad are we talking?
About his ex? Well, bad enough that I found out why he kept insisting that all the dates we had didn't count. I don't know if that even is informed by that. I don't know if that actually has been established still. He just said that again, and then also said the stuff about his ex again.
Yeah.
Like, my ex got hate crimed, so now I can't call our dates real because I think anytime two people go out to a movie together is a date, but also I think that the date has to be fancy enough to be deserving of you. You know, like going to the movies. Spending $10 to sit in a crowded room full of people that we don't know, which means we're alone? I genuinely have no idea what the fuck Dean thinks a date is. I mean, I do, and then eventually it's a candlelit dinner.
Italian candlelit dinner, yeah.
Yeah. But I only know that because I've played the game before. Nothing else indicates he has any actual ideology about what he thinks a date is, despite talking about it constantly.
Even so, I get the impression that he's trying his best, right? He occasionally comes across as completely tactless, but he's trying at least.
Why is Roswell shirtless in the kitchen? I just realized, like, why is he just shirtless in the dining room?
I love the unintentional time travel humor of just like showing up in scenes with no context because we experienced the scene for the first time 4 playthroughs ago. And it's like, I don't even know what's happening anymore. You know, that time he was shirtless. It's probably like they woke up too early and he was like getting a snack. And it's like, because this game increasingly has pre-breakfast and post-dinner scenes, like where Dave gets up again and then just meets one person somewhere. Yeah. Even though Dean was hurting, he was still trying, so why wasn't that coming as easily to me? I don't know, man. Can we get past this part? Are you alright? Dean was looking at me, concerned, but he didn't seem happy. Dean was looking at me concerned.
Dean was here the whole time.
He didn't seem happy. What was that?
Was Dean just standing here the whole time?
No, when you look down, I fast forward through several scenes.
Okay.
It's just the fact that his sentence is, Dean was looking at me concerned, but he didn't seem happy. I'm like, what? What do you think "but" means in a sentence?
Yeah.
Why are these joined as one thought? Those are separate, complete sentence thoughts that support each other, not aren't but. Almost as if we were just going through the motions. You're just going through the motions because he looks at you concerned? He cares about you enough to be concerned, therefore you're just going through the motions? But he doesn't seem happy. None of these thoughts work. None of them work at all. It's just noise. It's just random words. Like, that's why it's not a story. That's why it never works. Any audience that doesn't bounce off this is just like, just telling on themselves, where it's just like, oh my god, that's the level that you engage with fiction on? Alright, jeez. I'm alright. He nodded slowly, looking into Haas. Okay. Dean scratched his chin. He looked me over, raising an eyebrow. We'd been out yesterday for most of the day, but it wasn't like that. Alright. I have expected him to offer some company given we were surrounded by woodland, but no such invitation came. I don't know what that meant even, honestly, but whatever. I really like Dean. If I knew what it was like to love someone, I'd feel more confident saying that I did.
Oh my god,
but
what
I'll never figure it out.
weirdo.
What could it mean? He just makes me feel things all the time. I'm extremely sexually excited by him to the point where my brain short circuits. And also, just literally every time I'm around him, I just think that I'll just feel better if I get closer, and I just want to be close to him because just something about it makes me feel good or something. And I've thought this in my head for the last 10 days, several times a day, but I don't know what love is. Who knows? It's crazy. Anyway, I'm about to be depressed and jump off and like think about jumping off this road, even though I'm full of all these happy feelings. Because, no, it was a different feeling than any of my other friends. Not in a bad way, but just different. Was this what love was? That romantic sort of love you have for someone that you'd end up marrying someday, maybe? Well, Dave, let me sit you down and talk to you about love. I thought the thought made me smirk for a moment before remembering what had happened yesterday. Dean's ex, how it caused his sleep problems, how he seemed to think about it every day. Hearing him explain what had happened made me feel closer to him, but also further apart. Why? How is it further apart? He literally let you in. I don't understand what that could even mean. I feel like the more intuitive thing here, and maybe it'll happen on the next screen or something, but it should be like, but if that's what love is and it can hurt so much, then is it really worth trying to pursue that? Like, that should, if you're going to be depression spiral Dave, then maybe you should be thinking about the futility of love and thinking that maybe it's just going to hurt him if he gets involved and that's going to make everything worse. But it's like, Dean let me in, and that's bad for some reason. Even though we talked so much about how we need to be able to talk to each other, the moment he did it, I'm holding it against him in my mind every single minute of every single day. I basically resent him for letting me in. It's like, that's Dave's characterization at this point. It's brutal. I liked it when we went out to get food, go out and see something. It was almost like hanging out with a friend, but I assumed that because he'd asked me out. I think we owe each other apologies, Dean. What is Dean supposed to apologize for? What did Dean do besides be as caring and careful as possible and constantly ask you if this is all right and what you want and everything? Like he's I don't know how he could be more accommodating, and then he lets you in and you resent him for it. Jesus. Shaking my head, I continued down the driveway as I thought, have we been leading each other on? How? Were we both even ready to date someone?
I can't take it.
What do you mean leading each other on? You might be. It's like you seem to not like him or something. What I wanted now more than anything was to just talk to Dean and figure out where things sat between us. Oh, brutal. It's like a bunch of stuff that's written on like a template of like, here's what someone might think in a scene like this in any random story, and then not like actually checking the specificity of whether or not it fits your story.
Yeah.
Sort of like autopilot writing of like, this would fit here normally, tropey wise, and it's like, it explicitly contradicts all of the text. I flashed Dean a wry smile, so used to him calling me handsome that him saying my name felt foreign in the moment. Okay. I think he still calls you Dave, like, at least half the time. Dean fidgeted a little, looking across to Tyson as if waiting for him to start talking. When he didn't, he nudged him with his elbow. What? I thought you were going to ask. Fuck off, you're the one that was worried. Carefully, Dean reached out for my hands, taking them carefully in his as he rubbed the back of them with his thumbs. I'm sorry, Dave. He squeezed my hands briefly, flashing me a quick smile before easing away. He scratched his chest, thinking something over. It almost looked like he was about to say something more, but whatever it was, he decided against it. Even after yesterday? What happened yesterday? I told Dave about my last relationship for the second time. The fuck? How is that going to be helpful? Fuck you. Hey, I need to talk about stuff, and if we're going to be together, well, he needs to know. Again. I'm sorry, Dean. For what? For asking about things. No, it's all right. You need to know eventually. I'm sorry I kept it from you for so long. Can you just kiss and make up already? Neither of us moved, although we seemed to fidget together, looking anywhere other than each other. Okay. Oh, and that's just the end of it. That's the end of that interaction. That was new to Dean's route. Day 13, it's time to get murdered by Jack. Granted, with how often our hands touched, I assumed that maybe it was a date right up until he told me it wasn't one. Another one of those infamous non-dates we were so prone to going on. What are you talking about? He'd driven me out to a big garden before and we'd walked around together, but that was just something to do, right? No, that was a date, you fucking weirdos. I knew it was wrong. I knew there were dangers in the forest, given the first time Dean had taken me out here. I could get lost. Ended up like Roswell. I knew that there were dangers out here because Dean told me about mushrooms. I'm like, okay, weird thought. Eventually I hit the river where Dean had taken me to. Whether I was walking for the better part of an hour or longer to get here, I couldn't say. But the sound of water was enough to guide for where I was headed. In worst case scenario, Dean would know where to find me. What? He would know where to find you? Dave's missing. He must be at that fishing spot we went to 7 days ago. That's the only possible explanation.
What's that, Tyson? Dave fell down the well? Arf, arf!
It's such an annoying... It's kind of an annoying trope in most media when someone's like, I know where they'll be. And
Yeah,
that person just
yeah.
magically goes to like the one spot. It's like, I don't know if anyone has the spot they'll be on that
Yeah.
level of specificity in like the modern world ever.
Yeah.
Whenever he's sad, he always goes to the Starbucks on 5th.
Yeah, the reality of that situation is you go there, they're not there. It's 5:30 p.m. in the and you're like, all right, well, I guess we just come here every day, and then you wait 3 weeks and then finally catch someone.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like,
if that ever works, you're the most melodramatic motherfucker ever, because that means that you're like just prone to go into a specific
performatively going
place.
somewhere. Yeah.
And just sitting there for like 10 hours, hoping someone notices. Like, where in society would that kind of stuff even come up? It literally is only applicable to the idea of bored nobles in like those kinds of like fucking Elizabethan political love dramas and stuff. Where
He always sits by the fountain every day.
Yeah. Like, I was thinking about how, like, that scene does happen in Arcane, but in Arcane, it's because they're literally the nobility, and they just have, like, a garden and stuff, and, like,
free time.
Yeah, and they don't have coffee shops and video games. They're just like, I guess I'll just sit here and be morose for 6 hours. How did you know I was here? This is where you always... It's such a stupid trope outside of exactly that context. Like, House of the Dragon can do that, but fucking, like... Echo couldn't do that. I guess Echo might be able to do that because Echo also took place nowhere. They'd be either chanterelles or jack-o'-lanterns, as I was fairly certain I could tell, and I was fairly certain I could tell them apart. I don't know if you could be that confident in that. You saw one look at them once. But if they were some other thing, I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to make my situation all the more worse. There really is just like, how do I insert one thought every now and then about the route I'm in? I'll think about mushrooms in the middle of the Jack saga. That'll help the pacing. I looked at Dean and he was staring, shaking and scared. His eyes locked on me. I knew why, given what I asked him almost a week ago. Getting really strained with these references at this point. It is time to insert a Dean hook. I said something to him on day 7, and I'm not going to specify. Damn, you're right. That is a meaningful look because of what he said a week ago. That's all you get. He doesn't even specify or elaborate. That's the entire
Jesus
comment.
Christ.
And now it's day 15. That was the only thought on day 13 was just, man, Dean and I sure had a meaningful question a week ago. You know the one. Go check. By the way, the skip feature doesn't work anymore because it won't stop on that part, so play all of day 7 to check which specific question I had that day to really get the reference here. This game almost needs like House of Leaves level footnotes.
Like we're playing Tyranny and we can click in the underlined section.
Yeah, except it fully devolved into like House of Leaves. Like the footnote is now 17 pages long. It's just the entire sidebar continuously, and then another footnote happens in the corner until they start corrupting the entire screen. Oh god. But hopefully there'd be someone else. All things considered, I didn't expect that he would be the first person I'd think of immediately, as much as it made sense in retrospect. I could hear him humming something happily to himself as he seemed to just fade into existence by the stove. Morning, honeybee. I'm your day 15 hallucination, where we have the fourth wall break, where I acknowledge the fact that I am actually a manifestation of your dying mind. Again.
God, I wish.
Sure was weird how all of your romances manifest in this exact template. It was corny, but I liked it. Something about how most of Dean's mannerisms just seemed to line up with a stereotypical normal romance, and it was something I found comforting. You can't just call yourself out as being the stereotypical generic romance route in your own story.
Yeah.
Why would you say that? Also, you don't know what love is. Or sex, or what dates are. So what do you mean, Dave? You're not allowed to think that, because the whole point of all of your internal writing is that you don't understand these things. So you can't just be, wow, what a trope Dean is. What a walking stereotype. From all of my experiences in life and media about this topic I suddenly have for this one sentence, I will promptly forget again. I want to rip my head off. Just twist it and pull it, and all of the sinew just stretches and snaps, and then I'm holding it above my body, and then I scream the song that ends the earth. With a mom working most of the time as a trauma surgeon, and dad who was out and about at odd hours keeping the world safe. The whole world. That's what that is a child's idea of a police officer. A 6-year-old. Wow, my dad's a superhero. Dean just seemed consistent. Hey, Dean. It seemed like he was doing something on the stove. Breakfast, maybe. Sleep all right, handsome? I'm still sleeping, aren't I? You tell me. Well, why are you making breakfast? Who are you making breakfast for? You're hungry, aren't you? Been a while since you had a decent meal, as far as I can tell. I had leftovers. Maybe you're still hungry. Not as if you told anyone that you've eaten either. I guess that's fair. Are you fucking calling out my logic in a dream? Am I getting negged right now? A coy smile found its way onto my face, thinking far ahead to a time where Dean and I would share our own home. But I don't know if we're in love or not. I'm just fantasizing about us dying together in each other's arms, old, surrounded by our many MPreg children. Would mornings be like this? Cooking each other breakfast and sharing a pot of coffee? Or would it be spent lazily in bed before we just eat cereal? What are you thinking about? Just how it'd be nice if we ended up together, I think. Love me that much already? The question made me stop with a frown to think it over. I couldn't really love Dean already, could I? Swear to fucking God. If I did, was that a problem? It's been 1.5 years. No, it's not a problem, except for all of the other reasons it's a problem, but that part's not. I don't know. You think I love you back? I did say it out loud to your face. Maybe. Is it something that we can talk about when I'm awake? He approached me carefully so that his face was right up near mine, voice lowered to an intimate whisper. I think I'd like that. Oops. Must wish I'd click on that. Just skip all the new dialogue too, who cares? That button will skip all the way to massacre, or all the way to werewolf, because there are no choices between massacre and werewolf. You just skip the middle third of the game.
Good.
In one click. Slowly I turned to Dean, who was so far had barely said a word. His eyes were focused on his coffee and he seemed tired, maybe sad. It was hard to tell. Dave, throw us a bone here, would you?
a bone, huh?
No, for fuck's sake, Haas. Haas continued to razz Tyson, distracting him from asking me further on the matter, but Sal seemed to notice where my attention was and cleared his throat.
Dean.
Huh? What's wrong?
Dave wants to ask you something.
I do? He does. With a sigh, Sal shook his head. His attention went immediately to trying to corral Tyson and Haas before they started doing something, but my attention was still on Dean. You were just being quiet. Was I? Well, sorry, just waking up, I suppose. I heard something about a movie night, though. Don't know what's happening with that, but I scratched my face for a clue to how he was feeling, but couldn't find anything. Plus, anything I wanted to talk about, I didn't want to bring up in front of others, so I dropped it. I guess if you're free later I wouldn't mind hanging out. Oh, sure. I guess I'll come find you later if nothing's going on. I think part of why we're always kind of caught off guard by how quickly the romance continues, even though we've played the game multiple times, like how fast the romance progresses at the beginning of the game, is because we always kind of forget the romance literally ceases to exist from days 10 to 15. It's like time for Dave's depression spiral to literally delete this arc. And then it has to pick up from the scratch on like day 15 or 16, and then disappear again on day 20. So just like it's a 24-day game where the romance only actually spans like 10 days of the story.
Do you think this route is worse than the last one? So far, I don't think so. I just think it's boring.
It is boring. It has a lot of parallels with the Roswell's route, where just really rapidly they hit their peak romantically over the span of like 5 days in the first 10 days, and then it'll just happen again, I guess, later.
Yeah.
I feel like Dean's is the one that kind of feels like like some kind of relationship. In a way that's
this route so far feels the most like a furry visual novel.
Yeah. For me, it's like, even on some levels, like, oh, do you get close to Dean and then things get sexual, then you question where you are a little bit, and like he lets you in and talks about his traumatic blah blah blah. Like all the steps like feel more in place and like they would work, but then just every other line I have to read something insane. He flashed me a quick smile before focusing back on his coffee and drinking deep. I watched him for a little bit longer, but he seemed out of it. Maybe he was just waiting for some French toast like I was. Doing okay? His voice was quiet, almost like a comforting whisper, as he stayed back, closer to the railing of the stairs. When I turned to look at him, he was still wearing the same look he had at breakfast. I just keep thinking about what might happen if I go outside. Did you want to go outside? I rubbed my arm as I wandered closer to him, shaking my head. I don't think so. Well, that's fine, right? What if you wanted to go outside? If we're being honest, I'm having second thoughts about leaving the house, too. As much as I'd like to spend some time in the greenhouse, it's just not worth the risk right now. Right. So what are you going to do instead? Considering going back to bed, maybe just lounge around and read a book. Maybe go downstairs to the gym. You'd work out? What? You don't think I'd just lounge around all day every day, do you? Well, no, but I just assumed you're kind of like me. You know each other?
Yeah.
You've known each other for a year and a half. Like, what? Try having Sal as a best friend and see how often you get pressured into going to the gym. You know, the place that you... Right, Dave has a job.
Yeah.
He works at the gym.
Yeah.
Which is like one of those insane things to establish about a character like Dave. It's like
I forget that he's the receptionist at the gym.
Yeah, like it's because it never comes up and it doesn't match anything really. it's totally the type of thing you just throw in as an excuse to have a flashback where you meet Sal and then never consider the repercussions of that affecting the rest of the story. Like, well, you don't know that fucking. You don't know Dave, you don't know that Dean goes to the gym that you work at? And you had to meet Sal independently of Dean despite both of them going to your gym? Like, what the fuck? Try having Haas as a friend and how often you're told about to eat healthier. I can only imagine. Damn, it sucks to have supportive and helpful people in your life. Dean chuckling was contagious, and I found myself doing the same, but without as much gusto. So, I don't know if you'd be interested, but would you perhaps like to do whatever together? Oh, whatever, huh? Have a preference for either of them? Either of them? I don't know what that meant. If you're asking me to pick between going to the gym or lounging around in bed, that's not really a hard choice. So to the gym. He got another chuckle out of me, and he threw an arm around my shoulder before we started to head upstairs. Although, well, I'm happy to just lounge around. I don't know how entertaining I'm gonna be. I'm kind of tired. Don't worry, I just want to be around you right now. Well, in that case, by all means, grab something to relax with, and I'll meet you in my room. Just cups it. Just reaches down and cups it. Got it. We got to this top of the stairs and split off, Dean giving me a little wave before disappearing into his room. As for me, I wandered around my own, looking for a book or something I could do quietly. This would have been a perfect time to do some painting or papercraft, but I settled for grabbing my vacation journal. Did he bring paint supplies? I don't think we even
I don't know.
that.
I don't care.
I don't believe. I knocked quietly before entering Dean's room, the smell of bear hitting me hard the moment I closed the door behind me. Imagine if there was like, you know, even a little payoff of him painting. Like, what if, like, you know, Dave painted his love interest in each route. Remember his character? But that would involve finishing CGs, because you'd have to draw a painting of every character.
Yep.
In the era of the game where where no drawings happen anymore. No finished ones. Not that it was a bad smell, just very earthy. And unlike the honey scent I was used to, you could technically have an unfinished painting CG, but that'd be embarrassing. It's a portrait I drew, and it's like a stick figure. Dean? Huh? All ready to relax? He just walked out of the bathroom, wiping his hands on his shirt already balled up in his hands before it quickly made its way to the floor. What a weird way of describing someone dropping their shirt on the floor. It made its way to the floor, like it has a will of its own, and isn't discarded trash, basically. I think so. What's wrong? Should I put on a shirt? I just figured that all things considered, I could just, No, it's fine. If you want to strip down to your underwear, that'd be fine too. Is that a request, or are you just trying to make me feel better? Well, God, Dave, Jesus. It's everything I fear being. Like, yeah. Is every comment I'm saying making the other person feel like I don't like them being around? Because I'm fucking... Every single statement is so non-committal and so unexpressive that it makes you even doubt yourself that they even like you, because of how every line makes you feel like you're making someone uncomfortable every time they talk. It's just like...
This character... Yeah, I mean, he's just... I guess non-committal is like a good way to put it. He's just so... non-committal about everything that you just can't, like, he's just not expressing himself at all in any meaningful way.
Yeah. It just stresses you out, where it's like, just when someone reacts this much this way, not because it's different to be shy. There are people who
like stuff and like people but are shy, so they're like a little understated and like sheepish in their reaction. Dave is not that. Dave specifically has a reaction that's vaguely negative and questioning, like in an untrusting way about every single thing. And it makes you, and when it's an intimate setting, it immediately make many people feel self-conscious in a way that really makes it difficult to interact with him. When that's like specifically when you don't want to constantly be self-conscious is when you're in private, intimate scenarios, and it's just like, yeah. I'm just like, I just think about our fucking, we have a Shiba Inu in the house that like, it just feels like a feral dog. Like it just wasn't trained, and like, it's like, thank God it doesn't shit in the house, but aside from that, it's just like, it feels like a wild animal is just in the house, and it like, it's not biting, it's not shitting, but it's like, it doesn't act like you expect dogs to. Because the owners just didn't really do the work that you need to do, because Shiba Inus are work. They also keep getting Huskies for some reason. They have terrible instincts for dog buying for people that don't want to train dogs and stuff. But this Shiba Inu, when you pet a dog, they get happy and they're like, oh yay, attention. And that's just like a universal thing with like most dogs you've ever encountered that people own and love. But this Shiba Inu, because they're weird dogs and it wasn't trained really, and it's just like not socialized well. When you pet him, he like kind of like writhes away and like looks at you weird and like hesitates and looks like he's suspicious of you. And it's like immediately you're like, well, I don't want to pet this dog. Like it's just like immediately like you're doubting. You're like, I don't think he likes this. Like that's what I think of with Dave. It's like, why is your reaction every time like, it's like fucking just making people question, like, oh, are you uncomfortable? I'm not wearing a shirt. Like, just you can't trust anything he says now, and they're so ruined. With my journal tucked under my arm, I wandered over so I was closer, sizing him up. I've seen you naked already. Careful, Dave, you're making me nervous. Nah, don't feel nervous. I like how you look. I put my journal down on the side table and sat down on the bed, looking Dean over. Giddy. Are you giddy? Is that what we're supposed to be taking? Maybe I just really like bears. Maybe I just really like you. Why would you say that? The first part, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe it's just, you know, your species. Maybe I'm into that. What a weird thing to say out loud. You charmer. Nice not. Before you know it, you'll have me at a loss for words. Is that bad? I've mostly just been trying to be more, my words failed me, and the smile faded from my face, and I rocked gently back and forth on the spot. Dean noticed and made his way over to the bed quietly, lifting me by the chin to look him in the eye. You're doing fine, Dave. You don't have to be more or less of anything. You don't need to change for anyone but yourself. Really? Of course.
No, you do need to change for all of your friends explicitly as part of the narrative.
I'm the visual novel fantasy that you're perfect just the way you are. You can just catch the perfect hunk just by being in the right place at the right time. He's out there waiting for you. You know, your wolf.
You can continue to not make any effort to improve your life at all.
Yup. Of course. Came from the mouth of someone who could literally transform if he wanted to. Just never did because he liked himself the way he was. So Rami never transforms? That's additional new lore? You also want to talk about your ex right now? In the middle of trying to comfort Dave? Huh, but that sounds kind of bad. Like, what if you're a bad person? Are you saying you're a bad person, Dave? I think bad people wouldn't be the target audience for that piece of advice anyway. Listen, Dave, take pride in you, love who you are, and then those that deserve that will just be around, right? No, not quite that magic and easy. The dream from last night flashed across my mind, making me gulp. The prospect of loving someone, being in love, still frightened me a little. It seemed like something so easy to mess up. Well, you're doing it right now, Dave, so... Are you sure you're doing all right? I'm not stressing you out, am I? No, it's just that I'm just wondering things. Dave,
You're so busy centering yourself in being sad about Dane being sad about his story that you failed to take the lesson from his story, which is that fucking Dean and Rami hooked up and had sex and were out to each other, and then weren't honest enough to each other about their actual feelings of actually being in a relationship and what that entails and so on, and not pushing things further, and that's why he lost him. And you're not learning that because you're doing it. You're literally doing that right now. And I don't think the writing even knows that. I don't think it's being clever or doing a parallel. I think it's just Dave is so dense, he doesn't register the fact that, like, he's just doing the same thing right now. Or he's like, I don't know, could I ever love someone? I'm afraid. And it's like, okay, cool. Then you're gonna lose Dean the same way that he lost Rami then, apparently. That's what a story would do. No, it's not that. I'm just wondering things. Things we could talk about, hopefully? He sat down next to me, taking my hand in his and giving it a gentle squeeze. You're not going to be mad at me if we do, right? Why would I be mad, Dave? I don't know. I feel like I messed up the picnic we had. I feel like I've been bad at just us, you know? You didn't mess up the picnic. If anything, you took the leap that I was too afraid of by asking me if we were properly dating or not. Incomprehensible question. And are we? I don't really know. Is it a good question to be asking after yesterday? What happened yesterday? I don't know. I don't know. I was just figuring where things sit now that everything's just... I started to gesture with my hands, trying to find the words to describe the frustration and confusion I was feeling. Once more, I felt Dean's hand on my face, and he shifted my attention back to him. I like how your eyes light up the way you do when you're excited. The way they do when you're excited. Or maybe not just when you're excited, but when your mind is going a mile a minute. You mean when he's spiraling in anxiety? That's the only time his mind goes a mile a minute. He doesn't info dump on people. He doesn't nerdily go on about things, so that's just not like... That's literally not a character trait of Dave's. Dean has never looked at Dave or interacted with him before. You do? After yesterday, I've never seen them as this bright. I don't know what happened yesterday. I don't know what they're referring to. Now, I'm not going to force myself on you as much as I'd like to just lay you back on this bed and kiss you sweetly. Why don't you? Because he just said he's not going to force himself on you, which is a weird way to say that. You could just say that you would like to do that. Don't say I'm not going to force myself on you. It's weird, really weird to say 2 weeks into this process. Just say that you would like to. I swear to God. Oh God.
It is weird to be like, hey, do you wanna bone down? If you want to. You know what I mean? Like, it's very weird to be that non-committal about something you're allegedly excited for.
It's just such an insane... It's written in a way where it doesn't think about what the thought is that it's being evoked. It's like, I'm not going to sexually assault you, Dave. What? Why? Why did you say that? Why? Don't say that.
Why would you even bring it up?
Yeah. It's not romantic to say that. It's romantic, like I want nothing more than to just to push you back on that bed and kiss you deeply. It's okay. That'd be nice. And then Dave's like, why don't you? It's like, well, because he's fucking crazy and he said he's not going to assault you. And neither of you just saying it normally. I like it when you kiss me. I like it when we get to cuddle. Hell, before everything started happening, I was thinking that maybe we could do more, stuff. And I'd like to do that too. But you're vulnerable. And I want you to like me for me, properly. Not just because I'm convenient. What? What does he think that means? I don't understand. I'm scared. You're not convenient. You're inconvenient, actually. He smirked, raising his eyebrows before I realized what I'd said. I mean, you're not
Well, I mean, you are, but Dave, breathe. It's all right. How about we just cuddle and I can read my book? You can do your thing, and if stuff happens, we'll take it from there. Okay, sorry. He leaned over and kissed me on the cheek before finding his books and sliding over the bed until he was sitting back against some pillows. I grabbed my journal and sat next to him, sighing out and resting my head on his shoulders. Why are they not fucking right now? I don't understand. I wish you would do that to me, and I'd like to do that to you, but I want you to like me for me, and I'm not sure about that somehow 2 weeks into this when we've already fucked. What the fuck are you talking about? Fuck it, okay. We spent a little while like that while Dean read a book on gardening, from what I could tell. It looked like one of those ones from the museum, stuff about mushrooms, I think. So mycology, the literal book you've carried already held before in this exact story. What are you reading? Just a book I found on plant life around the mountain. Getting ideas on stuff I could grow in the greenhouse. They specifically have a custom book about this mountain's plant life. Is that what you're saying? So it's just handwritten? He sighed out, setting the book down lightly as he stared off into space. Not that it's really an option now, huh? I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. Literally, you didn't even do it. What? Like I said, you have nothing to apologize for. It's not like you wanted this to happen, did you? Why would you say that way either? Well, no, but vacation, right? Placeholder. Insert real sentence later. Not quite the same as getting rained out when you plan to go on going to the beach, or a blizzard when you want to go to the snow, but it's the same sort of thing in my books. No! A murderer in the woods is not like getting snowed in. You need to leave. But a vacation is meant to be fun. This was meant to be like one last nice thing before everyone just sort of left, right? Dean, I need you to call him out on this. I need you to call him out on the fact that you're not even going anywhere. So what does he mean by that? Because you could have just hang out and have a normal cafe. But now all we have is just this idea that we're all in danger because of what happened. Well, I guess that's fair. It's not, because you're not going anywhere. But if I'm being honest, the nicest parts of this vacation so far have been hanging out in the hot tub, and well, that's about it, really. You were knuckle deep in his asshole, and you're like, that hot tub's pretty nice. It's probably the highlight of the vacation. And it's not even in a like route agnostic line. It's in Dean's route, in their bedroom, when they're in a bed together right now. You can't say that to someone. Just fucking nothing else. I've enjoyed getting to spend some time with you for sure, but most of that's been, I won't say ruined, but it's close. Oh.
Damn, dude.
Okay.
Ice cold. Ice cold.
Oh my god.
Oh, these thoughts that come out of them. Okay, so I guess just call off the route, I guess. Also, you know that Dave's the person that will freak out about that kind of line, which he will now proceed to do. Why would you say that? Ruined how? Did I do something? Nah, you didn't do anything. Most of the others, though, have been getting on my nerves. It's been stressing me out every now and again. What have they been doing? Well, saying most was going a bit far, but I know Tyson and Orlando have both been very, what's the word? Annoying? Eager, maybe? To know if us dating is going well. Trying to give me tips or advice on things that you like, when honestly a lot of that kind of stuff I'd rather find out from you or while doing stuff together. You're the one who was asking. You were literally asking Roswell and Orlando for advice. You can't go turn around and be like, damn, everyone's trying to give me advice now. It's like, what? You're literally the insecure little baby that won't just actually interact with Dave directly and figure out what he likes and has to ask because you're worried about fucking it up. And now you're blaming those people for helping. Just, what? It feels like it's a meta commentary, like almost like the audience was like, it's weird how every single route is about people trying to set you up with Dean, and now Dean's commenting on that in his route, but once again, all the previous scenes don't work with that because Dean wants that.
Yeah.
Same as I'd much rather you learn how I am by being around me rather than hearing from, say, Sal. Speaking of which, why do you like me, aside from just liking how I look? I started off thinking you're cute, much like you'd be attracted to anyone, right? Right. Then it quickly became clear that you were just someone nice. I know that that's the best anyone can do to summarize Dave as a love interest. Like, he's nice.
Nice.
Like, oh, this isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work out at all. Someone that made me happy to be around, and that seemed to like me back, with how quickly you took me up on hanging out. So you like me because I was eager? You remember when we went to the mall and to just look around one day? You know, on the not date. Just so we're clear, no one ever takes someone to the mall on a date. Those aren't dates. Going to the movies is dates, though. I remember us walking around and you getting excited when we walked past the art store. Your art personality. I remember when you wanted to go into the soap store so you could smell things. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's just literally an endless marathon of a refusal of specificity.
Yeah.
Like every time they talk about love or liking each other, it's always just like, you know, love. This experience that I don't know. It's like it's like you question whether the author just doesn't have any specific experiences or if they just don't know how to convey them. It's like either or, but the result is the same, which is that, like, you know, love is that thing where two people care about each other and they feel funny around each other or something, and then they just repeat that for 5,000 words because there's no other details to go on. It never goes deeper than that. Like, and then, so it's like, and then Dave, he does art. Cool. How does being an artist define Dave's personality? And like, what does he like about art? What are the specifics of his art interest? Not just that he paints, but like, why does he paint? What is it? Does it, like, he literally has a hobby that's about observing the world around him.
Yeah.
And that doesn't matter. He doesn't think about things in terms like an artist does ever. A thing, like, I will literally use art terms and I barely draw. Like, he doesn't think about things in those terms at all. And so it's like, yeah, you wanted to go to the soap store so you could smell things. The thing that you do at the soap store. Like, actions are always just described in the most, like, Wikipedia, like, Google summarizing the Wikipedia article version of what an action is, and never any deeper than that. And I'm just like, Jesus, man. Well, yeah, but the stuff in there smells nice. Do you remember how excited you got while you were in there? How you wanted me to smell a bunch of different things and I had to drag you away from buying a bunch of candles? Yeah. Wow, shopping. Sure had to stop you from buying stuff at the store, I guess.
It's just sticking out to me right now that they hung out and did this and don't think that this is a date.
Yeah. I don't know how it's just sitting out to you because I said that to you.
No, I understood that, but I'm just like, I don't mean I'm only just now.
I'm saying did an all-day mall thing where they hung out and went around the mall from place to place together, holding hands and shit.
No,
and
what
I'm
not saying
a date
is
either.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is the impact of that is just hitting me. Like, when you hear this, that they did stuff like this, it makes sense why people think that they're a couple.
Yes, because they literally do couple
that's
things
what I
all the
yeah
time.
That's what I mean by that is like
calling it not a date.
I'm finally understanding why for the past 7 routes of this game people are like, you're with Dean, aren't you? Which just further makes every route more confusing.
It's just
because Dave just doesn't recognize this.
Dave is such an alien that he's like accidentally gaslighting his entire friend group into thinking that that he's in a relationship with someone when he's really just chat GPT. Like he's the Chinese room. He's just like inputs happen and then he automatically responds with something what seems like a vaguely appropriate input, but he never thinks about or processes the thought. He's just grabbing pieces of paper and putting them back through the mail slot. And he's like an impersonation of a person. Dave fails the fucking Turing test. I'm losing my mind.
Yeah, super weird.
It's so annoying. It's not done in a cutesy way. There's probably a cutesy way of doing something about it like this, but this isn't it. And I'm just losing my mind a little bit because, like, I talk about how I backfill better versions of scenes constantly, and just like my brain auto-completes the way to like fix these things because it's just intuitive, because these are very rote stories that are done constantly, so there are just examples everywhere. But like, even I've done a version of a candle store in my own VN where somebody has a more specific thing that they like about candles, and even that's like even a little generic, but it's at least something. Because I literally just like did a fucking I did like a thinly veiled Amicus reference with fucking Lavender, but it specifically had a character that was like longing for a relationship that they never had, and they have the shitty lavender candle in their ending that's like evoking that emotion and stuff, and that's like the spiral that they're in right now. And so them being set up earlier of specifically fixating on the lavender candle is like that's going somewhere. He likes the candle for an emotional reason. He likes this particular smell for a character reason in what is this, in this case, an extremely short 12,000 word story that has to be efficient and set things up and, like, you know, have things happen for reasons. What does Dave like about candles, man? What was the experience? Why does he like this or that? And make it be something deeper than just like, you know, beach. Dave likes the beach. Remember how Dave likes the beach? So he likes the candle that smells like the ocean, and that's it. Like, I don't know, man. What is he? What specific crazy like fucking viscerally ingrained memory does he have that ties into the beach that makes him think about the beach so much? Why does he keep like saying he likes the beach all the time? Is he just boring and just likes things that are generically pleasant, and that's the entire depth of the character? Or did he have an experience on the beach of, like, on any level, like maybe it was before one of the things that, like, maybe it's one of the last things before his dad died or fucking so anything, do anything with it. But no, it's just like, we went to the ball, it wasn't a date, you went to the candle store, you like candles. The end. Candles. This will never come up again. It's not even informing the idea that you like candles, because him liking candles will also never come up again.
I don't even know if it's candles. He likes, but he went to the soap store. He wants a bath bomb.
He went to the soap store. He wants soap smells, but also he didn't get any of them, and there's no specific thing he likes. And it's just like, please do something. It was that passion of things I adored, to the point that I wanted to share the same sort of things that get me that excited with you as well. It'd be nice if Dave ever did this in the game, get excited about something and like maybe start info dumping about something or something, I don't know. But that's just me being me, isn't it? Why does it need to be anything more than that? What about the sex stuff? What about it? I've only done that one thing with you and that's it. But you've had all this experience and I haven't. So like,
how many times does he need to tell you that he's only banged someone for like a week?
Yeah. He had some experiences with one person for like part of a day, or like for part of a trip. And that's like all that's happened. Like, fucking, what do you want, man? Like, he's like, it's like a writing mistake at this point. The fact that like Dean is this much older than Dave, and Dave constantly refers to how much more sexually experienced Dean is, and then to fill in his backstory, they're like, so my entire backstory is that I dated one guy on a trip once, and then we had some sex on that trip, and I've never done it with anyone else ever. Like, wait a minute, doesn't this break the story? No. Isn't Dave gonna keep referring to the fact that you have sex constantly? Yeah. Do these characters know each other? Yeah. Are you sure? I've only done that one thing with you, and that's it, blah, blah, blah. Like, just the other day, I was thinking about wanting to do more, like, mouth stuff. Do it. Just do it right now. I fucking dare you. I'm begging you at this point. Trust me.
Oh my God.
I have been too. I just think it's better to wait for now. The flirting gets a rise out of you, and it's cute, but you're not in the right headspace to do anything. Or at least, I wouldn't feel right asking. You're not asking, he's asking you right now to your face. He wants this thing. You didn't even prompt him to ask him for it. You're not pressuring him.
The way that everyone treats Dave like a baby is weird. Like the infantilization is really strange.
Yes. Like what is fucking like what are these fucking bowling rails you've got up where you're so terrified? Also, I think that fucking getting fucking throat deep on that shit might be a good distraction right now. Like, what? I think
I don't know, man.
Some distractions. Let him think about other things. He's literally just nothing but anxiety and wishing that he was more intimate with you. Like, maybe just do that then. It's not like you're not taking advantage of him and tricking him into a relationship. You've already been intimate on this trip. It's continuing the trajectory that was already there. What if right now I gave you a blowjob? What? Will you listen to what I just said? Before Dad died? Don't bring
How
that
erotic.
up.
How erotic.
Don't just bring
Really
up your
puts me in the mood.
dad in the middle of trying to...
Dean, I don't think you're in the right headspace to give a blowjob, Dave. But what if I did? Anyway, my dad died. It's like, no, you're proving his point, Dave.
Jesus Christ. Toaster, my dad died. Does that rile you up?
I'm just not. My dad died, so you have to let me give you the sloppy. It's like, no. That's manipulative.
No, it is. Now Dave has making me walk it all back. Like, now I can't keep any of the previous words because this fucker.
Yeah, it's just Dave is the manipulative one, not Dean.
Yeah. Before Dad died, I like to think I was a normal sort of guy. I looked at porn. I was curious what it'd be like. Swear to God, why would you mention your dead dad in the middle of trying the next line after saying, what if I gave you a blowjob right now?
I just find it so weird. It makes me so
least erotic.
Anxious isn't the right word. It's just like, it makes me want to
No.
squirm. Like, I don't like these characters at all.
You never thought to experiment with someone like Orlando or Tyson? Both of them seem like they would have been keen. God, none of you know each other at all.
Yeah.
Tyson has so much internalized homophobia and is 1000% not ready for this. You have to spend his entire route working towards that. Tyson thinks he's straight. Why would you include Tyson in this thing? And why is Tyson included in the revised version of this scene after you know what his route is and know that that's definitely not true? Like, Orlando's both kind of hopeless and also
This is the guy that Dean knew nothing about 3 days ago and said that he was worried because he heard that he was a homophobic bully.
Yeah, no, I have no idea. Like, it makes sense to mention Orlando because Orlando is just casual about it, but then so it's like he's
casual about it except with Dean, where if you ask about his nuts, it's off the table because bears do nothing for him.
Yeah, like I get it on some level, and just like it can be an uncomfortable question, not just like in the abstract, but it's like it feels a little like sexual harassment to ask somebody about their genitalia. Obviously,
sure.
But like besides that, like Orlando is sexually casual and hooks up with people more than any other character in this game. So mentioning him alongside Tyson is insane.
Yeah,
It would have been keen. Tyson's not into me that way, I don't think. That's not the right response either. He doesn't think he's gay, and you don't think he's gay. Well, I'm fairly sure, given he sees me like a brother, and Orlando. I don't think I would be his type. Oh, you're
except
so
you
wrong
are
about
exactly his type.
Yeah. We never really talked about the guys we liked. How?
Because Dave didn't exist prior to 2 days before this game starts.
Orlando
as a
seems
character.
like he'd be actively trying to ask you that all the time. Because he does in the text. Do you know the story you wrote and the characters you wrote? He just asked those questions last time we saw him. He's always asking that kind of stuff about everyone. Oh my god. Orlando's the kind of character where right before something happens, I joke like, are we going to talk about boys? And then the next line from him is, are we going to talk about boys? Because he does, that just is his character. Well, I can't say much about Orlando aside from him being very interested in us working out, but Tyson, well, how he looks at you is very familiar. Because you have a brother? Because while I was trying to figure out if I liked my ex enough to say I loved him, he was sort of like a brother. Threw me for a loop to find out Tanukis hibernate too. Stop talking about Tanuki lore all the time. It's so
if Grizz just wanted to put himself into a story, he could have just written a story about his fucking character. Like,
Yeah.
it's so weird.
I just... Oh my god. Help me. They do? I didn't believe it at first either. Follow-up question, what's a Tanuki? What?
What?
Dave.
Dave knows what a Tanuki is, though, in other routes.
Dave, you watch anime.
This is just Dave being like, what's a black person? What's a Japanese person? I don't know what that is.
I don't... You watch anime! You have to know what Tanukis are. I feel like I can go through the animes they've referenced and find a Tanuki in them. Like, it just feels like it's a reliable enough thing.
I don't have anything to say.
At a blind guess.
Just from a world building perspective, this makes no sense.
Yeah, it's just very strange. I don't... What's a Tanuki? Like dogs, I think. Or foxes. None of those are the list of things people were compared to. I mean... It's not the top animal people list when they reference Tanukis. Are raccoons not real in this universe? We've never established raccoons exist. Never thought about it. Never really thought about it. But I guess they're kind of like hyenas in that they're their own thing. How do you not mention raccoons?
They're not. They are canids.
Yeah, I just mean that everyone refers to Tanukis like the raccoons. Like, that's the pop cultural like thing to compare it to. Is people think they resemble raccoons and they always think of them as raccoons.
Yeah,
and like I think they're more commonly like the messy names like raccoon dog basically, and they are canids and stuff. Yeah, but it's so weird. It's also just weird to compare people in this way because once again. We're thinking of animals. They're not thinking of animals. They're thinking of human beings with animal faces. And it's way weird to describe them like this.
Yeah.
Once that's the case. And you're in that universe with them and are one of them too.
It's just weird.
Like,
yeah.
They're kind of like Mexicans, but not. Kind of their own thing. Really, like, what are you talking about? Stop.
Oh, yeah.
Huh. That sounds familiar somehow, but maybe I'm just imagining it. What? Oh, well, apparently they can shapeshift too, so maybe you met one in disguise. How would that help? How would that help with you knowing what a Tanuki is?
I desperately need this scene to be over.
I know, I'm so sorry.
I can't handle this at all.
Remember when they were trying to talk about
blowjobs
blowjobs 1 second ago?
It needs to be done.
God. Maybe. I guess I'd need to meet one to be sure. Wait, no. More importantly, you think Tyson might like me that way? What, suddenly not into me knowing he might like you too? What does that mean either? That's not what I'm saying. Just curious about it, I suppose. I chuckled nervously while Dean rumbled in amusement. I could feel it vibrating through his chest, almost as if he were purring. Is he on him?
I don't know.
Has he been laying on him this whole time? What do you mean you feel it in his chest? I don't think that was established. As far as I know, you were sitting in his bed. Dean walked in with no shirt on, and you're like, is this cool? And then you had an awkward 10-minute conversation standing completely still from across the room this entire time. And he hasn't moved. Is that why you like me too? Because I sleep a lot? What? Who doesn't love a lazy morning in bed or a nice long nap? Sure, if you wanted to stay in bed, I could be convinced to get up and make you some scrambled eggs if you give me some incentive. What the fuck are we talking about? Go back to blowjobs. What kind of incentive? Oh, I'm sure you can think of something handsome. He shuffled down on the bed, bringing his face near mine. His voice was just kept low, that playful smile on his face spreading to my face too. Like a contagion. Just being close like this was nice. It felt sweet, and a touch familiar to how Dean and I normally interacted. Wow, us snuggling in bed is like when we snuggle in bed. Astute observation. Dean? Yeah, yes, Dave? Oh my god, I beg you to just do something. I assumed him lowering himself down to this level was for one reason, and I decided to take the opportunity before he could act on it. I pressing forward to let my nose touch his, breathing out softly against his maw before kissing him gently. I didn't know if I was doing a good job at first, given he stayed completely still, up until he placed a hand tenderly on my cheek and took control. I melted against him as he pressed his muzzle to mine. It felt nice to be loved like this, or at least that's what I was describing it as. I just want to point out that this had no romantic momentum, and instead we just kiss him after he talks about Tanukis for a while. He literally just talked about his ex, and we got confused about whether or not we've met a Tanuki before, and then that just bridged directly into making out.
Yep.
With people
of all the things to of all the things to transition
between
from
people who are explicitly afraid of making out and afraid of making any moves at all for any reason, even when they're literally in the moment of a romantic scene. This instead this is what causes that. What is the sentence? It felt nice to be loved like this, or at least that's what I was describing it as.
I don't know. I don't care. I think the thing, by the time we're done with this game, I'm not going to have anything to say. There's not going to be any analysis. There's not going to be any conclusion from it, because what is there to say? You know what I mean? It's just this. This is all it is. It's just, it makes me frustrated.
Water. I'm suffering. Trying to kill me. I need to start getting lemon juice or something, or whatever the fuck people do to make stuff not build up when they're trying to talk all day. Just unhinged conversation. It reminds me of when I'm writing a video essay and then I just get on a tear about something and I just write fucking 2,000 words about a thought that came to mind, and then I look back on it, I'm like, that doesn't relate.
Yeah.
And the next day I just I either delete it or I copy and paste it to a separate document and be like, maybe this will be a separate thing later, but this is not the essay.
Mm-hmm.
But then it was just left in the revised version of the scene. And then it snapped back to reality. Oh fuck, I forgot we were trying to be romantic. When we broke away, I cuddled into the crook of his neck and he sat his book aside to cradle me and we shared a nap. When I awoke, I didn't know what time it was, but there was a notable absence of Dean. Dean? He stepped out of the bathroom in his swimming gear, and my heart sank. What's wrong? You're going outside? Oh, no, not at all. I just figured that maybe it'd be alright to go work out downstairs. Got a figure to maintain. While he was talking, he made his way closer to the bed, and I swung my legs around to sit on the edge. What figure? I thought round bare belly of yours... That round bare belly of yours, or... With him in reach, I prodded his belly. Not as soft as I expected, but I kind of liked that. It was a trait in Orlando that he was conscious of, but it didn't bother me any. Okay, so you're pointing out a thing about Dean's figure, and he's making this face, and you're thinking that, wow, doing this sure makes Orlando feel self-conscious. And you're just fully committing to going like, yummers. Just poking his belly. I'm like, why are you doing this to him? I was gonna work my arms with some weights. Normally I get by with just hauling potting soil around or doing yard work, but can't do that at the moment. Oh. This was the loosest thing I could think of wearing at the moment too. Or at least it's the first thing I thought of. Wait, so does that mean you're... My eyes dipped down as my hand found a place to rest at his hip. You can see if I'm going commando yourself, but I promise I'm wearing underwear underneath this. I chuckled again, pulling my hand away. But it was taken by Dean, who helped me to my feet as he stepped back. Come on. Let's at least pretend for a little that we're being healthy, all things considered, right? It didn't bother to get changed. I didn't bother to get changed, but he led the way out of the room with his hand in mine. Down to the gym we went, only to arrive to see that we weren't the only ones down in the gym. One more, Roswell.
You've been saying one more for the last 5 minutes. The treadmill isn't even running anymore.
It is too. You just focus on lifting that weight off the floor, and I'll focus on running. Neither of those things are going to happen.
Oh, hey, Dave. Been here long?
How much did you hear? Not sure what we heard, but I heard something about a treadmill running and a weight when neither of those things seemed to be happening.
Ah, right.
You wouldn't happen to know how some of the stuff works, would you? You know I worked at a gym for a bit, right?
As a receptionist.
It counts. Well, we can figure something out. First of all, let's maybe put that weight back on the stand, Roswell, and figure out something more appropriate, yeah? I mean, apparently he's been lifting it for 5 minutes, so I assume it's not too big. In fact, I think you're supposed to hit your peak way faster than that, so I guess it's too small, specifically. I think that's how weightlifting works. I don't think you're supposed to be lifting one thing for 5 minutes. That's supposed to be too small then. This cable's freaking out on me. There you go. Dean, killed in the greenhouse. Death cap. Alright, the recaps. The moment where we recap the many, many murders that have happened in this many, many murder mystery with all the timelines, and then we remember that we forgot to write more of them, so there's only been 3. Whoops. I was shaking when I entered his room, backing up awkwardly against the door as I took stock of what I was looking at. Hey, you doing okay? His pants were barely off his ankles by the time I rushed over to him and hugged him around the middle, knocking him onto the bed. It's alright. Everything's gonna be okay, I promise. You can't promise that. Well, no. I guess I can't. But what I can do is offer to stick together tonight. Would that be alright? I didn't really think it'd be a problem, but after that, I just... His hand found the back of my head and started scratching really lightly into my scalp, looking down the back of my neck to my shoulders. Of course it'll be alright. You just startled me suddenly barging in like that. I'm just lucky that it was just you and not someone else about to walk in on me completely naked. You're about to strip down completely? Considered it, but probably wouldn't have, all things considered. Everyone says that constantly for some reason in this setting. Oh, well, okay. You're not disappointed, are you? No, it's not that. I just don't know where my mind is at. I'm tired, scared, and don't know what's going to happen next. If that's all, I can help with that. choke you out, Dave. No more thoughts. Quiet, go to sleep. In one motion, Dean flipped me around so that I was on my back instead of on him. He stood... Say you rolled over. Okay. He stood beside the bed and stretched briefly before looking me over. What's gonna happen next is we're gonna cuddle up, and if you want to talk, we can. Or if you want to sleep, we can do that too. But what about... Hey, under any other circumstances, I'd be saying we could give fooling around a go, but I'm a little worried too, so chances are I'm probably not gonna perform so great. Yeah, that makes sense. So... we can try soon if you want. We just need to let stuff settle and we can set some time aside. Assuming everything turns out okay. Right. I am going to say I'm liking this enthusiastic side of you more. Just need to remember that taking it slow is still my plan, right? Okay, I get it. I yawned, rubbing my eyes, watching as Dean went over to turn off the light. Without waiting for me to move, Dean shifted me so that I was under the covers and got in next to me, rolling me over so that I could use his chest as a pillow. Sighing out, I listened to his heart beating in his chest. It was a steady thumping, rhythmic and enough to lull me closer and closer to sleep. Thanks, Dean. Sleep tight, Dave. No sooner had he said it, I was out like a light. Strange. It full on just stops the entire romance arc and then they just repeat themselves for 6 days of the story. It's like, what? Dean was still sleeping peacefully, his arm around my shoulder and my head resting against his chest. I cuddled against him again, sighing out. He was warm, fluffy, and soft, and I felt safe here with his arm around me. Each of his breaths were level and gently shifted his chest underneath me, rocking me as if I were adrift at sea, or at least that's what I'd imagine it'd be like. The worst of it was that I wasn't sure if what I felt was love or just some other emotion, but the longer I lay there, the more I worried that now that I had something, I was at risk of losing it. But are you even dating, though? Don't you remember what he did to us? Easing myself out of his grip, I swung my legs over the side of the bed and sat up to stretch and rub my face. Maybe a walk would do me some good, and after throwing on some clothes, I headed out of the room. What about this one? The one Dave and I found at the river. Yeah, we're just recapping the medals.
Yeah, the medals. Yeah.
This is the scavenger hunt conversation, so we can just keep clicking until I'm in a different location. Oh, I just figured we'd check the vault, right? Why? Well, we're looking for medals. It's been something you've been messing with, so maybe it'd give us a clue. Trust me, that thing won't give us anything other than showing me things I don't want to see. Have you ever been down here with someone when it happened? Anyone? I quickly shook my head. We could maybe try messing with it if you want. Might be better with someone to keep you safe rather than doing it all alone. Walking past Dean towards the door leading to the room, I peered in before closing the door to the vault. Closed. Closing the door to the vault closed. No, I don't want to. Yeah, alright. Can I be honest about something? Of course. Do you think things would have been better if we just didn't come on this vacation? How could they have been worse? You think things would have been better if we didn't come on this vacation? The one where we're trapped behind an exploded road and with a murderer? Yeah, Dave, I think things would have been better if we didn't come on this vacation. What? It's the worst days of your life. I mean, it's probably not as bad. It probably doesn't feel as bad as his dad dying, but I'm saying, like, this is an unprecedented, like, not even once in a lifetime, but like 0th in a lifetime bad event. Like, this should never happen in someone's life. It's the worst thing that could possibly happen. Literally nothing eventful happening would be better than this vacation. Obviously. How could they have been worse? Dave, we're being hunted, and we almost lost you. I scratched my head before shaking it, thoughtful.
They're doing a really bad job of hunting us, given that we are in one location the entire time.
Yeah. The bad guys just mysteriously just choose not to kill us for like 2 weeks.
Multiple,
after
2
announcing
weeks.
themselves, and then they suddenly do it sometimes. And then other times they don't do it. And even when they're even in the parts where they wait for another day or two and this and that thing happens, you still really can't tell what their motivation was or why they're waiting or what they're doing.
Yeah.
I still have no idea why they just don't why this game's happening. Like what narratively I don't know why the plot happens.
Yeah.
Well, let's take us for example. All right. Though I think we're doing fine now at least. That's what I mean. Are we doing fine? Would we be if we never came here? Okay, I get it. Dean sat down and rested back against one of the walls, running his hands through his fur. We're doing all right, aren't we? I don't know. Literally every time I make any advance towards you, you rebuff me, which is a bad sign at this point. But also, literally all of this could have happened at home. I sat down next to him and mimicked how he was sitting, looking out into the empty basement. I don't know, maybe? Well, that's reassuring. No, I mean, we're good as friends, that much I know, right? Right, but you're wondering if we're good at something more than that, too. Oh my fucking god, kill me. I guess?
Yeah.
Think back to the picnic. Remember the picnic? I'm gonna hold it against you at every fucking chance. I would dump Dave so quickly.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, remember that one time you were sad? You were sad a week ago.
If you read this
really,
text box, you're gonna lose your mind.
That really bothers me how you were sad a week ago. You weren't sure if it was a date, and I thought it was. How long were you going to just keep doing things like that without, getting anywhere?
Dave, take a look in the fucking mirror.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Literally, every conversation you've had for the past 2 hours of us playing has been, we don't want to move anywhere. How can we just not get anywhere? It's so bad. Like, this is so frustrating.
And this game just refuses to write new scenes for these characters. So every time it's like, this is the designated talk to your romance partner scene. It's like a week later, he's still referring to the picnic because that's the last scene they basically had.
Yeah.
But they keep having scenes where they just talk about the picnic again. But once again, there's no deeper emotion to explore. So it's just wasted space, and it's literally just happening because, like, the template says to do this now. Like, I imagine this is just where there's a conversation happening with every romance character. Yeah. And so if this was something to be said, it's just written anyway. And there's like, I don't know, what happened last time? And it's just being approached from that point of like, I don't know, I have to fill this space. I was like, that's not a reason to write things. Don't write that. Just don't write that. Don't understand. You're right. That's probably one of the few things that this vacation has done right. Probably done more for Tyson than it has for any of us. What? That doesn't follow the last statement, does it? First of all, you guys just going on a picnic has nothing to do with this vacation. You could just do that anywhere. But what does that have to do with Tyson? That's one of the few things that the vacation done right. What? Just the fact that Dave was proactive for 10 seconds?
I have no idea. Or maybe Dean is just talking about the vacation as a whole.
Don't know.
Because characters don't respond to each other in this game. No. So Dean is just saying the vacation was good for Tyson, even though it sounds like a reply to the picnic.
Oh no. And
I think that's what's happening.
Although I guess it's still a Tyson thing. What? Just them being friends?
Yeah.
This just has nothing to do with this picnic comment.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't.
I know what you're getting at, and it's, well, what you want me to say? That I like you? That I'm bad at this?
I've already said this.
Uh-huh. No, I don't think going over that's going to help anyone, Dean, which is why I'm doing that right now.
Oh,
again. Because it won't help anything. Then what? If we're, in danger. Right, so we're at the point of wondering if dating is even worth it if we could be dead tomorrow? I whined, hanging my head. I guess so, yeah. Maybe not as dire as that, but it's kind of like that. What if we're not dead tomorrow? Oh, I promise you won't be, and that's the roughest part. What do you mean?
I'm not going to pretend that this is all, I don't know, fixed by saying that, but if we start by thinking that nothing's worth doing anymore because there's no point, then what's the point of anything? I like you. I'm not perfect. In fact, no one is. I would like to keep dating, but if you decide you don't want to because of everything going on, I'd completely understand. And if I did want to keep dating, I mean, then we'd take it one step at a time. Truth be told, I've been kind of planning something. Keep dating?
But everyone, okay, but the other thing is, we'll take things one step at a time. You mean the thing that both of you have in 2 separate scenes attempted to take one more step on, and the other has fucking cockblocked you both times? What are you talking about?
But also, they just keep dating. They use the phrase keep dating, implying that they're already dating, when that has been the emotional gambit of this entire storyline. It is the object of interest. It is the thing that all the gravity of the entire story bends around the fact that they're not dating, supposedly. And now they're talking about dating in the past tense.
I want this game to be over. Keep reading, please. Fast.
Let's see, did I read that right?
Yeah.
What kind of something? Just something nice. Figured it might help lift the mood a little with everything bad going on. Okay, but what is it? It's a surprise. Nothing's locked in yet. Oh, okay. So, what do you say? I looked across to Dean, his smile contagious. I copied it and soon found myself snickering from how silly it all was. Okay, sure, lock it in. Great. You'll have fun, I promise. I'll have to talk to Orlando again just to make sure it's all good still. Wait, Orlando's already in on it? For once, he and I had the same idea. I just beat him to the punch and he was all too eager to help out. This sounds like a recipe for disaster. It's not that bad, I promise. What if in Dean's route he kisses Dave and then it's like, nope, no sparks. It just ends the same way as every route.
I fucking wish.
You wish because then it would just fast forward to the ending immediately.
Yes.
I settled back against the wall again and closed my eyes. Can I ask you something, actually? Of course. What's up? Sounds serious from your tone. Maybe a little bit, but not for the reasons you possibly think. What's troubling you, Dave? I guess I'll just keep asking till you fucking say the thing. How are you so upbeat right now? Have I just forgotten how to be, happy? Dean has not been upbeat in this conversation.
This character is just like, it's like the scene forgot the tone that was happening 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, how did you forget the scene we were talking about? Well, what if we don't die? They're literally talking about dying tomorrow. How are you still upbeat right now? He's not been peppy. Don't be silly. Of course you haven't forgotten. Times are rough for us now. There's very little to be actively happy about. But in the off chance you have forgotten, at least it's something you can remember. Also, Dave's been happy several times since day 15 with Dean in this route, in the scenes we're reading right now. What about you? Have you been keeping it together? I have the blessing of not needing to worry about recovering from what you have to. What do you mean? What do you mean? Come on, Dave, you're dad. You have to work through that first, and when you do, the rest will come easy. Yeah, I was wrong. I thought he meant Jack, but also his dad, but also Dave knows that, too. Carefully, I opened my eyes to look at Dean. I felt vulnerable having this part exposed for him, but here I was on the verge of tears again. But the moment I felt his hand squeeze mine, I whimpered and broke. I went a quiet whine, preceding tears. I don't know what to do, Dean. I'm scared. No, terrified about what's going to happen next. What if we never get home? What if one of you guys die? What if it's my fault? Dave, listen to yourself. You're trying to carry the weight of all this alone. But it's my responsibility, isn't it? I can use the vault. Who else is going to... I couldn't finish, instead whining again and realizing that my face was completely drenched. Just exploding out of him. Dean removed his hand from mine and used it to instead to put it around my shoulders in a hug. You could use the vault, sure, but the one person who you failed to take into consideration here is you. I don't matter. I yelped as Dean suddenly smacked me across the face. That's not the right response. Ow, what was that for? Don't you dare say you don't matter, ever, or I'll hit you again. Okay, fine. When you went wandering into the woods, you worried all of us. I'm not about to say I felt the most worried. Why would you specify that you weren't the most worried of the group as the love interest? Why would you specify that? But I did feel hurt you'd go in there by yourself after what happened last time. You're right. I caught myself before I was going to sigh, frowning and said, it's like the writing caught itself, about to say sighing out again. What if I replace this with a different expression this time? Wait, Jack. Jack? Yeah, he was out there with us that day in the woods. The thing you saw, that was him? It must be, right? But if it was, why didn't he approach me then? Now there's a good question. What changed between the time we went out and when you went out by yourself? Anything you can think of? Between the time where we went out and when you went out yourself? Any differences you could think of between those two things I said differently at you just now? Nothing immediately comes to mind. Motherfucker.
He's brain dead.
You went out there with a 7-foot-tall bear. That's what fucking changed. At least knowing that nothing that involved him anyway. Fighting a 7-foot-tall bear. Alright, well, I guess something we should just keep in mind then. The nothing we thought of.
I want it to be done so bad.
The answer is in the sentence. The question is
hurts.
the answer, and neither of them get it. I swear to God. Still, I shouldn't have gone out there by myself. No, you shouldn't. But at least we can count our blessings and nothing worse happened. What happened was bad enough already. Yeah. We sat quietly for a bit before I leaned back into Dean. His arm slid from my shoulder down my back, and I sighed out as I got comfortable. As you got comfortable standing in this concrete basement in the cold, leaning against somebody. What are we going to do, Dean? What'd you want to do? I don't really know. Part of me was so keen on doing more stuff in bed. That's not the right. What are we gonna do?
Characters just don't.
This conversation's about whether or not we're gonna get murdered, and you're like,
this is literally AI Dungeon. Like,
are we gonna fuck?
They forgot the premise, and they just have a directive to fulfill.
I just. I don't understand. How do you write a story where you're like, damn, I just really wish that we'd do stuff in bed again, and you write that 75 times, and the characters just keep not doing anything, even though they both want to do that. It's like, you lose your fucking mind at some point reading this. But now I'm just, I don't know. What, not feeling up to it? You don't want to fuck guy whose face is literally described as soaking wet in tears right now?
What's crazy is Dean literally was in the scene prior to this, like, I don't think we should have sex. You're not in the right mind for it.
You know, no, I probably would be if we got naked and just started kissing.
Oh my god, you don't need to explain how you're not in the mood because you're gonna be killed again. We understand that from the fact that you just brought up dying.
Yeah, that's why it's so weird you're bringing this up right now. But just the thought of us being in that much danger has made the whole thing messed up in my head. Oh, that's not good. What do you mean, oh? You were already talking about this. This whole conversation.
Have you forgotten what he did to us?
We need to get through this. We need to finish this scene.
It's not bad, really. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. Oh my fucking god. Plan what your scene's going. How about we start with what's messing with you, and we can go from there. What do you mean start? That's what this whole conversation has been about already. What's bothering you, Dave? After the conversation about what's
when
bothering
Dave literally just said, us talking about being in danger makes it hard to care. What are you talking about?
Why do these conversations just start over? So I tried to think of the best place to start.
finding my hand on his thigh as a reminder of just
Are they
how
sitting
little
down?
they were. I don't know. I don't know where they are in the scene. It feels like this was written directly into the code, and they just in like mid conversation, on top of forgetting what they were talking about, also forgot they're not in his bedroom. Because the whole scene sounds like it's written like they're currently in the bedroom, but they're still in the basement by the vault.
I'm struggling so hard with this. Like, my life is flashing before my eyes.
It's hard to even fully guess which direction Dave's facing, towards or away from Dean in the hug. Like, I tried to think of the best place to start. Finding my hand on his thigh, a reminder of just how little there was separating us. Clothing, that's it. Also fur. The thought already making me heat up under my fur. You're getting horny from your contact with Dean, and you're gonna tell me that you're too emotionally distraught to be horny? I don't... Remember how Orlando seemed so disappointed after I told him that it was just a finger?
Is that what's bothering you?
That's what's bothering you? You just said, tell me what's bothering you, Dave, and you're like, remember when Orlando said it's just a finger? It's not the murder?
The thing he just said 2 seconds ago was what was bothering him?
I don't understand. I might have glanced at Dean with that comment, but he snorted before rolling into a hearty chuckle. Oh, I do. Seemed a bit disappointed there wasn't much more of the story to tell. So I'm wondering if, like, does it count? Am I a virgin still or not? Why does that bother me at all? Why does that bother you at all? Why are you even thinking about that given the context of everything? But also, a large man can have very large fingers. Is it important to you? I don't even know. Sex is stupid. I'll have you know sex is great, but I get what you mean. Well, what's so great about it? For you, I mean. Well, you didn't feel great after what we did? Sure, I guess. But is that all? I don't think he did enjoy it then. I don't trust him. Is that all, he says. Dave, what if I felt doing that with you was more than just getting off? I like the closeness and the vulnerability that comes with it too. Being able to be that, well, bare with someone is a good sign of trust, I think. You can call it my bare necessity. Damn it, they're doing the pun too. Bare as in you, or bare as in, you know, why not both? My point is, for me, I don't think I'd be able to just hook up with some random person. It's all about trust, and if I have it my way, just liking the other person first was as a baseline.
This goes against what Dean said a while ago, which is like, I'm fine with casual sex, it's just nothing special.
But also, apparently he's never done that.
Yeah. Okay.
I think he was just defending in the abstract. He was just soapboxing about other people being polyamorous and having casual sex for some reason.
Well, I talked about it in the moment of like, this is weirdly preachy as like a out of character thing of describing polyamory to Dave.
One of those moments like, well, Dave, I'll have you know that while polyamory is not for everyone, it's a perfectly reasonable way of life. And it's like, okay,
why is this character the one that is telling me this? And then now you have this scene, which just confirms my suspicion that was not written in a sincere fashion.
It's also all about trust God. Oh, well, I guess for me, I always just assumed it'd be something boyfriends just did because, that'll sound stupid, but because of porn? How is this even in the same scene? Porn is good, although, well, not always true to life. That said, my experience there really only goes as far as one other person, so... One more than me, at least. Shh, who cares?
Why are we reiterating this?
Yes,
it's information we already know.
Literally, these are the only topics, so they just cycle
talk
through
about,
them. And they repeat the conversations. Well, how about we get home and we can maybe look at doing it properly. Slow evening, a lot of lube, and you can set the pace. That could be a while given everything that's going on. What you're doing, what? You're going to now say that you don't want to blow off some steam?
No, that you want to blow off steam.
You're going to now say that you want to blow off some steam? Yeah. I don't want to rule out the possibility. I groaned, rubbing my face. Now I feel dumb about that only a few minutes ago you had me crying and now we're talking about sex. You're so close.
You're so close to realizing. You brought it up. I know, just... I liked what we did. It brought us closer, and if I'm being honest, I'm glad that my first time was with you. Don't scare me like that, Dave. Scare you with what? Well, I don't... Sorry, do you think maybe we jumped a little bit too early with the sex stuff? I was curious about it before, but now I really associate with you as well.
Oh my god, can we just please end the conversation, you fucking idiot?
Oh, well, that's a problem. I know, but like... Oop.
Oh my god.
Auto skip. What else is there am I meant to think? If I took... Oh, I hate this feature.
Yeah.
If I took a leaf from your book, I feel like we should...
I should have asked Orlando or Tyson.
Orlando or even Tyson. If they wanted to have sex. It's really what you think about me? I'm just sort of sex-crazed bear? From all the sex-crazed comments I make literally all the time?
Oh my god.
Kettle black, Dave. I hate the fucking auto-proceed thing. It's so annoying.
Yeah.
A little? Well, that's a bit hard to hear, but it's my fault.
Oh my god, we're trapped in this conversation again.
And Dave's even a worse person than ever, apparently. Don't get me wrong, I kind of like it. I guess just with everything going on, it's just one thing that sticks out most, you know?
Oh my god, the one thing with everything going on. Dave, how can you have these conversations? You literally repeated yourself 100 times.
Well, so long as I'm more than that to you, otherwise we can take sex right off the table until this gets sorted out. How do you mean? Well, Dave, if you only think about your partner as a sexual object, then you might have an unhealthy dynamic. I told you I both need and want more out of a relationship than just sex. And that goes for friendships too.
Fucking Dean, we just heard this 5 seconds ago.
If I'm being honest, I like you in the same way I like Sal. That's the problem also then. A good friend.
And you like him the way that Tyson likes you, because he's kind of like a brother at first, but then you fall in love with him. Oh my god, can we stop having this conversation? Fucking Jesus Christ.
Because I can see myself one day loving you completely. More than in some really close friend way. Do you like me, Dave? I'm 25. I chuckled, rubbing my face again as I felt it heating up. Well, that's, nice to hear. Are you feeling a little better about it all, at least? Not the best way to get you to stop crying, but it worked. Is this supposed to make you feel better? Damn, I guess our relationship is really on the rocks as you only think of me as a sex object, so we're gonna have to take sex off the table. Oh, that made you feel better. Dave chuckled somehow just in the situation. Yeah, I think so. I think I've got a better incentive now than just getting money or something. Why would you say that?
What?
Why is every conversation a Vsauce word association exercise? Like, what the fuck? You can't.
I don't understand what's happening.
Don't just say every tangential thought that is related to words you happen to use for no reason. Well, I guess we better go find some medals then. He stood up and offered his hand out to me, and I took it to rise to my feet. You guys were on the floor? I have no idea what was happening in this scene. Yeah, they aren't going to find themselves, blah, blah, blah. Enter the room. Roswell and I on the hedge maze. What are you doing? Just thinking about robots. You're a gardener, though, right? And a woodsman. I told you I could never figure out how to make the robots do what they do. But I could put something together, right? Right, but this is closer to a computer, isn't it? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Well, because we're in the basement, okay? You don't just add a basement, not with a lot of effort. I guess if you could afford a mansion, putting in a room underground wouldn't be too hard with enough money. Okay, but why do you think that's important? Easy, this is an old house, and this here is way more modern than some of the architecture. Meaning what? Well, I don't want to go pulling this panel off the wall, but it's got me wondering what it's connected to. Maybe I should just ask someone. Benson did say not to damage the house when we got here, right? He did say that? Even if he didn't, it'd be a good idea. No sense breaking anything, we don't have to. We're not that desperate. Not yet. It's just a matter of life and death. Right, well, I don't think there's anything here that's going to help us, Dean. Want to try punching in some words and see where that gets you? I'd rather not right now anyway. And time to search somewhere else. Taking another look around the room, I tried to convince myself that there was nothing else of value to look at while we were here. Sure enough, there wasn't as far as I could tell. Why'd you have to convince yourself? What? Yeah, I guess so. We continued on and searched some of the side rooms just to keep ourselves occupied. Dean didn't say much, neither did I, at least until lunch. Then after, it was right back to searching, although there was a lot more idle chatter to fill the space, and in our own little world, it almost felt like it was just another quiet day hanging out together. Ha ha. I turned off the light and sat down on the bed, rubbing my cheek from where Dean had struck me. You still feel that? Maybe you should call this off. Not that I enjoyed being hit, but the more I thought about it, I did think I needed to be snapped out of it. Although Dean's strength was probably more than he intended to use. While I didn't like that I was on the receiving end, it was nice to know that in the worst case scenario I could rely on Dean if we were in trouble. What? But his absence in the bed was another thing entirely. Something that I wasn't sure if I was missing because of the situation or just because of how we saw one another. What the fuck are you talking? You're in a relationship with each other! I plugged my phone in and sighed out on my pillow, thinking things over. Up the vacation where Dean and I had been. What? Confusing. What? But it was nice to have no commitments, or rather have what I had been, or rather have what had be, have, or rather have what we had be something unspoken. If I didn't have to worry about it, then great, right? I give up. All right. But relationships were harder than I thought. It was more than just a casual friendship, and I just wish that I'd clued in sooner as to how messed up our arrangement was. It wasn't beyond repair, but absolutely something to handle after some sleep. At this point, I can't even accurately predict what he's talking about, because they're wild, crazy kids. Couldn't sleep? Something like that. Just something on my mind, I guess, but I'll work through it. Nothing major, though, I promise.
Glad to hear you're improving every day, though. Just remember to count on us if you're struggling.
I'm not that bad, am I? With how worried we all are about what's been happening, it's just nice to see you not all doom and gloom.
Dean, come on, have some tact.
What? I didn't mean anything by it. Maybe he just found something to distract him from the bad stuff, which I'm bringing up now. I should bring it up some more. When people are regularly unhappy, it's good to remind them how they're not unhappy right now. Just to remind you that you're always thinking of how unhappy they are. Roswell grumbled to himself, shaking his head as the others came down to join us from the floor above. It's important to remind people that are unhappy regularly that they're normally a burden, and you think of them that way. Orlando said it. And also, that choice of who do you listen to first is the only choice that's happened in the last, week. And it's not a choice. It doesn't do anything.
Fuck, I'm so excited for the end of this stupid route.
Whee! You sure you're okay? I'll bring you dinner in bed if that's what it'll take for you to get some rest. Whee! Day 18. Ian was sitting next to me on my right. After finishing his food, rested an arm over the back of my chair while he drank what was left of his coffee.
I wish I had coffee right now. This story is putting me to sleep.
Uh-huh. I stepped out into the foyer in search of Dean. He'd know what to say, right? Or at least he'd be willing to listen. Dean? No response came as I called out to the foyer. Even checking some of the side rooms, he didn't seem to be on the ground floor of the mansion as far as I could tell. I wandered over to the back door and froze briefly, hand hovering just over the handle. Breathing in, I took hold and opened it up, looking into the yard. Dean? Are you out here? Hiding halfway behind the door, I scanned the yard. Just as I was about to head back inside, I noticed him stick his head out around the corner and wave. At the greenhouse! Come on!
Looking around again, I couldn't see anything lurking among the trees, but almost sprinting over the greenhouse where Dean was waiting for me. I almost sprinted, not sprinting. It's also just not what butt means again. Slow down, you might bump into something. Patting me on the shoulder, we stepped inside, and he started moving things around before addressing me again. So what's new? What do you mean, what's new? Well, you did just come sprinting out of the house, plus you were calling for me. Did something happen? No, but I just wanted to talk. We need to talk? Well, I need to talk. Would you mind hearing me out? Had me worried for a second. But of course, what's on your mind? He sat down on a few sacks of soil, leaving me to find a place to sit on an overturned ceramic pot. I'm worried, Dean. I'm shocked. Worried about when we'll get to go home. Whenever the next bad thing's going to happen. I just can't keep it together. Well, we will get home eventually. Just might take a bit is all. You think anyone off the mountain knows about the road? Honestly, it's hard to say. I know that when an explosion happens, people tend to notice. No chance someone didn't notice an explosion happening in the middle of the night. Why there's no chance of that? You're in the middle of the mountains, not near anyone explicitly. That's true. You think you'll find someone to fix it? If not fix it, then send someone to help us get off the mountain? Maybe send supplies? If they noticed, someone would have arrived by now. It's been 4 days. No one noticed. You're in the middle of mountains. But how likely is that? That they know someone is even up here? There's a road, and presumably the mailman would know to deliver out this way, assuming they get mail sent to the door. But I don't think they do, honestly. I think they need to have a P.O. box. I don't think anyone's going to deliver out here. I don't remember anyone like that showing up in the first week. Maybe Benson just makes trips into town to collect the mail from a private box. Who knows? Maybe. I hung my head and caught Dean rubbing his knees, the silence stretching between us. What do you need to hear, Dave? What do you mean? You came here to say something. What do you want? I can't in good faith say that we're getting out of here soon, just that it'll happen eventually. We're doing our best to stay safe and deal with what happened, but beyond that, I don't know how else I can help. I just wish I understood more of what's happening around me is all. My mind wandered over the license Thanatos had given me. What it meant that Dad had been here and why I was here now. I found out my dad was here recently, plus all the stuff about seeing people die. Wait, your dad was here recently, but isn't he? No, I only just found out about it, like yesterday even. You're sure? I have his license to prove it. A weird thing to lose when he needs to drive for a living. Slumping in my seat, I watched as Dean got up and knelt in front of me, placing his hands on my shoulders. Well, what can we tackle? Did you want to look into why your dad was here, or? I know why my dad was here, but... Dean flashed me a wry smile before I continued. Plus I got the vault working again, that's another worry. You what? Yeah, it happened yesterday, and it's bad. What did you see? Would you even want to know? Would you even want to know? Last time, I made a mess of it and upset you and Sal. I think I'd want to help. At the very least, maybe stop things unfolding like they did last time. You sure? What kind of friend would I be if I let you suffer through this alone? I guess so. Worst that can happen is, well, suppose whatever you saw coming true. But it'll be easier to prevent with the two of us. Right, okay, well, before we get into that, there was one other thing too. What's that? I want to talk to you about how I saw you die. What, again? We didn't get anywhere last time. We don't have a suspect or even really know how you died, and just that happened, Dean. I stopped it, but like, if I didn't, someone would have had to do it, right? You don't need to relitigate the deaths fucking 12 days later when you still have no more information and will not get any more information. You don't have to waste our time. Well, I suppose so. Where do you want to start with that then? Slumping again where I sat, I sighed. I don't know. All I do know is that it doesn't sit right with me. Should I get Orlando again?
I guess it's probably best to leave him alone after this morning. If he's clashing with Tyson, then he's probably holed up somewhere distracting himself. Well, if it's just the two of us, where do you want to start? I don't know. We ruled out the death cap being the cause of death because of the time frame. You're still alive in front of me, so if you died from that, it would have happened days ago. Right. Is there anything else in here that could kill? Plenty of things if you ate or drank enough of it. Pesticides, for example. You wouldn't try that, would you? Or even accidentally? You did try the wax apple that one time. You remember that? I remember you getting told off for trying. Shucks. But no, I don't know what I was eating. If it was any of those, the smell would give it away. So something from outside of the greenhouse, but then we're back to how it happened, right? You went out into the woods that day, nothing special happened, did it? You wandered off, but I'd say so. Mushroom foraging with you, then again with Roswell, then Orlando made dinner, and you needed a break outside during it after what you saw. Yeah, I trailed off before I could apologize, remembering something else that came up when we were talking with Orlando. After what you saw? They're retconning it into like Dave didn't go on the second part of the trip because he was traumatized by seeing something white in the woods? That's not what happened. He saw Jack, technically, but he didn't care. It didn't come up again. He's just like, man, I'm tuckered out. I'm gonna hang out. Like, well, I'm gonna go back out there with Roswell. It's
Yeah.
Unrelated thoughts. They're retconning it harshly in a revised story. There's also just no reason he'd be freaked out. It says, yeah, you need a break because of what you said. Yeah, bizarre. I trailed off before I could apologize, remembering something else that came up when we were talking with Orlando. Roswell, what was that conversation about anyway? What, you mean the one after you got back? Yeah, you seem so sure that Roswell couldn't have been it, but you never really went into details about what you two spoke about. For good reason, Dave. But wasn't it all good stuff? Dean sat back on the ground, messing with his hands before looking away. I lied. It wasn't all great, but most of it was. What was the part that wasn't? Sorry, but that's best coming from Roswell if you really want to know. But I still stand firm that he couldn't have been the one to do it. But why? Part of what we talked about was the whole Orlando pushing us together thing, right? He expressed that he was happy we were into each other enough to consider seeing if it would work. That sounds fine, but I don't get why that clears him. Because the promise he asked me to make him, that no matter what happens, that I'll look out for you. So in the face of that, I don't think it could be him. It wouldn't make sense, would it? No, I guess not. He's got a firm grip, though. Didn't think he'd have one when I offered to shake it to seal the promise. You shake hands when you make promises?
Dave, shut up. Dave just doesn't understand how to interact with people, so...
He doesn't know what anything is. It seems serious enough to do something. You've never shaken my hand before. Well, he was the one that offered. You'd think I'd remember something that only happened a couple weeks ago, less than that even. I guess it's not that important, but still, thanks for bringing it up and fixating on it. But still, outside of asking Roswell, there's not much else to go off of. Even then, after we came inside, everyone was already around for dinner, so who knows? I struggled to think back to what I'd seen. If there's anything important, the vision lingered back, just at the back of my mind, barely visible. You shook hands with Roswell. Yes. With your left or right hand. Is that important? Ian lifted his hands, miming a little before settling on one of them. Left hand? Pretty sure it was left hand anyway. My heart sank, and a chill went up my spine. It could have just been me misremembering, but something about it seemed off. Something that just didn't add up. So Roswell literally like, covered his hand in deadly spores, shook Dean's hand, and then pointed out the spores on the hand to Dave as a tutorial for the murder he did.
And then, but also...
Because Roswell kills your love interest in every route, so he's specifically targeting you to traumatize you and to make the vault happen. And in this case, he's specifically like, wow, Dave, that's crazy. He's got spores on his hand. This kind of spores. And then Dave, because the vault sucks, just doesn't remember that. And then the dumbass, stupid dickhead vault is like, death cap. The wrong mushroom. Why would it do that? Why does the vault just lie?
I still don't understand what the trauma actually helps with at this point, because the whole point of the trauma in like something like Zero Escape is that you have actionable information, and none of this was actionable. So like the whole point is to give you things that you can use to then avoid the pitfalls, but that's not what's happening. It's fine.
I'm gonna lose my mind. What's wrong? Nothing. Dean picked up that I was lying immediately, puffing out his cheeks as he looked torn on how to approach asking. I mean, Dave saying nothing about what's wrong is literally just him wasting people's time every time.
Exactly.
Come on, Dave. What's wrong, really? Before you tell me, no. Just hear me out, okay? All right. What if it was Roswell after all? Okay, what if it was Roswell? Just, I could be misremembering, but there was something on your hand, like, I don't know what it could be. Sugar, maybe. And sugar means Roswell?
So dumb.
Well, no, well, actually, yes, but not this time, or it might be, but just more the fact that it was on the hand he shook. So just as I understand this right, we're assuming Roswell, who made me a promise to look after you, shook my hand, put something on it, then at some point I died from it? I mean, the look Dean was giving me was a mix of worry and concern.
I'm just confused if they had this conversation this time, how did they avoid... Like, if all of the events happened exactly the same, how did he actually avoid death?
It's because, the specific thing that happened is that Dean, tries to feed Dave by hand a mushroom from the dish of all the stuff that was cooked by Orlando. And then when Orlando was like, don't fucking do that, use forks, you weirdo, Dean then eats it himself. So
Gotcha.
he eats with his hand. And that's why they emphasize you not using forks and stuff.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is,
and
what happened...
in the password version, we freak out during that scene.
Oh, gotcha.
And then we go outside, and he's like, whoa, I guess I never washed my hands.
That's what it was. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Are you sure you want to go down this road, Dave? He's your friend. But he could be the one who tried to kill you.
What you just described was an accident, though, Dave. Like, that is an accident anyone could make.
I'm so tired.
Like, it's like building a Rube Goldberg machine to kill someone when you don't need to. It's fine. It's whatever.
It's just, it's very, it's... I'm at least slightly satisfied that we know this is like damning with faint praise, and it's just, I mean, it's just damning in a fucking volcano of constant complaints, but fucking... This is a mystery that is technically being solved for the player.
Yeah.
And it's less stupid than Thanatos being a fucking Annoymatron under Tyson's
Yeah.
desk.
Yeah.
Oh, Tyson's being tormented by Thanatos. Oh, I'll just check. Oh, and then he just told me that's what he's doing. Tyson, don't be in that room. That's the level of mystery we dealt with for that garbage. Like, Werewolf was so garbage of a mystery. This is genuinely like, okay, so Roswell's killing everyone, right? In this route, Roswell coats his hand with a poison, shakes his hand with Dean, and then later Dean gets poisoned by that. And it was like showing up in the place and stuff. I'm like, okay, this all technically is him setting up a mystery.
He's creating a solution.
Yeah, like it was specifically a mystery that was written in a way that it can be solved using the magic of the vault and stuff like that, and it makes sense on some level. They did it as annoyingly as possible.
Well, the thing that I take issue with here, though, is that Dave is making this connection that Roswell must have been the one who poisoned him, and he's assigning blame to Roswell here as if this is something that was like intentional on Roswell's part. But there's not actually like any, like, this could be an accident. One, you could just shake someone's hand and then, oops, the spores got on him. But this doesn't actually change anything from the death route, like, because Dave could have just come to the conclusion that Dean must have touched a mushroom when I wasn't paying attention. When he was out of sight, he must have touched a mushroom. When no one was around, he must have gotten spores on him. That's just as likely to have happened.
Yeah.
So it's just a really weird solution to a problem because it relies again on an assumption of guilt, which we as players might know, but if this was someone's first route, it doesn't actually assign guilt in a concrete way. It just says Roswell might have gotten the spores on his hand, but the intent behind that doesn't make any sense. Anyway, let's just keep going.
But if something was on his hand, wouldn't he have died? You interrupted me during dinner, not him. Also means that he'd kept his cool for days after, too. Plus, if it was just death cap spores, he would have died after the 6 days, too, right? But what if it wasn't death cap spores? Blah. I'm just saying that if you go accusing him, what proof do you have that it isn't just going to upset him if you're wrong? What? Of course it would upset him, regardless.
It would upset him if you were right, too.
Yeah, I don't... But... Dean held a hand briefly before settling it gently on my shoulder. If Roswell planned to do it, and that's a big if, I can't think of any reason why he'd do the things leading up to it. If you wanted to go accusing him of something that he didn't end up doing, well, even if he planned it, think about how the others would think too. They might brush it off as you being paranoid or any number of things really, but do you think we can afford the extra stress with everything else going on? Dean, I just don't like the idea of someone tried to kill you. I don't like it either, but we can't go around accusing people for things that didn't happen, can we? There's been plenty of time for him to try again, and you haven't come to me saying that I'm in danger, have you? No, I guess not. I got up from my seat and looked out the greenhouse towards the mansion. I fiddled with my hands as Dean came up behind me and hugged me, hooking his arms under mine. For what it's worth, I appreciate you being so worried about me, though. It's fine, really. Maybe I'm still just spooked something could happen to you. Any of you, really. I like
the conclusion of Dave solving this mystery to the player is that Dave just gets dismissed again and they drop it immediately.
So what happens now? Did you want to talk more about this some more? Did you want to go ask Roswell? I struggled with the decision, not sure if what I wanted to do, given the doubt of me being right or wrong.
Yep.
No, at least not just yet. I just don't know who else it could be, but I also don't want to go doubting a friend.
Yep, so we made a conclusion and did nothing about it.
That we have to write that confrontation. And that would be a pain. So we'll just not do that. Whew. If we discover anything else, we can always come back to it. I nodded slowly, breaking free of Dean's hug to turn around and give him one of my own. His arms wrapped around me again, with one of his hands reaching up to stroke the back of my head. There's still the password thing to solve, too. Right, you never did get around to telling me what's going on with that. Tyson. It's Tyson. He's going to die? From what? No, he's the one who, he kills someone? You're sure? I don't want to believe it, but that's what was left of But what was left of Orlando was enough. He looked crazy, maybe? Given how he was behaving this morning, I suppose I could see it. But you're sure he did the killing? He was covered in blood, so pretty certain. That didn't give us a lot of options. We can't go asking him about it either. Because he hasn't done it yet? Can you imagine how that conversation might go? I don't think given his current mood, he'd like being accused of murder, not only with no evidence, but just because you saw him maybe do it in the future. Well, now I feel like I'm crazy. I didn't mean it like that, I just mean that if you're going to approach it, maybe there's a way to do it without confronting him? What do you suggest? This is clearly important to you, so other stuff can wait. Do you have any clues that can give us a starting place? Maybe? I stepped back from Dean, frowning. Things Thanatos had said yesterday. Things Tyson had said yesterday. I had two clues to go off so far. The full moon and his headaches. Ty said yesterday that he was getting headaches, really bad ones, typically in the morning. That's not good, alright. I don't care about you resolving Tyson's. We already know what it is. Find out what the next full moon is.
Yeah, we've had versions of this conversation in other routes anyway, so.
Because it's now time to do that part of the storyline. And who cares? He frowned quickly, tapping his foot.
Speaking of, didn't need to hear any of what you and that bear got up to.
I felt myself blush under my fur, unaware that someone was listening.
It was just me listening in, though. Wasn't going to broadcast that and give myself away when questions started to be asked.
I made my way downstairs and was about to head into the dining room before almost running into Dean on his way out. Oh. Sorry, I was just coming back. Just as well. I was about to come looking for you. Did the search go well? I think it went well. I've made promise.
Progress. His brain is melting.
Yeah. I also have someone messaging me every now and then. I'm just like, there's no fucking other people talking in this fucking video game. I'm doing every line. So I'm just a sustained 2.5 hours of focus where it's all me. It went well, I think. I made progress. God damn it. Dean scratched his neck, nodding slowly. I don't know how much is going to help in the long run, but I managed to run into Haas, and he knew when the next full moon was. That's good, right? Hopefully. But what now? Well, I know I could go for another coffee, so how about I brew us some and we can go sit down in one of the rooms over there and have a chat.
Great idea, Dean. Let's take a break to make coffee.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that.
Sure. I promise I won't be long. I went on ahead, splitting off from Dean and making myself comfortable. The room itself was like many of the others that lined the first floor. Maybe all repurposed into the same thing for convenience, it was hard to say. The lack of curiosity and lack of knowledge about anything about this building they've stayed in for 3 weeks, but also like,
Yeah.
there's a bunch of these on the first floor, and they're all just repurposing this. It's like one room repeating or something. What are you talking about? What? What was apparent though was that the room felt lonely, or otherwise neglected, as if it just didn't have use anymore. Between Osmond and Benson, though, that wasn't enough to make use of the space. Why, this is phrased so strangely. Not that they seemed to mind, but it seemed a bit wasteful. Why are you thinking about that? How would you even know if they mind or not? You're just like, what do any of these sentences mean from Dave's perspective? That entire description of this room was insane. Sorry for the wait. Handing me the mug carefully, he dropped down next to me, almost spilling his own, but recovering as he settled into the chair. So, how'd your search go? It went alright. I went up to Tyson's room and turned out that there was like a... I struggled to find a way, the best way to explain it. Taking a sip of my coffee brought me enough time to think of a somewhat convincing lie. There wasn't anything wrong with this bed, really, just something under it that was setting off this noise but it was making my head hurt. There's something like that under his bed. How'd it get there? Well, dropping my gaze quickly, I grimaced, hoping Ty would forgive me for telling on him. Ty's been stealing things from around the house, it looks like, so probably something he picked up from somewhere. His room was a mess, so chances are it just rolled under the bed. I hope Ty will forgive me for telling on him in a way where I'm lying about the cause of his death and throwing him under the bus anyway with my lie. It's not even how it happened. I scratched my cheek, wondering if that was convincing enough, and checked to see Dean's reaction. Huh. What? Normally I'd have some choice words to say about stealing, but I think maybe this once he suffered enough. It'd be worth asking him directly, though, after we're in the clear. Right, we can't have him stealing things, not that I blame him. It's rough back home, but still. Might not need all that stuff if we can come away from this vacation with that money that was offered. I'll remind you that they established that Tyson has a job.
Yeah.
He has a job. Dean, we can't just take that, can we? I'm just saying that maybe that's an option we can look at later. Something that doesn't get him accused of something bad on top of everything else that was going on when we escape. I guess. What about your investigation, though? I thought I'd solved the reason Ty goes nuts, but unless we know how long I need to keep that checked off, it's not very useful to us. Tomorrow night, actually. I nodded slowly, drinking again. So, just getting him through tonight and tomorrow night, and we're in the clear. Should be easy enough. This feels like something we should tell the others. I'd rather not, but I have a reason. Oh yeah? Just between the two of us, I think we have it solved, but if we go telling the others, then they'll know. Yeah, that's what that is.
That's what telling them means, correct?
Isn't that kind of the point? No, I mean, think back to when we said what we said in the greenhouse. Someone wanted you dead. Maybe that same person wanted Orlando dead and was just using Tyson to do it. So it's like when you were worried about Benson all over again, about the killer getting away because now everyone knew what was going to happen. I guess sort of like that, yeah. Well, I'd like to have a group talk about it after we're clear. It's better we're all on the same page, and chances are by then the person behind it would already know their plan failed. Right. Dean and I just sat there quietly for a bit, drinking our coffee, before he broke the silence. So, what do you want to talk about? This might be coming out of nowhere, but... What was your ex-boyfriend like? The only topic of conversation we ever had.
Oh my god.
Dean almost choked on his coffee, coughing and sputtering as he tried setting down his mug. Sorry, we don't have to talk about that if you don't want. No, just... That really did catch me off guard. What did you want to know about him? What was he like? That's what I said. Well, it's been a few years since we last saw each other, so I can only really tell you what it was like when we were, dating? I suppose it was like that. Was he like me? Dean looked me over, thinking hard. Shorter by a fair bit. Wasn't a hyena either. He was shorter than the shortest character in the game. I guess Roz was the shortest character. What about not physical things? Let's see, he was stubborn. Really stubborn, but he took charge, and that was kind of nice. I could just take it easy, and he'd sort things out. Sounds sort of like Tyson. Oh no, maybe I'm phrasing it wrong. It was more a front, maybe? He was a kind soul at heart, but was just very selective on who he dropped his shields around. So what made him drop them around you? Honestly, I don't really know. Maybe he just latched onto me because I was bigger. Maybe it was something else, but I'm glad he did. So he's like Tyson? Rami wasn't like Tyson. At least I don't think so. Also, like, fucking... He just said, no, maybe I'm phrasing it wrong. He's not like Tyson, and they just looped back to it anyway.
The other thing is just like, the thing that's weird about this is it's just like an author writing about themselves.
Yeah.
It's like a little odd. Again, if...
Or their persona or whatever, but like,
yeah. If Grizz wanted Rami to be a character in this, why aren't they just a character?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That would actually create interesting conflict in this narrative.
I just noticed something that's kind of unnerving about this background.
Mm-hmm.
They're obviously like they're fucking like property
Stock
photos
photos
and stuff like that. But
yeah.
I've always
Taken off Zillow.
I've always looked at the left door.
Yeah.
I'm only just now noticing the right door.
Yeah.
Which makes this a really unnerving photo where it's like it goes from being like a little side room you step into and that's the door you came out of and you sit down on this desk, you sit down on this couch and whatever. It's like there's a whole second door. Like this is like a network of rooms and like
I think
in particular this camera angle gives us this doorway that points into another doorway over there and you just see all that distance down there and like it's just so unnerving of a space because of that. Like you're in this weird, it's like you're in a repeating vector fucking.
This is a corner. This is a corner room that has French doors on both walls.
Yeah.
So it's just the second door, and each of these is split off. If you were to walk, this is like a mansion. This is like a picture of a mansion. So the room on the left, the photos are like, the property photos will do this. They'll like color in the doors so you can't see out of the rooms. Depending, it's like a thing that happens sometimes. So chances are the room that we're looking at on the left here is open to a foyer and there's probably like a staircase or like it's like a big central hallway, and the one on the right probably leads to like a dining room of some kind. Yeah. I used to work in real estate, so
space.
I've seen like a million houses that look like this.
The infinite toaster skills.
I wouldn't say it's skills. Because I worked doing like legal compliance work, which was really boring. It's like something anyone can do. Like I wasn't like a lawyer. I just like signed people up for things and made sure that people followed rules. Like that's all it was. It was just like a job I had out of college. So
how are we similar then? Similar, let me think. Well, he wasn't a hyena, wasn't my height. He sounds like Tyson. Maybe you should take Tyson. He keeps saying he's not like Tyson, Dave. I'll pass, thank you very much. I snickered, setting down my coffee before I spilt it. Come on, I'm just looking for what things we have in common, like, why me? Well, physically the similarities aren't that much. It's mostly just the teeth and the eyes. What a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
Without realizing it, I was rubbing my teeth, trying to puzzle it out. What a weird thing to say also, or think, or do in front of somebody, rubbing your teeth. That's really the only thing caught my eye, as silly as it is. I think it's a cute look, but what really got me was that look in your eye that told me that you were someone sensitive deep down. Well, I am, except also not so deep down, too. Yeah, I get that. But at the same time, you were kind of there, if that makes sense. What I saw was something closer to, like, the you inside. I wanted to get to know that person better. You know that normal people don't go around asking people out on dates out of the blue, right? Going by Stephanie's stories, they do. I think I have reason to believe that people do, in fact, just ask people out that they're interested in, even if they just met them there at like a store or something. It can go. It's like it doesn't usually work. But I know. So, are you doing anything tonight? Random woman at the store that I made small talk with for 30 seconds. People do that. People definitely try. So sorry, Dave. You don't go outside. Well, it worked. We're here now, aren't we? I guess that's true. Oh, right. Before I forget. Tomorrow night, I need you for a thing. What kind of thing? A good thing. You'll like it. Is this the thing you mentioned yesterday? Maybe. What about stopping Tyson? We gotta juggle multiple things in this modular storytelling style, right? Dave, it's unfixable at this point. I promise it won't take all night. I don't know, Dean. Trust me. He reached out and took my hands in his, flashing that smile at me. Well, if you say it's a good thing, sure. Dean settled back, pleased with the answer, and took up his coffee again. And that's it? Until tomorrow, yep. Don't need to worry about anything else aside from spending the rest of the day waiting for dinner. We chatted some more about random things with the next round of coffee made by me. Then we went back out to the greenhouse for a bit, just so Dean could check on a few things before we headed inside for the day to take it easy some more. They always say that they just chatted for a while, but there's no, like, you never actually get to see these characters chat about something to characterize them. Because they just talk about their 3 problems on an infinite loop and they don't progress. It's like, I don't know, maybe that characterization might have been nice to have at some point. Might tell us something about them. Without thinking, I just went right to Dean's room, stripping down to my underwear and opening the door to the bathroom. Oh! I walked right into Dean, the smell of soap lingering on his fur. A hand reached out and grabbed me to stop me from falling backwards onto the floor, and once stable, he brushed me off. Only in text format stories do people magically run into each other all the time.
Yeah.
Like, it's the type of thing that you, like...
The thing here is, imagine what it is like to open a door.
Yeah. The thing that always
because that
happens,
means there's like there's an amount of space required to do that, and an amount of time required to do that. But in a story, characters don't think about space, so they don't.
Yes.
They can just run into someone magically while opening a door, non-Euclidean space.
Yeah, it's like because we're asked not to imagine what they see because we can't see things, so it's like they just make actions happen that are insane. But like, if you tried to like film this in some kind of adaptation, it'd be like, what? You can't just walk into people randomly all the time for no reason. Like, people see their surroundings and stuff. The normal interaction is the type of interaction that happens like every day. It's just say, oh, 2 people tried to open the same door from opposite sides, and so like one person opens the door and the other person goes, there's the door open in front of them when they thought they were about to open it. That's it. That's the whole interaction. You don't run into each other somehow. A hand reached out and grabbed me to stop me falling backwards onto the floor, and once stable, he brushed me off. Oh, well, this is a surprise. You weren't planning on joining me in the shower, were you? Oh, not exactly, no. Probably for the best anyway. All that work in the greenhouse made me feel kind of gross, and being able to wash at my own pace is nice. You don't need to over-explain literally every action you ever take all the time. There's no one talks like this, ever. He looked me up and down before gesturing back to the bathroom with his thumb. You're welcome to grab a shower, though. I'm sure you'll explain everything once you're out. Oh, there's not much to explain, really. Tyson's gonna borrow my room, and I just assumed that you could share my bed? Well, yeah, that's fine, right? All things considered. Bizarrely, they haven't shared a bed for like 4 or 5 days now. I would know because we just fast forward through the day-night transition every time, so we never actually have to do the Dean-specific dialogue anymore. Even if you didn't have that excuse, I'd be alright with it. Go on, go get clean. Wasting no time, I jumped into the shower, starting to scrub. Dean's shampoo was still here, and I took some for myself, assuming that too was fine. The smell of honey hit my nose, that sweet scent lingering as I rinsed off after thoroughly lathering up. Midway through, I heard Dean enter the bathroom again, and I froze in place. Dean? Everything okay? Just doing my teeth. Already let the others know that you've resurfaced as well. No one seemed to know you were back from your search. Oh, yeah, I guess I just forgot. I don't know what the search was. You should be more careful than that. He chuckled, and I could hear some through scrubbing going on. I continued washing, rinsing myself off as Dean left the bathroom, having finished brushing his teeth. Who's scrubbing, yours or his? I don't think using a soap bar on yourself is very audible. It's just the sound of a shower. That's the sound that you're hearing through. Oop. Stepping out of the bathroom in my towel, I flicked off the light before stepping into my underwear. Feeling better? I feel clean at least. Better, well, will just depend on how things turn out tomorrow. You have every right to be worried, but it should sort itself out now, right? Yeah, I guess so. Yawning, I wandered over to the bed where Dean was sitting and dropped down next to him. He placed an arm around my back and held me close. My head found that small crook in his shoulder and I nestled in, yawning again. You're that tired. I guess today just took a lot out of me. More than it should have anyway. Well, come on then. Let's get you comfy and we can get some resting in. I want to be up a little early if I can get things organized, but you're welcome to stay in bed. It didn't take much for Dean to shift us around in bed and lay me back. The moment my head hit the pillow, my body felt like lead and I basked in the comfort and warmth Dean provided. He lay next to me, still on his phone for a little bit doing something, but I rolled over to cuddle in all the same. Hooking an arm around me, I used his chest as a pillow and fell asleep to the sound of his steadily beating heart. And whoop. I woke with a start, bundled up in a mass of brown fur. I was flat on my back with Dean's arm over me like a fuzzy blanket. He had me covered, only adding to that protected feeling that was carrying over from the night before, and I lay there watching him slowly mumble in his sleep. There were just noises, although he seemed to be having a conversation in his sleep from how often he moved his mouth. Dean? As I called to him, he frowned, as if pained slightly, and slowly opened his eyes to look at me dazed. Huh? Morning. Good morning, handsome. He cuddled me in close briefly before shuffling over to kiss me on the cheek, settling back with a sigh. You sound tired still. Only a bit. The yawn that followed betrayed him, and he rubbed his eyes. What about you? I think I'm tired, but not wanting to sleep anymore? Bad dreams. Something like that. Did you want to talk about it? No, it's alright. Or, I guess I'll talk about that later at some point. You're sure? Yeah. Again, he yawned, almost settling back down on his pillow. It's still early. You can go back to sleep if you want. He flashed me a smile and closed his eyes, about to say something, but whatever it was, soon became a quiet snore. This instant go back to sleep power these people have. I shoveled out from under his arm and got dressed, shooting him a smile as he started to shift around looking for something to cuddle in my absence. Shifting the pillow I was laying on into his reach, he cuddled it into his chest while I made my way out of the room. He pulled an Indiana Jones switcheroo. But if that was happening later, what could fill out the rest of the day? Maybe ask Orlando? He'd know what to do about meeting up for a date, surely. Although thinking about Orlando hadn't ever really talked about dating anyone, or what it was like to go on a date. Maybe he was just as clueless as I was, but it was still worth checking, right? You don't know your friends. Like, how do you not know? What the fuck? Come on, man. Or maybe I should just ask Dean himself, but that seemed kind of silly to make a thing of it in the evening if we were going to spend all day together anyway. Giving up, I slumped against the railing on the front deck and looked out over the lawn. Goodbye, Benson. You don't exist in this timeline. Dean set his cup aside and wandered closer, leaning forward to press his nose against my head as his hands found themselves on my waist. You had me a little worried this morning when you weren't in bed with me. Sorry, just wanted to go for a walk after you went back to sleep. I guess I needed it. I slept pretty well. Would you have liked me to come back to bed? Well, now I'm not so sure. Everything okay? I think so. I just had stuff on my mind is all, the usual. If that changes, you let me know, alright? Even if you want to talk about some of this stuff, I'm here to listen if you need me. I nodded slowly and set my mug aside so I could just hug him around the middle. I will. Mind if I hang out here while you make breakfast? None of the others seem up yet. Oh, sure, no worries. Oh my god, look at it go. Day 19. Stepping out into the fresh air, I started my trek over the greenhouse, my mind wandering. I was so distracted I didn't see where I was going and ran into a massive yellow. How? Stop it. Stop running into all your friends. How do you run into somebody in an open field?
He's so big and can't climb over some rocks. He's so huge and unavoidable.
It's just like
that I ran into him.
Like he didn't even go through a doorway. He's like on his way to the greenhouse. He's just in an open area and both of them walked directly into each other somehow. They don't even use their phones in this setting. No one uses their cell phone, which is like the only excuse that actually leads to people from walking into things sometimes. Like, these people are distinctly not Gen Z. Orlando. Just as I'd recognized him, he had his hands on my shoulders. Sorry, Dave, you're spending the day with me. But I was looking for... I know who you're looking for, and you'll see him later. He's busy right now. Doing what? Important bear business. Business you can't know about until later, but I promise it's harmless. Oh. I looked past him to the greenhouse, pouting. Okay, well, what'd you want to do? Honestly, I need to get something sorted out in the kitchen for later, but after that I just wanted to play some games with my best friend. They should really get a third friend involved in this scheme to distract Dave, because Orlando needs to fucking be in the kitchen. How is he gonna spend all day with him? Before I get another word in, he held me by the hand and marched me back inside, then through the foyer into the dining room and finally into the kitchen. Are we cooking something? Just me. I have something particular I need to get going for tonight. But what is it? Lemon curd. Ew. I'm getting the impression you don't know what that is. Sure I do. It's what cows eat, right? What? Oh, you're thinking of cud. Oh. Then what's curd? Like curdled milk, but with lemons? No, it's, I shouldn't have called it that. Just think of it as lemon butter. Oh, I like those things. Lemon and butter individually. Okay. My first instinct isn't to think that they'd be good as a combo. I swear, you and Dean are a great match. So I should just wait? Please. It won't take me long to put it together, and it's probably the most important thing needed for tonight. He went about grabbing bits and pieces before settling into cooking what it was in a pot on the stove. I recognized lemons, butter, and something else with them. It looked like a cross between an orange and a lemon at the same time. I went to ask, and Orlando just continued working, holding up a finger to his mouth as if telling me it was a secret. Honestly, it wasn't all that long before he was done and was pouring what he'd made into a container. Just need to let it cool and be good to play games. So what do we do in the meantime? Well, for starters, I want to ask you something about Dean. Shoot, what do you want to know? You're happy with him, right? I don't understand the question, like, as a friend? Dave, I'm gonna shoot you into space. No, as a boyfriend. But we're not there yet, are we? Ah! You tell me. You've been dating him for a while now, right? That's complicated. Complicated how? Well, he was knuckle deep into me 11 days ago, and then we proceeded to not really even interact for most of the game. So it's been rocky. Dean took me on a picnic a little while back. It's all he ever thinks about. It's all he ever thinks about. Dean took me on a picnic a little while back, maybe a week ago. We talked about this sort of stuff and what exactly we were. And what are you? I don't know. He said he wanted to do the fancy dinner thing first, and then we'd be dating. Is that how that works? He said that dating is the getting to know someone first. Boyfriends are when you're past that step, I guess. He did not say that. You can't just say he said that retroactively and just retcon the dialogue in. He never actually explained what the fuck the boundaries are and what the fuck any of this means or what these terms mean to him. And you're just saying he said that in a conversation 10 minutes later in a revised script. So tonight is the deciding point. I suppose so, huh? No pressure then. But I suppose you've been getting to know each other a bit over the past, God, how long has this even been? I think the phrase you're looking for is long enough, but yeah, we're both kind of, stupid. I gestured with my hands and Orlando nodded slowly, thinking it over. Well, I hope that after tonight you get past that step, you know, into the colon. I hope so too. I hope so too. Honestly, like, it's nice getting to this point, feeling official and all that. How has this been nice? How has this even been progressing in any meaningful way in the last 10 days? And I'm glad. You deserve something nice amidst all this. You two will make a nice couple for sure. No pressure, huh? Orlando shook his head, chuckling. No pressure, you've basically been doing all this before anyway. This is just more official? And then we'll be boyfriends? Hopefully. Why are you asking me? You just told me the rules about your own relationship to me. I don't know what the fuck's happening. I just fuck people. We went back to his curd and stored it in the refrigerator and gestured that I should follow him out of the kitchen. I followed him to the rec room and he went about setting up a game on the big screen, standing awkwardly near the door. I just watched and waited for any sort of cue as to what I should be doing. Come on, Dave. Let's get some gaming in before your bear steals you away for the night. What do you want to play? How about we start with some co-op and then move into something more competitive? Oh no, but I suck at those kinds of games. Both genres of non-single player game? All of them? Just all of the games? What do you mean? I haven't even said what it was we're playing. Does it matter? You're better at games than I am. I suppose that's fair enough. Guess we'll just stick to games where we can team up for now. We both fell into a beanbag as if we were gaming at home, thinking back to the times where Orlando would come over and bring his consoles with him when I didn't go over to his. It happened a lot more than me going over to his place, and I suppose I know why now, given his family.
still, it was one of those things where this felt familiar. It felt like home.
Was this a CG that came up in any route other than the Orlando route?
This might have been in all of them. I don't know.
I don't remember this being in all of them. I was curious just from like a structure perspective. It would be interesting that the only time we see this, if it's just in the Orlando and Tyson route, because I don't think that this was in the Roswell route, was it?
I don't know.
I don't think it was.
Because if it plays out the same as it does another scene, then we skip past it.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know if this happened in Sal's route because that was a million years ago.
That's true. I feel like I've seen this before, but
yeah, I'm just saying like if Sal's route had a generic version of the scene, then it would be fast forwarded through in every subsequent route, and then we just wouldn't really remember how much it came up. Kind of like how I thought like, oh wow, it's that one Roswell CG. I can't believe it finally showed up. This is the one that doomed me. And then I remember like, oh, I think that technically happens on like day 6 in every route or something.
Yeah.
But we've been skipping that every time because it just repeats.
That's true.
So what's first? You like cooking? What do you mean? You know, the one where each of us control a different hand and try to complete orders. That sounds like a nightmare. Also, that doesn't sound like it'd really work all that well. What about the one with the portals? The science one? Last time we tried that, I felt dumb, and you got frustrated that we were stuck in the same puzzle for an hour. I admitted that was my fault. We shouldn't have gotten the mods and stuck to the base game. What about some sort of adventure game? Like the one with the guns? Don't you guys play console games? How'd you get mods?
Mods exist for Skyrim on console and stuff like that now.
Yeah, I don't know if Steam Workshop portal maps exist on console.
I don't know if they do for Portal, but
because I don't think it was even
whatever fantasy version of these games.
Mods. I think it was just the co-op chambers you can download from online.
It was just co-op chambers and then the hard mode chambers, I think. But I mean, again, they're playing like a fantasy version of this game, so they're just hand-waving stuff. But
you probably know more about this stuff. Is there any reason not to just fucking say what you're talking about?
No.
I don't think there is.
The only reason this happens, the only times this happens, at least in the US, is sometimes brands will get mad if you are talking poorly about or using their brand in a very specific way. The big reason why people use fake brands in movies is because they don't want to give free advertising to things.
Yeah.
So like the idea is like, well, if you're not going to pay me for product placement, then I'm not going to use your product in the thing. And it's seen as like a competitive advertising thing. For the most part, like, you can say brand names in fiction. It's not
because I always notice that like South Park just does it, and I don't think it's because it's satire. I think it's because there's nothing actually stopping you from doing that. And like when I read a Lindsay Ellis book, and it's like, the whole point is that it's set in the Bush era and stuff like that, and it's like a period piece Transformers fic thing. She just says things throughout the book, and I don't think she had to get the rights to them.
It's generally considered fair use.
Get the rights to say Green Day.
Yeah, it's generally considered fair use, and you can't get in trouble for it.
Yeah, I had multiple people, because in my visual novel, I name drop things, and people were immediately like, "What are you doing?" Oh, and I'm like, "What? No, this is a rule you guys made up."
Yeah,
like when YouTubers convince themselves they can't tell each other how much they're making. It's like, you can just say that. No one's stopping you.
What becomes an issue is when you use a trademark or a copyrighted term in a way that can be explicitly considered like slanderous to the brand. So for example, if it was like, yeah, man, like this person got so fucked up on Pepsi. They had a crazy sugar high from drinking Pepsi. Look at this. It's an important plot element. Like that can be considered slanderous or whatever, libelous, because one, that's not what drinking soda really does to anyone. And two, like it is specifically calling attention to a brand and using it in a way that is like not conducive to the brand. But if you're having a story and your character's like, yeah, I like Pepsi. Like that's not you can't get in trouble for that. That is just a thing that your character can do. It's a thing that people make up, and then they misunderstand why certain things do it. Now, this does get litigious and complicated because we live in a corporate capitalist hellscape where it's like, why do all villains in movies use Android phones and only good guys can use iPhones? That's because Apple specifically pays to have good guys use iPhones and like doesn't want their products to be considered or aligned with bad people, and they can like get that caught up in court. But it's not because it's actually illegal, it's just they are annoying. But it's generally totally okay to use brand names or even names of things in fiction. So like, for example, them saying like, oh yeah, it's that anime with the ghosts. They're not ghosts, they're stands. Like, it's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. You can just say JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It's not a problem. You're not going to get in trouble for that.
Because talking around it is just so exhausting. Like, it's just, it makes the writing super clunky and then just actively annoying. And like, you could also just be like, you could name drop the thing and then somebody was like, isn't that the thing with the stuff? Because if you feel like you need to like on-ramp anyone who doesn't know what the thing is and so on, but like, it's just like, it feels so awkward because like real life people just name drop things. Yeah, that's normal. And so when everyone, it makes you really conscious of how everyone is being written to be a character in a story that is afraid of naming things because they start talking really weird all of a sudden.
Yeah.
It's just really distracting.
Well, like, part of the thing, too, is that a lot of people here, like, using furry visual novels as, like, an example of this. You see this a lot in furry visual novels because a lot of furry visual novel writers are, again, I don't necessarily mean this in a dismissive way, but, like, 95% of the media that they consume is Japanese media. And Japanese copyright law is very different than Western copyright law. And so the things that you see in anime where it's like, we're going to whack Donald's instead of McDonald's and stuff like that, like, that exists because in Japan, if you create a work and you use a brand name, like, they have far more stringent copyright. Like, they don't have fair use. Like, that's just not a thing in Japan. So, like, they're not protected in the way that we are in the West. But they think, because they just have this worldview that's like that's the entirety of fiction that they've been exposed to and that they're drawing from, they think it's something that everyone needs to do, when in reality it's not something that everyone needs to do.
No. And then just no one checks.
Yep.
And all their buttholes clench when they see me say Best Buy in a video game.
Yeah.
What about some sort of adventure game? Like the one with the guns? Guns? You don't mean the side-scroller with the knights. What? The one that has Alien Hominid in it? The fucking Xbox Live Arcade game, I guess? With the four knights? The Newgrounds creators
Castle
game.
Crashers?
Castle Crashers, there we go.
I assumed he was talking about something else interesting.
Just had side scrolls with knights, so I was like, yeah. Oh, if they have that, I'd play that. The one with the rainbow unicorn and the balls that bounce around?
Peggle.
Peggle?
That's what he's talking about, Peggle, yeah.
That has knights?
No, Dave changed the subject.
He's stupid.
He said, ooh, if they have the one with the unicorn. Yeah.
That one isn't even multiplayer, Dave. It isn't? Peggle's multiplayer.
Yeah, I think it has pass back and forth multiplayer.
Yeah, it has arcade mode multiplayer where you take turns at the same level essentially, and that's still competitive. You see how well each other are doing against each other.
Do you want to know something weird?
What?
I fucking love Peggle. I played a lot of Peggle for a very long time. Just like it was like a board game that I would, not board game, BOARD, but like game I would play when I was bored.
Yeah. It's a decent time. People have waxed philosophical so much about how emotional the moment is every time you finish a level and that fucking song kicks in.
Yeah.
I need to remember to get Ballard on my iPad for the flight so I don't suffer.
Do it right now. You won't.
We're doing this.
With the power of pausing your recording.
No.
Orlando booted up one that looked familiar, and we were running around the screen in no time as brightly colored knights, Castle Crashers. So tell me, Dave, are you gonna miss us doing this when they were spending all your time with Dean from now on?
Dating someone means you have no other friends ever.
Yep, you stop having friends. Well, I imagine if you want to spend all your time with a loving boyfriend who knows what when it's all official. Like what? I don't know, probably sex, like all the time. I don't believe that Orlando's ever been in a relationship either. I think he's lying. When he said it, my controller slipped out of my grip and I promptly died to an oncoming boulder. How do you drop a controller? Not even the first time you guys talked about sex with Dean. Or gardening, something outside maybe. But sex all the time? What, like the idea? You think he would though? Want that? Don't you? I think Dean might have you beat as far as libido, but, well, what? He's not the most insatiable person I've known at least, so you'll probably be fine. I've got lube and stuff if you need it after tonight. Why do I get the impression you want this to happen more than I do? I'm just excited for you. Everything that comes with a loving boyfriend, and sometimes that includes, you know... Why are you speaking euphemistically about a thing you said several times already? When we completed the level, I sat my controller down thinking about it. What's it like having a boyfriend? What makes you think I know? What? Just how you talk about it, I guess. I assume that you've had someone be interested by now. I've had some people interested, sure. Like who? Fairly certain
your mom
that green-horned ram from Anime Club liked me at some point. It's always a little skittish around me.
I thought this was the whole anime club.
I think there was more. It was a club. It's just, this is like the friends that we care about from it, I guess. Like, are we trying to say that Orlando's never been in a relationship? I thought he was explicitly in a relationship.
Yeah.
Like, multiple. Oh, really? That's what that meant? Honestly, I didn't think so at first and just assumed he was shy, but the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. And you two never, you know? Oh no, he never said anything. He shrugged, shaking his head. Besides, I had my eyes on someone else, not that he ever noticed. Who? He ruffled the fur atop my head, laughing. God, you're dumb sometimes, Dave. Sorry. Honestly, it's fine. I think it's better this way. Dave doesn't even register that he's talking about him.
Yeah.
Really? You sure? Look, all I ask is that you end up happy, Dave. Maybe also give me the finer details on anything interesting that happens between you and Dean. Him wanting to know, him asking 75 times about us fucking Dean, and the details about it is made weirder by the fact that he has a crush on us.
Yeah, I have a crush on you, so I wanna crank it to the fantasy of you and Dean.
I want graphic imagery of you specifically having sex for no particular reason. What? Maybe we'll see if I'm comfortable talking about all the fine details after it happens, right? I'll take the maybe. I'll crank it to that. Is there anything else you wanted to ask? Just if you're ready to get beaten at game, maybe be my
Bears do absolutely nothing for me, but I want the fine details of your sexual encounter with a bear.
He's just this casually open about it because he's like, Dave will never figure out what I'm talking about. He's too stupid to understand anything. Might be my last time to flex my superior game skills over you. Once you're in a relationship, you're functionally dead and can never play video games ever again, and you'll never see your friends again. I don't understand how they talk about religion. Orlando sounds like a virgin in this timeline.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make sense, given his entire route. What? Oh, come on, you don't need to do that, Orlando. Need? No. Want? Well. Okay, fine, a couple of games, but at least I get to pick which one I'm gonna get beaten in, alright? Suits me fine. Which are you picking? The go-kart one. I want to play that one. You sure? You just liked it when we played that one against one another. Well, maybe I've gotten better, you never know. Then, how about we bet on it? A bet? Why? Just a bit of fun. Not interested? Depends on what we wanted to bet.
How about if I win, I get one kiss before Dean gets dibs on them all?
But what a weirdo.
He's so fucking creepy. Orlando weirdly didn't have that much character assassination in his own route because he just was what he was on the tin, but now he's getting character assassinated in Dean's route, which I guess I should have expected, honestly. But what if I win? I don't think there's anything I really want. How about if you win, I'll teach Dean to make all the nice sweets and stuff you like. So that way you can have them all anytime you like. I'm gonna withhold that otherwise for some reason. Me, the guy that likes cooking and wants you to be happy.
I'm gonna teach Dean how to do this thing that takes multiple years to learn, but...
Otherwise, I get a kiss. He just knows he's gonna win, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be kind of nice, yeah. Great. Then we'll do, say, best of 7? So I just need to win 4 and then get as many treats as I want? I mean, Dean's not a slave. After I teach them to Dean, and after he makes them, I suppose so. It's been a while since I'd been treated to what was functionally an all-you-can-eat buffet of Orlando's desserts, and for a brief moment, all reason went out the window. And by a while, I mean 18 days. First day of this fucking story is when he brought out all the desserts. And he also might have done it since then, but I don't remember those meals. Deal. Now, don't go complaining when you lose. We booted up the first race, and it wasn't even a contest, Orlando having gone around the lap and passing me somewhere around lap 2. The second race wasn't that much better, though he threatened to pass me, he never did. Lingering just behind me felt stressful, though, and I went into race 3 very uncertain. Wait. It's just phrased weirdly where he says Orlando never passed him in the second race, which makes it sound like he won the second race.
Yeah.
But in the first race, he lapped him.
Mm-hmm.
So Orlando lapped him in the first race, and the second race, he's like, didn't go much better, even though I won, compared to getting literally lapped. That's a lot better. But unless they mean he literally did an entire loop, and then he threatened to pass him and loop him, and that's what he was lingering behind him at passing him a second time, which, why would that be stressful? He already beat you by an entire lap. Whether or not he passes you again, like, who cares? Not looking too good, huh, Dave? So yeah, I guess he did lose both races, so that just was a weird description.
Yeah.
Also, if you're that bad at Mario Kart, you're not even gonna notice that he's right behind you, almost about to lap you the whole time. Like, you don't have that level of awareness of your surroundings. No, not really. How about I play one-handed for the next one? See if that's any easier. He wiggled the fingers in one hand and put it behind his back, showing me that he only had one of them on the controller. I think I'll feel worse if you win like this, honestly. Well, you better win then. Sure enough, it was close, but I pulled ahead and crossed the finish line first. The second time with Orlando's handicap, it was no contest, him having fumbled on the controller more than once given the size of his hands against the controller. Uh-oh. Another race and I'd win 3 in a row. One more and I was home free. One more and I'll be home free is a weird thing to say when you're already adding 1 for the other hypothetical, because you still only won 2 races out of 4.
Yeah.
But that's when Orlando started to use his other hand again, winning the 6th race and putting us tied. What?
This is not riveting.
But it's also wrong. Oh, another race and I'd won 3 in a row. Oh, so they just skipped a whole race. Got it. It's another tied. What's the last course going to be, Dave? You pick. The rainbow one. I want the rainbow one. You asked for the hardest course against the person that is better than the game than you. As we set off, a lump in my throat as I desperately tried to catch up. Oh, and we set off. Catch up at what? You start together, whatever. About halfway through the race, I passed Orlando in a tight turn and I laughed nervously, whining as I could see him just behind me threatening to pass. The final lap came around and we kept swapping who was ahead of who, but on that last turn something happened. Uh-oh. The controller slipped out of Orlando's grip, but he caught it. It was enough for me to pull ahead and cross first. Why do these people keep dropping controllers? That's not
How does a controller slip out of your grip?
Yeah.
It's on purpose. He's failing on purpose.
These people dropped their controllers like 4 times throughout this scene. And it's like, you don't drop controllers at random for no reason, especially when you're playing Mario Kart. Like
a game where you solidly grip the controller.
Yeah, like you're actively thinking about what you're doing. You're not like, oh, I'm just holding a controller or whatever while I take a drink. You're like, you're playing the game. They're designed for you to stay in your hand, like that's their entire job. People spend millions of dollars like R&Ding this shit. I won? Seems like it, yeah. I jumped up from my spot on the floor, throwing my controller aside, looking at the screen declaring me the winner of our 7-race competition. I won! Orlando, look, I've never beaten you at one of these before. My body started to move on its own, doing a small jig to try and shake the excitement and giddiness from my own system. This is the only time that Dave has ever been gleeful.
Yeah.
Ever. Like celebrating? Did you see? Who's the epic gamer now, Orlando? Me, I'm the epic gamer. Jesus. A deep chuckle from the doorway snapped me back to my senses. It was at that point that I also noticed that Orlando had disappeared, and I suddenly wondered how long I'd been on my own, in my own little world dancing.
What?
He just left?
That's
what?
Super weird.
What did they fucking like?
Did Dave just hallucinate the whole thing?
Like it's like a fucking.
It's Fight Club.
It's like JD and Dr. Cox. Like, where do you think we are? They're standing in a graveyard over Orlando's grave. Did they rehearse this? What an insane, bizarre serial killer thing to do.
Yeah, I don't know.
What the fuck do you mean? Now if this isn't the cutest thing I've seen in a while. I laughed, embarrassed, but Dean quickly crossed the room to stand in front of me. Didn't know you danced when you were happy, Dave. Because I've never made you happy in the 1.5 years of us sort of dating. I just beat Orlando in a game. Orlando? Who's that?
Yeah.
So that's why he was heading downstairs so quickly. Oh, that's where he went? He needs to teach you how to cook now, too, actually. How did Orlando quietly leave this giant casino room? Maybe that can wait until he's...
I mean, Dave was laying on Orlando.
Yeah, that's also confusing, given the CG, like how he would get away. I guess he did stand up to celebrate, but... This giant character who can't climb rocks just magically disappeared from this room. If this room is exclusively used for video games and movies for the entire game, and they never play pool even once, why did they use this casino-ass background? Why didn't they just actually use a fitting home theater room or something?
Yeah.
Like, this cast of characters would be excited to have a home theater, like, as by which I mean, like, a rich people, like, literal theater in your home mansion thing. And, like, I don't know, he could have one, given everything else. That's one of the things that I'd be tempted to have if I was rich enough to have a giant place.
Yeah.
That's just neat. Maybe that can wait until after he's made dinner. But for now... He took my hand and quickly twirled me around, catching me as I started to wobble. Can't say I'm very good at dancing, but we could dance together for a little bit if you want. We have the time. We do? Sure. Orlando literally has to start cooking now. He hasn't started yet. He started moving my hands back and forth, shimmying his hips all the while. Had a good day so far? I was coming to talk to you, but instead Orlando stole me away for video games. You wanted to come talk to me? What about? I don't know, just I like being around you, I guess? Well, I'm flattered. Sorry that I had to throw Orlando at you, but I had a surprise I was working on for tonight. There seems to be a lot of surprises happening today. Not a fan.
Wait, this is like Dean talking about... He's talking about the dinner.
Yeah.
Right?
I think he whittled a little hyena.
Sure. Oh, okay. I was going to say, just like the idea of him being like, I'm working on a surprise tonight. Like, it's the first time Dave has heard of this plan when we literally heard about it like a day ago.
Because there's like a bonus surprise that he was separately seemingly working on.
Yeah.
I think it's just the hyena he whittles, which he reveals tearfully to you when you dump him in those other 2 routes. Like, but I made a hyena. You can't not love me. I've just been doing that instead of talking to you, but... More like this is just making me ponder if I should have prepared any sort of surprise for you. Don't worry about it, Dave. Tonight is all about you. Maybe consider it a birthday present, or an early Christmas present. Besides, you're gonna have to prepare in a different way. But it's not either of those things. And who's to say we can't just do something nice for someone we care about? I don't deserve that, do I? I'm about to throw you out this window, Dave.
Yeah, what a weird... His hang-ups are so strange.
Yeah. Come now, you don't really think that, do you? I guess it just feels a little selfish, that's all. I'd much rather share it around, you know? Well, you'll be sharing it with me tonight at least, right? That's true. Speaking of, are you ready? Mostly, but can we chat for a bit? Everything all right? Yeah, just wanted to chat, spend some time with you is all.
What do you think they're going to chat about?
The same garbage every time.
Whether or not they're dating?
It's going to literally be the same topics they already had.
Yep.
Again. Tell me more about Watanuke-san. Tell me more about your ex-boyfriend that everyone loves hearing about someone's ex all the time. It's also like, Dean was like, are you ready? I'm like, Dean, isn't it your turn to stall so Orlando can cook dinner? He's been distracting Dave all day. All he did was make lemon butter.
Yeah.
That's not dinner. He has to actually cook everything else still. You dancing for 5 seconds did not cover for that. He pulled me down into the beanbag and had me in his lap, resting back with a hand on my hip to support me. What's on your mind? Nothing much, really. Just thinking about us. Good things? Bad things? Good, I think. I'm just wondering what's going to happen after this, I guess. That's what you're worried about. Yeah, like Orlando was talking to me about it and commented about your libido. Hey, I can behave. We've been over this before. Also, the entire last 3 weeks of the story. I know. He hugged me around the middle and I chuckled, hugging him back. I'm looking forward to dinner. Any particular reason? Weird thing to ask. It's our date. What do you mean? Not really. Just that it'll be nice. Weird response also. Not really. Nothing in particular. So no longer worried about everyone doting on you. I playfully shoved him back and he just laughed, rubbing my side. He got up and brought me up with him, taking my hands and rubbing the backs of them with his thumbs. Alright, I think it's about time I get ready for tonight. Oh, sure. Should I... Well, I think you look great already, but if you wanted to grab a shower and freshen up for our date, then by all means. If that's what you're doing, I should do the same, right? Entirely up to you. But I'll be going to do that, and I'll swing by your room to pick you up. Such a gentleman. You know it. Unless you had anything else you needed me for. Nope. I guess I'll see you in a bit then. He wandered off with a spring in his step, looking back as he got to the door and gave me one last wave before disappearing out of sight. This was good, right? A break from everything else, if just only for a bit? The prospect was sinking in now, and I hurriedly made my way to the room to get ready. I got to my room and jumped in the shower. The water was hot, and I took my time getting clean. The thoughts of what Dean and I could potentially be getting up to afterwards, if things went well, had an effect on me too. I made sure I was clean, thoroughly, just in case. I'd forgotten most else that was going on, and tunnel visioning on the prospect of going on a date. That sentence still makes sense. Was this what it was going to be like from now on? Was this feeling actually affection for Dean, or just excitement that someone was actually taking me out on a stereotypical date? For a moment, I'd forgotten everything that was going on as of late. The murders, the people in the woods, even being trapped on the mountain. Losing myself in the fruity scent of my shampoo and the heat of the water, I took myself back to a happier place, somewhere far away from the mansion. Thinking about home, or a beach resort,
My friends were there, and I wondered what it'd be like to properly have a boyfriend. These thoughts carry me through getting dry and getting dressed afterwards. I was only taken out of my daydreaming when I heard a knock on the door, Dean's cheery voice flowing in from the other side. Hello? Is Dave home? I chuckled. I wandered over the door and greeted to Dean leaning against the doorway. What? We hope you're ready for dinner. I think so. Haven't had much to eat today. Great. That means you got room for some of the best food I've ever had. I've been able to source from this, everything that's been in the freezer for at least 3 weeks. The best dinner he could ever give Dave, ever, is this. He pulled me carefully through the doorway and closed the door to my room behind me, the two of us heading downstairs. I don't see why any of that dialogue was unique and needed a pause. It's like, you ready for dinner? Yeah. This is a route specific dialogue for some reason. Oh, what did you say his name was? Rami? Dave, he's talked about Rami like 6 times. How did you forget his name?
Also, talking about Nex at dinner.
Yes. That's right, yeah. Also, we've already fast forwarded so far through that we're already at dessert.
Yeah.
So there was no new dialogue until now in the entire dinner, when the entire route was specifically building up to that, which means it had just as little chemistry and just the same energy of a 12-year-old having dinner with their dad as every other route had.
Yeah.
And it's their true love. Jesus Christ. All right. That's right. Yeah. That's it. That's the only line in the entire dinner is just, I should acknowledge Rami for some reason in the middle of this scene. That's the only change. And
this shit is crazy.
Yeah. Like, that's the culmination of their relationship. You just have no depths you want to explore with these characters. There is no goal. There is no drive creatively behind these characters. It just goes nowhere. Like, the climax of the story is just...
Yeah.
And that's it. There's nothing.
I just also think this next line of dialogue is insane.
You have no idea how much a relief it is knowing we've had our first date. Which means he always considers it their first date, even in the routes where they're not even being in a relationship. That's how
But what's weird
which makes Dean so shallow and weird across all the timelines.
But also to go through this again, to just repeat this, fucking 3 days ago or whatever, Dave was like, but we've been dating and blah, blah, blah. So was this a first date? Or have they been dating? Did they go on dates previously? Or is this a first date? Like,
even before Dave saying his line about dating, there was also the picnic where he's like, but I think this counts. And he's like, you're right. This should, like.
Yeah.
Dean basically admitted that the picnic counted as a date.
Yeah.
So this just, it's so weird. It's so childish that everyone's obsessed with, like, are we best friends? And, like, titles and specific, names for everything. It's just really weird. And they're all like, seemingly the entire cast of characters is joined on that. Like, they have no difference of opinion of being so fixated on these weird titles.
Yeah.
Really? You don't think so? I guess I never really thought about it that way. Maybe not relief, but I had a good time. And I'm glad. I didn't expect you and Orlando to both know your ex-boyfriend, though. Oh, that came up during that. I forgot. Completely forgot that that's how that comes out. That's going to be something I'll have to talk about with Orlando at some point. It sounded bad, or... There are 2 sides to every story, Dave. I don't know what Orlando knows, but I'd be curious to know what happened to Rami after high school. But why? He went on... There's 2 sides to every story is normally something someone says to defend themselves. We've already heard his side of the story twice.
Yeah.
So it's just a weird line. He went to say something before falling quiet.
looking up at the sky again. I followed his gaze before returning to look at him, worried about something. Did you love him?
He already asked him this.
I think, nah, and I'm pretty certain about that one.
He gave a different answer.
Yep. Pretty sure he did explicitly love Rami. And just fucking forgot. Oh yeah, why? Dean's smile faltered for a second, his eyes going wide, and I saw him gulp. His cheeks were going red even under his fur, and he leaned in close. On instinct, I backed up a little, confused, but stopped when I felt one of his hands take mine, and he looked deep into my eyes. His voice dropped down to a whisper, or maybe something slightly softer than that. My ears perked forward to catch every syllable he spoke in case I missed it. Because I don't like that one.
Yeah, well, I don't
like that kiss.
I'm gonna say I don't either, but I haven't liked like a single CG in this game, so.
A few more moments passed. There's literally have been better kisses in this game. A few more moments passed between us in silence before Dean edged closer still, pressing his muzzle against mine. It was the single best kiss I'd ever gotten from Dean, better than a first kiss by far. It was hard to explain. The usual feeling of him wanting me in the most carnal of ways wasn't there, replaced with something softer. I felt desired, but more than that. Than just for the bedroom. One of the hands found its way to his chest, and I could feel the steady, heavy heartbeat of the bear in front of me. I'm specifically checking his heartbeat. I searched for that exact spot. One of his found the back of my head, cradling me carefully as he broke away. He doesn't even come close, I promise. So then you had no chemistry then. Because like you're everything with Dave just is nothing. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest hard, and I started to chuckle and then laugh nervously. Dean, I had his full attention, and I could tell the moment I opened my mouth. Yeah? My throat felt dry, and in that moment I wondered exactly how I felt about Dean. Was I just caught up in the moment, or was this feeling inside the real deal? The longer I thought it over, the more he just watched me with that warm smile. Did I even have a choice? He seemed to be giving me one, and I knew that all things considered I really liked Dean. But was liking him enough? Did I have to love him now for him to be my boyfriend, or was that something else? I felt bad for having to make Dean wait, but I had to make a decision. I love you too, Dean. Jesus Christ. Seconds passing after the words left my mouth, croaked out in something resembling a whisper, or a secret only for him. I moved forward on my own, pressing my muzzle to his, and taking the initiative in another kiss, closing my eyes. And much like before, his arms wrapped around my body and held me close as he kissed me back. As we broke apart, I shivered, chuckling slightly. Is it just me or is it cold out? I think that's just excitement. You think so? Of course, I'm feeling it too. That sort of jittery feeling you get after something nice has happened. So we're together now, right? I think so, yeah. Officially. He took my hand in his and gave it a gentle squeeze. I think we are, finally, boyfriends. So stupid. That's what this is all building to. I laughed at the idea that it had taken this long to get to this point, but it felt right somehow. Somehow. I was doing a heavy lift in there. All I knew above all else was that I was happy. Did I go tell Orlando the good news? We could. Or, well, maybe I want to spend time with my boyfriend some more without anyone else. What did you have in mind? I didn't get that far, really. We can go watch a movie, or we could head to bed and, well, both? Both is good. Or, have something else in mind? I placed a hand on his thigh as we sat there, looking at him bashfully. For me.
It's just like the writer only knows one way to signify like intimacy and exasperation. So it's like, oh, they're frustrated with what's being said. They sighed out. Oh, he's going somewhere. He wandered over. Oh, this is an intimate scene. My hand was on his thigh.
Yes,
it's
the
just
hand
like
on the thigh every single time.
Every
the
single
same
time.
Way. There's only one way to express that throughout the entire Dean route. It's very specific. But if we have the rest of the night ahead of us, right? We do, yes. I guess it's something I've been curious about more since the first time. I'm interested. Trust me, I am. But there's nothing that has to say we have to do anything tonight. As much as I know I'd like to. Why are you acting like I don't want to pressure you when he's the one asking for it? I don't understand. That's just, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Also, Orlando said he has lube. Ridley, why would Dean not bring lube on this trip? If
it's also wild that Orlando is like
trip.
It's weird that Orlando is just waiting for them to need the lube and like needs to be asked for it when he could have just been like, here's lube, use it if you need it. I'm not going to use it because I'm not doing anything. Like, it's just like, it's so weird to make him be a middleman for them banging. It's just because he wants to know when it happens. That's it. It's so manipulative.
It's such a weird, creepy move. Because, yeah, like, he's been shot down by Sal by now. No one's going to fuck Orlando on this trip. He could have just handed it over a week ago. And it would just no longer be a concern. Like, but we got to get the lube from Orlando. At this point, I would go in Orlando's room and just fucking take it. I don't want to fucking talk to Orlando about this. Would
Orlando even notice? Because he's certainly not using it.
I know. And if I want to, Orlando said he had lube ready. Dean quaked with laughter, shaking his head. He sure did think of everything, didn't he? Weird that I fucking didn't.
Fucking weird.
So, movie or... He took me by the hands and stood up, bringing me with him. His face turned to a roguish grin, and I knew his answer before he even said anything. I think we should head to bed. The two of us hurried along upstairs and darted into Dean's room, the door closing the moment he had me to himself. He peeled off his shirt and pinned me against the door, bringing me into a deep kiss. I hadn't realized properly just how strong he was until he was handling me like this, working our clothes off down to our underwear before he carried me over to the bed. Towering over me, he looked down, uncertain, but I could tell his eyes...
Every muscle in my body is tense right now, just like I want it to be over so bad.
You need the catharsis of seeing the screen go...
Yeah, I like don't want to be here for this.
You're ready for the big skip.
Just listening to it is rough.
No, it's really bad. All the time. In every way. At once. It's relentless. Towering over me, he looked down uncertain, but I could tell in his eyes how much he wanted this. I was inclined to say I wanted it just as bad. Flashing him the same... They always flash smiles. Yeah. Flashing him the same smile he gave me when we were outside, he took that as permission to continue. He said that he loved me, and now he was showing me. From how he kissed me, to how he held me close, to how every moment was slow and deliberate, as if he was scared that I'd run away. But what he didn't know was that there was nowhere I'd rather be than with my bear. Maybe tell him? Why doesn't he know? Shouldn't he know that? I feel like he should know that. This was literally a less detailed sex scene than the first one. They just skipped over it entirely.
Well, I think I remember reading either in the comments or on Itch.io or something that there was a much more explicit sex scene that got cut here during development or something.
Yeah, because at some point the game was NSFW.
Yeah, so this has a... Yeah, so maybe this is a revision.
But it's just so weird that it's like...
Yeah.
The other one was already vague enough we couldn't tell if they fucked or not because he's talking about being sore and we only vaguely got the fingering hints like later. It's like, why was it described so weirdly? This one just straight up skipped it. Which is weird because narratively it's supposed to be an escalation. So having less of a scene is a very weird choice for an escalation. Part of me ached in the best way and I felt like a mess.
My fur was still sticky and all over the place, wild, and I probably looked insane from how I was giggling to myself laying on the bed. Not that Dean was any better, but he sounded exhausted, even with the goofy smile on his face. Wait here, I'll go get you a towel. I stumbled up out of bed, waddling over to him as he stood by the bathroom door. May as well just take a shower again, huh? You got it everywhere. And so we did. Much like when we were in bed, each action Dean made was slow and deliberate, ignoring the fact that we went again. He made sure everything was washed and clean, even despite the water running cold at one point. Ignoring the fact we went again, I guess they went again in the shower, is what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
I just feel like I've run a marathon. Me too, although, time for you to rest your butt in bed and drift off to sleep? In a bit, yeah. Something still left to do? You didn't want to go a third time, did you? No, not this time, just thinking about thanking Orlando again, or checking in with the others.
It's so weird.
So weird. Oh, of course. I could go tell Sal the good news as well.
So weird. Such weird behavior.
You don't need to send a newsletter out when you
Everyone, we had sex.
Yup, balls deep. Unless we weren't, I can't tell. It wasn't described. I never know what they mean.
So fucking weird.
Dean put on some pants and went looking for Sal, whereas I did the same and went looking for Orlando. He was still in the kitchen, eating some ice cream at the counter. Didn't seem as though he heard me come in, though. Orlando? Huh? What? He spun around and looked at me, half-dressed, as a smile started to form. Oh, I'm half-dressed. He's not half-dressed. I was like, what? I'll count this as a win. What? Well, from how you're dressed, I'm guessing the date went well. Really well. Well, Dean and I are official now, at least.
I'm cringing so hard.
I'm also just like, why isn't he dressed? He didn't even come straight out of sex. Like, he literally went back and had a shower, then got dressed again, then just like gave up and didn't put his shirt on or something. Even though he's just always dressed, like that's just the dynamic he has with public.
I'm not going to litigate that because basically after work every day, the moment I take a shower, it's just like, I'm not putting clothes back on.
Yeah,
this is not happening.
I'm just saying that you have a dynamic for each setting and social setting and location. So like, if this is a setting where he's always dressed around his friends, I don't get why he's randomly not dressed this one time, especially when his goal is to go find his friends. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
It's like, he literally is just doing it to have Orlando realize they had sex when that's unnecessary. He gestured for me to come closer and I stood next to him as he continued to eat his dessert. I'm happy for you. I really am. You did most of the work in that last bit, Orlando, so thanks. Just if he gives you any trouble, you just let me know. Sure, his ex would love to hear about him screwing up another relationship if that happens. Like, Rami's that spiteful? Jeez. Please be nice. I don't really know what I'm doing, but I know I'm happy. And that's all that matters, Dave, really. I leaned closer and gave him a hug, and he gave me one back, squeezing gently. Heading back to bed now? I think so. Well, actually, have you seen Tyson? I think I saw him wandering around. Don't know why, though. I'll have a look, thanks. See you in the morning. I left the kitchen and spotted Ty immediately outside. Ty? Yeah? He turned to look at me, smirking. Someone looks like they had fun. Kinda, yeah. Thing with Dean go alright? Yeah, we're a couple now, I think. I'm gonna throw you out a fucking window. Boyfriends are, I don't know, we're a thing. What do you mean you don't know? You were so unequivocal and clear about it. Like, you just said it. You said it. You're a brat. I shot him a look and we both chuckled. You happy? Yeah. Why are you out here with me? Take my bed tonight, Ty. Dude, gross. I know what that means. You slept well enough in it last night, didn't you? Figured I'd just extend the invitation again. Alright, but if you want it back after tonight, just let me know. Sure, but I think I'm gonna head back to Dean. Just wanted to make sure you were doing okay. As I turned to go, he grabbed me quickly by the wrist, looking me over. Thanks. You're welcome? Even if you're dating him, you've still got me, you know. Brothers or whatever. Brothers or whatever. I know, Ty. Well, good. Night, Ty. Yeah. Sleep well, you dork. I returned to the bedroom before Dean did and sat around, making sure my phone was set off to the side. Sorry, I took a bit. It's no problem. How'd it go? I was also doing my shirtless I had sex tour. These are my Dom jeans. It's no problem. How'd it go? Chewed me out a little for taking so long to get to this point, but he's happy for us. That's good. And you thanked Orlando? I did, and he also said, if you give me any trouble, I should let him know. Of course he did. Dean flicked off the light and stood in front of me as I sat on the bed. How you feeling? Good, but can I ask a favor? Of course, what's up? Can you tell me that you love me again? Just, it feels so surreal still, that this is happening. He chuckled, kicking off his pants and stroking my cheek. I love you, Dave. You're a sweet, kind, and very handsome hyena. You make me giddy just knowing that, at least now, you're all mine. He leaned down and kissed me sweetly on the muzzle, stroking my head. Carefully, he eased me back without taking my muzzle off his muzzle off mine until we were dangerously close to falling over. Come on, time for bed. For a moment, I thought that what clothes we were wearing would soon end up on the floor again, but Dean just held me close, cuddling me tight. I wrapped my arms as best as I could around his bulk, feeling him relax against me. I felt safe, warm, loved, and the steady thudding of his heartbeat was quickly putting me to sleep. It was anything and everything I could have asked for after so long of waiting. Not that I had been much better, but despite everything we'd finally taken the plunge. Most importantly, it felt right. Dean cradled me in his arms, resting my head on his chest and an arm around my shoulders. Losing myself against his soft fur, warm body, and slightly sweet honey smell that lingered from his shampoo, I succumbed to sleep, peaceful, but most importantly, happy.
I'm gonna pee.
Go pee. Pee everywhere. My eyes adjusted to the mass of brown fur that I was using as a pillow, and I remembered where I was. Dean seemed to be still asleep as I cuddled against his chest. I thought that was reinforced immediately. A thought that was reinforced immediately from how loudly he snored and seemingly woke himself up with. His arms flexed. Face scrunched up into a grimace before his eyes slowly opened. Huh? Morning, Dean. He looked down at me, still in a daze before he realized what was happening. Oh, good morning. You sleep well? I slept, yeah. But not well. Did something happen? No, just some strange dreams, that's all. He yawned wide and unrestrained, his arm around me rubbing my shoulder and back. Is strange bad? Just confusing. I'll figure out what they mean later. He won't. He never does. Sitting up, I rubbed my eyes and looked about Dean's room. The few plaid shirts. His Dexter's Laboratory / Steve Jobs closet of plaid shirts. Littering the floor made me smile as he sat up and joined me, hand on my waist. Sure you don't want to talk about them? I guess it's more not knowing how to start talking about them. Like, have you ever had dreams that were so real you swore you were awake? Oh yeah, I've heard of those. Lucid dreams. I don't know if that's what that means, actually. This is when you're in control, but I don't know if that's the same thing as being awake. So it was kind of like that, just about the vacation maybe? It just felt so real. Dean leaned over and kissed me sweetly on the cheek, rolling over to check his phone. Anything bad? Not really. Just strange is all. Well, how you feeling? Do you want to sleep in some more or get up? Could go either way given the time. I doubt everyone's gonna be up at this point. Placing a hand on his chest, I found my hand trailing his front, contemplating the options. Or if not sleep, we could stay in bed and do other things. I feel his hands on me again, just touching, but everything was kept above the belt. I think I'm still tender from last night, but it was great, but I might need to recover. That's what you get for being too eager. I did say we could just go slow. Yeah, well, I was excited. He hugged me close and I hugged him back as he rested his chin atop my head. Once you're walking right, you can let me know. You let me know and we can go again. No rush, we got all this time in the world. If I'm being honest, part of me was worried that I couldn't keep up. Our situation's not helping much either. Don't really have the freedom to fully experiment till we're back home, but all that stuff is just nice. It's not the be-all and end-all of a relationship, including ours. Okay, yeah. So what's it going to be? Sleep or get up? I think I've had enough sleep, but what I really could go for is a cup of coffee and some breakfast. Well, come on then. We threw on some clothes and made out way down. Dean leading the way. Dean leading the way with a happy stride in his step. I followed close behind him as we descended the stairs, feeling lighter and legitimately happier as we made our way into the dining room. It was accompanied with a slow wink as he brought a piece of toast. Oh god. It was accompanied with a slow wink as he brought a piece of toast slathered with honey up to his mouth and chuckled as I almost missed my mouth with my next sip of coffee. And that might be it. Let's see.
God, I hope.
Is it time for the true ending? Do you remember when we were foraging mushrooms and he asked me something? Something that I felt wasn't my place to say? Yeah? I've known since then. He confided in me that long ago that was what was happening and made me promise to look out for you in case Tyson did anything, or if you were sad, and I at least keep you an eye out. And then because he's a weird Akane psychopath Time Lord creature, he then immediately murdered you. It's like, this message will stick in other timelines. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Upsetting. It's also, of all people, Roswell confides in Dean? The guy he doesn't know?
Yeah.
He doesn't do that with any of your other romance route people.
It's very weird. I don't know.
Unless he did do that with your romantic interest in every route, and we just never learned that.
You didn't say anything to me.
It's funny that Sal's his best friend, and he appears less in Dean's route than maybe any other person's route. You've not had to do that voice at all.
Yeah, I've done it twice, I think.
He said not to tell. Besides, it's his news to share anyway.
That's true, but that would explain why you didn't seem all that surprised at breakfast.
We've gained no insight about how these characters interact or what they think about each other. But they're best
We talk
friends.
a lot about how Dave doesn't have chemistry with anyone, but for Sal and Dean to be best friends, they have a remarkably small amount of chemistry and presence in each other's lives.
They have almost no interactions with each other, and the loudest, most memorable interaction they have is Sal literally knocking Dean out with a punch.
Yeah.
Which signals the opposite, as it turns out. Not a great call. My eyes wandered over to Dean, who was calmly rising from his spot with a smile on his face. I half expected him to do the thing where you hit a spoon on your glass to get everyone's attention. Everyone, we fucked. I feel now is a good time as any to come out and say this, but last night, something wonderful happened. I started chuckling under my breath, made worse when he gave me a wink before continuing. Some of you are already aware, but I figured it'd be better to have everyone in the loop already. I looked around the table and immediately found everyone staring at me, a mix between bored, expectant, and knowing. Bored? Dave and I had dinner last night, and now we're going steady. I flashed my friends a toothy smile, unsure of what their reaction was going to be given the mix of expressions I was getting. They turned to one another, almost having a silent conversation with one another before all at once looking to Dean. Finally. Dean looked like he'd been slapped across the face, blinking a few times before looking at everyone at the table. Well, I'd also like to take the chance to congratulate the happy couple and also claim a fair share of credit for putting on a brilliant night, if I do say so myself. Yeah, well, just remember to take care of him or we're gonna have problems.
People react so weirdly to this. It's just like, one, I can't imagine like announcing to my friends that we're Facebook official. Even if we were on a vacation together, like, it's just like, people aren't dumb, they can put it together. But also, just again, just the idea of this being a thing is just so weird. Like, well, you better take care of him. It's just like, what do you think a relationship like this, non-committal and baby's first boyfriend is? Like, it's not life or death. Like, it truly, I know the circumstances are, but like, Dean, despite being 25, is still like emotionally a child. You know what I mean? Like, this relationship is not going to last. I'm very sorry to say.
No, they don't stand a chance.
It's just very weird. Just so odd.
Let them have this. It's a miracle that they got to this point as it is. Wow, that's kind of mean. No. Oh, I meant more that everything considered, the odds were looking like you two would never make it official. Well, that's disheartening. Yeah. Rethink your life. We would have gotten there eventually, right? I'm surprised literally no one else tried to make a move on you in the time it took you two to work it out. I looked around the table and everyone's attention seemed to be elsewhere, presumably not wanting to be involved in the conversation now that Orlando had taken over and made it really awkward.
I want this shit to be over.
What happens now? You do all the gay shit in front of us now and we just have to put up with it? We don't have to. It's going to make people feel uncomfortable, but I am going to exercise my right to dote on my boyfriend when I feel like it. Like kisses and whatever? Dave, you child. Yeah. As long as it's limited to that, I don't think we'd have any problems.
Orlando, you're the freak that is voyeuristic about this whole relationship. What are you talking about?
It's just like, why are we having like an extended breakdown of everything? Just don't need to discuss everything all the time. If I walk in on you two fucking in some random room, there's gonna be issues. I promise to behave. Can't say the same for Dave, though. Hey, I can behave. Good to know. Because I'm not sure if I can. I'm with Tyson. I don't want to walk in on it either. Without a camera. Sal stood next, scratching his chin. I must also weigh in for some reason.
This might make guys' night a bit problematic.
This is weird. This is weird.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Now that you're gay, you can't change in the boys' locker room. It's gonna make it problematic, Dave.
Is he just talking about weird bowling with Dean? What the fuck is he talking about?
I don't know.
Why? You're all guys, so that could be fine.
I think you're missing the point, Roswell. I'm more interested in when guys' night was a thing.
It's what Dean and I do every week as a bonding activity.
It's weird to explain it as a bonding activity. We're bonding. Like, no one ever says they're bonding unless they're father and son.
Oh yeah? What's involved?
We go bowling. Oh, how fun. I have a potential solution, but we'll see.
Or You can just still have friends when you're dating someone and have nights alone.
I don't understand why everyone thinks that when somebody starts dating, that means they just disappear from existence. What's the solution?
I start inviting Tyson.
Have you ever spoken to each other before?
Why Tyson?
I looked across to Ty and he seemed just as confused, shrugging when he saw me looking at him.
You already have anime club. If Dean is spending time with his boyfriend, I feel Tyson would now like the company. What a weird way. What a weird
He's just like, he's
transactional friendship bonding experience.
Yeah, like he's
so
written like
odd.
he's just solving the math problem that is the friend group.
Yeah,
It's like, what?
yeah.
Jeez. I don't get it. No. Also, I don't think they have anime club anymore. I assume that
They're
was a
going
school,
out of school. Yeah.
I assume that was a school club because students are not normally in non-school clubs.
You just need to remember that even though they're written to be going to college, they're actually written to be freshmen in high school. So they have 3 more years of school to go through where they'll just have anime club.
It's just so strange. I don't understand.
What am I, chopped liver?
No, you're in anime club. Did you listen to the reasoning?
Presumably you'd be hanging out with Orlando, right?
Yeah, Orlando, the guy Haas hangs out with now, and definitely not Tyson, the person who he has just now become friends with. What is going on in this scene?
He's best friends with Tyson now, but he's gonna hang out with Orlando.
Dean being with Dave, a thing we all took for granted in the past and assumed was a foregone conclusion, completely rewrites the friendship math.
No one had time to plan for this eventuality that everyone assumed would happen.
It's so fucking weird.
I don't understand. Why is everyone's talking about these relationships like they're also old dating, and that's the form that all these minor interactions take. You can go bowling and to anime club and have a boyfriend. I'm gonna rock your world here, but you can literally have all these interests at once.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Also a little grim because like Roswell's excluding himself from this list and people are just letting him exclude himself from this list because he's going to be dead? Which really like makes their petty squabble sound really, really stupid. Because like one of their friends is going to be dead. I looked over to Orlando, who seemed to be struggling at keeping up with the conversation, but knew that he should be offended. Dean, meanwhile, was watching me with a warm smile on his face, gesturing towards the door with a motion of his head.
We can all figure this out later. For the time being, I think it's a good thing overall. Something nice to break up what's been happening as of late.
It's not a wedding, but I'll take it.
Sure, could always do with nice things. Just don't let it go to your head, Dean. We still need to get off this mountain.
I could tell that he wasn't paying attention completely. All Sal's comment got was a roll of the eyes and the smile never leaving his face. Instead, he got up and gestured for me to follow, making his way to the door. I'm gonna go turn in for the night. Thanks again for dinners, guys.
There he goes. Just watch. Dave will be joining him soon. What? Oh, so weird. It's like as if people getting up and leaving dinner after dinner is done is a weird thing.
Yeah. And it's just like, it's just, wow, what a weird comment. It's uncomfortable. They're gonna go and off separately into a separate room and fuck, and we're all gonna be thinking about that. Cool. Thanks for calling that out.
I get the friendly teasing thing, but it's just weird. It's just the way that they act right here is just odd, that's all.
I don't think anyone's going to stop you.
Is this what they mean by honeymoon period? Seems like it. No, you guys are fucking weird. Go on, Dave, I'll clear your plate this time.
Thanks, Sal. I'm gonna go get my ass cleared. I could hear Tyson scolding Sal for spoiling me, but I continued on, looking around for Dean. Spoiling? Whatever. I was beginning to think you weren't gonna follow. Our friends are really weird. I'm not used to leaving the table like that, and like leaving with someone else. Leaving with someone else means stuff too. Like what? Well, you know, bed stuff. Got a taste, and that's all you can think about? What about the other stuff? Like what? Like just sitting and talking, cuddling and passing the time. Doesn't always need to be sexual. Let's have this conversation for the 17th time. It's the only thing we ever talk about.
We're so close to the end, please.
I know, I'm just looking forward to next time already, sorta. Reckon you can handle it again? Thought things might still be tender. Well, instinctively my tail curled itself close to me, remembering the night before, the feelings, the adrenaline rush, and then the new kind of soreness that followed. the soreness of my heart. I'm gonna go upstairs and take a shower. Then I'm gonna go lay on my bed in my underwear until it's time for sleep. Would you like to join your bear friend for some quality cuddling? Bear friend? Don't you mean boyfriend? Dave.
I want Dave to stop insisting.
Do I? Does that mean the answer is a no? No. I mean, yes, just upstairs time. So none of my metaphors paid off, because this game's not written. Well, I took Dean by the hand as I rushed past, trying my best to drag him up the stairs with me, but for the most part, he let himself be led along. It was right to Dean's room, where once we were inside, I found myself being picked up, thrown over his shoulder, and him gently closing the door behind us with his foot. Hey! He laughed, wandering over to the bed and half throwing, half placing me down on it, so I bounced. I'm gonna go take a shower. Make yourself comfortable. I shouldn't be too long. Did you want company? Did you want to join me? Want? Kinda a little. Should? Probably not. Let's make a plan for tomorrow night then. Assuming you're all healed up. Oh, okay. I won't be long. You're welcome to have one after I'm done too. Be right back. With another wave, he disappeared into the bathroom while I waited in the small impression I'd made upon my landing on his bed. Looking around the room, I could still feel that he'd not bothered to put away any of his identical plaid shirts. Why is that a thing you're establishing? To seem to dot the place. That means that everyone not wearing the same clothes every day is potentially them all having brought 30 copies
it's like
of the same
solving
outfit.
For something no one is thinking about, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I think sometimes about, like, it'd be nice if every character in a visual novel changed their clothes every day into a different outfit. That'd be like a fun thing to do if you put the work in. But we understand the genre. You don't need to act like it's canon. That's weird. That's way weirder than us just having to suspend our disbelief that they're totally wearing other clothes, probably. Marking him almost as messy as Ty was. Not that I wasn't used to it. Ty isn't super messy, even. Ty's just stealing things. Roswell's the messy one. It was why, without even thinking about it, I started bundling things up and giving each piece a quick sniff to decide if it was dirty or clean, and condensing what was many piles into just two. What are you doing? Just organizing? He looked between me and the underwear in my hands, raising an eyebrow. I promise, it was just a little messy is all. Well, thanks for cleaning up. You didn't have to, you know. I can tie that around your head if you want to. Sure, but I had to do something while I waited, or I guess I assumed I should make myself useful, which is what, even though I'd never do that.
Yeah.
This is our 15th iteration of this scene, and that's never happened. Don't go thinking you need to be useful, at least now. You're doing great as you are. By doing nothing? Remember, we're on vacation, aren't we? That's true, yeah. Now why don't you go have a shower and join me in bed when you're done? I'm gonna read a book while I wait to get tired. I'm already committing to not spending time with you. I'm already ready to be reading tonight. My shower was about as quick as Dean's, and by the time I got out, Dean was sitting there reading his book. How quick was Dean's shower? You had time to organize all of his laundry. There was no talking, really. He just wrapped an arm around me while I cuddled into his chest and found myself getting drowsy sooner than I thought I would. And then I was asleep, cradled in the warmth of my boyfriend. The heavy arm around me half pinned me in place to Dean's front, and I struggled with the prospect of either getting up to get coffee or staying comfortable with my boyfriend. Another growl from my stomach made my mind up, and I gingerly moved Dean's arm so I could slip free. The moment I wasn't against him, though, he reached out to grab something to replace me, and I slipped my pillow into his arms. There was a moment where I thought that he might wake up, but the dopey smile on his face as he cuddled the pillow told me he was still thoroughly asleep. Leaning over, I kissed him lightly on the cheek before I got out of bed proper. It's time to unscrew the sword from the thingy. Whoa. The most flaccid attempt of introducing a choice after 4 days since the last one.
I'm so excited. I hope this is the last.
Dean, where am I? He looked me over, seemingly ignoring my question. He checked my eyes, a frown forming in his face as he seemed to touch everywhere except my nose. Dean? You're in my room, our room. I brought you here after Thanatos told me where you were. Oh, yeah, okay. I groaned as I sat up, and Dean held his hand on the middle of my back for support. How do I look, by the way? Even with the amount of blood on your face, like one handsome hyena, if my opinion's worth anything.
Oh, is this after he, like, passed out and smacked his face on the floor?
Yeah, Thanatos knocks him out and he bleeds everywhere. And
that's what it was.
And I was like, I think they might fuck on this day sometimes, which is really weird. Like, why'd you make him gross? He continued to rub my back, nodding slowly. But you'll feel better after a shower and something to eat. What time is it? Not as late as you think it is, but you did miss dinner. Oh, so I must have been downstairs for a fair bit, huh? You've been upstairs for a while, too. Thanatos said you'd be fine, though I didn't trust him watching over you while you were collapsed on the cold floor. Why is Dean only now just checking out his body, then? He leaned over and kissed me on the cheek, rolling off the bed to wander around to the other side to help me up, too. You kissed me, even covered in blood? It's only your own blood. And there's not that much, really, but it's enough that you should get a shower in so you can at least, you know, crank one out. As we turned away, I grabbed him quickly by the arm, frowning. When I was unconscious, I had a vault thing. Someone else is gonna die again? No, not that. I saw you when you were there and you had a gun and, Hey now, slow down, what happened? I was injured. Stabbed, maybe? Bleeding pretty bad, but I was running away from Jack, I think? The last thing I remember was you being there, and you had a gun, but then I passed out after that. This is sounding very, involved. I let his arm slip from my grasp and felt confused. Not worried or threatened, just confused. Dean placed his hands on my shoulders and looked me over again, unsure. Did you want me to stay? I was going to get you a sandwich, but I can stay if that's more important. No, it's okay. I'll have a shower. Plus a sandwich would probably do me some good. Dean didn't budge, instead just sitting there watching me carefully. What? Nothing else on your mind? There's just one other thing. Just what's going to happen in a couple days. It doesn't sit right with me, but all we can do is wait. What did you want to do? Escape would be nice, but we can't. We don't know the way out, or at least one that is an alternative to the main road that we can also just traverse anyway, but whatever. Right. Get clean. I'll get you something to eat. We can talk about it in the morning with the others, after you've gotten some rest. I chuckled, sheepishly hanging my head. But I've just been asleep for hours, and I know what my hyena looks like when he's exhausted. Don't worry about it. Just recover first and we'll go from there. Dean was back before I'd gotten in the shower, and I greedily swallowed down the peanut butter sandwich he came back with. Just peanut butter? All he did was laugh and ushered me into the bathroom the moment I'd finished swallowing and waited for me by the door until I was done. I was clean, and I could breathe through my nose normally, but with something in my stomach and the heat from the water takes the aches away, I found Okay. But with something in my stomach and the heat from the water taking the aches away, I found myself collapsing into a massive bear the moment I stepped out. In a daze, I was carried and put in bed. Then Dean came to lay down next to me as I started to drift off. The last thing I could feel before I drifted off was Dean cuddling me into his side and a gentle kiss placed atop my head. Oh, the sentence structure. Good morning, handsome. You're up early. I sat up in bed, seeing Dean having just finished putting on his pants. You didn't want to cuddle? Normally I would, but after yesterday I'm a bit worried about... His smile faded as he trailed off, wandering over to the window and looking outside. Guess I couldn't sleep knowing that they might come back. Even after we were told 2 days? I think that being told that it's 2 days has made it worse. What if it's not 2 days? What if the criminals are bad? If it's sooner, we'll be cut off guard. And if it's later, then we're going to be constantly wondering when the Mafia is coming back. But what if it is 2 days, and we were lucky? Then we're only trading a hostage that we'll never see again and probably dies. Dean, are you okay? Really? I just want to be doing more, that's all. I miss being able to freely go and enjoy the greenhouse, or even just looking at the forest from the edge of the yard, or even going to the hot tub. The hot tub that's better than sex with you. Dean growled, throwing up his arms briefly. The hot tub, Dave. Hot tub. Why are you a meme of a character? Well, at least there'll be a chance for hot tub soon, right? Once we get off the mountain, we can go somewhere that has one and just, you know, fuck in the hot tub. I know it might seem silly, but the hot water has always helped with stress. I feel like I'm more stressed than ever after meeting Dom, too. You versus the bear she tells you not to worry about. Because he was a bear or because he was in the Mafia? Both. Doesn't help that he's bigger than me and has a gun. What do I have? I'm just a woodsman. That's my personality, even though I work at a cafe. Or I will. I'd say you're more than that. I got out of bed stretching. For starters, you have me, but I guess you also have Sal, Tice, and the others, plus an axe. The axe they should have drawn you with in the title screen, but they gave you a gun. Dean grunted, shaking his head before settling his eyes out the window. I wouldn't worry about it, Dean. If anything goes wrong and we're needing to head into the woods, you have us covered, I'm sure of it. Thanks. Do you feel at least a little better? I really want to go sit in the hot tub, but I do feel a little better, thanks. What are you thinking of doing now, then? Sit outside with a cup of coffee and an axe, probably, just in case. Just in case. You're welcome to join me, but I'd rather you stay safe inside. You're worried about me? Of course I am, so I want to keep you safe. I wandered over and gave him a hug, him wrapping his arms around me in kind. Now let me finish getting dressed so we can head downstairs. Once we made it downstairs, Dean kissed me sweetly on the cheek, and I watched as he wandered out the back, leaving me to head towards the kitchen. It has to be over. It's day 22, the useless day where nothing happens.
I'm fucking praying. Oh, I want it to be done so bad.
Don't worry, your boyfriend will be fine. It's the entire... That's it. It's all like what Yahtzee called fucking Dragon Age's lines being like, you are an elf! Call outs. You picked an elf in the character creator. This line acknowledges that. Anyway... I don't like the idea of sending my boyfriend out there at all, but he's the one with the most experience. If he's willing to go in, then it's an easy call, right? Literally just one line every now and then to acknowledge the fact that the guy getting sent into the woods is Dean, your boyfriend. I don't like the idea of leaving my honeybee here while I go off into the woods alone, especially with how dangerous things are, but I'll do it. You sure? Like Haas said, we can figure something out if you don't want to. I'm not sure if I want to or not, but I feel like I need to. Can't be having others put themselves at risk navigating in the dark. I'm a bear. We have famous night vision.
Or running into the mafia out there.
That's a risk even I'm taking, so I don't think anyone else is really safe from that risk. Been a while since I've been, but sounds like a plan. We'll load up a car and just find a nice little place to rent out for a redo on this vacation. Yeah! Oops. No. Hi, Dom. Bye, Dom. You know that death was death? I'd asked Roswell, but at this point I was just hoping for a different answer. After all, that was my boyfriend out there. I was worried. That's it. Dean is my boyfriend. My blood ran cold, and my hands start to shake. Dean was in that much trouble? Was I about to lose him? It was one thing to go into a dangerous situation, but it was another to actively hear that he was going to be killed. Is that another thing? Is it even different? You've rephrased the conundrum, and now I'm scareder. Dean is my boyfriend, but even before then, he's a dear friend to me and everyone else here, so you know, I want to go. Pew, 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 gunshots. Before anything else, I rushed over and hugged him tight, though it took a moment before Dean hugged me back. He was still shell-shocked from everything suddenly happening, it seemed. I assumed that... Oh, no, Memphis isn't dead yet. Now he is. Dean spent a lot of time in the kitchen initially, shoveling what food he could into himself and then promptly passing out with me in his arms after a shower we took together. There was nothing sexual, nothing beyond getting clean at all, really, but just feeling him up against me made a world of difference. Most importantly, safe. Bye, Roswell. Also, bye, Oswin, and everybody else. I looked across to Dean, who was on his knees next to me, brow slightly furrowed as he made the grass around Dad's grave sit right before moving on to the flowers. Thanks, Dean. Oh, it's no trouble. Can't have this looking messy, can we? A warm smile found its way onto my face as he worked. He seemed focused, and once satisfied, sat back with a sigh and turned to me. What do you think? I think that I owe my boyfriend some affection when we get home. Should I be reading between the lines here? What lines? I chuckled, leaning over and kissing him quickly on the nose. Not sure. Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. I guess we'll find out when we get home. Dean's expression wasn't what I expected it to be when I pulled back, but I noticed that he wasn't looking at me. Instead, his attention was drawn behind me to two people coming our way. Hello, Oswin mumbled, looking between the two of us. Next to him was his sister, Florencia, who we'd met at Roswell's funeral. How are you doing? Come on, man. This is the new build of the game.
Yep.
Did I misclick or something? This is... I don't know, did I misclick on the wrong version of the game or something? I'm like, it still says
I don't
Florenica.
think so.
I thought it got
I think it's
fixed.
just wrong.
Now I'm paranoid. I'm like, I thought he said he fixed this one.
You can always open up the other one and see.
Let's see.
I mean, you don't need to quit this one to even do that.
I have to know. Oh wait, just now when I was on the save screen were the icons here?
I don't know. You can check. I'm not paying that close attention.
I'm insane. I can't tell. I mean, it does seem like it says Florenica. We have to go back before the assets were loaded or something. Florencia. I think I might have been playing the wrong version of the game today. I think I clicked the password shortcut instead of the Dean's route shortcut.
Okay.
Okay, so I received some feedback about whether or not it was the Dean's route. God damn it. I'm not going back. I'm not going back and replaying it, obviously, but...
You can individually quickly skim it to see if there's anything notable, but
you can all paranoidly try to figure out which version of the game it played. Either way, some version of this game was very bad, and it was in line with how every other version of the game has been bad, so I don't know, man. Of course this would happen, I guess. It took me until Floranica to realize, like, hang on a minute, I thought he fixed that. Oh well.
What's weird is that we had our save.
Yeah, because it's compatible between platforms.
It's just weird that it read them both, despite being in like different locations.
Both?
Yeah, we played the Dean's Route version last time, yet you loaded the non-Dean's Route version this time, and yet we picked up from where we left off on a different version of the game.
Yeah, because I think it was literally just patched by replacing lines with other lines, basically, as like in a spot where kind of
Sure.
way.
I'm saying the fact that the save file location is the same between them is interesting. I assumed you would have needed to manually copy it over to the new game directory.
No, because I think this is the thing I had to deal with when I was testing my visual novel is that was it Ren'Py likes to save in like app data and stuff like that.
App data, gotcha. Yeah, that makes
So it
sense.
likes to do like it made it very annoying to test certain features on my game because when you're trying to deal with like the default settings of something, for example, it won't show the default settings each time you load the game, so you can't tell if it's working without going through and deleting all your data again.
Yeah, I get it.
And in my case, I had an ending that required you to get every ending to unlock it, but it was a persistent variable that was just permanently unlocked once I got it once. So when I broke the code later, I didn't notice.
Yeah.
Annoyingly. Better than bad. Were you visiting Roswell? We were, although that wasn't the only reason we came here today.
You're not streaming.
Oops, I forgot to stream it to you. This also might be why at that one point when I tried to find a specific line and couldn't find it, I might have been playing the wrong version of the game at that point. Hooray, I'm so glad I downloaded the new version of the game and prepared a save and got it all set up so I could just fuck it up. God damn it. Oh god, I have no idea which sessions were in which build.
I'm not gonna read through it. You should probably skip through it on your own just to make sure, but
I mean, audience at home, you can tell which build we're in based on which save screen comes up at the end of each session, I guess. That's it.
Yeah.
Fuck. Consider it more convenient that you two are here, more than that being the reason we came here specifically. What do you mean? Flora had something she wanted to give you. Did we leave something behind on the mountain? I mean, something more than we already went back to retrieve? Oh, no, not at all. Then what? She dug around her pocket and offered out a medal, the metal glinting lightly in the sun. Dean and I looked at one another confused before the medal just was jostled in our direction for one of us to take. Thanks? Dean took the medal carefully and turned it over in his hand, confused. I just assumed it was important that you have this. If not for now, but some other time.
I really don't understand how the medals matter at all.
They literally just on a metatextual level or whatever the fuck, they just magically unlock the secret ending. And they don't make any sense in narrative. I don't think we're ever going to be in a position to be on that mountain, let alone want to be on that mountain. Oh, you never know. I'd much rather stay at home. That vacation was more than enough for one lifetime. Dean handed the medal to me and I nodded slowly to myself, looking back up at Oswin. She does know that the vault was opened and what was inside was destroyed, right? She does. Why is he talking to himself? Was it a quirk? And this really doesn't have any use, at least not to us. And therein lies the trick. It's going to be useful for someone, perhaps you, perhaps it's someone else, but that's not for us to know. This Lutece twin shit. I don't understand. That's alright, someone will, someday. A question, Flora. Yes?
Is there a reason why you only handed over this one? I do recall you having a second one to hand over. Careful, dear brother, that's not for today. Then when? Some other time, perhaps, but not today. Maybe not even in this lifetime. I don't mean to upset anyone by asking this, but this whole game with the medals and everything, was it worth it? You're still playing whatever game it was you set us on when we're already done. Someone has to. Well, please leave us out of it. Oh? I just want to live my peaceful little happy life with Dave by my side for as long as we can make it work, that's all. He put an arm around me and Florencia, leaning in, curious. If only until Oswin placed a hand on her shoulder and eased her back. Respectable. Which is a good note to leave you on, I think. What? It's time to go already? Correct. I wish you both the very best. Please take care of yourselves. You too, Oswin. With a nod, he guided his sister away until they were far enough where they continued on without looking back. Dean got up first, helping me to my feet and putting his arm around me protectively. Things are going to be alright, I think. You think so? I know so. Might take a lot more therapy before I'm not seeing the inside of that mill again, but it's something. Yeah. But for now, shall we head home? Mine or yours? You know what? I'm fine with either, so long as it's with you. He leaned down and planted a soft kiss on my cheek before we both turned to Dad's grave. Standing there with Dean, I felt happy, and for the first time in a long time, I felt myself reassured that things were going to be alright. And things continued to be alright. Days started to pass into weeks, and then months, each of us finding our own little slice of happiness along the way. It took a while, but eventually Dean and I stopped having the nightmares about the mill, and he started asking around for some help with a new venture he thought up. If his family was all in on starting businesses, why not open a cafe? Slowly things came together with the two of us running the place, and while the hours were long, getting to spend each day together never got old. The frequent visits from our friends coming in made it all the better. Then one night, I just got down on one knee and asked Dean to marry me. Turns out he had the same idea, but was waiting until the weekend. It felt nice to make things that level of official. All they ever think about. Haas wasn't the only one that got proposed to. What? That's not how you write things.
I think you meant to say I wasn't the only one that got proposed to.
Yeah.
Haas also got proposed to.
Yeah, you don't say that after we got proposed to. Haas wasn't in this conversation, in this description. Some nice tiger lady that he met online asked him after they'd been seeing each other for a while.
He has a girlfriend this route, where last time I think he had a boyfriend.
Yeah, I guess it's one way of having him be bi is that in different timelines he just finds different people.
Yep.
Last I heard, they were thinking of starting a family. Is it always a tiger?
I think so.
Which we explicitly said is basically just Japanese people, apparently.
Asian people in general, somehow, yeah.
Sal bounced around a bit, settling on running a local gym, but ended up pushing those of us were still around to come visit, at least once a week. Much like Sal, Tyson also bounced around. This is a little worrying because now I am definitely in the rewrite version, and there are still tons of typos and bad writing. So, fuck it, man. I don't know. Much like Sal, but wait, I remember where I was. He ended up going on this trip, and while it was hard to see him go, he was back within a month, and with it proudly showing off his new license, one that read Tyson Halloway. Had to get adapted with a new. He got adopted with a new license while he was gone? Why would that happen while he was gone? Orlando disappeared for a bit, but reappeared with good news. He was headed overseas to go to culinary school properly. It was years before we saw him again, But when we did, it was to open his bakery back home, just down the road. I never did see Oswin or his sister again. If anyone had told me they'd gone missing, I would have believed them. For everything they put us through, I did sometimes wonder what became of them, or if things could have played out differently. But more often than not, I wish things would stay exactly as they were, now that we'd finally found our happiness. All we needed was a lot of trauma and Roswell's death. Yay. Well done. Reached the end, finally. It's good to see you. We've already done this. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Innocence, sometimes there's multiple pages, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. 12. A full set. Well done. But I'm sorry to tell you, they didn't find them all. Sure, a full set of the zodiac would be 12 signs, but there is in fact a 13th sign.
Ophiuchus, yeah.
Ophiuchus. Its meaning is a matter of interpretation, really. The one fairly agreed upon trait is ambition. Ambition to do better, incite change, overcome great trials. Though, again, it's only an interpretation. You might ask what comes next, and to do that, there's no good answer. So it's just blah blah blah, go find it. Wait. Oh, it is Path P. Whoops. I accidentally skipped it because I thought they were saying we don't have it. Log. You might ask what comes next, and to that there's no good answer. Every possibility, every timeline has brought us here, to this new timeline. A prime timeline.
The Miracle Cock era, yeah, that's the fucking gimmick of visual novels like this, yeah.
But what that timeline holds, I guess we'll have to see. Goes back to day one? What does that mean?
I'm fucking praying that this path is quick.
I don't know, man. Page 5.
Well, that was the Dean route.
Yeah. I assume we're trying to do this a different day. I don't know.
We can keep going for now, I guess.
You want to keep going?
Yeah, I want it done.
Okay, well, that'll be it for now, everybody. See you next episode. And I need to order food or something.